3, 20. Oribasius med collect. Lib 6. Cap. 37. Contend out of Rufus and others, that many madmen, melancholy, and laboring of the falling sickness, have been cured by this alone. Montaltus cap. 27, de melon. Will have it drive away sorrow, and all illusions of the brain, to purge the heart and brain from ill smokes and vapours that offend them, and if it be omitted, as Valescus supposeth, it makes the mind sad, the body dull and heavy. Many other inconveniences are reckoned up by Mercatus, and by Rodericus a Castro, in their tracts De Melancholia Virginum et Monialium. Ob seminis retentionem savient sep monials et virgins, but as Platerus adds, si nubant sinanter, they rave single, and pine away, much discontent, but marriage mends all. Marcellus Donatus lib 2. Med hist. Cap. 1. Tells a story to confirm this out of Alexander Benedictus, of a maid that was mad, obi mensis inhibitos, cum in officinum meritorium insedicit, a quindecim viris idem noct compressa, mensium largo profluvio, quat pluribus annis anti considerat. Non sine magno pudor main menti restituta decessit. But this must be warily understood, for as Arnoldus objects, lib 1. Brevier. 18, cap. Quid coitus ad melancholicum succum? What affinity have these two? Except it be manifest that superabundance of seed, or fullness of blood be a cause, or that love, or an extraordinary desire of Venus, have gone before, or that is laud. Mercatus accepts, they be very flatuous, and have been otherwise accustomed unto it. Montaltus cap. 27, will not allow of moderate Venus to such as have the gout, palsy, epilepsy, melancholy, except they be very lusty, and full of blood. Lodovicus Antonius lib med missit. In his chapter of Venus, forbids it utterly to all wrestlers, ditchers, laboring men, and Ficinus and Marsilius Cognatus puts Venus one of the 5 mortal enemies of a student, it consumes the spirits, and weakeneth the brain. Haliabas the Arabian, 5. The cap. 36. And Jason Pratensis make it the fountain of most diseases, but most pernicious to them who are cold and dry. A melancholy man must not meddle with it, but in some cases. Plutarch in his book De San. To end. Accounts of it as one of the 3 principal signs and preservers of health, temperance in this kind, to rise with an appetite, to be ready to work, and abstain from veneri, tria saluberrima, are 3 most healthful things. We see their opposites how pernicious they are to mankind, as to all other creatures they bring death, and many feral diseases, immodicis brevis est itis eti rara senectus. Aristotle gives instance in sparrows, which are parum vivaces obi salacitatum, short-lived because of their salacity, which is very frequent, as Scopius and Priapus will better inform you. The extremes being both bad, the medium is to be kept, which cannot easily be determined. Some are better able to sustain, such as are hot and moist, phlegmatic, as Hippocrates insinuateth, some strong and lusty, well fed like Hercules, Proculus the emperor, lusty Lawrence, prostibulum femini Messalina the empress, that by philters. And such kind of lascivious meats, use all means to enable themselves, and brag of it in the end, confodi multas enim, oxidi vero paucas per ventrem vidisti, as that Spanish Celestina merrily said, others impotent, of a cold and dry constitution. Cannot sustain those gymnics without great hurt done to their own bodies, of which number, though they be very prone to it, are melancholy men for the most part. MEMB. 3. Air rectified. With a digression of the air. As a long-winged hawk, when he is first whistled off the fist, mounts aloft, and for his pleasure fetcheth many a circuit in the air, still soaring higher and higher, till he be come to his full pitch, and in the end when the game is sprung, comes down amain, and stoops upon a sudden, so will I, having now come at last into these ample fields of air, wherein I may freely expatiate and exercise myself for my recreation, a while rove, wander round about the world. Mount aloft to those ethereal orbs and celestial spheres, and so descend to my former elements again. In which progress I will first see whether that relation of the Friar of Oxford be true, concerning those northern parts under the pole, if I meet obiter with the wandering Jew, Elias Artifex, or Lucian's Icaromenippus. They shall be my guides, whether there be such 4 Europes, and a great rock of lodestones, which may cause the needle in the compass still to bend that way, and what should be the true cause of the variation of the compass, is it a magnetical rock, or the pole star, as Cardan will? Or some other star in the Bear, as Marsilius Ficinus, or a magnetical meridian, as Moroyers, vel situs in vena terrae, as Agricola, or the nearness of the next continent, as Cabius will? Or some other cause, as Scaliger, Cortesius, Conumbricenses, Peregrinus contend, why at the Azores it looks directly north, otherwise not? In the Mediterranean or Levant, as some observe, it varies 7 grad. By and by 12. And then 22. In the Baltic Seas, near Rasburg in Finland, the needle runs round, if any ships come that way, though Martin Ridley write otherwise, that the needle near the pole will hardly be forced from his direction. 'Tis fit to be inquired whether certain rules may be made of it, as 11 grad. London. Variat. Alibi 36. And that which is more prodigious, the variation varies in the same place, now taken accurately, 'tis so much after a few years quite altered from that it was, till we have better intelligence, let our Dr. Gilbert, and Nicholas Cabius the Jesuit, that have both written great volumes of this subject, satisfy these inquisitors. Whether the sea be open and navigable by the pole Arctic, and which is the likeliest way, that of Bart Eisen the Hollander, under the pole itself, which for some reasons I hold best, or by Freedom Davis or Nova Zembla. Whether Hudson's discovery be true of a new-found ocean, any likelihood of Button's Bay in 50 degrees, Hubbard's Hope in 60. That of Ut ultra near Sir Thomas Roe's Welcome in Northwest Fox, being that the sea ebbs and flows constantly there 15 foot in 12 hours, as our new cards inform us that California is not a cape, but an island, and the west winds make the neap tides equal to the spring, or that there be any probability to pass by the Straits of Anian to China, by the promontory of Tabin. If there be, I shall soon perceive whether Marcus Polus the Venetian's narration be true or false, of that great city of Quinsay and Cambalu, whether there be any such places, or that is math. Riccius the Jesuit hath written, China and Cat Aya be all one, the great Cham of Tartary and the king of China be the same. Sunton and Quinsay, and the city of Cambalu be that new Peking, or such a wall 400 leagues long to part China from Tartary, whether Presbyter John be in Asia or Africa, M. Polus Venetus puts him in Asia. The most received opinion is, that he is emperor of the Abyssines, which of old was Ethiopia, now Nubia, under the equator in Africa. Whether Guinea be an island or part of the continent, or that hungry Spaniard's discovery of Terra Australis Incognita, or Magellanica, be as true as that of Mercurius Britannius, or his of Utopia, or his of Lucinia. And yet in likelihood it may be so, for without all question it being extended from the Tropic of Capricorn to the Circle Antarctic, and lying as it doth in the temperate zone, cannot choose but yield in time some flourishing kingdoms to succeeding ages, as America did unto the Spaniards. Schouten and Lomeyer have done well in the discovery of the Straits of Magellan, in finding a more convenient passage to Mare Pacificum. Methinks some of our modern Argonauts should prosecute the rest. As I go by Madagascar, I would see that great bird ruck, that can carry a man and horse or an elephant, with that Arabian phoenix described by Atrachomius. See the pelicans of Egypt, those Scythian griffes in Asia, and afterwards in Africa examine the fountains of Nilus, whether Herodotus, Seneca, Plin. Lib 5. Cap. 9, Strabo. Lib 5. Give a true cause of his annual flowing, Pagafetta discourse rightly of it, or of Niger and Senegal, examine Cardan, Scaliger's reasons, and the rest. Is it from those Etesian winds, or melting of snow in the mountains under the equator, for Jordan yearly overflows when the snow melts in Mount Libanus. Or from those great dropping perpetual showers which are so frequent to the inhabitants within the tropics, when the sun is vertical, and cause such vast inundations in Senegal, Maragnan, Orinoco and the rest of those great rivers in Zona Torrida, which have all commonly the same passions at set times, and by good husbandry and policy hereafter no doubt may come to be as populous, as well-tilled, as fruitful, as Egypt itself or Cochinchina. I would observe all those motions of the sea, and from what cause they proceed, from the moon, as the vulgar hold, or earth's motion, which Galilius, in the 4th dialogue of his System of the World, so eagerly proves, and firmly demonstrates. Or winds, as some will. Why in that quiet ocean of Zur, in Mare Pacifico, it is scarce perceived, in our British seas most violent, in the Mediterranean and Red Sea so vehement, irregular, and diverse. Why the current in that Atlantic Ocean should still be in some places from, in some again towards the north, and why they come sooner than go. And so from Mobar to Madagascar in that Indian Ocean, the merchants come in 3 weeks, as Scaliger Discus saith, they return scarce in 3 months, with the same or like winds, the continual current is from east to west. Whether Mount Athos, Pelion, Olympus, Ossa, Caucasus, Atlas, be so high as Pliny, Silenus, Mela relate, above clouds, meteors, ubi nec ori nec venti spirant, insomuch that they that ascend die suddenly very often, the air is so subtle. 1,250 paces high, according to that measure of Dicerchus, or 78 miles perpendicularly high, as Jacobus Mazonius, section 384. Expounding that place of Aristotle about Caucasus, and as Blancanus the Jesuit contends out of Clavius and Nonius Demonstrations de Crepusculis, or rather 32 stadiums, as the most received opinion is. Or 4 miles, which the height of no mountain doth perpendicularly exceed, and is equal to the greatest depths of the sea, which is, as Scaliger holds, 1580 paces, Exer. 38, others 100 paces. I would see those inner parts of America, whether there be any such great city of Manoa, or El Dorado, in that golden empire, where the highways are as much beaten, one reports, as between Madrid and Valladolid in Spain. Or any such Amazons as he relates, or gigantic Patagones in Chica, with that miraculous mountain Ebuyapab in the northern Brazil, Cujus jugum sterniter in Amoenissimum planetium, and or that of Pariacaca so high elevated in Peru. The peak of Tenerife how high it is. 70 miles, or 50 as Patricius holds, or 9 as Snellius demonstrates in his Eratosthenes. See that strange Circnixerxi lake in Carniola, whose waters gush so fast out of the ground, that they will overtake a swift horseman. And by with as incredible celerity are supped up, which Lasius and Wernerus make an argument of the Argonauts sailing underground. And that vast den or hole called Esmelin in Muscovia, quae visitor horiendo hiatu, and which if anything casually fall in, makes such a roaring noise, that no thunder, or ordnance, or warlike engine can make the like. Such another is Gilbert's cave in Lapland, with many the like. I would examine the Caspian Sea, and see where and how it exonerates itself, after it hath taken in Volga, Jaxares, Oxus, and those great rivers, at the mouth of Obi, or where. What vent the Mexican lake hath, the Titicacan in Peru, or that circular pool in the vale of Terapia, of which Acosta L. 3. c. 16. Hot in a cold country, the spring of which boils up in the middle 20-foot square, and hath no vent but exhalation, and that of Mare Mortuum in Palestine, of Thracymene, at Perusium in Italy, the Mediterranean itself. For from the ocean, at the Straits of Gibraltar, there is a perpetual current into the Levant, and so likewise by the Thracian Bosphorus out of the Euxine or Black Sea, besides all those great rivers of Nile, Po, Rhone, and how is this water consumed, by the sun or otherwise? I would find out with Trajan the fountains of Danube, of Ganges, Oxus, see those Egyptian pyramids, Trajan's bridge, Grotto de Sibylla, Lucullus's fish ponds, the temple of Nidros, and, if I could, observe what becomes of swallows, storks, cranes, cuckoos, nightingales, redstarts, and many other kind of singing birds, waterfowls, hawks, and some of them are only seen in summer, some in winter. Some are observed in the snow, and at no other times, each have their seasons. In winter not a bird is in Muscovy to be found, but at the spring in an instant the woods and hedges are full of them. Saith Herbastine, how comes it to pass? Do they sleep in winter, like Gessner's alpine mice, or do they lie hid, as Olaus affirms, in the bottom of lakes and rivers, spiritum continentes? Often so found by fishermen in Poland and Scandia, two together, mouth to mouth, wing to wing. And when the spring comes they revive again, or if they be brought into a stove, or to the fireside. Or do they follow the sun, as Peter Martyr Legat Babylonica L2, manifestly convex, out of his own knowledge? For when he was ambassador in Egypt, he saw swallows, Spanish kites, and many such other European birds, in December and January very familiarly flying, and in great abundance, about Alexandria, ubi floridi tunc arbors ac viridaria. Or lie they hid in caves, rocks, and hollow trees, as most think, in deep tin mines or sea cliffs, as Mr. Carew gives out? I conclude of them all, for my part, as Munster doth of cranes and storks. Whence they come, whither they go, incompertum ad hoc, as yet we know not. We see them here, some in summer, some in winter. Their coming and going is sure in the night. In the plains of Asia, saith he, the storks meet on such a set day, he that comes last is torn in pieces, and so they get them gone. Many strange places, Ismae, Eurypie, Chersonese, creeks, havens, promontories, straits, lakes, baths, rocks, mountains, places, and fields, where cities have been ruined or swallowed, battles fought, creatures, sea monsters, remora, and minerals, vegetals. Zoophytes were fit to be considered in such an expedition, and amongst the rest that of Harbestein his Tartar lamb, Hector Boethius goose-bearing tree in the orchards, to which Cardan lib 7, cap. 36, de rerum varietat. Subscribes, Vertimanus wonderful palm, that fly in Hispaniola, that shines like a torch in the night, that one may well see to write. Those spherical stones in Cuba which nature hath so made, and those like birds, beasts, fishes, crowns, swords, saws, pots, and usually found in the metal mines in Saxony about Mansfield, and in Poland near Nokow and Palucki, as Munster and others relate. Many rare creatures and novelties each part of the world affords. Amongst the rest, I would know for a certain whether there be any such men, as Leo Suavius, in his comment on Paracelsus de Sanitation Tuend. And Gaguinus records in his description of Muscovy, that in Lukomoria, a province in Russia, lie fast asleep as dead all winter, from the 27th of November, like frogs and swallows, benumbed with cold. But about the 24th of April in the spring they revive again, and go about their business. I would examine that demonstration of Alexander Piccolominius, whether the earth's superficies be bigger than the seas, or that of Archimedes be true, the superficies of all water is even. Search the depth, and see that variety of sea monsters and fishes, mermaids, seamen, horses, and which it affords. Or whether that be true which Jordanus Brunus scoffs at, that if God did not detain it, the sea would overflow the earth by reason of his higher sight. And which Josephus Blancanus the Jesuit in his interpretation on those mathematical places of Aristotle, foolishly fears, and in a just tract proves by many circumstances, that in time the sea will waste away the land. And all the globe of the earth shall be covered with waters. Rhizum tenietis amici. What the sea takes away in one place it adds in another. Methinks he might rather suspect the sea should in time be filled by land, trees grow up, carcasses, and that all-devouring fire, omnia devorans eti consumens, will sooner cover and dry up the vast ocean with sand and ashes. I would examine the true seat of that terrestrial paradise, and where Ophir was whence Solomon did fetch his gold, from Peruana, which some suppose, or that Aurea Chersonesus, as Dominicus Niger, Arius Montanus, Goropius, and others will. I would censure all Pliny's, Solinus, Strabos, Sir John Mandevilles, Olaus Magnus, Marcus Polus lies, correct those errors in navigation, reform cosmographical charts, and rectify longitudes, if it were possible. Not by the compass, as some dream, with Mark Ridley in his treatise of magnetical bodies, cap. 43, for as cabius magnet philosophi lib 3. Cap. 4, fully resolves, there is no hope thence, yet I would observe some better means to find them out. I would have a convenient place to go down with Orpheus, Ulysses, Hercules, Lucian's Menippus, at St. Patrick's Purgatory, at Trophonius' Den, Hecla in Iceland, Etna in Sicily, to descend and see what is done in the bowels of the earth. Do stones and metals grow there still? How come fir trees to be digged out from tops of hills, as in our mosses, and marshes all over Europe? How come they to dig up fish bones, shells, beams, ironworks, many fathoms underground, and anchors in mountains far remote from all seas? Anno 1460 at Bern in Switzerland 50 fathom deep a ship was digged out of a mountain, where they got metal ore, in which were 48 carcasses of men, with other merchandise. That such things are ordinarily found in tops of hills, Aristotle insinuates in his Meteors, Pomponius Mela in his first book, c. De Numidia, and familiarly in the Alps, saith Blancanus the Jesuit, the like is to be seen. Came this from earthquakes, or from Noah's flood, as Christians suppose, or is there a vicissitude of sea and land, as Anaximenes held of old? The mountains of Thessaly would become seas, and seas again mountains. The whole world belike should be new molded, when it seemed good to those all-commanding powers, and turned inside out, as we do haycocks in harvest, top to bottom, or bottom to top, or as we turn apples to the fire, move the world upon his center. That which is under the poles now, should be translated to the equinoctial, and that which is under the torrid zone to the circle Arctic and Antarctic another while, and so be reciprocally warmed by the sun, or if the worlds be infinite. And every fixed star a sun, with his compassing planets, as Brunus and Campanella conclude, cast 3 or 4 worlds into one. Or else of one world make 3 or 4 new, as it shall seem to them best. To proceed, if the earth be 21,500 miles in compass, its diameter is 7,000 from us to our antipodes, and what shall be comprehended in all that space? What is the center of the earth? Is it pure element only, as Aristotle decrees, inhabited, as Paracelsus thinks, with creatures, whose chaos is the earth, or with fairies, as the woods and waters, according to him, are with nymphs, or as the air with spirits? Dionysiodorus, a mathematician in Pliny, that sent a letter, ad superos after he was dead, from the center of the earth, to signify what distance the same center was from the superficies of the same, viz. 42,000 stadiums, might have done well to have satisfied all these doubts. Or is it the place of hell, as Virgil in his Aeneids, Plato, Lucian, Dante, and others poetically describe it, and as many of our divines think? In good earnest, Anthony Rusca, one of the society of that Ambrosian college, in Milan, in his great volume De Inferno, lib 1. Cap. 47, is stiff in this tenet, 'tis a corporeal fire toe, cap. 5, I, 2. As he there disputes. Whatsoever philosophers write, saith Surius, there be certain mouths of hell, and places appointed for the punishment of men's souls, as at Hecla in Iceland, where the ghosts of dead men are familiarly seen. And sometimes talk with the living, God would have such visible places, that mortal men might be certainly informed, that there be such punishments after death, and learn hence to fear God. Cranzius Dan Hist. Lib 2. Cap. 24, subscribes to this opinion of Surius, so doth Cholerus Cap. 12, Lib de Immortal Animae, out of the authority belike of St. Gregory, Durand, and the rest of the schoolmen, who derive as much from Etna in Sicily, Lipari, Hira, and those sulphureous Vulcanian islands, making Terra del Fuego, and those frequent volcanoes in America, of which Acosta lib 3. Cap. 24. That fearful Mount Heckelberg in Norway, an especial argument to prove it, where lamentable screeches and howlings are continually heard, which strike a terror to the auditors. Fiery chariots are commonly seen to bring in the souls of men in the likeness of crows, and devils ordinarily go in and out. Such another proof is that place near the pyramids in Egypt, by Cairo, as well to confirm this as the resurrection, mentioned by Kornmannus Myrick. Mort. Lib 1. Cap. 30, Camerarius Oper. Suc. Cap. 37, Bredenbachius Pereg. Ter Sanct. And some others, where once a year dead bodies arise about March, and walk, after a while hide themselves again, thousands of people come yearly to see them. But these and such like testimonies others reject, as fables, illusions of spirits, and they will have no such local known place, more than Styx or Phlegethon, Pluto's court, or that poetical Infernus, where Homer's soul was seen hanging on a tree. And to which they ferried over in Charon's boat, or went down at Hermione in Greece, compendiaria ad Infernos vea, which is the shortest cut, quia nullum amortuus nullum eo loci exposcent, saith Gerbelius, and besides there were no fees to be paid. Well then, is it hell, or purgatory, as Bellarmine, or Limbus Patrum, as Gal Lucius will, and as Rusca will, for they have made maps of it, or Ignatius Parler. Virgil, sometimes Bishop of Salzburg, as Aventinus anno 745 relates, by Bonifacius Bishop of Mentz was therefore called in question. Because he held antipodes, which they made a doubt whether Christ died for, and so by that means took away the seat of hell, or so contracted it, that it could bear no proportion to heaven, and contradicted that opinion of Austin, Basil. Lactantius that held the earth round as a trencher, whom Acosta and common experience more largely confute, but not as a ball. And Jerusalem where Christ died the middle of it, or Delos, as the fabulous Greeks feigned, because when Jupiter let two eagles loose, to fly from the world's ends east and west, they met at Delos. But that scruple of Bonifacius is now quite taken away by our latter divines, Franciscus Ribera, in Cap. 14, Apocalypse. Will have hell a material and local fire in the center of the earth, 200 Italian miles in diameter, as he defines it out of those words, exhibit sanguis de terra, per stadia 1600, and but Lessius lib 13. De moribus divinis, cap. 24. Will have this local hell far less, 1 Dutch mile in diameter, all filled with fire and brimstone, because, as he there demonstrates, that space, cubically multiplied, will make a sphere able to hold 800,000 millions of damned bodies, allowing each body 6 foot square, which will abundantly suffice. Cum serium sit, inquit, facta subduction, non futuro centis mil millions damnandorum. But if it be no material fire, as Sco. Thomas, Bonaventure, Sansinas, Vossius, and others argue, it may be there or elsewhere, as Keckerman disputes system. Theol, for sure somewhere it is, certum est alicubi, etsi definitus circulus non assignator. I will end the controversy in Austin's words, better doubt of things concealed, than to contend about uncertainties, where Abraham's bosom is, and hell fire vix a mansuetus, a contentiosus nunquam invenitor. Scarce the meek, the contentious shall never find. If it be solid earth, 'tis the fountain of metals, waters, which by his innate temper turns air into water, which springs up in several chinks, to moisten the earth's superficies. And that in a tenfold proportion, as Aristotle holds, or else these fountains come directly from the sea, by secret passages, and so made fresh again, by running through the bowels of the earth. And are either thick, thin, hot, cold, as the matter or minerals are by which they pass, or as Peter Martyr Ocean. Decad. Lib 9. And some others hold, from abundance of rain that falls, or from that ambient heat and cold, which alters that inward heat, and so per consequens the generation of waters. Or else it may be full of wind, or a sulphureous innate fire, as our meteorologists inform us, which sometimes breaking out, causeth those horrible earthquakes, which are so frequent in these days in Japan, China, and oftentimes swallow up whole cities. Let Lucian's Menippus consult with or ask of Tiresias, if you will not believe philosophers, he shall clear all your doubts when he makes a second voyage. In the meantime let us consider of that which is sub dio, and find out a true cause, if it be possible, of such accidents, meteors, alterations, as happen above ground. Whence proceed that variety of manners, and a distinct character, as it were, to several nations? Some are wise, subtle, witty, others dull, sad and heavy. Some big, some little, as Tully de Fato, Plato in Timeo, Vegetius and Bodine prove at large, method. Cap. 5. Some soft, and some hardy, barbarous, civil, black, dun, white, is it from the air, from the soil, influence of stars, or some other secret cause? Why doth Africa breed so many venomous beasts, Ireland none? Athens owls, Crete none? Why hath Daulis and Thebes no swallows, so Pausanias informeth us, as well as the rest of Greece, Ithaca no hares, Pontus asses, Scythia swine? Whence comes this variety of complexions, colors, plants, birds, beasts, metals, peculiar almost to every place? Why so many thousand strange birds and beasts proper to America alone, as Acosta demands lib 4? Cap. 36. Were they created in the 6 days, or ever in Noah's ark? If there, why are they not dispersed and found in other countries? It is a thing, saith he, hath long held me in suspense. No Greek, Latin, Hebrew ever heard of them before, and yet as differing from our European animals, as an egg and a chestnut, and which is more, kine, horses, sheep, and, till the Spaniards brought them, were never heard of in those parts. How comes it to pass, that in the same site, in one latitude, to such as are Perioeci, there should be such difference of soil, complexion, color, metal, air, and the Spaniards are white, and so are Italians, when as the inhabitants about Caput Boni Spei are blackamoors, and yet both alike distant from the equator, nay they that dwell in the same parallel line with these Negroes. As about the Straits of Magellan, are white-colored, and yet some in Presbyter John's country in Ethiopia are dun. They in Ceylon and Malabar parallel with them again black, Manamatapa in Africa, and St. Thomas Isle are extreme hot, both under the line, coal-black their inhabitants, whereas in Peru they are quite opposite in color, very temperate, or rather cold, and yet both alike elevated. Moscow in 53 degrees of latitude extreme cold, as those northern countries usually are, having one perpetual hard frost all winter long, and in 52 degree lat. Sometimes hard frost and snow all summer, as Buttons Bay, and, or by fits. And yet England near the same latitude, and Ireland, very moist, warm, and more temperate in winter than Spain, Italy, or France. Is it the sea that causeth this difference, and the air that comes from it? Why then is Ister so cold near the Euxine, Pontus, Bithynia, and all Thrace, Frigidas regions Maginus calls them, and yet their latitude is but 42? Which should be hot, Cavira, or Nova Albion in America, bordering on the sea, was so cold in July, that our Englishmen could hardly endure it. At Nuremberga in 45 lat. All the sea is frozen ice, and yet in a more southern latitude than ours. New England, and the island of Cambrial Colchos, which that noble gentleman Mr. Vaughan, or Orpheus Junior, describes in his Golden Fleece, is in the same latitude with Little Britain in France, and yet their winter begins not till January, their spring till May. Which search he accounts worthy of an astrologer. Is this from the easterly winds, or melting of ice and snow dissolved within the circle Arctic? Or that the air being thick, is longer before it be warm by the sunbeams, and once heated like an oven will keep itself from cold? Our climes breed lice, Hungary and Ireland male audient in this kind. Come to the Azores, by a secret virtue of that air they are instantly consumed, and all our European vermin almost, saith Ortelius. Egypt is watered with Nilus not far from the sea, and yet there it seldom or never rains. Rhodes, an island of the same nature, yields not a cloud, and yet our islands ever dropping and inclining to rain. The Atlantic Ocean is still subject to storms, but in Del Zur, or Mare Pacifico, seldom or never any. Is it from tropic stars, apertio portarum, in the dodecatemories or constellations, the moon's mansions, such aspects of planets, such winds, or dissolving air, or thick air, which causeth this and the like differences of heat and cold? Bodin relates of a Portugal ambassador, that coming from Lisbon to Danzig in Spruce, found greater heat there than at any time at home. Don Garcia de Silva, legate to Philip III, King of Spain, residing at Ispahan in Persia, 1619, in his letter to the Marquis of Bedmar, makes mention of greater cold in Ispahan, whose lat. is 31 gr than ever he felt in Spain, or any part of Europe. The torrid zone was by our predecessors held to be uninhabitable, but by our modern travelers found to be most temperate, bedewed with frequent rains, and moistening showers, the breeze and cooling blasts in some parts, as Acosta describes. Most pleasant and fertile. Arica in Chile is by report one of the sweetest places that ever the sun shined on, Olympus terrae, a heaven on earth. How incomparably do some extol Mexico in Nova Hispania, Peru, Brazil, and in some again hard, dry, sandy, barren, a very desert, and still in the same latitude. Many times we find great diversity of air in the same country, by reason of the site to seas, hills or dales, want of water, nature of soil, and the like, as in Spain. Aragon is aspera ed sicca, harsh and evil inhabited. Estremadura is dry, sandy, barren most part, extreme hot by reason of his plains, Andalusia another paradise, Valencia a most pleasant air, and continually green. So is it about Granada, on the one side fertile plains, on the other, continual snow to be seen all summer long on the hill tops. That their houses in the Alps are 3/4 of the year covered with snow, who knows not? That Tenerife is so cold at the top, extreme hot at the bottom, Mons Atlas in Africa, Libanus in Palestine, with many such, Tontos inter arters Phytos nivibus, Tacitus calls them, and Radzivilus epist. 2, folios 27. Yields it to be far hotter there than in any part of Italy, 'tis true, but they are highly elevated, near the middle region, and therefore cold, obi paucam solarium radiorum refractionem, as Serrarius answers, com. in 3, cap. Joshua quaest. 5. Abulensis quaest. 37. In the heat of summer, in the king's palace in Escurial, the air is most temperate, by reason of a cold blast which comes from the snowy mountains of Sierra de Catarama hard by, when as in Toledo it is very hot, so in all other countries. The causes of these alterations are commonly by reason of their nearness, I say, to the middle region. But this diversity of air, in places equally situated, elevated and distant from the pole, can hardly be satisfied with that diversity of plants, birds, beasts, which is so familiar with us, with Indians, everywhere. The sun is equally distant. The same vertical stars, the same irradiations of planets, aspects like, the same nearness of seas, the same superficies, the same soil, or not much different. Under the equator itself, amongst the Sierras, Andes, Llanos, as Herrera, Late, and Acosta contend, there is tam mirabilis et inopinata varietas, such variety of weather, ut merito exerciate ingenia. That no philosophy can yet find out the true cause of it. When I consider how temperate it is in one place, saith Acosta, within the Tropic of Capricorn, as about La Plata, and yet hard by at Potosi, in that same altitude, mountainous alike, extreme cold, extreme hot in Brazil, and hic ego, saith Acosta, Philosophiam Aristotelis Meteorologicum Vehementura risi, come, and when the sun comes nearest to them, they have great tempests, storms, thunder and lightning, great store of rain, snow, and the foulest weather. When the sun is vertical, their rivers overflow, the morning fair and hot, noonday cold and moist, all which is opposite to us. How comes it to pass? Scaliger Poetics L. 3. c. 16. Discurseth thus of this subject. How comes, or wherefore is this temeraria sidrum dispositio, this rash placing of stars, or as Epicurus will, fortuita, or accidental? Why are some big, some little, why are they so confusedly, unequally situated in the heavens, and set so much out of order. In all other things nature is equal, proportionable, and constant. There be juste dimensions, ite prudens partium dispositio, as in the fabric of man, his eyes, ears, nose, face, members are correspondent, cur non idem scylla opere omnium pulcherimo. Why are the heavens so irregular, nec paribus molibus, nec paribus intervalis, whence is this difference? Diversos, he concludes, efficere locorum genios, to make diversity of countries, soils, manners, customs, characters, and constitutions among us, ut quantum vicinia ad charitatem addit, sid era distrahent ad pernicium. And so by this means fluvio vel monti distincti sunt dissimiles, the same places almost shall be distinguished in manners. But this reason is weak and most insufficient. The fixed stars are removed since Ptolemy's time 26. Gr from the first of Aries, and if the earth be immovable, as their site varies, so should countries vary, and diverse alterations would follow. But this we perceive not. As in Tully's time with us in Britain, colum visu fidem, etiam quo facile generantur nubes, and 'tis so still. Wherefore Bodine Theat, Nat. Lib 2. And some others, will have all these alterations and effects immediately to proceed from those genii, spirits, angels, which rule and domineer in several places. They cause storms, thunder, lightning, earthquakes, ruins, tempests, great winds, floods, and the philosophers of Conimbra will refer this diversity to the influence of that empyrean heaven, for some say the eccentricity of the sun is come nearer to the earth than in Ptolemy's time, the virtue therefore of all the vegetals is decayed. Men grow less, and there are that observe new motions of the heavens, new stars, palantia sidera, comets, clouds, call them what you will, like those Medicean, Bourbonian, Austrian planets, lately detected, which do not decay, but come and go, rise higher and lower. Hide and show themselves amongst the fixed stars, amongst the planets, above and beneath the moon, at set times, now nearer, now farther off, together, asunder. As he that plays upon a sackbut by pulling it up and down alters his tones and tunes, do they their stations and places, though to us undiscerned, and from those motions proceed, as they conceive, diverse alterations. Clavius conjectures otherwise, but they be but conjectures. About Damascus in Cilicia is a paradise, by reason of the plenty of waters, in prompta causa est, and the deserts of Arabia barren, because of rocks, rolling seas of sands. And dry mountains quot inaquosa, seth adracomius, montes habens asperos, saxosos, precipits, horroris ed mortis speciem praesi ferentes, uninhabitable therefore of men, birds, beasts, void of all green trees, plants, and fruits. A vast rocky horrid wilderness, which by no art can be manured, 'tis evident. Bohemia is cold, for that it lies all along to the north. But why should it be so hot in Egypt, or there never rain? Why should those Etesian and northeastern winds blow continually and constantly so long together, in some places, at set times, one way still, in the dog days only, here perpetual drought, there dropping showers? Here foggy mists, there a pleasant air, here terrible thunder and lightning at such set seasons, here frozen seas all the year, there open in the same latitude, to the rest no such thing, nay quite opposite is to be found. Sometimes, as in Peru, on the one side of the mountains it is hot, on the other cold, here snow, there wind, with infinite such. Fromundus in his meteors will excuse or solve all this by the sun's motion, but when there is such diversity to such as perioeci or very near sight, how can that position hold? Who can give a reason of this diversity of meteors, that it should rain stones, frogs, mice, and rats, which they call lemmer in Norway, and are manifestly observed, as Munster writes, by the inhabitants, to descend and fall with some feculent showers, and like so many locusts, consume all that is green. Leo Afer speaks as much of locusts. About Fez in Barbary there be infinite swarms in their fields upon a sudden, so at Aries in France, 1553, the like happened by the same mischief, all their grass and fruits were devoured. Magna incolarum admiration et consternation, as Valiriola obser. Med lib 1, obser. 1, relates, colum subito abumbrabant, and he concludes, it could not be from natural causes, they cannot imagine whence they come, but from heaven. Are these and such creatures, corn, wood, stones, worms, wool, blood, and lifted up into the middle region by the sunbeams, as Baracellus the physician disputes, and thence let fall with showers, or there engendered? Cornelius Gemma is of that opinion, they are there conceived by celestial influences, others suppose they are immediately from God, or prodigies raised by art and illusions of spirits, which are princes of the air, to whom Bodin. Lib 2. Theat. Nat. Subscribes. In fine, of meteors in general, Aristotle's reasons are exploded by Bernardinus Talesius, by Paracelsus his principles confuted, and other causes assigned, sal, sulfur, mercury, in which his disciples are so expert, that they can alter elements. And separate at their pleasure, make perpetual motions, not as Cardan, Tasner, Peregrinus, by some magnetical virtue, but by mixture of elements. Imitate thunder, like Salmonius, snow, hail, the seas ebbing and flowing, give life to creatures, as they say, without generation, and what not. P. Nonius Soluciensis and Kepler take upon them to demonstrate that no meteors, clouds, fogs, vapors, arise higher than 50 or 80 miles, and all the rest to be purer air or element of fire, which Cardan, Tycho, and John Pena manifestly confute by refractions, and many other arguments, there is no such element of fire at all. If, as Tycho proves, the moon be distant from us 50 and 60 semi-diameters of the earth, and as Peter Nonius will have it, the air be so angust, what proportion is there betwixt the other three elements and it? To what use serves it? Is it full of spirits which inhabit it, as the Paracelsians and Platonists hold, the higher the more noble, full of birds, or a mere vacuum to no purpose? It is much controverted between Tycho Brahe and Christopher Rotman, the Landgrave of Hesse's mathematician, in their astronomical epistles, whether it be the same diaphanum clearness, matter of air in heavens, or two distinct essences. Christopher Rotman, John Pena, Jordanus Brunus, with many other late mathematicians, contend it is the same and one matter throughout, saving that the higher still the purer it is, and more subtle. As they find by experience in the top of some hills in America, if a man ascend, he faints instantly for want of thicker air to refrigerate the heart. Acosta, L. 3. C. 9. Calls this mountain Periacaca in Peru. It makes men cast and vomit, he saith, that climate, as some other of those Andes do in the deserts of Chile for 500 miles together, and for extremity of cold to lose their fingers and toes. Tycho will have two distinct matters of heaven and air, but to say truth, with some small qualification, they have one and the selfsame opinion about the essence and matter of heavens. That it is not hard and impenetrable, as Peripatetics hold, transparent, of a quinta essentia, but that it is penetrable and soft as the air itself is, and that the planets move in it, as birds in the air, fishes in the sea. This they prove by motion of comets, and otherwise, though Claromontius in his Antitycho stiffly opposes, which are not generated, as Aristotle teacheth, in the aerial region, of a hot and dry exhalation. And so consumed, but as Anaxagoras and Democritus held of old, of a celestial matter, and as Tycho, Elysius, Roslin, Thaddeus, Hegesias, Pena, Rotman, Fracastorius, demonstrate by their progress, parallaxes, refractions, motions of the planets, which interfere and cut one another's orbs, now higher, and then lower, as amongst the rest, which sometimes, as Kepler confirms by his own, and Tycho's accurate observations, comes nearer the earth than the and is again eftsoons aloft in Jupiter's orb. And other sufficient reasons, far above the moon, exploding in the meantime that element of fire, those fictitious first watery movers, those heavens I mean above the firmament, which Del Rio, Lodovicus Imola, Patricius, and many of the fathers affirm. Those monstrous orbs of eccentrics, and excenter epicycles deserentes, which howsoever Ptolemy, Alhazen, Vitellio, Perbacius, Maginus, Clavius, and many of their associates, stiffly maintain to be real orbs, eccentric, concentric, circles equant, and are absurd and ridiculous. For who is so mad to think that there should be so many circles, like subordinate wheels in a clock, all impenetrable and hard, as they feign, add and subtract at their pleasure? Maginus makes 11 heavens, subdivided into their orbs and circles, and all too little to serve those particular appearances, Fracastorius, 72 homocentrics. Tycho Brahe, Nicholas Ramrus, Helicius Roslin, have peculiar hypotheses of their own inventions. And they be but inventions, as most of them acknowledge, as we admit of equators, tropics, colures, circles Arctic and Antarctic, for doctrine's sake, though Ramus thinks them all unnecessary, they will have them supposed only for method and order. Tycho hath feigned I know not how many subdivisions of epicycles in epicycles, and, to calculate and express the moon's motion, but when all is done, as a supposition, and no otherwise, not, as he holds, hard, impenetrable, subtle, transparent, and or making music, as Pythagoras maintained of old, and Robert Constantine of late, but still, quiet, liquid, open, and if the heavens then be penetrable, as these men deliver, and no lets, it were not amiss in this aerial progress, to make wings and fly up. Which that Turkin Busbequius made his fellow citizens in Constantinople believe he would perform, and some newfangled wits, methinks, should some time or other find out, or if that may not be, yet with a Galileo's glass. Or Icaromenippus wings in Lucian, command the spheres and heavens, and see what is done amongst them. Whether there be generation and corruption, as some think, by reason of ethereal comets, that in Cassiopeia, 1572, that in Cygno, 1600, that in Sagittarius, 1604, and many like, which by no means July. Caesar La Galla, that Italian philosopher, in his physical disputation with Galileis de Phenomenis in Orb Luni, cap. 9, will admit, or that they were created ab initio, and show themselves at set times. And as Helicius Roslin contends, have poles, axle-trees, circles of their own, and regular motions. For, non perunt, sed miniuntur et disparent, Blancanus holds they come and go by fits, casting their tails still from the sun, some of them, as a burning glass, projects the sunbeams from it. Though not always neither, for sometimes a comet casts his tail from Venus, as Tycho observes. And as Helicius Roslin of some others, from the moon, with little stars about them ad stuporem astronomorum. Cum multis aliis in scylla miraculous, all which argue with those Medicean, Austrian, and Bourbonian stars, that the heaven of the planets is indistinct, pure, and open, in which the planets move certes legibus ac metis. Examine likewise, and colum sit coloratum. Whether the stars be of that bigness, distance, as astronomers relate, so many in number, 1026, or 1725, as J. Byerus, or as some rabbins, 29,000 myriads. Or as Galileo discovers by his glasses, infinite, and that Via Lactea, a confused light of small stars, like so many nails in a door, or all in a row, like those 12,000 isles of the Maldives in the Indian Ocean. Whether the least visible star in the 8th sphere be 18 times bigger than the Earth, and as Tycho calculates, 14,000 semi-diameters distant from it. Whether they be thicker parts of the orbs, as Aristotle delivers, or so many habitable worlds, as Democritus. Whether they have light of their own, or from the sun, or give light round, as Patricius discourseth. Anique distent a centra mundi. Whether light be of their essence, and that light be a substance or an accident. Whether they be hot by themselves, or by accident cause heat. Whether there be such a precession of the equinoxes as Copernicus holds, or that the 8th sphere move. And bene philosophenter, are Bacon and J. D. aphorism. De multiplication speciarum. Whether there be any such images ascending with each degree of the zodiac in the east, as Aeliacensis feigns. An aqua super colum. As Patricius and the schoolmen will, a crystalline watery heaven, which is certainly to be understood of that in the middle region. For otherwise, if at Noah's flood the water came from thence, it must be above 100 years falling down to us, as some calculate. Besides, in terra sit animata, which some so confidently believe, with Orpheus, Hermes, Averroes, from which all other souls of men, beasts, devils, plants, fishes, and are derived, and into which again, after some revolutions, as Plato in his Timaeus, Plotinus in his Enneades more largely discuss, they return, see Chalcidius and Bennius, Plato's commentators, as all philosophical matter, in materiam primum. Keplerus, Patricius, and some other Neoterics, have in part revived this opinion. And that every star in heaven hath a soul, angel or intelligence to animate or move it, and or to omit all smaller controversies, as matters of less moment, and examine that main paradox, of the earth's motion, now so much in question. Aristarchus Samius, Pythagoras maintained it of old, Democritus and many of their scholars. Didacus Astunica, Anthony Fascarinus, a Carmelite, and some other commentators, will have job to insinuate as much, cap. 9, ver. 4, cacomavet terram de loco sua, and that this one place of Scripture makes more for the earth's motion than all the other prove against it, whom Pineda confutes most contradict. Howsoever, it is revived since by Copernicus, not as a truth, but a supposition, as he himself confesseth in the preface to Pope Nicholas, but now maintained in good earnest by Calcaninus, Talesius, Kepler, Rotman, Gilbert, Digges, Galileo, Campanella, and especially by Landsbergius, Naturi, Rationi, e Veritati Constantium, by Origenus, and some others of his followers. For if the earth be the center of the world, stand still, and the heavens move, as the most received opinion is, which they call inordinatum coeli dispositionum, though stiffly maintained by Tycho, Ptolemaeus, and their adherents, Kazile Furor. And what fury is that, saith Dr. Gilbert, Satis animos, as Cabeus notes, that shall drive the heavens about with such incomprehensible celerity in 24 hours, when as every point of the firmament, and in the equator, must needs move, so Clavius calculates, 176. 660 in 1/246th part of an hour, and an arrow out of a bow must go 7 times about the earth, whilst a man can say an Ave Maria, if it keep the same space, or compass the earth 1884 times in an hour, which is supra humanum cogitationum. Beyond human conceit, ocier et jaculo, e ventos, e quanti sagitta. A man could not ride so much ground, going 40 miles a day, in 2904 years, as the firmament goes in 23 hours, or so much in 203 years, as the firmament in 1 minute, quod incredible videtur, and the pole star, which to our thinking scarce moveth out of his place, goeth a bigger circuit than the sun, whose diameter is much larger than the diameter of the heaven of the sun, and 20,000 semi-diameters of the earth from us, with the rest of the fixed stars. As Tycho proves. To avoid therefore these impossibilities, they ascribe a triple motion to the earth, the sun immovable in the center of the whole world, the earth center of the moon, alone, above and beneath, or as Origenus and others will. One single motion to the earth, still placed in the center of the world, which is more probable, a single motion to the firmament, which moves in 30 or 26,000 years. And so the planets, Saturn in 30 years absolves his sole and proper motion, Jupiter in 12, Mars in 3, and so solve all appearances better than any way whatsoever, calculate all motions, be they in longum or latum, direct, stationary, retrograde, ascent or descent, without epicycles, intricate eccentrics, and rectius commodius per unicum modum terrae, saith Landsbergius, much more certain than by those Alphonsine, or any such tables, which are grounded from those other suppositions. And 'tis true they say, according to optic principles, the visible appearances of the planets do so indeed answer to their magnitudes and orbs, and come nearest to mathematical observations and precedent calculations. There is no repugnancy to physical axioms, because no penetration of orbs. But then between the sphere of Saturn and the firmament, there is such an incredible and vast space or distance, 7 million semi-diameters of the earth, as Tycho calculates, void of stars, and besides, they do so enhance the bigness of the stars. Enlarge their circuit, to solve those ordinary objections of parallaxes and retrogradations of the fixed stars, that alteration of the poles, elevation in several places or latitude of cities here on earth, for, say they, if a man's eye were in the firmament, he should not at all discern that great annual motion of the earth, but it would still appear punctum indivisible and seem to be fixed in one place, of the same bigness, that it is quite opposite to reason. To natural philosophy, and all out as absurd as disproportional, so some will, as prodigious, as that of the sun's swift motion of heavens. But hoc posito, to grant this their tenet of the earth's motion, if the earth move, it is a planet, and shines to them in the moon, and to the other planetary inhabitants, as the moon and they do to us upon the earth, but shine she doth, as Galileo, Kepler, and others prove, and then per consequens, the rest of the planets are inhabited, as well as the moon, which he grants in his dissertation with Galileo's Nuncius Sidereus, that there be jovial and Saturn inhabitants, and those several planets have their several moons about them, as the earth hath hers, as Galileo hath already evinced by his glasses, for about Jupiter, 2 about Saturn, though Sidius the Florentine, Fortunius Lycidas, and July. Caesar le Galla cavillated, yet Kepler, the emperor's mathematician, confirms out of his experience, that he saw as much by the same help, and more about Mars, Venus, and the rest they hope to find out, peradventure even amongst the fixed stars. Which Brunus and Brutius have already averred. Then, I say, the earth and they be planets alike, moved about the sun, the common centre of the world alike, and it may be those 2 green children which Nubergensis speaks of in his time, that fell from heaven, came from thence. And that famous stone that fell from heaven in Aristotle's time, Olymp. 84, Anno Tertio, ad Capuas Fluenta, recorded by Laertius and others, or Ancile, or Buckler in Numa's time, recorded by Festus. We may likewise insert with Campanella and Brunus, that which Pythagoras, Aristarchus, Samius, Heraclitus, Epicurus, Melissus, Democritus, Leucippus maintained in their ages, there be infinite worlds, and infinite earths or systems. In Infinito Ether, which Eusebius collects out of their tenets, because infinite stars and planets like unto this of ours, which some stick not still to maintain and publicly defend. Sperabundus expecto innumerabilium mundorum in aeternitate perambulationem, and Nick Hill. Londinensis Philosophiae Epicer. For if the firmament be of such an incomparable bigness, as these Copernical giants will have it, infinitum aut infinito proximum, so vast and full of innumerable stars, as being infinite in extent, one above another, some higher, some lower, some nearer, some farther off, and so far asunder, and those so huge and great, insomuch that if the whole sphere of Saturn, and all that is included in it, totum aggregatum, as Fromundus of Louvat in his tract De Immobilitate Terrae argues, Evhater interstellis, Viteria nobis non poterat, tam immanis est distantia inter tellurem id fixas, sed in star puncti, and if our world be small in respect, why may we not suppose a plurality of worlds, those infinite stars visible in the firmament to be so many suns, with particular fixed centres? To have likewise their subordinate planets, as the sun hath his dancing still round him? Which Cardinal Cusanus, Walkerinus, Brunus, and some others have held, and some still maintain, anime, Aristotelismo inutriti, eti minutis speculationibus assueti, secus forcen, and though they seem close to us, they are infinitely distant, and so per consequens, there are infinite habitable worlds. What hinders? Why should not an infinite cause, as God is, produce infinite effects? As Nick Hill, Democrit, Philos disputes, Kepler, I confess, will by no means admit of Brunus's infinite worlds, or that the fixed stars should be so many suns, with their compassing planets, yet the said Kepler between jest and earnest in his perspectives, lunar geography. And somnio sua, dissertat. Cum nunc. Cider. Seems in part to agree with this, and partly to contradict, for the planets, he yields them to be inhabited, he doubts of the stars. And so doth Tycho in his astronomical epistles, out of a consideration of their vastity and greatness, break out into some such like speeches. That he will never believe those great and huge bodies were made to no other use than this that we perceive, to illuminate the earth, a point insensible in respect of the whole. But who shall dwell in these vast bodies, earths, worlds, if they be inhabited? Rational creatures, as Kepler demands, or have they souls to be saved? Or do they inhabit a better part of the world than we do? Are we or they lords of the world? And how are all things made for man? Difficile est nodum hunc expedire, eo quat non dum omnia quae huc pertinent explorata habemus. 'Tis hard to determine, this only he proves, that we are in principio mundi sinu, in the best place, best world, nearest the heart of the sun. Thomas Campanella, a Calabrian monk, in his second book De Sensu Rerum, cap. 4, subscribes to this of Kepler. That they are inhabited he certainly supposeth, but with what kind of creatures he cannot say, he labours to prove it by all means, and that there are infinite worlds, having made an apology for Galileo, and dedicates this tenet of his to Cardinal Cajetanus. Others freely speak, mutter, and would persuade the world, as Marinus Marcinus complains, that our modern divines are too severe and rigid against mathematicians. Ignorant and peevish, in not admitting their true demonstrations and certain observations, that they tyrannize over art, science, and all philosophy, in suppressing their labors, saith Pomponius, forbidding them to write, to speak a truth. All to maintain their superstition, and for their profit's sake. As for those places of Scripture which impugn it, they will have spoken ad captum vulgi, and if rightly understood, and favorably interpreted, not at all against it, and as Otho Gassman, a stroll, cap. 1, part 1. Notes, many great divines, besides Porphyrius, Proclus, Simplicius, and those heathen philosophers, doctrina ite venerandi, Moses gensin mundinam popularis nescio cujus ruditatis, quae longa absit a vera philosophorum erudition. In simulant, for Moses makes mention but of 2 planets, and, no 4 elements, and read more on him, in Gracius and Junius. But to proceed, these and such like insolent and bold attempts, prodigious paradoxes, inferences must needs follow, if it once be granted, which Rotman, Kepler, Gilbert, Digius, Origenus, Galileo, and others, maintain of the earth's motion. That, 'tis a planet and shines as the moon doth, which contains in it both land and sea as the moon doth, for so they find by their glasses that maculae in facie luni, the brighter parts are earth, the dusky sea, which Thales, Plutarch, and Pythagoras formerly taught, and manifestly discern hills and dales, and such like concavities, if we may subscribe to and believe Galileo's observations. But to avoid these paradoxes of the earth's motion, which the Church of Rome hath lately condemned as heretical, as appears by Blancanus and Fromundus's writings, our latter mathematicians have rolled all the stones that may be stirred, and to solve all appearances and objections, have invented new hypotheses, and fabricated new systems of the world, out of their own Daedalian heads. Fracastorius will have the earth stand still, as before, and to avoid that supposition of eccentrics and epicycles, he hath coined 72 homocentrics, to solve all appearances. Nicholas Ramers will have the earth the center of the world, but movable, and the 8th sphere immovable, the 5 upper planets to move about the sun and moon about the earth. Of which orbs Tycho Brahe puts the earth the center immovable, the stars immovable, the rest with Ramers, the planets without orbs to wander in the air, keep time and distance, true motion, according to that virtue which God hath given them. Helicius Rosland censureth both, with Copernicus, whose hypothesis de terrae motu, Philippus Landsbergius hath lately vindicated, and demonstrated with solid arguments in a just volume, Jansonius Casons hath illustrated in a sphere. The said Johannes Landsbergius, 1633, hath since defended his assertion against all the cavils and calumnies of Fromundus his Anti-Aristarchus, Baptista Marinus, and Petrus Bartholomus. Fromundus, 1634, hath written against him again, J. Rossius of Aberdeen, and sound drums and trumpets, whilst Rosslin, I say, censures all, and Ptolemaeus himself as insufficient, one offends against natural philosophy, another against optic principles, a third against mathematical. As not answering to astronomical observations, one puts a great space between Saturn's orb and the eighth sphere, another too narrow. In his own hypothesis he makes the Earth as before the universal center, the Sun to the 5 upper planets, to the eighth sphere he ascribes diurnal motion, eccentrics, and epicycles to the 7 planets, which hath been formerly exploded. And so, dum vitant stulti vitia in contraria current, as a tinker stops one hole and makes 2, he corrects them, and doth worse himself, reforms some, and mars all. In the meantime, the world is tossed in a blanket amongst them, they hoist the earth up and down like a ball, make it stand and go at their pleasures, one set the sun stands, another he moves. A third comes in, taking them all at rebound, and lest there should any paradox be wanting, he finds certain spots and clouds in the sun, by the help of glasses, which multiply, saith Keplerus, a thing seen 1,000 times bigger in plano. And makes it come 32 times nearer to the eye of the beholder, but see the demonstration of this glass in Tard, by means of which, the sun must turn round upon his own center, or they about the sun. Fabricius puts only 3, and those in the sun, Apelles 15, and those without the sun, floating like the Cyanean isles in the Euxine Sea. Tard, the Frenchman, hath observed 33, and those neither spots nor clouds, as Galileo, Epist. Ad Valserum, supposeth, but planets concentric with the sun, and not far from him with regular motions. Christopher Schemmer, a German Swisser Jesuit, Ursica Rosa, divides them in maculas aedificulas, and will have them to be fixed in solis superficie, and to absolve their periodical and regular motion in 27 or 28 days. Holding with all the rotation of the sun upon his center. And all are so confident, that they have made schemes and tables of their motions. The Hollander, in his Dissertatiuncula cum appel, censures all, and thus they disagree amongst themselves, old and new, irreconcilable in their opinions. Thus Aristarchus, thus Hipparchus, thus Ptolemaeus, thus Albateginus, thus Alfraganus, thus Tycho, thus Ramrus, thus Roeslinus, thus Fracastorius, thus Copernicus and his adherents, thus Clavius and Maginus, and with their followers, vary and determine of these celestial orbs and bodies, and so whilst these men contend about the sun and moon, like the philosophers in Lucian, it is to be feared, the sun and moon will hide themselves. And be as much offended as she was with those, and send another messenger to Jupiter, by some newfangled Icaromenippus, to make an end of all those curious controversies, and scatter them abroad. But why should the sun and moon be angry, or take exceptions at mathematicians and philosophers? When as the like measure is offered unto God himself, by a company of theologasters, they are not contented to see the sun and moon, measure their sight and biggest distance in a glass, calculate their motions. Or visit the moon in a poetical fiction, or a dream, as he saith, audax fascinus edi memorabile nunc incipiam, nec hoc seculo usurpatum prius, quid in luni regno hac noc gestum sit exponam, equo nemo unquam nisi somniando prevenit. But he and Menippus, or as Peter Cunius, bona fide augum, nihil earumque scripturis sum, verum esse citot, and quae nec facta, nec futura sunt, dicam, styli tantum et ingenii causa, not in jest, but in good earnest these gigantical cyclops will transcend spheres, heaven, stars, into that empyrean heaven, soar higher yet, and see what God himself doth. The Jewish Talmudists take upon them to determine how God spends his whole time, sometimes playing with Leviathan, sometimes overseeing the world, and like Lucian's Jupiter, that spent much of the year in painting butterflies' wings, and seeing who offered sacrifice. Telling the hours when it should rain, how much snow should fall in such a place, which way the wind should stand in Greece, which way in Africa. In the Turk's Al-Quran, Mahomet is taken up to heaven, upon a Pegasus sent on purpose for him, as he lay in bed with his wife, and after some conference with God is set on ground again. The pagans paint him and mangle him after 1,000 fashions. Our heretics, schismatics, and some schoolmen, come not far behind, some paint him in the habit of an old man, and make maps of heaven, number the angels, tell their several names, offices, some deny God and his providence. Some take his office out of his hands, will bind and loose in heaven, release, pardon, forgive, and be quartermaster with him. Some call his Godhead in question, his power, and attributes, his mercy, justice, providence. They will know with Cecilius, why good and bad are punished together, war, fires, plagues, infest all alike, why wicked men flourish, good are poor, in prison, sick, and ill at ease. Why doth he suffer so much mischief and evil to be done, if he be able to help? Why doth he not assist good, or resist bad, reform our wills, if he be not the author of sin, and let such enormities be committed, unworthy of his knowledge, wisdom, government, mercy, and providence? Why lets he all things be done by fortune and chance? Others as prodigiously inquire after his omnipotency, and posset plures similes creer deos, and ex scarcebio deum, and e quo demum rutis sacrificuli. Some, by visions and revelations, take upon them to be familiar with God, and to be of privy counsel with him. They will tell how many, and who shall be saved, when the world shall come to an end, what year, what month, and whatsoever else God hath reserved unto himself, and to his angels. Some again, curious fantastics, will know more than this, and inquire with Epicurus, what God did before the world was made. Was he idle? Where did he bide? What did he make the world of? Why did he then make it, and not before? If he made it new, or to have an end, how is he unchangeable, infinite, and some will dispute, cavil, and object, as Julian did of old, whom Cyril confutes, as Simon Magus is fain to do, in that dialogue betwixt him and Peter, and Ammonius the philosopher, in that dialogical disputation with Zacharias the Christian. If God be infinitely and only good, why should he alter or destroy the world? If he confound that which is good, how shall himself continue good? If he pull it down because evil, how shall he be free from the evil that made it evil? And with many such absurd and brain-sick questions, intricacies, froth of human wit, and excrements of curiosity, and which, as our Saviour told his inquisitive disciples, are not fit for them to know. But who? I am now gone quite out of sight, I am almost giddy with roving about, I could have ranged farther yet, but I am an infant, and not able to dive into these profundities, or sound these depths, not able to understand, much less to discuss. I leave the contemplation of these things to stronger wits, that have better ability, and happier leisure to wade into such philosophical mysteries, for put case I were as able as willing, yet what can one man do? I will conclude with Scaliger, nequaquam nos homines summus, sed partes hominis, ex omnibus aliquid fieri potest, hic non magnum, ex singulus fear nihil. Besides, as Nazianzen hath it, Deus latir nos multa voluit, and with Seneca, cap. 35. Decumtis, quid miramur tam raramundi spectacula non teneri certis legibus, non dum intelligi? Multi sunt gentes quae tantum de facie scient colum, veniet, tempus fortas, quo istaque, nunc latent in lusum dies extrahat longioris evae diligentia, una itis non sufficit, posteri, and when God sees his time, he will reveal these mysteries to mortal men, and show that to some few at last, which he hath concealed so long. For I am of his mind, that Columbus did not find out America by chance, but God directed him at that time to discover it. It was contingent to him, but necessary to God. He reveals and conceals to whom and when he will. And which one said of history and records of former times, God in his providence, to check our presumptuous inquisition, wraps up all things in uncertainty, bars us from long antiquity, and bounds our search within the compass of some few ages. Many good things are lost, which our predecessors made use of, as Pansarola will better inform you. Many new things are daily invented, to the public good, so kingdoms, men, and knowledge ebb and flow, are hid and revealed, and when you have all done, as the preacher concluded, nihil est sub sol novum, nothing new under the sun. But my melancholy spaniel's quest, my game is sprung, and I must suddenly come down and follow. Jason Pratensis, in his book De Morbis Capitis, and chapter of Melancholy, hath these words out of Galen, let them come to me to know what meat and drink they shall use, and besides that, I will teach them what temper of ambient air they shall make choice of, what wind, what countries they shall choose, and what avoid. Out of which lines of his, thus much we may gather, that to this cure of melancholy, amongst other things, the rectification of air is necessarily required. This is performed, either in reforming natural or artificial air. Natural is that which is in our election to choose or avoid, and 'tis either general, to countries, provinces, particular, to cities, towns, villages, or private houses. What harm those extremities of heat or cold do in this malady, I have formerly shown. The medium must needs be good, where the air is temperate, serene, quiet, free from bogs, fens, mists, all manner of putrefaction, contagious and filthy noisome smells. The Egyptians by all geographers are commended to be Hylers, a conceited and merry nation, which I can ascribe to no other cause than the serenity of their air. They that live in the Orcades are registered by Hector Boethius and Cardan, to be of fair complexion, long-lived, most healthful, free from all manner of infirmities of body and mind, by reason of a sharp purifying air, which comes from the sea. The Boeotians in Greece were dull and heavy, crassi Boeti, by reason of a foggy air in which they lived, Boeotum in crasso jurores aer natum, Attica most acute, pleasant, and refined. The clime changes not so much customs, manners, wits, as Aristotle Polit, lib 6, cap. 4, Vegetius, Plato, Bodine, method. Hist. Cap. 5, hath proved at large, as constitutions of their bodies, and temperature itself. In all particular provinces we see it confirmed by experience, as the air is, so are the inhabitants, dull, heavy, witty, subtle, neat, cleanly, clownish, sick, and sound. In Perigord in France the air is subtle, healthful, seldom any plague or contagious disease, but hilly and barren, the men sound, nimble, and lusty. But in some parts of Guienne, full of moors and marshes, the people dull, heavy, and subject to many infirmities. Who sees not a great difference between Surrey, Sussex, and Romney Marsh, the wolds in Lincolnshire and the fens? He therefore that loves his health, if his ability will give him leave, must often shift places, and make choice of such as are wholesome, pleasant, and convenient. There is nothing better than change of air in this malady. And generally for health to wander up and down, as those Tartari Zamalhenses, that live in hordes, and take opportunity of times, places, seasons. The kings of Persia had their summer and winter houses, in winter at Sardis, in summer at Susa, now at Persepolis, then at Pasargada. Cyrus lived 7 cold months at Babylon, 3 at Susa, 2 at Ecbatana, saith Xenophon, and had by that means a perpetual spring. The great Turks sojourned sometimes at Constantinople, sometimes at Adrianople, and the kings of Spain have their Escurial in heat of summer, Madrid for a wholesome seat, Valladolid a pleasant sight, and variety of successes as all princes and great men have, and their several progresses to this purpose. Lucullus the Roman had his house at Rome, at Baiae, and when Cn. Pompeius, Marcus Cicero, saith Plutarch, and many noble men in the summer came to see him, at supper Pompeius jested with him, that it was an elegant and pleasant village, full of windows, galleries, and all offices fit for a summer house. But in his judgment very unfit for winter, Lucullus made answer that the lord of the house had wit like a crane, that changeth her country with the season. He had other houses furnished, and built for that purpose, all out as commodious as this. So Tully had his Tusculan, Plinius his Loretan village, and every gentleman of any fashion in our times hath the like. The Bishop of Exeter had 14 several houses all furnished, in times past. In Italy, though they bide in cities in winter, which is more gentlemanlike, all the summer they come abroad to their country houses, to recreate themselves. Our gentry in England live most part in the country, except it be some few castles, building still in bottoms, saith Jovius, or near woods, Corona arborum Verentium. You shall know a village by a tuft of trees at or about it, to avoid those strong winds wherewith the island is infested, and cold winter blasts. Some discommend moated houses, as unwholesome. So Camden saith of Ewe Elm, that it was therefore unfrequented, ob stagni vicini halitus, and all such places as be near lakes or rivers. But I am of opinion that these inconveniences will be mitigated, or easily corrected by good fires, as one reports of Venice, that graviolentia and fog of the moors is sufficiently qualified by those innumerable smokes. Nay more, Thomas Philol, Ravennas, a great physician, contends that the Venetians are generally longer lived than any city in Europe, and live many of them 120 years. But it is not water simply that so much offends, as the slime and noisome smells that accompany such overflowed places, which is but at some few seasons after a flood, and is sufficiently recompensed with sweet smells and aspects in summer. Verpinget vario gemantia prada color, and many other commodities of pleasure and profit. Or else may be corrected by the site, if it be somewhat remote from the water, as Lindley, Orton super Montem, Drayton, or a little more elevated, though nearer, as Coquet, Amington, Polesworth, Weddington, to insist in such places best to me known. Upon the river of Anchor, in Warwickshire, Swarston, and Drakesley upon Trent. Or howsoever they be unseasonable in winter, or at some times, they have their good use in summer. If so be that their means be so slender as they may not admit of any such variety, but must determine once for all, and make one house serve each season, I know no men that have given better rules in this behalf than our husbandry writers. Cato and Columella prescribe a good house to stand by a navigable river, good highways, near some city, and in a good soil, but that is more for commodity than health. The best soil commonly yields the worst air, a dry sandy plat is fittest to build upon, and such as is rather hilly than plain, full of downs, a Cotswold country, as being most commodious for hawking, hunting, wood, waters, and all manner of pleasures. Perigord in France is barren, yet by reason of the excellency of the air, and such pleasures that it affords, much inhabited by the nobility, as Nuremberg in Germany, Toledo in Spain. Our countryman Tusser will tell us so much, that the field one is for profit, the woodland for pleasure and health, the one commonly a deep clay, therefore noisome in winter, and subject to bad highways, the other a dry sand. Provision may be had elsewhere, and our towns are generally bigger in the woodland than the field one, more frequent and populous, and gentlemen more delight to dwell in such places. Sutton Coldfield in Warwickshire, where I was once a grammar scholar, may be a sufficient witness, which stands, as Camden notes, loco in grado et sterili, but in an excellent air, and full of all manner of pleasures. Wadley in Berkshire is situate in a vale, though not so fertile a soil as some valleys afford, yet a most commodious site, wholesome, in a delicious air, a rich and pleasant seat. So Segrave in Leicestershire, which town I am now bound to remember, is situated in a champaign, at the edge of the wolds, and more barren than the villages about it, yet no place likely yields a better air. And he that built that fair house, Wollerton in Nottinghamshire, is much to be commended, though the tract be sandy and barren about it, for making choice of such a place. Constantine, lib 2. Cap. De Agricult. Praiseth mountains, hilly, steep places, above the rest by the seaside, and such as look toward the north upon some great river, as Farmac in Derbyshire, on the Trent, environed with hills, open only to the north, like Mount Edgecombe in Cornwall. Which Mr. Carew so much admires for an excellent seat, such is the general site of Bohemia, Serenat Boreas, the north wind clarifies, but near lakes or marshes, in holes, obscure places, or to the south and west, he utterly disapproves. Those winds are unwholesome, putrefying, and make men subject to diseases. The best building for health, according to him, is in high places, and in an excellent prospect, like that of Cuddeston in Oxfordshire, which place I must honoris ergo mention, is lately and fairly built in a good air, good prospect, good soil. Both for profit and pleasure, not so easily to be matched. P. Crescentius, in his lib 1. De Agric. Cap. 5, is very copious in this subject, how a house should be wholesomely sited, in a good coast, good air, wind, and vero de re rust. Lib 1. Cap. 12. Forbids lakes and rivers, marshy and manured grounds, they cause a bad air, gross diseases, hard to be cured, if it be so that he cannot help it, better, as he adviseth, sell thy house and land than lose thine health. He that respects not this in choosing of his seat, or building his house, is meant captus, mad, Cato saith, and his dwelling next to hell itself, according to Columella, he commends, in conclusion, the middle of a hill, upon a descent. Baptista, Porta Villi, Lib 1. Cap. 22. Censures Varro, Cato, Columella, and those ancient rustics, approving many things, disallowing some, and will by all means have the front of a house stand to the south, which how it may be good in Italy in hotter climes, I know not. In our northern countries I am sure it is best. Stephanus, a Frenchman, Praedio Rustic. Lib 1. Cap. 4. Subscribes to this, approving especially the descent of a hill south or southeast, with trees to the north, so that it be well watered, a condition in all sites which must not be omitted, as Herbastine inculcates, Lib 1. Julius Caesar Claudinus, a physician, consult. 24. For a nobleman in Poland, melancholy given, adviseth him to dwell in a house inclining to the east, and by all means to provide the air be clear and sweet, which Montanus, Consul. 229, counselleth the Earl of Montfort, his patient, to inhabit a pleasant house, and in a good air. If it be so the natural site may not be altered of our city, town, village, yet by artificial means it may be helped. In hot countries, therefore, they make the streets of their cities very narrow, all over Spain, Africa, Italy, Greece, and many cities of France, in Languedoc especially, and Provence, those southern parts, Montpellier. The habitation and university of physicians, is so built, with high houses, narrow streets, to divert the sun's scalding rays, which Tacitus commends, Lib. 15, Anat, as most agreeing to their health, because the height of buildings, and narrowness of streets, keep away the sunbeams. Some cities use galleries, or arched cloisters towards the street, as Damascus, Bologna, Padua, Bern in Switzerland, Westchester with us, as well to avoid tempests, as the sun's scorching heat. They build on high hills, in hot countries, for more air, or to the seaside, as Baiae, Naples, and in our northern countries we are opposite, we commend straight, broad, open, fair streets, as most befitting and agreeing to our clime. We build in bottoms for warmth, and that site of Mytilene in the island of Lesbos, in the Aegean Sea, which Vitruvius so much discommends, magnificently built with fair houses, sed imprudenter positum unadvisedly sited. Because it lay along to the south, and when the south wind blew, the people were all sick, would make an excellent site in our northern climes. Of that artificial site of houses I have sufficiently discoursed. If the plan of the dwelling may not be altered, yet there is much in choice of such a chamber or room, in opportune opening and shutting of windows, excluding foreign air and winds, and walking abroad at convenient times. Crato, a German, commends east and south site, disallowing cold air and northern winds in this case, rainy weather and misty days, free from putrefaction, fens, bogs, and muck, hills. If the air be such, open no windows, come not abroad. Montanus will have his patient not to stir at all, if the wind be big or tempestuous, as most part in March it is with us, or in cloudy, lowering, dark days, as in November, which we commonly call the black month. Or stormy, let the wind stand how it will, Consul. 27, and 30. He must not open a casement in bad weather, or in a boisterous season, Consul. 299, he especially forbids us to open windows to a south wind. The best sites for chamber windows, in my judgment, are north, east, south, and which is the worst, west. Levinus Lemnius, Lib 3. Cap. 3, De Occult. Nat. Mere. Attributes so much to air, and rectifying of wind and windows, that he holds it alone sufficient to make a man sick or well, to alter body and mind. A clear air cheers up the spirits, exhilarates the mind. A thick, black, misty, tempestuous, contracts, overthrows. Great heed is therefore to be taken at what times we walk, how we place our windows, lights, and houses, how we let in or exclude this ambient air. The Egyptians, to avoid immoderate heat, make their windows on the top of the house like chimneys, with 2 tunnels to draw a thorough air. In Spain they commonly make great opposite windows without glass, still shutting those which are next to the sun, so likewise in Turkey and Italy, Venice excepted, which brags of her stately glazed palaces, they use paper windows to like purpose. And lie, sub dio, in the top of their flat-roofed houses, so sleeping under the canopy of heaven. In some parts of Italy they have windmills, to draw a cooling air out of hollow caves, and disperse the same through all the chambers of their palaces, to refresh them. As at Custoza, the house of Cesario Trento, a gentleman of Vicenza, and elsewhere. Many excellent means are invented to correct nature by art. If none of these courses help, the best way is to make artificial air, which howsoever is profitable and good, still to be made hot and moist, and to be seasoned with sweet perfumes, pleasant and lightsome as it may be. To have roses, violets, and sweet-smelling flowers ever in their windows, posies in their hand. Laurentius commends water lilies, a vessel of warm water to evaporate in the room, which will make a more delightful perfume, if there be added orange flowers, pills of citrons, rosemary, cloves, bays, rosewater, rose vinegar, benzoin, laudanum, styrax, and such like gums, which make a pleasant and acceptable perfume. Basardus Byzantinus prefers the smoke of juniper to melancholy persons, which is in great request with us at Oxford, to sweeten our chambers. Guianerius prescribes the air to be moistened with water, and sweet herbs boiled in it, vine, and sallow leaves, and, to besprinkle the ground and posts with rosewater, rose vinegar, which Avicenna much approves. Of colors it is good to behold green, red, yellow, and white, and by all means to have light enough, with windows in the day, wax candles in the night, neat chambers, good fires in winter, merry companions. For though melancholy persons love to be dark and alone, yet darkness is a great increaser of the humor. Although our ordinary air be good by nature or art, yet it is not amiss, as I have said, still to alter it. No better physic for a melancholy man than change of air, and variety of places, to travel abroad and see fashions. Leo Afer speaks of many of his countrymen so cured, without all other physic. Amongst the Negroes, there is such an excellent air, that if any of them be sick elsewhere, and brought thither, he is instantly recovered. Of which he was often an eye-witness. Lipsius, Zuinger, and some others, add as much of ordinary travel. No man, saith Lipsius, in an epistle to Phil. Lanoius, a noble friend of his, now ready to make a voyage, can be such a stock or stone, whom that pleasant speculation of countries, cities, towns, rivers, will not affect. Seneca the philosopher was infinitely taken with the sight of Scipio Africanus' house, near Linternum, to view those old buildings, cisterns, baths, tombs, and how was Tully pleased with the sight of Athens, to behold those ancient and fair buildings, with a remembrance of their worthy inhabitants. Paulus Emilius, that renowned Roman captain, after he had conquered Perseus, the last king of Macedonia, and now made an end of his tedious wars, though he had been long absent from Rome, and much there desired. About the beginning of autumn, as Livy describes it, made a pleasant peregrination all over Greece, accompanied with his son Scipio, and Athenaeus the brother of King Eumenes, leaving the charge of his army with Sulpicius Gallus. By Thessaly he went to Delphos, thence to Megaris, Aulis, Athens, Argos, Lacedaemon, Megalopolis, and he took great content, exceeding delight in that his voyage, as who doth not that shall attempt the like, though his travel be ad jactationem magis quam ad usum repup. As one well observes, to crack, gaze, see fine sights and fashions, spend time, rather than for his own or public good? As it is to many gallants that travel out their best days, together with their means, manners, honesty, religion, yet it availeth howsoever. For peregrination charms our senses with such unspeakable and sweet variety, that some count him unhappy that never travelled, and pity his case, that from his cradle to his old age beholds the same still the same. Insomuch that Rhasis, Kant. Lib 1. Tract 2, doth not only commend, but enjoin travel, and such variety of objects to a melancholy man, and to lie in diverse inns, to be drawn into several companies. Montaltus, cap. 36. And many neoterics are of the same mind. Celsus adviseth him therefore that will continue his health, to have varium vitae genus, diversity of callings, occupations, to be busied about, sometimes to live in the city, sometimes in the country. Now to study or work, to be intent, then again to hawk or hunt, swim, run, ride, or exercise himself. A good prospect alone will ease melancholy, as Camesius contends, Lib 2. c. 7. De Sale. The citizens of Barsino, saith he, otherwise penned in, melancholy, and stirring little abroad, are much delighted with that pleasant prospect their city hath into the sea, which like that of old Athens besides Aegina Salamina. And many pleasant islands, had all the variety of delicious objects, so are those Neapolitans and inhabitants of Genoa, to see the ships, boats, and passengers go by, out of their windows, their whole cities being situated on the side of a hill. Like Pera by Constantinople, so that each house almost hath a free prospect to the sea, as some part of London to the Thames, or to have a free prospect all over the city at once, as at Granada in Spain, and Fez in Africa. The river running betwixt two declining hills, the steepness causeth each house almost, as well to oversee, as to be overseen of the rest. Every country is full of such delightsome prospects, as well within land, as by sea, as Hermon and Rama in Palestina, Calalto in Italy, the top of Megidus or Acrocorinthus, that old decayed castle in Corinth, from which Peloponnesus, Greece. The Ionian and Aegean seas were simul at one view to be taken. In Egypt the square top of the Great Pyramid, 300 yards in height, and so the Sultan's palace in Grand Cairo, the country being plain, hath a marvellous fair prospect as well over Nilus, as that great city, 5 Italian miles long, and 2 broad, by the river side. From Mount Shaun in Jerusalem, the Holy Land is of all sides to be seen. Such high places are infinite. With us those of the best note are Glastonbury Tower, Box Hill in Surrey, Bever Castle, Rodway Grange. Walsby in Lincolnshire, where I lately received a real kindness, by the munificence of the Right Honourable my noble lady and patroness, the Lady Frances, Countess Dowager of Exeter, and 2 amongst the rest. Which I may not omit for vicinity's sake, Oldbury in the confines of Warwickshire, where I have often looked about me with great delight, at the foot of which hill I was born, and Hanbury in Staffordshire, contiguous to which is Fald. A pleasant village, and an ancient patrimony belonging to our family, now in the possession of mine elder brother, William Burton, Esquire. Barclay the Scot commends that of Greenwich Tower for one of the best prospects in Europe, to see London on the one side, the Thames, ships, and pleasant meadows on the other. There be those that say as much and more of St. Mark's steeple in Venice. Yet these are at too great a distance. Some are especially affected with such objects as be near, to see passengers go by in some great roadway, or boats in a river, in subjectum forum dispicere, to oversee a fair, a marketplace. Or out of a pleasant window into some thoroughfare street, to behold a continual concourse, a promiscuous rout, coming and going, or a multitude of spectators at a theatre, a masque, or some such like show. But I rove, the sum is this, that variety of actions, objects, air, places, are excellent good in this infirmity, and all others, good for man, good for beast. Constantine the Emperor, Lib 18. Cap. 13. Ex Leontio, holds it an only cure for rotten sheep, and any manner of sick cattle. Laelius Afontigubanus, that great doctor, at the latter end of many of his consultations, as commonly he doth set down what success his physic had, in melancholy most especially approves of this above all other remedies whatsoever. As appears consult. 69, consult. 229, and many other things helped, but change of air was that which wrought the cure, and did most good. MEMB. 4. Exercise rectified of body and mind. To that great inconvenience, which comes on the one side by immoderate and unseasonable exercise, too much solitariness and idleness on the other, must be opposed as an antidote, a moderate and seasonable use of it, and that both of body and mind. As a most material circumstance, much conducing to this cure, and to the general preservation of our health. The heavens themselves run continually round, the sun riseth and sets, the moon increaseth and decreaseth, stars and planets keep their constant motions, the air is still tossed by the winds, the waters ebb and flow to their conservation no doubt. To teach us that we should ever be in action. For which cause Hieron prescribes Rusticus the monk, that he be always occupied about some business or other, that the devil do not find him idle. Seneca would have a man do something, though it be to no purpose. Xenophon wisheth one rather to play at tables, dice, or make a jester of himself, though he might be far better employed, than do nothing. The Egyptians of old, and many flourishing commonwealths since, have enjoined labor and exercise to all sorts of men, to be of some vocation and calling, and give an account of their time. To prevent those grievous mischiefs that come by idleness, for as fodder, whip, and burthen belong to the ass, so meat, correction, and work unto the servant, Eccles. 33:23. The Turks enjoin all men whatsoever, of what degree, to be of some trade or other, the Grand Signior himself is not excused. In our memory, saith Sabellicus, Mahomet the Turk, he that conquered Greece, at that very time when he heard ambassadors of other princes, did either carve or cut wooden spoons, or frame something upon a table. This present Sultan makes notches for bows. The Jews are most severe in this examination of time. All well-governed places, towns, families, and every discreet person will be a law unto himself. But amongst us the badge of gentry is idleness, to be of no calling, not to labor, for that's derogatory to their birth, to be a mere spectator, a drone, fruges consumeranetus. To have no necessary employment to busy himself about in church and commonwealth, some few governors exempted, but to rise to eat, and to spend his days in hawking, hunting, and such like disports and recreations, which our casuists tax, are the sole exercise almost, and ordinary actions of our nobility, and in which they are too immoderate. And thence it comes to pass, that in city and country so many grievances of body and mind, and this feral disease of melancholy so frequently raggeth, and now domineers almost all over Europe amongst our great ones. They know not how to spend their time, disports excepted, which are all their business, what to do, or otherwise how to bestow themselves, like our modern Frenchmen, that had rather lose a pound of blood in a single combat, than a drop of sweat in any honest labor. Every man almost hath something or other to employ himself about, some vocation, some trade, but they do all by ministers and servants, ad ostia duntaxat se natos existiment, immo ad sue ipsius plurumque et aliarum pernicium. As one freely taxeth such kind of men, they are all for pastimes, 'tis all their study, all their invention tends to this alone, to drive away time, as if they were born some of them to no other ends. Therefore to correct and avoid these errors and inconveniences, our divines, physicians, and politicians, so much labor, and so seriously exhort. And for this disease in particular, there can be no better cure than continual business, as Rhasis holds, to have some employment or other, which may set their mind a work, and distract their cogitations. Riches may not easily be had without labor and industry, nor learning without study, neither can our health be preserved without bodily exercise. If it be of the body, Guianerius allows that exercise which is gentle, and still after those ordinary frications, which must be used every morning. Montaltus, cap. 26. And Jason Pratensis use almost the same words, highly commending exercise if it be moderate. A wonderful help so used, Crato calls it, and a great means to preserve our health, as adding strength to the whole body, increasing natural heat, by means of which the nutriment is well concocted in the stomach, liver, and veins. few or no crudities left, is happily distributed over all the body. Besides, it expels excrements by sweat and other insensible vapors, insomuch, that Galen prefers exercise before all physic, rectification of diet, or any regimen in what kind soever, 'tis nature's physician. Fulgentius, out of Gordonius de Conservative Vit. Hom. Lib 1. Cap. 7, terms exercise, a spur of a dull, sleepy nature, the comforter of the members, cure of infirmity, death of diseases, destruction of all mischiefs and vices. The fittest time for exercise is a little before dinner, a little before supper, or at any time when the body is empty. Montanus, Consul. 31. Prescribes it every morning to his patient, and that, as Calenus adds, after he hath done his ordinary needs, rubbed his body, washed his hands and face, combed his head and gargarized. What kind of exercise he should use, Galen tells us, Lib 2. Et 3. De sanitation tuend. And in what measure, till the body be ready to sweat, and roused up, ad ruberem, some say, non ad suderem, lest it should dry the body too much. Others enjoin those wholesome businesses, as to dig so long in his garden, to hold the plough, and the like. Some prescribe frequent and violent labor and exercises, as sawing every day so long together, Epid. 6. Hippocrates confounds them, but that is in some cases, to some peculiar men, the most forbid, and by no means will have it go farther than a beginning sweat, as being perilous if it exceed. Of these labors, exercises, and recreations, which are likewise included, some properly belong to the body, some to the mind, some more easy, some hard, some with delight, some without, some within doors, some natural, some are artificial. Amongst bodily exercises, Galen commends ludum parvi pili, to play at ball, be it with the hand or racket, in tennis courts or otherwise, it exerciseth each part of the body, and doth much good, so that they sweat not too much. It was in great request of old amongst the Greeks, Romans, barbarians, mentioned by Homer, Herodotus, and Plinius. Some write, that Aganella, a fair maid of Corcyra, was the inventor of it, for she presented the first ball that ever was made to Nausicaa, the daughter of King Alcinous, and taught her how to use it. The ordinary sports which are used abroad are hawking, hunting, hilers venandi labors, one calls them, because they recreate body and mind, another, the best exercise that is, by which alone many have been freed from all feral diseases. Hegesippus, Lib 1. Cap. 37, relates of Herod, that he was eased of a grievous melancholy by that means. Plato, 7. De leg. Highly magnifies it, dividing it into 3 parts, by land, water, air. Xenophon, in Cyropod. Graces it with a great name, Deorum Munis, the gift of the gods, a princely sport, which they have ever used, saith Langius, Epist. 59, Lib 2. As well for health as pleasure, and do at this day, it being the sole almost and ordinary sport of our noblemen in Europe, and elsewhere all over the world. Bohemus, de More. Gent. Lib 3. Cap. 12. Styles it therefore, studium nobilium, communiter venanter, quat sibi solis licera contendent, 'tis all their study, their exercise, ordinary business, all their talk, and indeed some dote too much after it, they can do nothing else. Discourse of naught else. Paulus Jovius, Descre. Brit. Doth in some sort tax our English nobility for it, for living in the country so much, and too frequent use of it, as if they had no other means but hawking and hunting to approve themselves gentlemen with. Hawking comes near to hunting, the one in the air, as the other on the earth, a sport as much affected as the other, by some preferred. It was never heard of amongst the Romans, invented some 1200 years since, and first mentioned by Firmicus, Lib 5. Cap. 8. The Greek emperors began it, and now nothing so frequent, he is nobody that in the season hath not a hawk on his fist. A great art, and many books written of it. It is a wonder to hear what is related of the Turks' officers in this behalf, how many thousand men are employed about it, how many hawks of all sorts, how much revenues consumed on that only disport. How much time is spent at Adrianople alone every year to that purpose. The Persian king's hawk after butterflies with sparrows made to that use, and stares, lesser hawks for lesser games they have, and bigger for the rest, that they may produce their sport to all seasons. The Muscovian emperors reclaim eagles to fly at hinds, foxes, and such a one was sent for a present to Queen Elizabeth. Some reclaim ravens, castrels, pies, and man them for their pleasures. Fowling is more troublesome, but all out as delightsome to some sorts of men, be it with guns, lime, nets, glades, gins, strings, baits, pitfalls, pipes, calls, stalking horses, setting dogs, decoy ducks, or otherwise. Some much delight to take larks with day nets, small birds with chaff nets, plovers, partridge, herons, snipe, and Henry III, King of Castile, as Mariana the Jesuit reports of him, lib 3, cap. 7. Was much affected with catching of quails, and many gentlemen take a singular pleasure at morning and evening to go abroad with their quail pipes, and will take any pains to satisfy their delight in that kind. The Italians have gardens fitted to such use, with nets, bushes, glades, sparing no cost or industry, and are very much affected with the sport. Tycho Brahe, that great astronomer, in the chorography of his Isle of Huena, and Castle of Uraniburge, puts down his nets, and manner of catching small birds, as an ornament and a recreation, wherein he himself was sometimes employed. Fishing is a kind of hunting by water, be it with nets, wheels, baits, angling, or otherwise, and yields all out as much pleasure to some men as dogs or hawks, when they draw their fish upon the bank, saith Nick Henselius Silesiographiae, cap. 3. Speaking of that extraordinary delight his countrymen took in fishing, and in making of pools. James Dubravius, that Moravian, in his book De Pisc, telleth, how travelling by the highway side in Silesia, he found a nobleman, booted up to the groins, wading himself, pulling the nets, and labouring as much as any fisherman of them all, and when some belike objected to him the baseness of his office, he excused himself, that if other men might hunt hares, why should not he hunt carps? Many gentlemen in like sort with us will wade up to the armholes upon such occasions, and voluntarily undertake that to satisfy their pleasures, which a poor man for a good stipend would scarce be hired to undergo. Plutarch, in his book De Solar Animal, speaks against all fishing, as a filthy, base, illiberal employment, having neither wit nor perspicacity in it, nor worth the labour. But he that shall consider the variety of baits for all seasons, and pretty devices which our anglers have invented, peculiar lines, false flies, several sleights, and will say, that it deserves like commendation, requires as much study and perspicacity as the rest, and is to be preferred before many of them. Because hawking and hunting are very laborious, much riding, and many dangers accompany them. But this is still and quiet, and if so be the angler catch no fish, yet he hath a wholesome walk to the brookside, pleasant shade by the sweet silver streams. He hath good air, and sweet smells of fine fresh meadow flowers, he hears the melodious harmony of birds, he sees the swans, herons, ducks, waterhorns, coots, and many other fowl, with their brood, which he thinketh better than the noise of hounds, or blast of horns, and all the sport that they can make. Many other sports and recreations there be, much in use, as ringing, bowling, shooting, which Ascom recommends in a just volume, and hath in former times been enjoined by statute, as a defensive exercise, and an honour to our land. As well may witness our victories in France. Keel pins, trunks, quoits, pitching bars, hurling, wrestling, leaping, running, fencing, mustering, swimming, wasters, foils, football, balloon, quintin, and many such, which are the common recreations of the country folks. Riding of great horses, running at rings, tilts and tournaments, horse races, wild goose chases, which are the disports of greater men, and good in themselves, though many gentlemen by that means gallop quite out of their fortunes. But the most pleasant of all outward pastimes is that of Aretius, deambulatio per amena loca, to make a petty progress, a merry journey now and then with some good companions, to visit friends, see cities, castles, towns. Visir sep amnes nitidos. Per amenoc tempi. Iti placidas summis sectari in montibus auras. To see the pleasant fields, the crystal fountains. And take the gentle air amongst the mountains. To walk amongst orchards, gardens, bowers, mounts, and arbours. Artificial wildernesses, green thickets, arches, groves, lawns, rivulets. Fountains, and such like pleasant places, like that Antiochian Daphne. Brooks, pools, fish-ponds. Between wood and water, in a fair meadow, by a river-side, ubi varii, avium cantationes, florum colores, praetorum. Fruitices, and to disport in some pleasant plain, park, run up a steep hill. Sometimes, or sit in a shady seat, must needs be a delectable recreation. Hortus principis id domus ad delectationem fascia, cum silva, Monte et. Piscina, vulgo la montagna, the prince's garden at Ferrara Scotus. Highly magnifies, with the groves, mountains, ponds, for a delectable prospect. He was much affected with it, a Persian paradise, or pleasant park, could not be more delectable in his sight. Saint Bernard, in the description of his monastery, is almost ravished with the pleasures of it. A sick man, saith he, sits upon a green bank, and when the dog star parcheth the plains, and dries up rivers, he lies in a shady bower. Frons sub arborea ferventia temperat astra, and feeds his eyes with variety of objects, herbs, trees. To comfort his misery, he receives many delightsome smells, and fills his ears with that sweet and various harmony of birds. Good God, saith he, what a company of pleasures hast thou made for man! He that should be admitted on a sudden to the sight of such a palace as that of Escurial in Spain, or to that which the Moors built at Granada, Fontainebleau in France, the Turk's gardens in his Seraglio, wherein all manner of birds and beasts are kept for pleasure. Wolves, bears, lynxes, tigers, lions, elephants, and, or upon the banks of that Thracian Bosphorus, the Pope's Belvedere in Rome, as pleasing as those hoary pensiles in Babylon, or that Indian king's delightsome garden in Alien, or those famous gardens of the Lord Cantello in France, could not choose, though he were never so ill paid, but be much recreated for the time, or many of our noblemen's gardens at home. To take a boat in a pleasant evening, and with music to row upon the waters, which Plutarch so much applauds, Elian admires, upon the river Pineus, in those Thessalian fields, beset with green bays, where birds so sweetly sing, that passengers, enchanted as it were with their heavenly music, omnium laborum et curarum obliviscanter, forget forthwith all labors, care, and grief, or in a gondola through the Grand Canal in Venice, to see those goodly palaces, must needs refresh and give content to a melancholy dull spirit. Or to see the inner rooms of a fair-built and sumptuous edifice, as that of the Persian kings, so much renowned by Diodorus and Curtius, in which all was almost beaten gold, chairs, stools, thrones, tabernacles, and pillars of gold, plane trees, and vines of gold, grapes of precious stones, all the other ornaments of pure gold. Fulgit gemma floris, eti jaspide fulva suppulex. Strata micanterio. With sweet odors and perfumes, generous wines, opiparous fare, and besides the galantiest young men, the fairest virgins, puelli situli ministrants, the rarest beauties the world could afford, and those set out with costly and curious attires, ad stuporem usque spectantium, with exquisite music. As in Trimalchion's house, in every chamber sweet voices ever sounding day and night, incomparabilis. Luxus, all delights and pleasures in each kind which to please the senses could possibly be devised or had, convives coronati, delitius ebrii, and Telemachus, in Homer, is brought in as one ravished almost at the sight of that magnificent palace, and rich furniture of Menelaus, when he beheld Ares fulgurem et resonantia tecta corusco. Oro, ac electro nitido, sectoque elephanto. Argentoque simul. Talis Jovis ardua seds. Alac coeliculum stellant splendescit Olympo. Such glittering of gold and brightest brass to shine. Clear amber, silver pure, and ivory so fine. Jupiter's lofty palace, where the gods do dwell, was even such a one, and did it not excel? It will lax our animos, refresh the soul of man to see fair-built cities. Streets, theaters, temples, obelisks, and the temple of Jerusalem was so fairly built of white marble, with so many pyramids covered with gold. Tectunc templi fulvo coruscans oro, nimio soa fulgor obsecabat oculos. Itinerantium was so glorious, and so glistened afar off, that the spectators might not well abide the sight of it. But the inner parts were all so curiously set out with cedar, gold, jewels, and, as he said of Cleopatra's palace in Egypt, crescunc trabes absconderat orum, that the beholders were amazed. What so pleasant as to see some pageant or sight go by, as at coronations, weddings, and such like solemnities, to see an ambassador or a prince met, received, entertained with masks, shows, fireworks, and to see two kings fight in single combat, as Porus and Alexander, Canute and Edmund Ironside, Skanderbeg and Ferhat Bassa the Turk. When not honor alone but life itself is at stake, as the poet of Hector. Nec enim pro turgor tauri. Pro bove nec certamen erat, quae premia cursus. Esse solent, sed pro magni virac animake, Hectorus. To behold a battle fought, like that of Crécy, or Agincourt, or Poitiers. Qua nescio, seth froissart, and vetustas ullum profere possit. Clarierem. To see one of Caesar's triumphs in old Rome revived, or the like. To be present at an interview, as that famous of Henry the Eighth and Francis I, so much renowned all over Europe. Ubi tanto apparatu, seth Hubertus Valius, tamque triumphali pompa ambo regis com. Earum conjugibus quaere, ut nulla unquam itis tam celebria festa viderit. Aut audioriti, no age ever saw the like. So infinitely pleasant are such shows, to the sight of which oftentimes they will come hundreds of miles. Give any money for a place, and remember many years after with singular delight. Bodine, when he was ambassador in England, said he saw the noblemen go in their robes to the Parliament House, summa cum jucunditate. Vitimus, he was much affected with the sight of it. Pomponius Columna. Seth Jovius in his life, saw 13 Frenchmen, and so many Italians. Once fight for a whole army, quat jucundissimum spectaculum in vita dicit. Sua, the pleasantest sight that ever he saw in his life. Who would not have been affected with such a spectacle? Or that single combat of Breude the Frenchman, and Anthony Schetz a Dutchman, before the walls of Sylvaducis in Brabant, anno 1600. They were 22 horse on the one side, as many on the other, which like Livies Horatii, Torquati and Corvini fought for their own glory and country's honor, in the sight and view of their whole city and army. When Julius Caesar warred about the banks of Rhone, there came a barbarian prince to see him and the Roman army, and when he had beheld Caesar a good while, I see the gods now, saith he, which before I heard of Nec feliciorem ullum vitae me aut optavi. Aut sensi diem, it was the happiest day that ever he had in his life. Such a sight alone were able of itself to drive away melancholy, if not for ever, yet it must needs expel it for a time. Radzivilis was much taken with the Pasha's palace in Cairo, and amongst many other objects which that place afforded, with that solemnity of cutting the banks of the Nile by Imbram Pasha, when it overflowed. Besides 200 or 300 gilded galleys on the water, he saw 2 millions of men gathered together on the land, with turbans as white as snow. And 'twas a goodly sight. The very reading of feasts, triumphs, interviews, nuptials, tilts, tournaments, combats, and monomichies, is most acceptable and pleasant. Franciscus Modius hath made a large collection of such solemnities in 2 great tomes, which whoso will may peruse. The inspection alone of those curious iconographies of temples and palaces, as that of the Lateran Church in Albertus Durer, that of the Temple of Jerusalem in Josephus Adracomius, and Villopandus, that of the Escurial in Guadas, of Diana at Ephesus in Pliny, Nero's Golden Palace in Rome, Justinian's in Constantinople, that Peruvian Hugos in Cusco, ut non ab hominibus. Sed a demonius constructum videator. St. Mark's in Venice, by Ignatius. With many such. Prescorum artificum opera, set that interpreter. Of Pausanias, the rare workmanship of those ancient Greeks, in theatres. Obelisks, temples, statues, gold, silver, ivory, marble images, non minor. Firm quum legunter, quam cernunter. Animum delectation complent. Affect one as much by reading almost as by sight. The country hath his recreations, the city his several gymnics and exercises, May games, feasts, wakes, and merry meetings, to solace themselves, the very being in the country. That life itself is a sufficient recreation to some men, to enjoy such pleasures, as those old patriarchs did. Diocletian, the emperor, was so much affected with it, that he gave over his scepter, and turned gardener. Constantine wrote 20 books of husbandry. Lysander, when ambassadors came to see him, bragged of nothing more than of his orchard, Hae sunt ordines mei. What shall I say of Cincinnatus, Cato, Tully, and many such? How they have been pleased with it, to prune, plant, inoculate and graft, to show so many several kinds of pears, apples, plums, peaches, and nunc capter feras laccio, nunc foler visco. At etiam magnos cannabis circundare saltus. Insidias avibus moliri, incendera vepras. Sometimes with traps deceive, with line and string. To catch wild birds and beasts, encompassing the grove with dogs, and out of bushes firing. Eti nidos avium scritari, and Jucundus, in his preface to Cato, Varro, Columella, and put out by him, confesseth of himself, that he was mightily delighted with these husbandry studies, and took extraordinary pleasure in them. If the theory or speculation can so much affect, what shall the place and exercise itself? The practical part do? The same confession I find in Herbastine, Porta, Camerarius, and many others, which have written of that subject. If my testimony were aught worth, I could say as much of myself, I am vir Saturnus. No man ever took more delight in springs, woods, groves, gardens, walks, fishponds, rivers, and but Tantalus a labris sciens fugientia captat Flumina. And so do I, vel licet, potiri non licet. Every palace, every city almost hath its peculiar walks, cloisters, terraces, groves, theatres, pageants, games, and several recreations. Every country, some profess gymnics to exhilarate their minds, and exercise their bodies. The Greeks had their Olympian, Pythian, Isthmian, Nemean games, in honor of Neptune, Jupiter, Apollo, Athens hers, some for honor, garlands, crowns, for beauty, dancing, running, leaping, like our silver games. The Romans had their feasts, as the Athenians, and Lacedaemonians held their public banquets, in Prytaneo, Panathenaeus, Vesperius, Phididas, plays, Nomiches, places for sea fights, theatres, amphitheatres able to contain 70,000 men. Wherein they had several delightsome shows to exhilarate the people. Gladiators, combats of men with themselves, with wild beasts, and wild beasts one with another, like our bull baitings, or bear baitings, in which many countrymen and citizens amongst us so much delight and so frequently use, dancers on ropes. Jugglers, wrestlers, comedies, tragedies, publicly exhibited at the emperor's and city's charge, and that with incredible cost and magnificence. In the Low Countries, as Meteran relates, before these wars, they had many solemn feasts, plays, challenges, artillery gardens, colleges of rhymers, rhetoricians, poets, and to this day, such places are curiously maintained in Amsterdam. As appears by that description of Isaacus Pontanus, Rerum Amstelrod. Lib 2. Cap. 25. So likewise not long since at Fribourg in Germany, as is evident by that relation of Neander, they had Ludos Septennals, solemn plays every 7 years, which Bosirus, one of their own poets, hath elegantly described. At nunc magnifico spectacula structa paratu. Quid memorem, veteri non concessura Quirino. Lodorum pompa, endc. In Italy they have solemn declamations of certain select young gentlemen in Florence, like those reciters in Old Rome, and public theatres in most of their cities, for stage players and others, to exercise and recreate themselves. All seasons almost, all places, have their several pastimes. Some in summer, some in winter, some abroad, some within, some of the body, some of the mind, and diverse men have diverse recreations and exercises. Domitian, the emperor, was much delighted with catching flies, Augustus to play with nuts amongst children, Alexander Severus was often pleased to play with whelps and young pigs. Adrian was so wholly enamored with dogs and horses, that he bestowed monuments and tombs of them, and buried them in graves. In foul weather, or when they can use no other convenient sports, by reason of the time, as we do cockfighting, to avoid idleness, I think, though some be more seriously taken with it, spend much time, cost and charges, and are too solicitous about it. Severus used partridges and quails, as many Frenchmen do still, and to keep birds in cages, with which he was much pleased, when at any time he had leisure from public cares and businesses. He had, saith Lampridius, tame pheasants, ducks, partridges, peacocks, and some 20,000 ringdoves and pigeons. Busbequius, the emperor's orator, when he lay in Constantinople, and could not stir much abroad, kept for his recreation, busying himself to see them fed, almost all manner of strange birds and beasts. This was something, though not to exercise his body, yet to refresh his mind. Conradus Gessner, at Zurich in Switzerland, kept so likewise for his pleasure, a great company of wild beasts. And, as he saith, took great delight to see them eat their meat. Turkey gentlewomen, that are perpetual prisoners, still mewed up according to the custom of the place, have little else beside their household business, or to play with their children to drive away time, but to dally with their cats, which they have in Delidius, as many of our ladies and gentlewomen use monkeys and little dogs. The ordinary recreations which we have in winter, and in most solitary times busy our minds with, are cards, tables and dice, shovelboard, chess-play, the philosopher's game, small trunks, shuttlecock, billiards, music, masks, singing, dancing, Yule games, frolics, jests, riddles, catches, purposes. Questions and commands, merry tales of errant knights, queens. Lovers, lords, ladies, giants, dwarfs, thieves, cheaters, witches, fairies. Goblins, friars, and such as the old woman told Psyche in Apuleius. Bacchus novels, and the rest, quaram audition pueri delectanter, scenas. Narration, which some delight to hear, some to tell, all are well pleased with. Amaranthus, the philosopher, met Hermocles, Diophantus and Philolaus, his companions, one day busily discoursing about Epicurus and Democritus. Tenets. Very solicitous which was most probable and came nearest to truth. To put them out of that surly controversy, and to refresh their spirits, he told them a pleasant tale of Stradicles the physician's wedding, and of all the particulars, the company, the cheer, the music, and for he was new come from it. With which relation they were so much delighted, that Philolaus wished a blessing to his heart, and many a good wedding. Many such merry meetings might he be at, to please himself with the sight, and others with the narration of it. News are generally welcome to all our ears, avid audimus, or as enim hominum novitate latanter, as Pliny observes, we long after rumor to hear and listen to it, then some humorize bibit or vulgus. We are most part too inquisitive and apt to hearken after news, which Caesar, in his commentaries, observes of the old Gauls, they would be inquiring of every carrier and passenger what they had heard or seen, what news abroad. Quid toto fiat in orb? Quid seres, quid thraces agent, secreta noversi? Edi pueri, casamet, and as at an ordinary with us, bakehouse or barber's shop. When that great Gonsalva was upon some displeasure confined by King Ferdinand to the city of Loxa in Andalusia, the only comfort, saith Jovius, he had to ease his melancholy thoughts, was to hear news, and to listen after those ordinary occurrences which were brought him cum primis, by letters or otherwise out of the remotest parts of Europe. Some men's whole delight is to take tobacco, and drink all day long in a tavern or alehouse, to discourse, sing, jest, roar, talk of a cock and bull over a pot, and or when 3 or 4 good companions meet, tell old stories by the fireside, or in the sun, as old folks usually do, quae aprisi meminere senas, remembering afresh and with pleasure ancient matters, and such like accidents which happened in their younger years. Others' best pastime is to game, nothing to them so pleasant. Hic veneri indulgit, hunc decoquid alia, many too nicely take exceptions at cards, tables, and dice, and such mixed lazorious lots, whom Gataker well confutes. Which, though they be honest recreations in themselves, yet may justly be otherwise accepted at, as they are often abused, and forbidden as things most pernicious, insanam rem et damnasam, Lemnius calls it. 4. Most part in these kind of disports 'tis not art or skill, but subtlety. Coney catching, knavery, chance and fortune carries all away, 'tis ambulatoria pecunia. Puncto mobilis ori permutat dominos, he said it in altera jura. They labor most part not to pass their time in honest disport, but for filthy lucre, and covetousness of money. Infidissimum lucrum et avaricium hominum convertitor, as Danius observes. Fons fraudum et maleficiarum, 'tis the fountain of cozenage and villainy. A thing so common all over Europe at this day, and so generally abused, that many men are utterly undone by it, their means spent, patrimonies consumed, they and their posterity beggared. Besides swearing, wrangling, drinking, loss of time, and such inconveniences, which are ordinary concomitants. For when once they have got a haunt of such companies, and habit of gaming, they can hardly be drawn from it. But as an itch it will tickle them, and as it is with whoremasters, once entered, they cannot easily leave it off. Vexat mentes insania cupido, they are mad upon their sport. And in conclusion, which Charles VII, that good French king, published in an edict against gamesters, unde pii et hilaris vitae, suffugium sibi Swisque liberis, totique familiae, and that which was once their livelihood, should have maintained wife, children, family, is now spent and gone, mayor et gestas, and sorrow and beggary succeeds. So good things may be abused, and that which was first invented to refresh men's weary spirits, when they come from other labors and studies, to exhilarate the mind, to entertain time and company, tedious otherwise in those long solitary winter nights, and keep them from worse matters. An honest exercise is contrarily perverted. Chess-play is a good and witty exercise of the mind for some kind of men, and fit for such melancholy races holds, as are idle, and have extravagant impertinent thoughts, or troubled with cares, nothing better to distract their mind, and alter their meditations, invented, some say, by the general of an army in a famine, to keep soldiers from mutiny, but if it proceed from overmuch study, in such a case it may do more harm than good. It is a game too troublesome for some men's brains, too full of anxiety, all out as bad as study, besides it is a testy choleric game, and very offensive to him that laseth the mate. William the Conqueror, in his younger years, playing at chess with the Prince of France, Dauphin was not annexed to that crown in those days, losing a mate, knocked the chessboard about his pate, which was a cause afterward of much enmity between them. For some such reason it is belike, that Patricius, in his 3 book, tit. 12, de Reg. Instit. forbids his prince to play at chess, hawking and hunting, riding, and he will allow, and this to other men, but by no means to him. In Muscovy, where they live in stoves and hot houses all winter long, comes seldom or little abroad, it is again very necessary, and therefore in those parts, saith Herbastine, much used. At Fez in Africa, where the like inconvenience of keeping within doors is through heat, it is very laudable, and, as Leo Afer relates, as much frequented. A sport fit for idle gentlewomen, soldiers in garrison, and courtiers that have not but love matters to busy themselves about, but not altogether so convenient for such as are students. The like I may say of Colonel Bruxer's philosophy game, D. Foulques Metramachia and his Uranomachia, with the rest of those intricate astrological and geometrical fictions, for such especially as are mathematically given, and the rest of those curious games. Dancing, singing, masking, mumming, stage plays, howsoever they be heavily censured by some severe catos, yet if opportunely and soberly used, may justly be approved. Melius est fodera, quam saltar, saith Austin, but what is that if they delight in it? Nemo saltat sobrius. But in what kind of dance? I know these sports have many oppugners, whole volumes writ against them. When as all they say, if duly considered, is but ignoratio elenchi, and some again, because they are now cold and wayward, pass themselves, cavil at all such youthful sports in others, as he did in the comedy. They think them, illico nasi senes, and some out of preposterous zeal object many times trivial arguments, and because of some abuse, will quite take away the good use, as if they should forbid wine because it makes men drunk. But in my judgment they are too stern. There is a time for all things, a time to mourn, a time to dance, Ecclesiastes 3. 4. A time to embrace, a time not to embrace, verse 5. And nothing better than that a man should rejoice in his own works, verse 22. For my part, I will subscribe to the king's declaration, and was ever of that mind, those May games, wakes, and Whitsun Alesh, and if they be not at unseasonable hours, may justly be permitted. Let them freely feast, sing and dance, have their puppet plays, hobby horses, tabors, crowds, bagpipes, and play at ball, and barley breaks, and what sports and recreations they like best. In Franconia, a province of Germany, saith Aubanus Bohemus, the old folks, after evening prayer, went to the alehouse, the younger sort to dance, and to say truth with Salisburiensis, satius fuerat sic otiari, quam turpius occupari. Better to do so than worse, as without question otherwise, such is the corruption of man's nature, many of them will do. For that cause, plays, masks, jesters, gladiators, tumblers, jugglers, and all that crew is admitted and winked at, tota jocularium scena procedit, iti ideo spectacula admissa sunt, iti infinita tyracinia vanitatum, uti his occupenter, caperniciosius otiari solunt, that they might be busied about such toys. That would otherwise more perniciously be idle. So that as Tacitus said of the astrologers in Rome, we may say of them, genus hominum est quat in civitate nostra iti vitabiter semper iti retinebiter, they are a debauched company most part, still spoken against. As well they deserve some of them, for I so relish and distinguish them as fiddlers, and musicians, and yet ever retained. Evil is not to be done, I confess, that good may come of it, but this is evil per accidens, and in a qualified sense, to avoid a greater inconvenience, may justly be tolerated. Sir Thomas More, in his Utopian Commonwealth, as he will have none idle, so will he have no man labour over hard, to be toiled out like a horse, 'tis more than slavish infelicity. The life of most of our hired servants and tradesmen elsewhere, excepting his Utopians, but half the day allotted for work, and half for honest recreation, or whatsoever employment they shall think fit for themselves. If 1/2 day in a week were allowed to our household servants for their merry meetings, by their hard masters, or in a year some feasts, like those Roman Saturnals, I think they would labour harder all the rest of their time. And both parties be better pleased, but this needs not, you will say, for some of them do not but loiter all the week long. This which I aim at, is for such as are fracti animis, troubled in mind, to ease them, over-toiled on the one part, to refresh, over-idle on the other, to keep themselves busied. And to this purpose, as any labour or employment will serve to the one, any honest recreation will conduce to the other, so that it be moderate and sparing, as the use of meat and drink. Not to spend all their life in gaming, playing, and pastimes, as too many gentlemen do. But to revive our bodies and recreate our souls with honest sports, of which as there be diverse sorts, and peculiar to several callings, ages, sexes, conditions, so there be proper for several seasons, and those of distinct natures. To fit that variety of humours which is amongst them, that if one will not, another may, some in summer, some in winter, some gentle, some more violent, some for the mind alone. Some for the body and mind, as to some it is both business and a pleasant recreation to oversee workmen of all sorts, husbandry, cattle, horses, and to build, plot, project, to make models, cast up accounts, and some without, some within doors, new, old, and as the season serveth, and as men are inclined. It is reported of Philippus Bonus, that good Duke of Burgundy, by Lodovicus Vives, in Epist and Pont. Huter in his history, that the said Duke, at the marriage of Eleonora, sister to the King of Portugal, at Bruges in Flanders, which was solemnist in the deep of winter, when, as by reason of unseasonable weather, he could neither hawk nor hunt, and was now tired with cards, dice, and such other domestic sports, or to see ladies dance, with some of his courtiers, he would in the evening walk disguised all about the town. It so fortuned, as he was walking late one night, he found a country fellow dead drunk, snorting on a bulk. He caused his followers to bring him to his palace, and there stripping him of his old clothes, and attiring him after the court fashion, when he waked, he and they were all ready to attend upon his excellency, persuading him he was some great duke. The poor fellow admiring how he came there, was served in state all the day long. After supper he saw them dance, heard music, and the rest of those court-like pleasures, but late at night, when he was well tippled, and again fast asleep, they put on his old robes, and so conveyed him to the place where they first found him. Now the fellow had not made them so good sport the day before as he did when he returned to himself, all the jest was, to see how he looked upon it. In conclusion, after some little admiration, the poor man told his friends he had seen a vision, constantly believed it, would not otherwise be persuaded, and so the jest ended. Antiochus Epiphanes would often disguise himself, steal from his court, and go into merchants', goldsmiths', and other tradesmen's shops, sit and talk with them, and sometimes ride or walk alone, and fall aboard with any tinker, clown, serving man, carrier, or whomsoever he met first. Sometimes he did ex inspirato give a poor fellow money, to see how he would look, or on set purpose lose his purse as he went, to watch who found it, and withal how he would be affected, and with such objects he was much delighted. Many such tricks are ordinarily put in practice by great men, to exhilarate themselves and others, all which are harmless jests, and have their good uses. But amongst those exercises, or recreations of the mind within doors, there is none so general, so aptly to be applied to all sorts of men, so fit and proper to expel idleness and melancholy, as that of study, studia, senectutum oblectant. Adolescentiam, allant, secundas residential ornant, adversus perfugium et solatium prabant, domi delectant, and find the rest in tulli pro archeopoda. What so full of content, as to read, walk, and see maps, pictures, statues, jewels, marbles, which some so much magnify, as those that Phidias made of old so exquisite and pleasing to be beheld, that as Chrysostom thinketh, if any man be sickly, troubled in mind, or that cannot sleep for grief, and shall but stand over against one of Phidias' images, he will forget all care, or whatsoever else may molest him, in an instant. There be those as much taken with Michelangelo's, Raphael d'Urbino's, Francesco Francia's pieces, and many of those Italian and Dutch painters, which were excellent in their ages. And esteem of it as a most pleasing sight, to view those neat architectures, devices, escutcheons, coats of arms, read such books, to peruse old coins of several sorts in a fair gallery. Artificial works, perspective glasses, old relics, Roman antiquities, variety of colors. A good picture is falsa veritas, iti muta posis, and though, as Vives saith, artificialia delectant, sed mox fastidimus, artificial toys please but for a time. Yet who is he that will not be moved with them for the present? When Achilles was tormented and sad for the loss of his dear friend Patroclus, his mother Thetis brought him a most elaborate and curious buckler made by Vulcan, in which were engraven sun, moon, stars, planets, sea, land, men fighting, running, riding, women scolding, hills, dales, towns, castles, brooks, rivers, trees, and with many pretty landscapes, and perspective pieces, with sight of which he was infinitely delighted, and much eased of his grief. Continuo eo spectaculo captus delenido meror. Oblectabator, in manibus tenens de splendida dona. Who will not be affected so in like case, or see those well furnished cloisters and galleries of the Roman cardinals, so richly stored withal. Modern pictures, old statues and antiquities. Come esse, spectando recrete. Simul et legendo, to see their pictures alone and read the description, as Boissardus well adds, whom will it not affect? Which Bozius, Pomponius, Laodus, Marlianus, Scotus, Cavallerius, Ligorius, and he himself hath well performed of late. Or in some princes' cabinets, like that of the great dukes in Florence, of Felix Platerus in Basil, or noblemen's houses, to see such variety of attires, faces, so many, so rare, and such exquisite pieces, of men, birds, beasts, and to see those excellent landscapes, Dutch works, and curious cuts of Sadlier of Prague, Albertus Dürer, Goltzius Frinz, and such pleasant pieces of perspective. Indian pictures made of feathers, China works, frames, thaumaturgical motions, exotic toys, and who is he that is now wholly overcome with idleness, or otherwise involved in a labyrinth of worldly cares, troubles, and discontents, that will not be much lightened in his mind by reading of some enticing story, true or feigned. Whereas in a glass he shall observe what our forefathers have done, the beginnings, ruins, falls, periods of commonwealths, private men's actions displayed to the life, and Plutarch therefore calls them, secundas mensas et bellaria, the second course and junkets, because they were usually read at noblemen's feasts. Who is not earnestly affected with a passionate speech, well penned, an elegant poem, or some pleasant bewitching discourse, like that of Heliodorus, ubi oblectatio quidem placid fuit, cum hilaritate conjuncta. Julian the Apostate was so taken with an oration of Libanius, the sophister, that, as he confesseth, he could not be quiet till he had read it all out. Legi orationem tuum magna ex part, hesterna die ante. Prandium, prunsus vero sine ola intermission totum absolvi. O. Argumenta. O compositionum. I may say the same of this or that pleasing tract, which will draw his attention along with it. To most kind of men it is an extraordinary delight to study. For what a world of books offers itself, in all subjects, arts, and sciences, to the sweet content and capacity of the reader. In arithmetic, geometry, perspective, optics, astronomy, architecture, sculpture, painting, of which so many and such elaborate treatises are of late written, in mechanics and their mysteries, military matters, navigation, riding of horses, fencing, swimming, gardening, planting, great tomes of husbandry, cookery, falconry, hunting, fishing, fowling, and with exquisite pictures of all sports, games, and what not. In music, metaphysics, natural and moral philosophy, philology, in policy, heraldry, genealogy, chronology, and they afford great tomes, or those studies of antiquity, and quid subtilius arithmeticis inventionibus, quid jucundius musicis rationibus, quid divinius astronomicis, quid rectius geometricis demonstrationibus. What so sure, what so pleasant? He that shall but see that geometrical tower of Garazenda at Bologna in Italy, the steeple and clock at Strasbourg, will admire the effects of art, or that engine of Archimedes, to remove the earth itself. If he had but a place to fasten his instrument, Archimedes' cochlea, and rare devices to corrivate waters, musical instruments, and trisyllable echoes again, and again repeated, with myriads of such. What vast tomes are extant in law, physic, and divinity, for profit, pleasure, practice, speculation, in verse or prose, and their names alone are the subject of whole volumes. We have thousands of authors of all sorts, many great libraries full well furnished, like so many dishes of meat, served out for several palates. And he is a very block that is affected with none of them. Some take an infinite delight to study the very languages wherein these books are written, Hebrew, Greek, Syriac, Chaldee, Arabic, and methinks it would please any man to look upon a geographical map, savi animum delectation alicere, ob incredibilum rerum varietatem et jucunditatem, et ad plenarem sui cognitionem exciter. Chorographical, topographical delineations, to behold, as it were, all the remote provinces, towns, cities of the world, and never to go forth of the limits of his study, to measure by the seal and compass their extent, distance, examine their site. Charles the Great, as Platina writes, had 3 fair silver tables, in one of which superficies was a large map of Constantinople, in the second Rome neatly engraved, in the third an exquisite description of the whole world. And much delight he took in them. What greater pleasure can there now be, than to view those elaborate maps of Ortelius, Mercator, Hondius, and to peruse those books of cities, put out by Brownus and Hogenbergius? To read those exquisite descriptions of Maginus, Munster, Herrera, Late, Marilla, Boterus, Leander, Albertus, Camden, Leo Afer, Adracomius, Nick Gerbelius, and those famous expeditions of Christoph Columbus, Americus Vespucius, Marcus Polus the Venetian, Laud, Vertimanus, Aloysius Cadamustus, and those accurate diaries of Portuguese, Hollanders, of Bart Eisen, Oliver and Nort, and Hakluyt's Voyages, Pet Martyrs Decades, Benzo, Lerius, Linschotens Relations, those Hodoeporicans of Jod, a Megan, Brocard the Monk, Bredenbachius, Joe, Dublinius, Sands, and to Jerusalem, Egypt, and other remote places of the world. Those pleasant itineraries of Paulus Henserus, Jodicus Sincerus, Dux Polonus, and to read Bellonius' Observations, p. Gillius his surveys, those parts of America, set out, and curiously cut in pictures, by Frat Reza Bry. To see a well-cut herbal, herbs, trees, flowers, plants, all vegetables expressed in their proper colors to the life, as that of Matthiolus upon Dioscorides, Delicampius, Lobel, Bohinus. And that last voluminous and mighty herbal of Bislar of Nuremberg, wherein almost every plant is to his own bigness. To see birds, beasts, and fishes of the sea, spiders, gnats, serpents, flies, and all creatures set out by the same art, and truly expressed in lively colors, with an exact description of their natures, virtues, qualities, and as hath been accurately performed by Aelian, Gessner, Ulysses Aldrovandus, Bellonius, Rondeletius, Hippolytus Salvianus, and Arcana Caeli, Naturi. Secreta, ordinem universi Syri majoris felicitatis et dulcidinis est, quam cogitation causa sequi possit, aut mortalis spirare. What more pleasing studies can there be than the mathematics, theoretical or practical parts? As to survey land, make maps, models, dials, and, with which I was ever much delighted myself. Tales est mathematum pulchritudo, saith Plutarch, ut his indignum sit divitiarum faloris istis eti bolas, vidi puellaria spectacula comparari. Such is the excellency of these studies, that all those ornaments and childish bubbles of wealth, are not worthy to be compared to them. Credi mihi, saith one, extingui dulce erit mathematicarum artium studio. I could even live and die with such meditation, and take more delight, true content of mind in them, than thou hast in all thy wealth and sport, how rich soever thou art. And as Cardan well seconds me, honorificum magis est edi gloriosum haec intelligere, quam provincius pries, formosum aut ditem juvenum esse. The like pleasure there is in all other studies, to such as are truly addicted to them, ea suavitas, one holds, ut cum casiae degustaverit, quasi populus Circeus captus, non possit unquam abilis develli. The like sweetness, which as Circe's cup bewitcheth a student, he cannot leave off, as well may witness those many laborious hours, days, and nights, spent in the voluminous treatises written by them, the same content. Julius Scaliger was so much affected with poetry, that he brake out into a pathetical protestation, he had rather be the author of 12 verses in Lucan, or such an ode in Horace, than emperor of Germany. Nicholas Gerbelius, that good old man, was so much ravished with a few Greek authors restored to light, with hope and desire of Enjoying the rest, that he exclaims forthwith, Arabibus ac Indies. Omnibus aramis diciors. We shall be richer than all the Arabic or Indian princes. Of such esteem they were with him, incomparable worth and value. Seneca prefers Zeno and Chrysippus, two doting Stoics, he was so much enamored of their works, before any prince or general of an army. And Orontius, the mathematician, so far admires Archimedes, that he calls him divinum et homini majorum, a petty god, more than a man, and well he might, for aught I see, if you respect fame or worth. Pindarus, of Thebes, is as much renowned for his poems, as Epaminondas, Pelopidas, Hercules or Bacchus, his fellow citizens, for their warlike actions. Edi famum. Respices, non potiors Aristotelis quam Alexandri meminerunt, as Cardan notes, Aristotle is more known than Alexander. For we have a bare relation of Alexander's deeds, but Aristotle, totus vivit in monumentis, is whole in his works, yet I stand not upon this, the delight is it, which I aim at. So great pleasure, such sweet content there is in study. King James. 1605, when he came to see our University of Oxford, and amongst other edifices now went to view that famous library, renewed by Sir Thomas Bodley, in imitation of Alexander, at his departure brake out into that noble speech. If I were not a king, I would be a university man. And if it were so that I must be a prisoner, if I might have my wish, I would desire to have no other prison than that library. And to be chained together with so many good authors et mortuus magistris. So sweet is the delight of study, the more learning they have, as he that hath a dropsy. The more he drinks the thirstier he is, the more they covet to learn, and the last day is priores discipulus. Harsh at first learning is, radices. Amarchi, but fractus dulces, according to that of Isocrates, pleasant at last, the longer they live, the more they are enamored with the muses. Heinsius, the keeper of the library at Leyden in Holland, was mewed up in it all the year long, and that which to thy thinking should have bred a loathing, caused in him a greater liking. I no sooner, saith he, come into the library, but I bolt the door to me, excluding lust, ambition, avarice, and all such vices, whose nurse is idleness, the mother of ignorance, and melancholy herself, and in the very lap of eternity. Amongst so many divine souls, I take my seat, with so lofty a spirit and sweet content, that I pity all our great ones, and rich men that know not this happiness. I am not ignorant in the meantime, notwithstanding this which I have said, how barbarously and basely, for the most part, our ruder gentry esteem of libraries and books, how they neglect and contemn so great a treasure, so inestimable a benefit. As Aesop's cock did the jewel he found in the dunghill. And all through error, ignorance, and want of education. And 'tis a wonder, withal, to observe how much they will vainly cast away in unnecessary expenses, quot modis perant, saith Erasmus. Magnatibus pecuniae, quantum absument alia, scorta, computations. Perfections non necessarii, Pompey. Bella quisita, ambitio, colax. Morio, ludio, and what in hawks, hounds, lawsuits, vain building, gormandizing, drinking, sports, plays, pastimes, and if a well-minded man to the muses, would sue to some of them for an exhibition, to the farther maintenance or enlargement of such a work, be it college, lecture, library, or whatsoever else may tend to the advancement of learning. They are so unwilling, so averse, that they had rather see these which are already with such cost and care erected, utterly ruined, demolished or otherwise employed. For they repine many and grudge at such gifts and revenues so bestowed, and therefore it were in vain, as Erasmus well notes, vel up. His, vel a negotiatoribus ca esse mammoni dediderant, improbum fortas. Tale officium exigere. To solicit or ask anything of such men that are likely damned to riches. To this purpose. For my part one pity these men. Stultos jubeo esse libenter, let them go as they are, in the catalogue of ignoramus. How much, on the other side, are all we bound that are scholars? To those munificent Ptolemies, bountiful Maecenases, heroical patrons. Divine spirits. Ca nobis haec otio fecerunt, namque erit au mihi semper. Deus. These blessings, friend. A deity bestowed. For never can I deem him less than God. That have provided for us so many well-furnished libraries, as well in our public academies in most cities, as in our private colleges. How shall I remember Sir Thomas Bodley, amongst the rest, Otho Nicholson, and the Right Reverend John Williams, Lord Bishop of Lincoln, with many other pious acts, who besides that at St. John's College in Cambridge, that in Westminster, is now likewise in Fieri with a library at Lincoln. A noble precedent for all corporate towns and cities to imitate, o quam te memorem, vir illustrissime, cabus elogius. But to my task again. Whosoever he is therefore that is overrun with solitariness, or carried away with pleasing melancholy and vain conceits, and for want of employment knows not how to spend his time, or crucified with worldly care, I can prescribe him no better remedy than this of study, to compose himself to the learning of some art or science. Provided always that this malady proceed not from overmuch study, for in such case he adds fuel to the fire, and nothing can be more pernicious. Let him take heed he do not overstretch his wits, and make a skeleton of himself. Or such enamorados as read nothing but playbooks, idle poems, jests, Amadis de Gaul, the Knight of the Sun, the Seven Champions, Pomeron de Oliva, Juan of Bordeaux, and such many times prove in the end as mad as Don Quixote. Study is only prescribed to those that are otherwise idle, troubled in mind, or carried headlong with vain thoughts and imaginations, to distract their cogitations, although variety of study, or some serious subject, would do the former no harm, and divert their continual meditations another way. Nothing in this case better than study, semper aliquid memoritur ediscant, saith Piso, let them learn something without book, transcribe, translate, and read the scriptures, which Hyperius, lib 1. De quoted. Script. Lec. Folios 77. Holds available of itself, the mind is erected thereby from all worldly cares, and hath much quiet and tranquillity. For as Austin well hath it, 'tis scientia scientiarum, omni mel dulcier, omni pain suavior, omni vino, hilarier, 'tis the best nepenthe, surest cordial, sweetest alterative, presentest diverter, for neither as Chrysostom well adds. Those boughs and leaves of trees which are plashed for cattle to stand under, in the heat of the day, in summer, so much refresh them with their acceptable shade, as the reading of the Scripture doth recreate and comfort a distressed soul in sorrow and affliction. Paul bids, pray continually, quod cibus corpori, lectio anime facit, saith Seneca, as meat is to the body, such is reading to the soul. To be at leisure without books is another hell, and to be buried alive. Cardan calls a library the physic of the soul. Divine authors fortify the mind, make men bold and constant, and, as Hyperius adds, godly conference will not permit the mind to be tortured with absurd cogitations. Rhasis enjoins continual conference to such melancholy men, perpetual discourse of some history, tale, poem, news, and alterno sermons edera ac bibra, et jucundum quam cibus, siv potus, which feeds the mind as meat and drink doth the body, and pleaseth as much, and therefore the said Rhasis, not without good cause, would have somebody still talk seriously, or dispute with them, and sometimes, to cavil and wrangle, so that it break not out to a violent perturbation, for such altercation is like stirring of a dead fire to make it burn afresh, it whets a dull spirit. And will not suffer the mind to be drowned in those profound cogitations, which melancholy men are commonly troubled with. Ferdinand and Alphonsus, kings of Aragon and Sicily, were both cured by reading the history, one of Curtius, the other of Livy, when no prescribed physic would take place. Camerarius relates as much of Lorenzo de Medici. Heathen philosophers are so full of divine precepts in this kind, that, as some think, they alone are able to settle a distressed mind. Sunt verba e voces, cabus hunc lenire dolorem, and Epictetus, Plutarch, and Seneca. Qualis ille, quae tela, seth Lipsius, adversus omnes animi casus administrat, et ipsum mortem, quomodo vitia irripit, infert virtuts? When I read Seneca, methinks I am beyond all human fortunes, on the top of a hill above mortality. Plutarch saith as much of Homer, for which cause belike Niceratus, in Xenophon, was made by his parents to con Homer's Iliads and Odysseys without book, ut in virum bonum evadret, as well to make him a good and honest man, as to avoid idleness. If this comfort be got from philosophy, what shall be had from divinity? What shall Austin, Cyprian, Gregory, Bernard's divine meditations afford us? Que quid sit pulchrum, quid turp, quid util, quid non? Plinius et Aemilius Cresippo et Crantor dicunt. Nay, what shall the Scripture itself? Which is like an apothecary's shop, wherein are all remedies for all infirmities of mind, purgatives, cordials, alteratives, corroboratives, lenitives, and every disease of the soul. Saith Austin, hath a peculiar medicine in the Scripture. This only is required, that the sick man take the potion which God hath already tempered. Gregory calls it, a glass wherein we may see all our infirmities, ignitum colloquium, Psalm 6. 140, Origen a charm. And therefore Hiram prescribes Rusticus the monk, continually to read the Scripture, and to meditate on that which he hath read, for as mastication is to meat, so is meditation on that which we read. I would, for these causes, wish him that is melancholy to use both human and divine authors, voluntarily to impose some task upon himself, to divert his melancholy thoughts, to study the art of memory, Cosmus Racilius, Pet. Ravenna's, Sanchelius Detectus, or practice brachygraphy, and that will ask a great deal of attention, or let him demonstrate a proposition in Euclid, in his 5 last books, extract a square root, or study algebra. Than which, as Clavius holds, in all human disciplines nothing can be more excellent and pleasant, so abstruse and recondite, so bewitching, so miraculous, so ravishing, so easy withal and full of delight, omnem humanum captum superar videtur. By this means you may define ex unguo Leonum, as the deverb is, by his thumb alone the bigness of Hercules, or the true dimensions of the great Colossus, Solomon's temple, and Domitian's amphitheatre out of a little part. By this art you may contemplate the variation of the 23 letters, which may be so infinitely varied, that the words complicated and deduced thence will not be contained within the compass of the firmament. 10 words may be varied 40,320 several ways. By this art you may examine how many men may stand one by another in the whole superficies of the earth, some say 148,456,800,000,000. Assignando singulus possum quadratum, assigning a square foot to each, how many men, supposing all the world as habitable as France, as fruitful and so long-lived, may be born in 60,000 years. And so may you demonstrate with Archimedes how many sands the mass of the whole world might contain if all sandy, if you did but first know how much a small cube as big as a mustard seed might hold, with infinite such. But In all nature what is there so stupendous as to examine and calculate the motion of the planets, their magnitudes, apogees, perigees, eccentricities? How far distant from the earth, the bigness, thickness, compass of the firmament, each star, with their diameters and circumference, apparent area, superficies, by those curious helps of glasses, astrolabes, sextants, quadrants, of which Tycho Brahe in his mechanics, optics, divine optics, arithmetic, geometry, and such like arts and instruments. What so intricate and pleasing withal, as to peruse and practice herein? Alexandrinus's works, De Spiritalibus, De Machinis Bellicis, De Machina Se Movant, Jordani Nemerarii de Ponderibus Proposit. 13. That pleasant tract of Machametes Bragdebnis de Superficirum Divisionibus, Apollonius's Conics, or Commandinus's labors in that kind, De Centro Gravitatis, with many such geometrical theorems and problems. Those rare instruments and mechanical inventions of Jack Besonus and Cardan to this purpose, with many such experiments intimated long since by Roger Bacon, in his tract De Secretis Artis et Naturae, as to make a chariot to move sine animali, diving boats, to walk on the water by art, and to fly in the air, to make several cranes and pulleys, cabus homo trahat ad se mill. Homines, lift up and remove great weights, mills to move themselves. Architas dove, Albertus's brazen head, and such thaumaturgical works. But especially to do strange miracles by glasses, of which Proclus and Bacon writ of old, burning glasses, multiplying glasses, perspectives, ut unis. Homo aperiat exercitus, to see afar off, to represent solid bodies by cylinders and concaves. To walk in the air, ut veraciter vidient, saith Bacon, aurum et argentum et quicquid aliud volunt, e quum venient ad locum visiones, nihil invenient, which glasses are much perfected of late by Baptista Porta and Galileo. And much more is promised by Maginus and Medorgius, to be performed in this kind. Otacousticon some speak of, to intend hearing, as the other do sight, Marcellus Vrenken, a Hollander, in his epistle to Burgravius, makes mention of a friend of his that is about an instrument, quo videbit quae in altero horizonte sint. But our alchemists, methinks, and Rosicrucians afford most rarities, and are fuller of experiments. They can make gold, separate and alter metals, extract oils, salts, lees, and do more strange works than Geber, Lullius, Bacon, or any of those ancients. Crollius hath made after his master Paracelsus. Aurum fulminans, or aurum volatile, which shall imitate thunder and lightning, and crack louder than any gunpowder. Cornelius Drayable A. Perpetual motion, inextinguishable lights, lenum non ardens, with many such feats, see his book De Natura Elementarum, besides hail, wind, snow, thunder, lightning, and those strange fireworks, devilish petards, and such like warlike machinations derived hence, of which read Tartaglia and others. Ernestus Burgravius, a disciple of Paracelsus, hath published a discourse, in which he specifies a lamp to be made of man's blood, lucerna vitae et mortis index, so he terms it, which chemically prepared 40 days, and afterwards kept in a glass. Shall show all the accidents of this life. Si lampus hic claris, tunc homo hilaris et sanis corpori et animo. Si nebulosus et depressus, male efficiter, e sic pro statu hominis. Variator, unde sumptus sanguis. And which is most wonderful, it dies with the party, cum homini perit, et evanescit, the lamp and the man, whence the blood was taken, are extinguished together. The same author hath another tract of Mumia, all out as vain and prodigious as the first, by which he will cure most diseases, and transfer them from a man to a beast. By drawing blood from one, and applying it to the other, vel implantam deravere. And an Alexipharmacum, of which Roger Bacon of old in his tract de retardanda senectut, to make a man young again, live 3 or 400 years. Besides panaceas, martial amulets, unguentum, armarium, balsams, strange extracts, elixirs, and such like magico-magnetical cures. Now what so pleasing can there be as the speculation of these things, to read and examine such experiments, or if a man be more mathematically given, to calculate, or peruse Napier's logarithms, or those tables of artificial sines and tangents. Not long since set out by mine old collegiate, good friend, and late fellow student of Christ Church in Oxford, Mr. Edmund Gunter, which will perform that by addition and subtraction only, which heretofore Regiomontanus's tables did by multiplication and division, or those elaborate conclusions of his sector, quadrant, and cross staff. Or let him that is melancholy calculate spherical triangles, square a circle, cast a nativity, which howsoever some tax, I say with Garcias, dabimus hoc petulantibus ingenius, we will in some cases allow, or let him make an ephemerides. Red Swiss at the calculator's works, Scaliger. De emendation temporum, and Petavius his adversary, till he understand them, peruse subtle Scotus and Suarez's metaphysics, or school divinity. Occam, Thomas, Entispirus, Durand, and if those other do not affect him, and his means be great, to employ his purse and fill his head, he may go find the philosopher's stone, he may apply his mind, I say, to heraldry. Antiquity, invent impresses, emblems. Make epithalamiums, epitaphs. Elegies, epigrams, palindroma epigrammata, anagrams, chronograms. Acrostics, upon his friends' names. Or write a comment on Martianus. Capella, Tertullian de Paleo, the Nubian geography, or upon Aelia Lelia. Crispes, as many idle fellows have essayed. And rather than do nothing, vary a verse 1,000 ways with Putian, so torturing his wits, or as Renerus of Lüneburg, 2,150 times in his Proteus Poeticus, or Scaliger, Chrysolathus, Clapicius, and others, have in like sort done. If such voluntary tasks, pleasure and delight, or crabbedness of these studies, will not yet divert their idle thoughts, and alienate their imaginations, they must be compelled, saith Christophorus a Vega, Cogi. Debent, L. 5. C. 14, upon some mulct, if they perform it not, quod ex officio incumbat, loss of credit or disgrace, such as are public university exercises. For, as he that plays for nothing will not heed his game, no more will voluntary employment so thoroughly affect a student, except he be very intent of himself, and take an extraordinary delight in the study, about which he is conversant. It should be of that nature his business, which volens nolens he must necessarily undergo, and without great loss, mulct, shame, or hindrance, he may not omit. Now for women, instead of laborious studies, they have curious needleworks, cutworks, spinning, bone lace, and many pretty devices of their own making, to adorn their houses, cushions, carpets, chairs, stools. For she eats not the bread of idleness, Prov. 31, 27, qui civit lanum et lenum, confections, conserves, distillations, and, which they show to strangers. Ipsa comes praesesc operis venientibus ultro. Hospitibus monstra solit, non segnator horas. Contestata suas, sed nec sibi depertis. which to her guests she shows, with all her pelf. Thus far my maids, but this I did myself. This they have to busy themselves about, household offices, and neat gardens, full of exotic, versicolor, diversely varied, sweet-smelling flowers, and plants in all kinds, which they are most ambitious to get. Curious to preserve and keep, proud to possess, and much many times brag of their merry meetings and frequent visitations, mutual invitations in good towns, I voluntarily omit, which are so much in use, gossiping among the meaner sort, and old folks have their beads, an excellent invention to keep them from idleness, that are by nature melancholy, and past all affairs, to say so many paternosters, Ave Marias, creeds, if it were not profane and superstitious. In a word, body and mind must be exercised, not one, but both, and that in a mediocrity, otherwise it will cause a great inconvenience. If the body be overtired, it tires the mind. The mind oppresseth the body, as with students it oftentimes falls out, who, as Plutarch observes, have no care of the body, but compel that which is mortal to do as much as that which is immortal, that which is earthly, as that which is ethereal. But as the ox tired, told the camel, both serving one master, that refused to carry some part of his burden, before it were long he should be compelled to carry all his pack, and skin to boot. Which by and by, the ox being dead, fell out. The body may say to the soul, that will give him no respite or remission, a little after, an ague, vertigo, consumption, seizeth on them both, all his study is omitted. And they must be compelled to be sick together, he that tenders his own good estate, and health, must let them draw with equal yoke, both alike. That so they may happily enjoy their wished health. MEMB. V. Waking and terrible dreams rectified. As waking that hurts, by all means must be avoided, so sleep, which so much helps, by like ways, must be procured, by nature or art, inward or outward medicines, and be protracted longer than ordinary, if it may be, as being an especial help. It moistens and fattens the body, concocts, and helps digestion, as we see in dormice, and those alpine mice that sleep all winter, which Gessner speaks of, when they are so found sleeping under the snow in the dead of winter, as fat as butter. It expels cares, pacifies the mind, refresheth the weary limbs after long work. Somni quis rerum, placidissime somni deorum. Pax animi, quem cura fugit, que corpora duris. Fessa ministerius mulsis reparasque labori. Sleep, rest of things, O pleasing deity. Peace of the soul, which cares dost crucify. Weary bodies refresh and mollify. The chiefest thing in all physic, Paracelsus calls it, omnia arcana. Gemarum superans eti metallorum. The fittest time is 2 or 3 hours after supper, when as the meat is now settled at the bottom of the stomach, and 'tis good to lie on the right side first, because at that sight the liver doth rest under the stomach, not molesting any way, but heating him as a fire doth a kettle, that is put to it. After the first sleep, 'tis not amiss to lie on the left side, that the meat may the better descend. And sometimes again on the belly, but never on the back. 7 or 8 hours is a competent time for a melancholy man to rest, as Crato thinks. But as some do, to lie in bed and not sleep, a day, or half a day together. To give assent to pleasing conceits and vain imaginations, is many ways pernicious. To procure this sweet moistening sleep, it's best to take away the occasions, if it be possible, that hinder it, and then to use such inward or outward remedies, which may cause it. Constat hodie, saith Boissardus in his tract De Magia, cap. 4. Multos ita fascinari ut. Nox integras exigent insomnes, summa, inquietudine animorum et. Corporum, many cannot sleep for witches and fascinations, which are too familiar in some places, they call it, der aliqui malum noctum. But the ordinary causes are heat and dryness, which must first be removed. A hot and dry brain never sleeps well, grief, fears, cares, expectations, anxieties, great businesses, in aurum utranque otios ut dormias. And all violent perturbations of the mind, must in some sort be qualified, before we can hope for any good repose. He that sleeps in the daytime, or is in suspense, fear, any way troubled in mind, or goes to bed upon a full stomach, may never hope for quiet rest in the night, nec enim meritoria somnos admittent, as the poet saith. Inns and such like troublesome places are not for sleep, one calls ostler, another tapster. One cries and shouts, another sings, whoops, halloos. Absentem cantat amicam. Multa prolutus vapa nada ac viator. Who not accustomed to such noises can sleep amongst them? He that will intend to take his rest must go to bed animo securo, quieto et libero. With a secure and composed mind, in a quiet place, omnia nox. Erunt placida composta quiet, and if that will not serve, or may not be obtained, to seek then such means as are requisite. To lie in clean linen, and sweet, before he goes to bed, or in bed, to hear sweet music. Which Ficinus commends, lib 1. Cap. 24, or as Jobertus, med pract. Lib 3. Cap. 10. To read some pleasant author till he be asleep. To have a basin of water still dropping by his bedside, or to lie near that pleasant murmur, lena sonantis aquae. Some floodgates, arches, falls of water, like London Bridge, or some continuate noise which may benumb the senses, lenus motus, silentium et tenebra, tum et ipsa voluntas somnos. Facient. As a gentle noise to some procures sleep, so, which Bernardinus Tilesius, lib de somno, well observes, silence, in a dark room, and the will itself, is most available to others. Piso commends frications, Andrew. Board a good draught of strong drink before one goes to bed. I say, a nutmeg and ale, or a good draught of muscadine, with a toast and nutmeg, or a posset of the same, which many use in a morning, but methinks, for such as have dry brains, are much more proper at night. Some prescribe a sup of vinegar as they go to bed, a spoonful, saith Aetius Tetrabib. Lib. 2, ser. 2, cap. 10, lib 6. Cap. 10, Egenita, lib 3. Cap. 14. Piso, a little after meat, because it rarefies melancholy, and procures an appetite to sleep. Donat. Ab altomar. Cap. 7, and Mercurialis approve of it, if the malady proceed from the spleen. Sallust. Salvian. Lib 2. Cap. 1, de Rheimed. Hercules de Saxonia in Pan. Elinus, Montaltus de Morb. Capitis, cap. 28, de Melon. Are altogether against it. Laud. Mercatus, de Inter. Morb. Call. Lib 1. Cap. 17, in some cases doth allow it. Rhasis seems to deliberate of it, though Simeon commend it, in Sauce peradventure, he makes a question of it, as for baths, fomentations, oils, potions, simples or compounds, inwardly taken to this purpose. I shall speak of them elsewhere. If, in the midst of the night, when they Lie awake, which is usual to toss and tumble, and not sleep. Ranzovius would have them, if it be in warm weather, to rise and walk 3 or 4 turns, till they be cold, about the chamber. And then go to bed. Again. Against fearful and troublesome dreams, incubus and such inconveniences, wherewith melancholy men are molested, the best remedy is to eat a light supper, and of such meats as are easy of digestion, no hare, venison, beef, and not to lie on his back, not to meditate or think in the daytime of any terrible objects, or especially talk of them before he goes to bed. For, as he said in Lucian after such conference, Hecates somnier mihi vider, I can think of nothing but hobgoblins, and as Tully notes, for the most part our speeches in the daytime cause our fantasy to work upon the like in our sleep. Which Ennius writes of Homer, Canis in somnis lepris vestigia latrat, as a dog dreams of a hare, so do men on such subjects they thought on last. Somnia quae mentes lutent volitantibus umbris. Nec delubra deum, nec ab ether numina middent. Sed sibi quisque facit, and for that cause when Ptolemy, king of Egypt, had posed the 70 interpreters in order, and asked the 19th man what would make one sleep quietly in the night, he told him, the best way was to have divine and celestial meditations, and to use honest actions in the daytime. Laud. Vives wonders how schoolmen could sleep quietly, and were not terrified in the night, or walk in the dark, they had such monstrous questions, and thought of such terrible matters all day long. They had need, amongst the rest, to sacrifice to god Morpheus, whom Philostratus paints in a white and black coat, with a horn and ivory box, full of dreams, of the same colors, to signify good and bad. If you will know how to interpret them, read Artemidorus, Sambucus and Cardan, but how to help them, I must refer you to a more convenient place. MEMB 6. Subsect I. Perturbations of the mind rectified from himself, by resisting to the utmost, confessing his grief to a friend, and whosoever he is that shall hope to cure this malady in himself or any other, must first rectify these passions and perturbations of the mind. The chiefest cure consists in them. A quiet mind is that voluptas, or summum bonum of Epicurus, non dolora, curis vicare, animo tranquillo esse, not to grieve, but to want cares, and have a quiet soul, is the only pleasure of the world, as Seneca truly recites his opinion. Not that of eating and drinking, which injurious Aristotle maliciously puts upon him, and for which he is still mistaken, male audit iti vapulet, slandered without a cause, and lashed by all posterity. Fear and sorrow, therefore, are especially to be avoided, and the mind to be mitigated with mirth, constancy, good hope, vain terror, bad objects are to be removed, and all such persons in whose companies they be not well pleased. Galter Brule. Fernelius, Consul. 43, Mercurialis, Consul. 6, Piso, Jacanus, Cap. 15, in 9. Rhasis, Capivaccius, Hildesheim, and all inculcate this as an especial means of their cure, that their minds be quietly pacified, vain conceits diverted, if it be possible, with terrors, cares, fixed studies, cogitations. And whatsoever it is that shall any way molest or trouble the soul, because that otherwise there is no good to be done. The body's mischiefs, as Plato proves, proceed from the soul, and if the mind be not first satisfied, the body can never be cured. Alcibiades raves, saith Maximus Tyrius, and is sick, his furious desires carry him from Lycius to the pleading place, thence to the sea, so into Sicily, thence to Lacedaemon, thence to Persia, thence to Samos, then again to Athens. Critias tyranniseth over all the city, Sardanapalus is lovesick, these men are ill affected all, and can never be cured, till their minds be otherwise qualified. Crato, therefore, in that often cited counsel of his for a nobleman his patient, when he had sufficiently informed him in diet, air, exercise, Venus, sleep, concludes with these as matters of greatest moment, quod reliquum est. Anime accidentia corrigantur, from which alone proceeds melancholy. They are the fountain, the subject, the hinges whereon it turns, and must necessarily be reformed. For anger stirs choler, heats the blood and vital spirits. Sorrow on the other side refrigerates the body, and extinguisheth natural heat, overthrows appetite, hinders concoction, dries up the temperature, and perverts the understanding. Fear dissolves the spirits, infects the heart, attenuates the soul, and for these causes all passions and perturbations must, to the uttermost of our power and most seriously, be removed. Aelianus Montaltus attributes so much to them, that he holds the rectification of them alone to be sufficient to the cure of melancholy in most patients. Many are fully cured when they have seen or heard, and enjoy their desires, or be secured and satisfied in their minds. Galen, the common master of them all, from whose fountain they fetch water, brags, lib 1. De san. To end. That he, for his part, hath cured divers of this infirmity, solemn animes ad rectum institutus, by right settling alone of their minds. Yea, but you will here infer, that this is excellent good indeed if it could be done. But how shall it be effected, by whom, what art, what means? Hic labor, hoc opus est. 'Tis a natural infirmity, a most powerful adversary. All men are subject to passions, and melancholy above all others, as being distempered by their innate humors, abundance of cholera dust, weakness of parts, outward occurrences. And how shall they be avoided? The wisest men, greatest philosophers of most excellent wit, reason, judgment, divine spirits, cannot moderate themselves in this behalf. Such as are sound in body and mind, Stoics, heroes, Homer's gods, all are passionate, and furiously carried sometimes. And how shall we that are already crazed, fracti animes, sick in body, sick in mind, resist? We cannot perform it. You may advise and give good precepts, as who cannot? But how shall they be put in practice? I may not deny but our passions are violent, and tyrannize of us, yet there be means to curb them. Though they be headstrong, they may be tamed, they may be qualified, if he himself or his friends will but use their honest endeavors, or make use of such ordinary helps as are commonly prescribed. He himself, I say. From the patient himself the first and chiefest remedy must be had, for if he be averse, peevish, waspish, give way wholly to his passions, will not seek to be helped or be ruled by his friends, how is it possible he should be cured? But if he be willing at least, gentle, tractable, and desire his own good, no doubt but he may magnam morbi deponere partem, be eased at least, if not cured. He himself must do his utmost endeavor to resist and withstand the beginnings. Principiis obsta, give not water passage, no not a little, Eccles. 25, 27. If they open a little, they will make a greater breach at length. Whatsoever it is that runneth in his mind, vain conceit, be it pleasing or displeasing, which so much affects or troubleth him, by all possible means he must withstand it, expel those vain, false, frivolous imaginations, absurd conceits, feigned fears and sorrows. From which, saith Piso, this disease primarily proceeds, and takes his first occasion or beginning, by doing something or other that shall be opposite unto them, thinking of something else, persuading by reason, or howsoever to make a sudden alteration of them. Though he have hitherto run in a full career, and precipitated himself, following his passions, giving reins to his appetite, let him now stop upon a sudden, curb himself in. And as Lemnius adviseth, strive against with all his power, to the utmost of his endeavor, and not cherish those fond imaginations, which so covertly creep into his mind, most pleasing and amiable at first, but bitter as gall at last. And so headstrong, that by no reason, art, counsel, or persuasion, they may be shaken off. Though he be far gone, and habituated unto such fantastical imaginations, yet as Tully and Plutarch advise, let him oppose, fortify, or prepare himself against them, by premeditation, reason, or as we do by a crooked staff, bend himself another way. Tu tamen interia effugito quae tristia mentem. Solicit ant, procul esse ube curasque matunc. Polentum, ultrases iras, sint omnia lata. In the meantime expel them from thy mind. Pale fears, sad cares, and griefs which do it grind. Revengeful anger, pain and discontent. Let all thy soul be set on merriment. Curas tolli graves, irasci creed profanum. If it be idleness hath caused this infirmity, or that he perceive himself given to solitariness, to walk alone, and please his mind with fond imaginations, let him by all means avoid it. 'Tis a bosom enemy, 'tis delightsome melancholy, a friend in show, but a secret devil, a sweet poison, it will in the end be his undoing. Let him go presently, task or set himself a work, get some good company. If he proceed, as a gnat flies about a candle, so long till at length he burn his bodv, so in the end he will undo himself. If it be any harsh object, ill company, let him presently go from it. If by his own default, through ill diet, bad air, want of exercise, and let him now begin to reform himself. It would be a perfect remedy against all corruption, if, as Roger Bacon hath it, we could but moderate ourselves in those 6 non-natural things. If it be any disgrace, abuse, temporal loss, calumny, death of friends, imprisonment, banishment, be not troubled with it, do not fear, be not angry, grieve not at it, but with all courage sustain it. Gordonius, Lib 1, c. 15, de Concert. Vit. 2 contra adventurito. If it be sickness, ill success, or any adversity that hath caused it, oppose an invincible courage, fortify thyself by God's word, or otherwise, mala bonus persuadenda, set prosperity against adversity. As we refresh our eyes by seeing some pleasant meadow, fountain, picture, or the like, recreate thy mind by some contrary object, with some more pleasing meditation divert thy thoughts. Yea, but you infer again, facile consilium demus aliis, we can easily give counsel to others, every man, as the saying is, can tame a shrew but he that hath her, si hic esses, aliter sentires. If you were in our misery, you would find it otherwise, 'tis not so easily performed. We know this to be true. We should moderate ourselves, but we are furiously carried, we cannot make use of such precepts, we are overcome, sick, male sani, distempered and habituated to these courses, we can make no resistance. You may as well bid him that is diseased not to feel pain, as a melancholy man not to fear, not to be sad, 'tis within his blood, his brains, his whole temperature, it cannot be removed. But he may choose whether he will give way too far unto it, he may in some sort correct himself. A philosopher was bitten with a mad dog, and as the nature of that disease is to abhor all waters, and liquid things, and to think still they see the picture of a dog before them, he went for all this, reluctant se, to the bath. And seeing there, as he thought, in the water the picture of a dog, with reason overcame this conceit, quid cani cum balneo? What should a dog do in a bath? A mere conceit. Thou thinkest thou hearest and sayest devils, black men, and, 'tis not so, 'tis thy corrupt fantasy, settle thine imagination, thou art well. Thou thinkest thou hast a great nose, thou art sick, every man observes thee, laughs thee to scorn, persuade thyself 'tis no such matter, this is fear only, and vain suspicion. Thou art discontent, thou art sad and heavy, but why? Upon what ground? Consider of it, thou art jealous, timorous, suspicious, for what cause? Examine it thoroughly, thou shalt find none at all, or such as is to be contemned, such as thou wilt surely deride, and contemn in thyself, when it is past. Rule thyself then with reason, satisfy thyself, accustom thyself, wean thyself from such fond conceits, vain fears, strong imaginations, restless thoughts. Thou mayst do it. Est in nobis esvescera, as Plutarch saith, we may frame ourselves as we will. As he that useth an upright shoe, may correct the obliquity, or crookedness, by wearing it on the other side, we may overcome passions if we will. Quicquid sibi imperavit animus obtenuit, as Seneca saith, nulli tam feri affectus, uti non disciplina perdimenter, whatsoever the will desires, she may command, no such cruel affections, but by discipline they may be tamed. Voluntarily thou wilt not do this or that, which thou oughtest to do, or refrain, but when thou art lashed like a dull jade, thou wilt reform it, fear of a whip will make thee do, or not do. Do that voluntarily then which thou canst do, and must do by compulsion, thou mayst refrain if thou wilt, and master thine affections. As in a city, saith Melanchthon, they do by stubborn rebellious rogues, that will not submit themselves to political judgment, compel them by force, so must we do by our affections. If the heart will not lay aside those vicious motions, and the fantasy those fond imaginations, we have another form of government to enforce and refrain our outward members, that they be not led by our passions. If appetite will not obey, let the moving faculty overrule her, let her resist and compel her to do otherwise. In an ague the appetite would drink, sore eyes that itch would be rubbed. But reason saith no, and therefore the moving faculty will not do it. Our fantasy would intrude 1,000 fears, suspicions, chimeras upon us, but we have reason to resist, yet we let it be overborne by our appetite. Imagination enforceth spirits, which, by an admirable league of nature, compel the nerves to obey, and they are several limbs. We give too much way to our passions. And as to him that is sick of an ague, all things are distasteful and unpleasant, non ex sibi vicio saith Plutarch, not in the meat, but in our taste, so many things are offensive to us, not of themselves, but out of our corrupt judgment, jealousy, suspicion, and the like, we pull these mischiefs upon our own heads. If then our judgment be so depraved, our reason overruled, will precipitate it, that we cannot seek our own good, or moderate ourselves, as in this disease commonly it is, the best way for ease is to impart our misery to some friend. Not to smother it up in our own breast, aliter vidium crescit tigendo, and that which was most offensive to us, a cause of fear and grief, quat nunc te coquit, another hell, for strangulat inclusis dolor ac exestuat intus, grief concealed strangles the soul. But when as we shall but impart it to some discreet, trusty, loving friend, it is instantly removed, by his counsel happily, wisdom, persuasion, advice, his good means, which we could not otherwise apply unto ourselves. A friend's counsel is a charm, like mandrake wine, curas sapit, and as a bull that is tied to a fig tree becomes gentle on a sudden, which some, saith Plutarch, interpret of good words, so is a savage, obdurate heart mollified by fair speeches. All adversity finds ease in complaining, as Isidore holds, and 'tis a solace to relate it, gamma alpha theta delta epsilon pi alpha rho alpha phi alpha sigma iota sigma tau nu tau alpha rho omicron upsilon. Friends' confabulations are comfortable at all times, as fire in winter, shade in summer, quaeli soper fessus in gramen, meat and drink to him that is hungry or athirst. Democritus's collyrium is not so sovereign to the eyes as this is to the heart. Good words are cheerful and powerful of themselves, but much more from friends, as so many props, mutually sustaining each other like ivy in a wall, which Camerarius hath well illustrated in an emblem. Lenit animum simplex vel sep narratio, the simple narration many times easeth our distressed mind, and in the midst of greatest extremities. So divers have been relieved, by exonerating themselves to a faithful friend, he sees that which we cannot see for passion and discontent, he pacifies our minds, he will ease our pain, assuage our anger. Quanta involuptas, quanta securitas, Chrysostom adds, what pleasure, what security by that means. Nothing so available, or that so much refresheth the soul of man. Tully, as I remember, in an epistle to his dear friend Atticus, much condoles the defect of such a friend. I live here, saith he, in a great city, where I have a multitude of acquaintance, but not a man of all that company with whom I dare familiarly breathe, or freely jest. Wherefore I expect thee, I desire thee, I send for thee. For there be many things which trouble and molest me, which had I but thee in presence, I could quickly disburden myself of in a walking discourse. The like, peradventure, may he say with that old man in the comedy. Nemo est meorum amicorum hodie. Apud quem exprimere culta mea audim. And much inconvenience may both he suffer in the meantime by it. He, or whosoever then labours of this malady, by all means let him get some trusty friend, semper habens pilidem calicum cacuret. Or stem, a Pylades, to whom freely and securely he may open himself. 4. As in all other occurrences, so it is in this, sic as in colum. Ascendisit, and as he said in Tully, if a man had gone to heaven, seen the beauty of the skies, stars errant, fixed, and in suavis erit admiratio, it will do him no pleasure, except he have somebody to impart what he hath seen. It is the best thing in the world, as Seneca therefore adviseth in such a case, to get a trusty friend, to whom we may freely and sincerely pour out our secrets. Nothing so delighteth and easeth the mind, as when we have a prepared bosom, to which our secrets may descend, of whose conscience we are assured as our own, whose speech may ease our succourless estate, counsel relieve, mirth expel our mourning, and whose very sight may be acceptable unto us. It was the counsel which that politic Cominius gave to all princes, and others distressed in mind, by occasion of Charles Duke of Burgundy, that was much perplexed. First to pray to God, and lay himself open to him, and then to some special friend, whom we hold most dear, to tell all our grievances to him. Nothing so forcible to strengthen, recreate, and heal the wounded soul of a miserable man. Subsect 2. Help from friends by counsel, comfort, fair and foul means, witty devices, satisfaction, alteration of his course of life, removing objects, and when the patient of himself is not able to resist, or overcome these heart-eating passions, his friends or physician must be ready to supply that which is wanting. Sui erit humanitatis et sapientiae, which Tully enjoineth in like case, siquid iratum, curare, aut improvisum, sua diligentia corrigere. They must all join. Nec satis medico, saith Hippocrates, sum facis officium, nisi sum quoque grotus, sum astantes, and first, they must especially beware, a melancholy discontented person, be it in what kind of melancholy soever, never be left alone or idle, but as physicians prescribe physic, cum custodia, let them not be left unto themselves, but with some company or other, lest by that means they aggravate and increase their disease. Non opertet egros humjas modi esse solos vel inter ignotos, vel inter eos quos non amant aut negligunt, as Rod. A Fonseca, Tom. 1, Consul. 35, prescribes. Lugentes custodier solimus, saith Seneca, any solitudine male utanter. We watch a sorrowful person, lest he abuse his solitariness, and so should we do a melancholy man, set him about some business, exercise or recreation, which may divert his thoughts, and still keep him otherwise intent. For his fantasy is so restless, operative and quick, that if it be not in perpetual action, ever employed, it will work upon itself, melancholize, and be carried away instantly, with some fear, jealousy, discontent, suspicion, some vain conceit or other. If his weakness be such that he cannot discern what is amiss, correct, or satisfy, it behoves them by counsel, comfort, or persuasion, by fair or foul means, to alienate his mind, by some artificial invention, or some contrary persuasion. To remove all objects, causes, companies, occasions, as may any ways molest him, to humor him, please him, divert him, and if it be possible, by altering his course of life, to give him security and satisfaction. If he conceal his grievances, and will not be known of them, they must observe by his looks, gestures, motions, fantasy, what it is that offends, and then to apply remedies unto him. Many are instantly cured, when their minds are satisfied. Alexander makes mention of a woman, that by reason of her husband's long absence in travel, was exceeding peevish and melancholy, but when she heard her husband was returned, beyond all expectation, at the first sight of him, she was freed from all fear, without help of any other physic restored to her former health. Trincavellius, Consul. 12, Lib 1. Hath such a story of a Venetian, that being much troubled with melancholy, and ready to die for grief, when he heard his wife was brought to bed of a son, instantly recovered. As Alexander concludes, if our imaginations be not inveterate, by this art they may be cured, especially if they proceed from such a cause. No better way to satisfy, than to remove the object, cause, occasion, if by any art or means possible we may find it out. If he grieve, stand in fear, be in suspicion, suspense, or any way molested, secure him, solvitur malum, give him satisfaction, the cure is ended, alter his course of life, there needs no other physic. If the party be sad, or otherwise affected, consider, saith Trallianus, the manner of it, all circumstances, and forthwith make a sudden alteration, by removing the occasions, avoid all terrible objects, heard or seen. Monstrous and prodigious aspects, tales of devils, spirits, ghosts, tragical stories. To such as are in fear they strike a great impression, renewed many times, and recall such chimeras and terrible fictions into their minds. Make not so much as mention of them in private talk, or a dumb show tending to that purpose, such things, saith Galadius, are offensive to their imaginations. And to those that are now in sorrow, Seneca forbids all sad companions, and such as lament, a groaning companion is an enemy to quietness. Or if there be any such party, at whose presence the patient is not well pleased, he must be removed, gentle speeches, and fair means, must first be tried, no harsh language used, or uncomfortable words. And not expel, as some do, one madness with another, he that so doth, is madder than the patient himself. All things must be quietly composed, eversa non evertenda, said Erigenda, things down must not be dejected, but reared, as Crato counselleth. He must be quietly and gently used, and we should not do anything against his mind, but by little and little affect it. As a horse that starts at a drum or trumpet, and will not endure the shooting of a piece, may be so manned by art and animated, that he cannot only endure, but is much more generous at the hearing of such things, much more courageous than before, and much delighteth in it, they must not be reformed ex abrupto, but by all art and insinuation, made to such companies, aspects, objects they could not formerly away with. Many at first cannot endure the sight of a green wound, a sick man, which afterward become good chirurgeons, bold empirics. A horse starts at a rotten post afar off, which coming near he quietly passeth. 'Tis much in the manner of making such kind of persons, be they never so averse from company, bashful, solitary, timorous, they may be made at last with those Roman matrons, to desire nothing more than in a public show to see a full company of gladiators breathe out their last. If they may not otherwise be accustomed to brook such distasteful and displeasing objects, the best way then is generally to avoid them. Montanus, Consul. 229. To the Earl of Montfort, a courtier, and his melancholy patient, adviseth him to leave the court, by reason of those continual discontents, crosses, abuses, cares, suspicions, emulations, ambition, anger, jealousy, which that place afforded, and which surely caused him to be so melancholy at the first. Maxima quic domus servis est plena superbis. A company of scoffers and proud jacks are commonly conversant and attend in such places, and able to make any man that is of a soft, quiet disposition, as many times they do, ex stulto insanum, if once they humour him, a very idiot, or stark mad. A thing too much practised in all common societies, and they have no better sport than to make themselves merry by abusing some silly fellow, or to take advantage of another man's weakness. In such cases as in a plague, the best remedy is cedo lunge tard, for to such a party, especially if he be apprehensive, there can be no greater misery, to get him quickly gone far enough off, and not to be over hasty in his return. If he be so stupid that he do not apprehend it, his friends should take some order, and by their discretion supply that which is wanting in him, as in all other cases they ought to do. If they see a man melancholy given, solitary, averse from company, please himself with such private and vain meditations, though he delight in it, they ought by all means seek to divert him, to dehort him. To tell him of the event and danger that may come of it. If they see a man idle, that by reason of his means otherwise will betake himself to no course of life, they ought seriously to admonish him, he makes a noose to entangle himself, his want of employment will be his undoing. If he have sustained any great loss, suffered a repulse, disgrace, and, if it be possible, relieve him. If he desire aught, let him be satisfied. If in suspense, fear, suspicion, let him be secured, and if it may conveniently be, give him his heart's content, for the body cannot be cured till the mind be satisfied. Socrates, in Plato, would prescribe no physic for Charmides' headache, till first he had eased his troubled mind. Body and soul must be cured together, as head and eyes. Oculum non curabis sine toto capite. Nec capit sine toto corpora. Nec totum corpus sine anima. If that may not be hoped or expected, yet ease him with comfort, cheerful speeches, fair promises, and good words, persuade him, advise him. Many, saith Galen, have been cured by good counsel and persuasion alone. Heaviness of the heart of man doth bring it down, but a good word rejoiceth it. Caro v 12. 25. And there is he that speaketh words like the pricking of a sword, but the tongue of a wise man is health. Ver. 18. Horatio. Namque sociae animi est remedium, a gentle speech is the true cure of a wounded soul, as Plutarch contends out of Aeschylus and Euripides. If it be wisely administered it easeth grief and pain, as diverse remedies do many other diseases. 'Tis incantationis in star, a charm, estuantis. Animi refrigerium, that true nepenthe of Homer, which was no Indian plant. Or feigned medicine, which Epidamna, Thony's wife, sent Helena for a token. As Macrobius, 7. Saturnal. Goropius Hermat. Lib 9. Greg. Nazianzen. And others suppose, but opportunity of speech, for Helena's bowl, Medea's unction, Venus's girdle, Circe's cup, cannot so enchant, so forcibly move, or alter as it doth. A letter sent or read will do as much. Multum malever. Quum tuas literas lego, I am much eased, as Tully wrote to Pomponius Atticus, when I read thy letters, and as Julianus the apostate once signified to Maximus the philosopher. As Alexander slept with Homer's works, so do I with thine epistles, tanquam pionius medicamentis, isc. Acidu tanquam, recens edi novas iteramus, scribe ergo, edi acidu. Scribe, or else come thyself, amicus ad amicum venis. Assuredly a wise and well-spoken man may do what he will in such a case. A good orator alone, as Tully holds, can alter affections by power of his eloquence, comfort such as are afflicted, erect such as are depressed, expel and mitigate fear, lust, anger, and how powerful is the charm of a discreet and dear friend? I'll regit dictus animos eti temperat ires. What may not he effect? As Cremes told Menedemus, fear not. Conceal it not, O friend. But tell me what it is that troubles thee, and I shall surely help thee by comfort, counsel, or in the matter itself. Arnoldus, Lib 1. Brevier. Cap. 18, speaks of a usurer in his time, that upon a loss, much melancholy and discontent, was so cured, as imagination, fear, grief, cause such passions, so conceits alone, rectified by good hope, counsel, and are able again to help, and 'tis incredible how much they can do in such a case, as Trincavellius illustrates by an example of a patient of his. Porphyrius, the philosopher, in Plotinus's Life, written by him, relates, that being in a discontented humor through insufferable anguish of mind, he was going to make away himself, but meeting by chance his master Plotinus, who perceiving by his distracted looks all was not well, urged him to confess his grief, which when he had heard, he used such comfortable speeches, that he redeemed him e faucibus Arabi, pacified his unquiet mind, insomuch that he was easily reconciled to himself, and much abashed to think afterwards that he should ever entertain so vile a motion. By all means, therefore, fair promises, good words, gentle persuasions, are to be used, not to be too rigorous at first, or to insult over them, not to deride, neglect, or contemn, but rather, as Lemnius exhorteth, to pity, and by all plausible means to seek to redress them. But if satisfaction may not be had, mild courses, promises, comfortable speeches, and good counsel will not take place. Then, as Christophorus of Vega determines, lib 3. Cap. 14, de Mel. 2. Handle them more roughly, to threaten and chide, saith Altomarus. Terrify sometimes, or as Salvianus will have them, to be lashed and whipped, as we do by a starting horse, that is affrighted without a cause, or as Rhasis adviseth. One while to speak fair and flatter, another while to terrify and chide, as they shall see cause. When none of these precedent remedies will avail, it will not be amiss, which Savonarola and Aelian Montaltus so much commend, clavum clavo pellere, to drive out one passion with another, or by some contrary passion. As they do bleeding at nose by letting blood in the arm, to expel one fear with another, one grief with another. Christophorus of Vega accounts it rational physic, non alienam irration, and Lemnius much approves it, to use a hard wedge to a hard knot, to drive out one disease with another, to pull out a tooth, or wound him, to geld him, saith Platerus. As they did epileptical patients of old, because it quite alters the temperature, that the pain of the one may mitigate the grief of the other. And I knew one that was so cured of a quartan ague, by the sudden coming of his enemies upon him. If we may believe Pliny, whom Scaliger calls Mendatiorum Patrem, the father of lies, q. Fabius Maximus, that renowned consul of Rome, in a battle fought with the king of the Allobroges, at the river Isauris, was so rid of a quartan ague. Valesius, in his Controversies, holds this an excellent remedy, and if it be discreetly used in this malady, better than any physic. Sometimes again by some feigned lie, strange news, witty device, artificial invention, it is not amiss to deceive them. As they hate those, saith Alexander, that neglect or deride, so they will give ear to such as will suit them up. If they say they have swallowed frogs or a snake, by all means grant it, and tell them you can easily cure it, 'tis an ordinary thing. Philodotus, the physician, cured a melancholy king, that thought his head was off, by putting a leaden cap thereon, the weight made him perceive it, and freed him of his fond imagination. A woman, in the said Alexander, swallowed a serpent as she thought, he gave her a vomit, and conveyed a serpent, such as she conceived, into the basin, upon the sight of it she was amended. The pleasantest dotage that ever I read, saith Laurentius, was of a gentleman at Senna's in Italy, who was afraid to piss, lest all the town should be drowned. The physicians caused the bells to be rung backward, and told him the town was on fire, whereupon he made water, and was immediately cured. Another supposed his nose so big that he should dash it against the wall if he stirred. His physician took a great piece of flesh, and holding it in his hand, pinched him by the nose, making him believe that flesh was cut from it. Forestus, OBS lib 1. Had a melancholy patient, who thought he was dead, he put a fellow in a chest, like a dead man, by his bedside, and made him rear himself a little, and eat. The melancholy man asked the counterfeit, whether dead men used to eat meat? He told him yea, whereupon he did eat likewise and was cured. Lemnius, lib 2. Cap. 6, de 4. Complex, hath many such instances, and Jovianus Pontanus, lib 4. Cap. 2, of Wisd. Of the like. But amongst the rest I find one most memorable, registered in the French chronicles of an advocate of Paris before mentioned, who believed verily he was dead, and I read a multitude of examples of melancholy men cured by such artificial inventions. Subsect. 3. Music a remedy. Many and sundry are the means which philosophers and physicians have prescribed to exhilarate a sorrowful heart, to divert those fixed and intent cares and meditations, which in this malady so much offend. But in my judgment none so present, none so powerful, none so apposite as a cup of strong drink, mirth, music, and merry company. Eccles. XL 20. Wine and music rejoice the heart. Rhasis, Cont. 9, Tract. 15, Altimeris, Cap. 7. Aelianus Montaltus, c. 26. Ficinus, Benade. Victor. Faventinus are almost immoderate in the commendation of it. A most forcible medicine Jacanus calls it, Jason Pratensis, a most admirable thing, and worthy of consideration, that can so mollify the mind, and stay those tempestuous affections of it. Musica est mentis medicina mosti, a roaring meg against melancholy, to rear and revive the languishing soul, affecting not only the ears, but the very arteries, the vital and animal spirits, it erects the mind, and makes it nimble. Lemnius, instit, cap. 44, this it will effect in the most dull, severe and sorrowful souls, expel grief with mirth, and if there be any clouds, dust, or dregs of cares yet lurking in our thoughts, most powerfully it wipes them all away. Salisbury. Politics lib 1. Cap. 6, and that which is more, it will perform all this in an instant, cheer up the countenance, expel austerity, bring in hilarity. Gerald. Cam. Cap. 12, Topog, Hyber. Inform our manners, mitigate anger. Athenaeus, Dipnosophist. Lib 14, Cap. 10, Calleth it an infinite treasure to such as are endowed with it, dulcis sonum reficit tristia corda melas, Eobanus Hessus. Many other properties Cassiodorus, Epist. 4. Reckons up of this our divine music, not only to expel the greatest griefs, but it doth extenuate fears and furies, appeaseth cruelty, abateth heaviness, and to such as are watchful it causeth quiet rest. It takes away spleen and hatred, be it instrumental, vocal, with strings, wind, quae, a spiritu, sine manuum dexteritate guberniter, and it cures all irksomeness and heaviness of the soul. Laboring men that sing to their work, can tell as much, and so can soldiers when they go to fight, whom terror of death cannot so much affright, as the sound of trumpet, drum, fife, and such like music animates. Metus and immortus, as Censorinus informeth us, musica depellitor. It makes a child quiet, the nurse's song, and many times the sound of a trumpet on a sudden, bells ringing, a carman's whistle, a boy singing some ballad tune early in the streets, altars, revives. Recreates a restless patient that cannot sleep in the night, and in a word, it is so powerful a thing that it ravisheth the soul, regina sensuum, the queen of the senses, by sweet pleasure, which is a happy cure, and corporal tunes pacify our incorporeal soul, sine or locans, dominatum in animum exercit. And carries it beyond itself, helps, elevates, extends it. Scaliger, exercit. 302, gives a reason of these effects, because the spirits about the heart take in that trembling and dancing air into the body, are moved together, and stirred up with it, or else the mind, as some suppose harmonically composed, is roused up at the tunes of music. And 'tis not only men that are so affected, but almost all other creatures. You know the tale of Hercules Gallus, Orpheus, and Amphion, Felices Onimus Ovid calls them, that could saxa movere sono testidinis, and make stocks and stones, as well as beasts and other animals, dance after their pipes, the dog and hare, wolf and lamb, vicinunc lupo prebit agna latus. Clamosus Graculus, Stridula cornix, e Jovis aquila, as Philostratus describes it in his images, stood all gaping upon Orpheus, and trees pulled up by the roots came to hear him, e com item quercum pinus amica trahit. Arion made fishes follow him, which, as common experience evinceth, are much affected with music. All singing birds are much pleased with it, especially nightingales, if we may believe Calcaninus. And bees amongst the rest, though they be flying away, when they hear any tingling sound, will tarry behind. Harts, hinds, horses, dogs, bears, are exceedingly delighted with it. Scal, exerc. 302, elephants, Agrippa adds, lib 2. Cap. 24. And in Lydia in the midst of a lake there be certain floating islands, if ye will believe it, that after music will dance. But to leave all declamatory speeches in praise of divine music, I will confine myself to my proper subject. Besides that excellent power it hath to expel many other diseases, it is a sovereign remedy against despair and melancholy. And will drive away the devil himself. Canis, a Rhodian fiddler, in Philostratus, when Apollonius was inquisitive to know what he could do with his pipe, told him, that he would make a melancholy man merry, and him that was merry much merrier than before, a lover more enamoured. A religious man more devout. Ismenias the Theban, Chiron the centaur, is said to have cured this and many other diseases by music alone, as now they do those, saith Bodine, that are troubled with St. Vitus's Bedlam dance. Timotheus, the musician, compelled Alexander to skip up and down, and leave his dinner, like the tale of the friar and the boy, whom Austin, de Civ. Dei, lib. 17. Cap. 14, so much commends for it. Who hath not heard how David's harmony drove away the evil spirits from King Saul, 1 Sam. 16. And Elisha when he was much troubled by importunate kings, called for a minstrel, and when he played, the hand of the Lord came upon him, 2 Kings 3. Censorinus de Natali, Cap. 12, reports how Asclepiades the physician helped many frantic persons by this means, Freneticarum mentes morbo turbatus, Jason Pratensis, Cap. De Mania, hath many examples, how Clinias and Empedocles cured some desperately melancholy, and some mad by this our music. Which because it hath such excellent virtues, belike Homer brings in Phemius playing, and the Muses singing at the banquet of the gods. Aristotle, Polit. L. 8. C. 5, Plato 2. De Legibus, highly approve it, and so do all politicians. The Greeks, Romans, have graced music, and made it one of the liberal sciences, though it be now become mercenary. All civil commonwealths allow it, Gnaeus Manlius, as Livius relates, Anno Aburb. Con 567. Brought first out of Asia to Rome singing wenches, players, jesters, and all kinds of music to their feasts. Your princes, emperors, and persons of any quality, maintain it in their courts, no mirth without music. Sir Thomas More, in his Absolute Utopian Commonwealth, allows music as an appendix to every meal, and that throughout, to all sorts. Epictetus calls mensam mutum praecipe, a table without music a manger, for, the concert of musicians at a banquet is a carbuncle set in gold, and as the signet of an emerald well trimmed with gold, so is the melody of music in a pleasant banquet. Eccles. 32, 5, 6. Louis XI, when he invited Edward IV to come to Paris, told him that as a principal part of his entertainment, he should hear sweet voices of children, Ionic and Lydian tunes, exquisite music, he should have and the Cardinal of Bourbon to be his confessor, which he used as a most plausible argument, as to a sensual man indeed it is. Lucian in his book, De Saltation, is not ashamed to confess that he took infinite delight in singing, dancing, music, women's company, and such like pleasures, and if thou, saith he, didst but hear them play and dance. I know thou wouldst be so well pleased with the object, that thou wouldst dance for company thyself, without doubt thou wilt be taken with it. So Scaliger ingenuously confesseth, exercit. 274. I am beyond all measure affected with music, I do most willingly behold them dance, I am mightily detained and allured with that grace and comeliness of fair women, I am well pleased to be idle amongst them. And what young man is not? As it is acceptable and conducing to most, so especially to a melancholy man. Provided always, his disease proceed not originally from it, that he be not some light inamorato, some idle fantastic, who capers in conceit all the day long, and thinks of nothing else, but how to make jigs, sonnets, madrigals, in commendation of his mistress. In such cases music is most pernicious, as a spur to a free horse will make him run himself blind, or break his wind. Incitamentum enim amoris musica, for music enchants, as Menander holds, it will make such melancholy persons mad, and the sound of those jigs and hornpipes will not be removed out of the ears a week after. Plato for this reason forbids music and wine to all young men, because they are most part amorous, any ignis additor igni, lest one fire increase another. Many men are melancholy by hearing music, but it is a pleasing melancholy that it causeth. And therefore to such as are discontent, in woe, fear, sorrow, or dejected, it is a most present remedy, it expels cares, alters their grieved minds, and easeth in an instant. Otherwise, saith Plutarch, musica magis dementat quam vinum. Music makes some men mad as a tiger, like Astolpho's horn in Ariosto. Or Mercury's golden wand in Homer, that made some wake, others sleep, it hath diverse effects, and Theophrastus right well prophesied, that diseases were either procured by music, or mitigated. Subsect 4. Mirth and merry company, fair objects, remedies. Mirth and merry company may not be separated from music, both concerning and necessarily required in this business. Mirth, saith Vives, purgeth the blood, confirms health, causeth a fresh, pleasing, and fine color, prorogues life, whets the wit, makes the body young, lively and fit for any manner of employment. The merrier the heart the longer the life. A merry heart is the life of the flesh, Caro v 14. 30. Gladness prolongs his days, Eclis. XXX, 22, and this is one of the three Salernitan doctors, Dr. Merriman, Dr. Diet, Dr. Quiet, which cure all diseases, mens hilaris, requis, moderata dieta. Gomesius, Prefat. Lib 3. De Sal. Gen is a great magnifier of honest mirth, by which, saith he, we cure many passions of the mind in ourselves, and in our friends. Which Galatius assigns for a cause why we love merry companions, and well they deserve it, being that as Magninus holds, a merry companion is better than any music, and as the saying is, comes jucundus in via pro vehiculo. As a wagon to him that is wearied on the way. Jucunda confabulatio, sales, joci, pleasant discourse, jests, conceits, merry tales, melody verborum globuli, as Petronius, Pliny, Spondinus, Celius, and many good authors plead, are that sole nepenthes of Homer, Helena's bowl, Venus's girdle. So renowned of old to expel grief and care, to cause mirth and gladness of heart, if they be rightly understood, or seasonably applied. In a word, amor, voluptas, Venus, gaudium. Jocus, ludus, sermo suavis, suaviatio. Gratification, pleasure, love, joy. Mirth, sport, pleasant words and no alloy. Are the true nepenthes. For these causes our physicians generally prescribe. This as a principal engine to batter the walls of melancholy, a chief antidote, and a sufficient cure of itself. By all means, saith Meju, procure mirth to these men in such things as are heard, seen, tasted, or smelled, or any way perceived, and let them have all enticements. And fair promises, the sight of excellent beauties, attires, ornaments. Delightsome passages to distract their minds from fear and sorrow, and such things on which they are so fixed and intent. Let them use hunting, sports, plays, jests, merry company, as Rhasis prescribes, which will not let the mind be molested, a cup of good drink now and then, hear music, and have such companions with whom they are especially delighted. Merry tales or toys, drinking, singing, dancing, and whatsoever else may procure mirth, and by no means, saith Guianerius, suffer them to be alone. Benedictus Victorius Faventinus, in his Empirics, accounts it an especial remedy against melancholy, to hear and see singing, dancing, maskers, mummers, to converse with such merry fellows and fair maids. 4. The beauty of a woman cheereth the countenance, Eccles. 36:22. Beauty alone is a sovereign remedy against fear, grief, and all melancholy. Fits, a charm, as Peter de la Seine and many other writers affirm, a banquet itself. He gives instance in discontented Menelaus, that was so often freed by Helena's fair face, and Tully, 3 Tusk. Cites Epicurus as a chief patron of this tenet. To expel grief, and procure pleasure, sweet smells, good diet, touch, taste, embracing, singing, dancing, sports, plays, and above the rest, exquisite beauties, cabus. Oculi jucem moventer et animi, are most powerful means, obvia forma. To meet or see a fair maid pass by, or to be in company with her. He found it by experience, and made good use of it in his own person, if Plutarch belie him not, for he reckons up the names of some more elegant pieces. Leontia, Bedina, Hedea, Neistia, that were frequently seen in Epicurus' garden, and very familiar in his house. Neither did he try it himself alone, but if we may give credit to Athenaeus, he practiced it upon others. For when a sad and sick patient was brought unto him to be cured, he laid him on a down bed, crowned him with a garland of sweet-smelling flowers, in a fair perfumed closet delicately set out, and after a portion or two of good drink, which he administered, he brought in a beautiful young wench that could play upon a lute, sing, and dance, and Tully, 3 Tusk. Scoffs at Epicurus, for this his profane physic, as well he deserved, and yet Favorinus and Stobaeus highly approve of it, most of our looser physicians in some cases, to such parties especially, allow of this. And all of them will have a melancholy, sad, and discontented person, make frequent use of honest sports, companies, and recreations, et incitandos ad venerem, as Rodericus a Fonseca will, aspectu et contactu pulcherimorum foeminarum. To be drawn to such consorts, whether they will or no. Not to be an auditor only, or a spectator, but sometimes an actor himself. Dulce est desiper in loco, to play the fool now and then is not amiss, there is a time for all things. Grave Socrates would be merry by fits, sing, dance, and take his liquor. 2. Or else Theodoret belies him, so would old Cato, Tully by his own confession, and the rest. Xenophon, in his Sympos, brings in Socrates as a principal actor, no man merrier than himself, and sometimes he would ride a cockhorse with his children. Equiter in arundine longa. Though Alcibiades scoffed at him for it, and well he might. For now and then, saith Plutarch, the most virtuous, honest, and gravest men will use feasts, jests, and toys, as we do sauce to our meats. So did Scipio and Laelius. Ca ubi esse a vulgo et scena in secreta remorant. Vertus Scipiadi et mitis sapientia Laeli. Negari cum illo, et distincti ludera, donec. Decoquerator olus, solitae. Valorous Scipio and gentle Laelius, removed from the scene and route so clamorous, were wont to recreate themselves their robes laid by, whilst supper by the cook was making ready. Machiavel, in the 8th book of his Florentine history, gives this note of Cosmo de' Medici, the wisest and gravest man of his time in Italy, that he would now and then play the most egregious fool in his carriage. And was so much given to jesters, players, and childish sports, to make himself merry, that he that should but consider his gravity on the one part, his folly and lightness on the other, would surely say, there were two distinct persons in him. Now methinks he did well in it, though Salisburiensis be of opinion, that magistrates, senators, and grave men, should not descend to lighter sports, any respublica ludera videator, but as Themistocles, still keep a stern and constant carriage. I commend Cosmo de' Medici and Castruccius Castricanus, than whom Italy never knew a worthier captain, another Alexander, if Machiavel do not deceive us in his life, when a friend of his reprehended him for dancing beside his dignity. Belike at some cushion dance, he told him again, Ca sapit in tertiu, vix unquam noctiae desipit, he that is wise in the day may dote a little in the night. Paulus Jovius relates as much of Pope Leo Decimus, that he was a grave, discreet, staid man, yet sometimes most free, and too open in his sports. And 'tis not altogether unfit or misbeseeming the gravity of such a man, if that decorum of time, place, and such circumstances be observed. Mis stultitium concilius brevum, and as he said in an epigram to his wife, I would have every man say to himself, or to his friend. Moll, once in pleasant company by chance. I wished that you for company would dance. Which you refused, and said. Your years require. Now, matron-like, both manners and attire. Well, Moll, if needs you will be matron-like. Then trust to this, I will be matron-like. Yet so to you my love, may never lessen. As you for church, house, bed, observe this lesson. Sit in the church as solemn as a saint. No deed, word, thought. Your due devotion taint. Veil, if you will, your head, your soul reveal. To him that only wounded souls can heal. Be in my house as busy as a bee. Having a sting for every one but me. Buzzing in every corner, gathering honey. Let nothing waste, that costs or yieldeth money. And when thou sayest my heart to mirth incline. Thy tongue, wit, blood, warm with good cheer and wine. Then of sweet sports let no occasion scape. But be as wanton, toying as an ape. Those old Greeks had their Lubentium deme, goddess of pleasure, and the Lacedaemonians, instructed from Lycurgus, did Deo rigui sucrificare. After their wars especially, and in times of peace, which was used in Thessaly. As it appears by that of Apuleius, who was made an instrument of their laughter himself, because laughter and merriment was to season their labors and modester life. Rhesus. Enim divum atque, hominum est aeterna voluptas. Princes use jesters, players, and have those masters of revels in their courts. The Romans at every supper, for they had no solemn dinner, used music, gladiators, jesters, and as Suetonius relates of Tiberius, Dion of Commodus, and so did the Greeks. Besides music, in Xenophon's Sympos. Philippus Redendi. Artifex, Philip, a jester, was brought to make sport. Paulus Jovius, in the 11th book of his history, hath a pretty digression of our English customs, which howsoever some may misconstrue, I, for my part, will interpret to the best. The whole nation beyond all other mortal men, is most given to banqueting and feasts. For they prolong them many hours together, with dainty cheer, exquisite music, and facete jesters, and afterwards they fall a dancing and courting their mistresses, till it be late in the night. Volateran gives the same testimony of this island, commending our jovial manner of entertainment and good mirth, and methinks he saith well, there is no harm in it, long may they use it, and all such modest sports. Ctesias reports of a Persian king, that had 150 maids attending at his table, to play, sing, and dance by turns, and Lil Giraldus of an Egyptian prince, that kept 9 virgins still to wait upon him, and those of most excellent feature, and sweet voices, which afterwards gave occasion to the Greeks of that fiction of the 9 Muses. The king of Ethiopia in Africa, most of our Asiatic princes have done so. And do, those Sophies, Mogurs, Turks, and solace themselves after supper amongst their queens and concubines, quae jucundioris oblectamenti causa. Saith mine author, coram rege salera eti saltar consueverant. Taking great pleasure to see and hear them sing and dance. This and many such means to exhilarate the heart of men, have been still practiced in all ages, as knowing there is no better thing to the preservation of man's life. What shall I say, then, but to every melancholy man? Utera convivis, non tristibus utera amicis. Quos nugi eti risus, e joca salsa juvent. Feast often, and use friends not still so sad, whose jests and merriments may make thee glad. Use honest and chaste sports, scenical shows, plays, games. Accident juvenum cori, mystique puelli. And as Marsilius Ficinus concludes an epistle to Bernard Canisianus, and some other of his friends. Will I this tract to all good students, live merrily, O my friends. Free from cares, perplexity, anguish, grief of mind, live merrily. Letitia coelum vos crevit, again and again I request you to be merry. If anything trouble your hearts, or vex your souls, neglect and contemn it, let it pass. And this I enjoin you, not as a divine alone, but as a physician, for without this mirth, which is the life and quintessence of physic, medicines, and whatsoever is used and applied to prolong the life of man, is dull, dead, and of no force. Dum fata. Sinant, vivite laeti, Seneca, I say be merry. Nec lusibus virentum. Vidumus hanc juventum. It was Tiresias the prophet's counsel to Menippus, that travelled all the world over, even down to hell itself to seek content, and his last farewell to Menippus, to be merry. Contemn the world, saith he, and count that is in it vanity and toys. This only covet all thy life long, be not curious, or over-solicitous in anything, but with a well-composed and contented estate to enjoy thyself, and above all things to be merry. See numerus uti senset sine amore josisque. Nil est jucundum, vivas in amore josisque. Nothing better, to conclude with Solomon, Ecclesiastes 3:22, than that a man should rejoice in his affairs. 'Tis the same advice which every physician in this case rings to his patient, as Capivaccius to his. Avoid overmuch study and perturbations of the mind. And as much as in thee lies live at heart seize, prosper Calenus to that melancholy cardinal. Cesius, amidst thy serious studies and business, use jests and conceits, plays and toys, and whatsoever else may recreate thy mind. Nothing better than mirth and merry company in this malady. It begins with sorrow, saith Montanus, it must be expelled with hilarity. But see the mischief. Many men, knowing that merry company is the only medicine against melancholy, will therefore neglect their business. And in another extreme, spend all their days among good fellows in a tavern or an alehouse, and know not otherwise how to bestow their time but in drinking. Malt worms, men fishes, or water snakes, cabibant solum ranarum more, nihil commodentes, like so many frogs in a puddle. 'Tis their sole exercise to eat, and drink, to sacrifice to Volupia, Rumina, Idolica, Potina, Melona, is all their religion. They wish for Philoxenus' neck, Jupiter's trinoxium, and that the sun would stand still as in Joshua's time, to satisfy their lust, that they might dies noctesque pergricari et bibra. Flourishing wits, and men of good parts, good fashion, and good worth, basely prostitute themselves to every rogue's company, to take tobacco and drink, to roar and sing scurrilous songs in base places. Invenis alicum cum percussor jacentem. Permistum naudis, aut furibus, aut fugitivus. Which Thomas Erastus objects to Paracelsus, that he would be drinking all day long with carmen and tapsters in a brothel house, is too frequent among us, with men of better note, like Timocrian of Rhodes, multa bibens, edi multa vorans, and they drown their wits, seat their brains in ale, consume their fortunes, lose their time, weaken their temperatures, contract filthy diseases, rheums, dropsies, calentures, tremor, get swollen jugulars, pimpled red faces, sore eyes, and heat their livers, alter their complexions, spoil their stomachs, overthrow their bodies. For drink drowns more than the sea and all the rivers that fall into it, mere fungs and casks, confound their souls, suppress reason, go from Scylla to Charybdis, and use that which is a help to their undoing. Quid refert morbo and ferro perim ruina? When the Black Prince went to set the exiled King of Castile into his kingdom, there was a terrible battle fought between the English and the Spanish. At last the Spanish fled, the English followed them to the river side, where some drowned themselves to avoid their enemies, the rest were killed. Now tell me what difference is between drowning and killing. As good be melancholy still, as drunken beasts and beggars. Company a sole comfort, and an only remedy to all kind of discontent, is their sole misery and cause of perdition. As Hermione lamented in Euripides, malae muliers me fecerunt malum. Evil company marred her, may they justly complain, bad companions have been their bane. For, malus malum vult ut sitsue similis. One drunkard in a company, one thief, one whoremaster, will by his goodwill make all the rest as bad as himself. E.s.I. Nocturnos jures te formidare vapors. Be of what complexion you will, inclination, love or hate, be it good or bad. If you come amongst them, you must do as they do. Yea, though it be to the prejudice of your health, you must drink venenum pro vino. And so like grasshoppers, whilst they sing over their cups all summer, they starve in winter. And for a little vain merriment shall find a sorrowful reckoning in the end. Sect 3 MEMB I. A consolatory digression, containing the remedies of all manner of discontents. Because in the preceding section I have made mention of good counsel, comfortable speeches, persuasion, how necessarily they are required to the cure of a discontented or troubled mind, how present a remedy they yield, and many times a sole sufficient cure of themselves. I have thought fit in this following section, a little to digress, if at least it be to digress in this subject, to collect and glean a few remedies, and comfortable speeches out of our best orators, philosophers, divines, and fathers of the Church, tending to this purpose. I confess, many have copiously written of this subject, Plato, Seneca, Plutarch, Xenophon, Epictetus, Theophrastus, Xenocrates, Grantor, Lucian, Boethius, and some of late, Sadelides, Cardan, Budaeus, Stella, Petrarch, Erasmus, besides Austin, Cyprian, Bernard, and they so well, that as Hierome in like case said, Si nostrum auret ingenium, de illorum possit fontibus irrigari, if our barren wits were dried up, they might be copiously irrigated from those wellsprings, and I shall but act a magira. Yet because these tracts are not so obvious and common, I will epitomize, and briefly insert some of their divine precepts, reducing their voluminous and vast treatises to my small scale. For it were otherwise impossible to bring so great vessels into so little a creek. And although, as Cardan said of his book De Consol, I know beforehand, this tract of mine many will contemn and reject. They that are fortunate, happy, and in flourishing estate, have no need of such consolatory speeches, they that are miserable and unhappy, think them insufficient to ease their grieved minds, and comfort their misery, yet I will go on. For this must needs do some good to such as are happy, to bring them to a moderation, and make them reflect and know themselves, by seeing the inconstancy of human felicity, others' misery. And to such as are distressed, if they will but attend and consider of this, it cannot choose but give some content and comfort. 'Tis true, no medicine can cure all diseases, some affections of the mind are altogether incurable. Yet these helps of art, physic, and philosophy must not be contemned. Arrianus and Plotinus are stiff in the contrary opinion, that such precepts can do little good. Boethius himself cannot comfort in some cases, they will reject such speeches like bread of stones, insana stulti mentis haec solatia. Words add no courage, which Catiline once said to his soldiers, a captain's oration doth not make a coward a valiant man, and as Job feelingly said to his friends, you are but miserable comforters all. 'Tis to no purpose in that vulgar phrase to use a company of obsolete sentences, and familiar sayings, as Plinius Secundus, being now sorrowful and heavy for the departure of his dear friend Cornelius Rufus, a Roman senator, wrote to his fellow Tiro in like case, et haeb solatia, sed nova aliqua, sed fortia, quae audierum nunquam, legerum nunquam, nam quae audivi, quae legi omnia, tanto dolor superanter, either say something that I never read nor heard of before, or else hold thy peace. Most men will here accept trivial consolations, ordinary speeches, and known persuasions in this behalf will be of small force. What can any man say that hath not been said? To what end are such parenetical discourses? You may as soon remove Mount Caucasus, as alter some men's affections. Yet sure I think they cannot choose but do some good, and comfort and ease a little, though it be the same again, I will say it, and upon that hope I will adventure. Non meus hic sermo, 'tis not my speech this, but of Seneca, Plutarch, Epictetus, Austin, Bernard, Christ and his apostles. If I make nothing, as Montaigne said in like case, I will mar nothing. 'Tis not my doctrine but my study, I hope I shall do nobody wrong to speak what I think, and deserve not blame in imparting my mind. If it be not for thy ease, it may for mine own, so Tully, Cardan, and Boethius wrote to Consul. As well to help themselves as others, be it as it may I will essay, discontents and grievances are either general or particular. General are wars, plagues, dearths, famine, fires, inundations, unseasonable weather, epidemical diseases which afflict whole kingdoms, territories, cities. Or peculiar to private men, as cares, crosses, losses, death of friends, poverty, want, sickness, orbities, injuries, abuses, and generally all discontent, homines quadamur fortunae, salo. No condition free, quisque suos patamur manes. Even in the midst of our mirth and jollity, there is some grudging, some complaint, as he saith, our whole life is a glycipicron, a bitter sweet passion, honey and gall mixed together, we are all miserable and discontent, who can deny it? If all, and that it be a common calamity, an inevitable necessity, all distressed, then as Cardan infers, who art thou that hopest to go free? Why dost thou not grieve? Thou art a mortal man, and not governor of the world. Fere quam sortem pediuntur omnes, nemo recusit, if it be common to all, why should one man be more disquieted than another? If thou alone wert distressed, it were indeed more irksome, and less to be endured. But when the calamity is common, comfort thyself with this, thou hast more fellows, sole men miseris socios habuis doloris, 'tis not thy sole case, and why shouldst thou be so impatient? Ay, but alas we are more miserable than others, what shall we do? Besides private miseries, we live in perpetual fear and danger of common enemies, we have Bellona's whips, and pitiful outcries, for epithalamiums. For pleasant music, that fearful noise of ordnance, drums, and warlike trumpets still sounding in our ears, instead of nuptial torches, we have firing of towns and cities, for triumphs, lamentations, for joy, tears. So it is, and so it was, and so it ever will be. He that refuseth to see and hear, to suffer this, is not fit to live in this world, and knows not the common condition of all men, to whom so long as they live, with a reciprocal course, joys and sorrows are annexed, and succeed one another. It is inevitable, it may not be avoided, and why then shouldst thou be so much troubled? Grave nihil est homini quod fert necessitas, as Tully deems out of an old poet, that which is necessary cannot be grievous. If it be so, then comfort thyself in this, that whether thou wilt or no, it must be endured. Make a virtue of necessity, and conform thyself to undergo it. Si longa est, levis est, si gravis est, brevis est. If it be long, 'tis light. If grievous, it cannot last. It will away, dies dolorem minuit, and if not else, time will wear it out, custom will ease it. Oblivion is a common medicine for all losses, injuries, griefs, and detriments whatsoever, and when they are once past, this commodity comes of infelicity, it makes the rest of our life sweeter unto us. Ac haec olim meminus juvabit. Recollection of the past is pleasant, the privation and want of a thing many times makes it more pleasant and delightsome than before it was. We must not think the happiest of us all to escape here without some misfortunes. Usque adeo nulla est sincera voluptas. Solicitumque aliquid laetus intervenit. Heaven and earth are much unlike, those heavenly bodies indeed are freely carried in their orbs without any impediment or interruption, to continue their course for innumerable ages, and make their conversions, but men are urged with many difficulties, and have diverse hindrances. Opposition still crossing, interrupting their endeavors and desires, and no mortal man is free from this law of nature. We must not therefore hope to have all things answer our own expectation, to have a continuance of good success and fortunes, fortuna nunquam perpetuo est bona. And as Minucius Felix, the Roman consul, told that insulting Coriolanus, drunk with his good fortunes, look not for that success thou hast hitherto had. It never yet happened to any man since the beginning of the world. Nor ever will, to have all things according to his desire, or to whom fortune was never opposite and adverse. Even so it fell out to him as he foretold. And so to others, even to that happiness of Augustus, though he were Jupiter's almoner, Pluto's treasurer, Neptune's admiral, it could not secure him. Such was Alcibiades's fortune, Narsetes, that great Gonsalvus, and most famous men's, that as Jovius concludes, it is almost fatal to great princes, through their own default or otherwise circumvented with envy and malice, to lose their honors, and die contumeliously. 'Tis so. Still hath been, and ever will be, nihil est ab omni part beatum. There's no perfection is so absolute that some impurity doth not pollute. Whatsoever is under the moon is subject to corruption, alteration. And so long as thou livest upon earth, look not for other. Thou shalt not here find peaceable and cheerful days, quiet times, but rather clouds, storms, calamities, such is our fate. And as those errant planets in their distinct orbs have their several motions, sometimes direct, stationary, retrograde, in apogee, perigee, oriental, occidental, combust, feral, free. And as our astrologers will have their fortitudes and debilities, by reason of those good and bad irradiations, conferred to each other's sight in the heavens, in their terms, houses, case, detriments, and so we rise and fall in this world, ebb and flow, in and out, reared and dejected, lead a troublesome life, subject to many accidents and casualties of fortunes, variety of passions, infirmities as well from ourselves as others. Yea, but thou thinkest thou art more miserable than the rest, other men are happy but in respect of thee, their miseries are but flea-bitings to thine, thou alone art unhappy, none so bad as thyself. Yet if, as Socrates said, all men in the world should come and bring their grievances together, of body, mind, fortune, sores, ulcers, madness, epilepsies, agues, and all those common calamities of beggary, want, servitude, imprisonment, and lay them on a heap to be equally divided, wouldst thou share alike, and take thy portion? Or be as thou art? Without question thou wouldst be as thou art. If some Jupiter should say, to give us all content. Jam facium quat voltus, eris 2, commodo miles. Mercator, 2 consultus modo, rusticus. Hinc vos. Vos hinc mutatis dissidite partibus, eia. Quid slotis? Nolent. Well beat so then, you master soldier. Shall be a merchant, you sir lawyer. A country gentleman, go you to this. That side you, why stand ye? It's well as 'tis. Every man knows his own, but not others' defects and miseries. And 'tis the nature of all men still to reflect upon themselves, their own misfortunes, not to examine or consider other men's, not to compare themselves with others, to recount their miseries, but not their good gifts, fortunes, benefits, which they have, or ruminate on their adversity. But not once to think on their prosperity, not what they have, but what they want, to look still on them that go before, but not on those infinite numbers that come after. Whereas many a man would think himself in heaven, a pretty prince, if he had but the least part of that fortune which thou so much repinest at, abhorrest and accountest a most vile and wretched estate. How many thousands want that which thou hast? How many myriads of poor slaves, captives, of such as work day and night in coal pits, tin mines, with sore toil to maintain a poor living, of such as labor in body and mind, live in extreme anguish and pain, all which thou art free from. O fortunatos nimium bona sisua norent, thou art most happy if thou couldst be content, and acknowledge thy happiness. Rem currendo, non fruendo conoscimus, when thou shalt hereafter come to want that which thou now loathest, abhorrest, and art weary of, and tired with, when 'tis past thou wilt say thou wert most happy, and after a little wish with all thine heart thou hadst the same content again, mightst lead but such a life, a world for such a life, the remembrance of it is pleasant. Be silent. Then, rest satisfied, design, intuensque in aliarum infortunia. Solari mentem, comfort thyself with other men's misfortunes, and as the moldwarp in Aesop told the fox, complaining for want of a tail, and the rest of his companions, tacete. Quando me aculis captum videtis, you complain of toys, but I am blind, be quiet. I say to thee, be thou satisfied. It is recorded of the hares, that with a general consent they went to drown themselves, out of a feeling of their misery. But when they saw a company of frogs more fearful than they were, they began to take courage, and comfort again. Compare thine estate with others. Similes. Aliarum respice casus, mitius ista fears. Be content and rest satisfied. For thou art well in respect to others, be thankful for that thou hast. That God hath done for thee, he hath not made thee a monster, a beast, a base creature, as he might, but a man, a Christian, such a man. Consider. Aright of it, thou art full well as thou art. Quicquid vult habera. Nemo potest, no man can have what he will, illid potest null quat non. Habit, he may choose whether he will desire that which he hath not. Thy lot is fallen, make the best of it. If we should all sleep at all times, as Endymion is said to have done, who then were happier than his fellow? Our life is but short, a very dream, and while we look about immortalitas ad est, eternity is at hand, our life is a pilgrimage on earth, which wise men pass with great alacrity. If thou be in woe, sorrow, want, distress, in pain, or sickness, think of that of our Apostle, God chastiseth them whom he loveth, they that sow in tears, shall reap in joy, Sol. Xvi, 6. As the furnace proveth the potter's vessel, so doth temptation try men's thoughts, Eccled 25. 5, 'Tis for thy good, paresis nisi paresis, hadst thou not been so visited, thou hadst been utterly undone, as gold in the fire, so men are tried in adversity. Tribulatio did it, and which Camerarius hath well shadowed in an emblem of a thresher and corn. Si tritura absit paleus sunt abdita grana. Nos crux mundanis separat a paleus. As threshing separates from straw the corn. By crosses from the world's chaff are we born. 'Tis the very same which Chrysostom comments, Hom. 2, in 3. Mat. Corn is not separated but by threshing, nor men from worldly impediments but by tribulation. 'Tis that which Cyprian ingeminates, ser 4. De mort. 'Tis that which Hiram, which all the fathers inculcate, so we are catechized for eternity. 'Tis that which the proverb insinuates. Nocumentum documentum, 'tis that which all the world rings in our ears. Deus unicum habet filium sine peccato, nullum. Sine flagello, God, saith Austin, hath one Son without sin, none without correction. An expert seaman is tried in a tempest, a runner in a race, a captain in a battle, a valiant man in adversity, a Christian in temptation and misery. Basil, Hom. 8. We are sent as so many soldiers into this world, to strive with it, the flesh, the devil, our life is a warfare, and who knows it not? Non est ad astra malis e terris via, and therefore peradventure this world here is made troublesome unto us, that, as Gregory notes, we should not be delighted by the way, and forget whither we are going. Ite nunc fortes, bubis celsa magni. Ducit exempli via, cur inertis. Terga nidatis. Superata tellus. Sidera donat. Go on then merrily to heaven. If the way be troublesome, and you in misery, in many grievances, on the other side you have many pleasant sports. Objects, sweet smells, delightsome tastes, music, meats, herbs, flowers. And to recreate your senses. Or put case thou art now forsaken of the world, dejected, contemned, yet comfort thyself, as it was said to Agar in the wilderness, God sees thee, he takes notice of thee, there is a God above that can vindicate thy cause, that can relieve thee. And surely Seneca thinks he takes delight in seeing thee. The gods are well pleased when they see great men contending with adversity, as we are to see men fight, or a man with a beast. But these are toys in respect. Behold, saith he, a spectacle worthy of God, a good man contented with his estate. A tyrant is the best sacrifice to Jupiter, as the ancients held, and his best object, a contented mind. For thy part then rest satisfied, cast all thy care on him, thy burthen on him, rely on him, trust on him, and he shall nourish thee, care for thee, give thee thine heart's desire. Say with David, God is our hope and strength, in troubles ready to be found, Psalm 46, 1. For they that trust in the Lord shall be as Mount Zion, which cannot be removed, Psalm 6, 1. 2. As the mountains are about Jerusalem, so is the Lord about his people. From henceforth and forever. MEMB. 2. Deformity of body, sickness, baseness of birth, peculiar discontents. Particular discontents and grievances, are either of body, mind, or fortune, which as they wound the soul of man, produce this melancholy, and many great inconveniences, by that antidote of good counsel and persuasion may be eased or expelled. Deformities and imperfections of our bodies, as lameness, crookedness, deafness, blindness, be they innate or accidental, torture many men, yet this may comfort them, that those imperfections of the body do not a whit blemish the soul, or hinder the operations of it, but rather help and much increase it. Thou art lame of body, deformed to the eye, yet this hinders not but that thou mayst be a good, a wise, upright, honest man. Seldom, saith Plutarch, honesty and beauty dwell together, and oftentimes under a threadbare coat lies an excellent understanding, seep sub atrita latitat sapientia vest. Cornelius Mussus, that famous preacher in Italy, when he came first into the pulpit in Venice, was so much contemned by reason of his outside, a little lean, poor, dejected person, they were all ready to leave the church. But when they heard his voice they did admire him, and happy was that senator could enjoy his company, or invite him first to his house. A silly fellow to look to, may have more wit, learning, honesty, than he that struts it out ampulus jactans, and grandia gradiens, and is admired in the world's opinion, villi seep catus nobile nectar habit, the best wine comes out of an old vessel. How many deformed princes, kings, emperors, could I reckon up, philosophers, orators? Hannibal had but one eye, Appius Claudius, Timoleon, blind, Mulius, king of Tunis, John, king of Bohemia, and Tiresias the prophet. The knight hath his pleasure, and for the loss of that one sense such men are commonly recompensed in the rest. They have excellent memories, other good parts, music, and many recreations. Much happiness, great wisdom, as Tully well discourseth in his Tusculan questions, Homer was blind, yet who, saith he, made more accurate, lively, or better descriptions, with both his eyes? Democritus was blind, yet as Laertius writes of him, he saw more than all Greece besides, as Plato concludes, tam sane mentis oculis acute incipit cernere, cum primum corporis oculis deflorescit, when our bodily eyes are at worst. Generally the eyes of our soul see best. Some philosophers and divines have evirated themselves, and put out their eyes voluntarily, the better to contemplate. Angelus Politianus had a tetter in his nose continually running, fulsome in company, yet no man so eloquent and pleasing in his works. Aesop was crooked, Socrates purblind, long-legged, hairy. Democritus withered, Seneca lean and harsh, ugly to behold, yet show me so many flourishing wits, such divine spirits, Horace a little blear-eyed contemptible fellow, yet who so sententious and wise. Marsilius Picinus, Faber Stapulensis, a couple of dwarfs, Melanchthon a short hard-favoured man, Parvus erat, said Magnus erat, and, yet of incomparable parts all three. Ignatius Loyola the founder of the Jesuits, by reason of a hurt he received in his leg, at the siege of Pamplona, the chief town of Navarre in Spain, unfit for wars and less serviceable at court, upon that accident betook himself to his beads. And by those means got more honour than ever he should have done with the use of his limbs, and properness of person, vulnus non penetrat animum, a wound hurts not the soul. Galba the emperor was crook-backed, Epictetus lame, that great Alexander a little man of stature, Augustus Caesar of the same pitch, Agesilaus despicabili forma. Bocchus a most deformed prince as ever Egypt had, yet as Diodorus Siculus records of him, in wisdom and knowledge far beyond his predecessors. A. Dom, 1306. Euladslaus Cubitalis that pygmy king of Poland reigned and fought more victorious battles than any of his long-shanked predecessors. Nullum virtus resput staturum, virtue refuseth no stature, and commonly your great vast bodies, and fine features, are sottish, dull, and leaden spirits. What's in them? Quid nisi pondus inter stolidake ferocia mentis, what in Osus and Ephialtes, Neptune's sons in Homer, 9 acres long. Cut Magnus Orion. Cum pedes incedit, medii per maxima nerii. Stagna, viam findens humero supereminet undas. Like tall Orion stalking o'er the flood. When with his brawny breast he cuts the waves. His shoulder scarce the topmost billow laves. What in Maximinus, Ajax, Caligula, and the rest of those great Zanzimans? Or gigantical Anakims, heavy, vast, barbarous lubbers? Si membra tibi dant grandia parsi. Mentis aegis. Their body, saith Lemnius, is a burden to them, and their spirits. Not so lively. Nor they so erect and merry, non est in magno corpore mica. Solace, a little diamond is more worth than a rocky mountain, which made Alexander Aphrodisius positively conclude, the lesser, the wiser. Because the soul was more contracted in such a body. Let Bodine in his 5. See, method, hist. Plead the rest, the lesser they are, as in Asia, Greece. They have generally the finest wits. And for bodily stature which some so much admire, and goodly presence, 'tis true, to say the best of them, great men are proper, and tall, I grant, caput inter nubula condunt, hide their heads in the clouds. But belli pusili little men are pretty. Sed si bellus homo est cauda, pusillus homo est sickness, diseases. Trouble many, but without a cause, it may be 'tis for the good of their souls. Pars fati fuit, the flesh rebels against the spirit. That which hurts the one, must needs help the other. Sickness is the mother of modesty, putteth us in mind of our mortality, and when we are in the full career of worldly pomp and jollity, she pulleth us by the ear, and mocketh us know ourselves. Pliny calls it, the sum of philosophy, if we could but perform that in our health, which we promise in our sickness. Quum infirmi summus, optimi summus. For what sick man, as Secundus expostulates with Rufus, was ever lascivious, covetous, or ambitious? He envies no man, admires no man, flatters no man, despiseth no man, listens not after lies and tales, and were it not for such gentle remembrances, men would have no moderation of themselves, they would be worse than tigers, wolves, and lions, who should keep them in awe. Princes, masters, parents, magistrates, judges, friends, enemies, fair or foul means cannot contain us, but a little sickness, as Chrysostom observes, will correct and amend us. And therefore with good discretion. Jovianus Pontanus caused this short sentence to be engraven on his tomb in Naples, labor, sorrow, grief, sickness, want and woe, to serve. Proud masters, bear that superstitious yoke. And bury your clearest friends, and are the sauces of our life. If thy disease be continuate and painful to thee, it will not surely last, and a light affliction, which is but for a moment, causeth unto us a far more excellent and eternal weight of glory. 2 Cor 4. 17. Bear it with patience, women endure much sorrow in childbed, and yet they will not contain, and those that are barren, wish for this pain. Be courageous, there is as much valor to be shown in thy bed, as in an army, or at a sea fight. Aut vinciter, aut vincit. Thou shalt be rid at last. In the meantime, let it take its course, thy mind is not any way disabled. Bilibaldus Percimerus, senator to Charles the Fifth, ruled all Germany, lying most part of his days sick of the gout upon his bed. The more violent thy torture is, the less it will continue, and though it be severe and hideous for the time, comfort thyself as martyrs do, with honor and immortality. That famous philosopher Epicurus, being in as miserable pain of stone and colic, as a man might endure, solaced himself with a conceit of immortality, the joy of his soul for his rare inventions, repelled the pain of his bodily torments. Baseness of birth is a great disparagement to some men, especially if they be wealthy, bear office, and come to promotion in a commonwealth. Then, as he observes, if their birth be not answerable to their calling, and to their fellows, they are much abashed and ashamed of themselves. Some scorn their own father and mother, deny brothers and sisters, with the rest of their kindred and friends, and will not suffer them to come near them, when they are in their pomp, accounting it a scandal to their greatness to have such beggarly beginnings. Simon and Lucian, having now got a little wealth, changed his name from Simon to Simonides, for that there were so many beggars of his kin, and set the house on fire where he was born, because no body should point at it. Others by titles, coats of arms, and by all means screw themselves into ancient families, falsifying pedigrees, usurping scutcheons, and all because they would not seem to be base. The reason is, for that this gentility is so much admired by a company of outsides, and such honour attributed unto it, as amongst Germans, Frenchmen, and Venetians, the gentry scorn the commonalty, and will not suffer them to match with them. They depress, and make them as so many asses, to carry burdens. In our ordinary talk and fallings out, the most opprobrious and scurrile name we can fasten upon a man, or first give, is to call him base rogue, beggarly rascal, and the like, whereas in my judgment, this ought of all other grievances to trouble men least. Of all vanities and fopperies, to brag of gentility is the greatest, for what is it they crack so much of, and challenge such superiority, as if they were demigods? Birth? Tantain vos generis tenuit fiducia vestri. It is non ens, a mere flash, a ceremony, a toy, a thing of naught. Consider the beginning, present estate, progress, ending of gentry, and then tell me what it is. Oppression, fraud, cozening, usury, knavery, bawdry, murder, and tyranny, are the beginning of many ancient families. One hath been a bloodsucker, a parricide, the death of many a silly soul in some unjust quarrels, seditions. Made many an orphan and poor widow, and for that he is made a lord or an earl, and his posterity gentlemen for ever after. Another hath been a bawd, a pander to some great men, a parasite, a slave, prostituted himself, his wife, daughter, to some lascivious prince, and for that he is exalted. Tiberius preferred many to honours in his time, because they were famous whoremasters and sturdy drinkers. Many come into this parchment row, so one calls it, by flattery or cozening. Search your old families, and you shall scarce find of a multitude, as Aeneas Sylvius observes, caceleratum non habent ortum, that have not a wicked beginning. Aut ca sixi dolo eo fastigii non ascendent, as that plebeian in Machiavel in a set oration proved to his fellows, that do not rise by knavery, force, foolery, villainy, or such indirect means. They are commonly able that are wealthy. Virtue and riches seldom settle on one man, who then sees not the beginning of nobility. Spoils enrich one, usury another, treason a third, witchcraft a fourth, flattery a fifth, lying, stealing, bearing false witness a sixth, adultery the seventh, and one makes a fool of himself to make his lord merry, another dandles my young master, bestows a little nag on him, a third marries a cracked piece, and now may it please your good worship, your lordship, who was the first founder of your family? The poet answers, Aut pastor fut, aut illid quat dicere nalo. Are he or you the better gentleman? If he, then we have traced him to his form. If you, what is it of which thou boastest so much? That thou art his son. It may be his heir, his reputed son, and yet indeed a priest or a serving man may be the true father of him, but we will not controvert that now. Married women are all honest. Thou art his son's son's son, begotten and born infra quatuor Maria, and thy great-great-great-grandfather was a rich citizen, and then in all likelihood a usurer, a lawyer, and then a courtier, and then a country gentleman, and then he scraped it out of sheep, and you are the heir of all his virtues, fortunes, titles. So then, what is your gentry, but as Hiram saith, opes antiqui, inveterati divicii, ancient wealth? That is the definition of gentility. The father goes often to the devil, to make his son a gentleman. For the present, what is it? It began, saith Agrippa, with strong impiety, with tyranny, oppression, and so it is maintained. Wealth began it, no matter how got, wealth continueth and increaseth it. Those Roman knights were so called, if they could dispend per annum so much. In the kingdom of Naples and France, he that buys such lands, buys the honour, title, barony, together with it. And they that can dispend so much amongst us, must be called to bear office, to be knights, or fine for it, as one observes, nobiliarum ex sensu judicant, our nobles are measured by their means. And what now is the object of honor? What maintains our gentry but wealth? Nobilitas sine re projecta vilior alga. Without means gentry is not worth, nothing so contemptible and base. Disputere de nobilitate generis, sine divitius, est disputere de nobilitate stercoris, saith Nevisanus the lawyer, to dispute of gentry without wealth, is, saving your reverence, to discuss the original of a murd. So that it is wealth alone that denominates, money which maintains it, gives esse to it, for which every man may have it. And what is their ordinary exercise? Sit to eat, drink, lie down to sleep, and rise to play, wherein lies their worth and sufficiency. In a few coats of arms, eagles, lions, serpents, bears, tigers, dogs, crosses, bens, fesses, and such like baubles, which they commonly set up in their galleries, porches, windows, on bowls, platters, coaches, in tombs, churches, men's sleeves, and if he can hawk and hunt, ride a horse, play at cards and dice, swagger, drink, swear, take tobacco with a grace, sing, dance, wear his clothes in fashion, court and please his mistress, talk big fustian, insult, scorn, strut, contemn others, and use a little mimical and apish compliment above the rest, he is a complete, egregium vero laudem, a well-qualified gentleman. These are most of their employments, this their greatest commendation. What is gentry, this parchment nobility then, but as Agrippa defines it, a sanctuary of knavery and naughtiness, a cloak for wickedness and execrable vices, of pride, fraud, contempt, boasting, oppression, dissimulation, lust, gluttony, malice, fornication, adultery, ignorance, impiety. A nobleman therefore in some likelihood, as he concludes, is an atheist, an oppressor, an epicure, a gull, a dizzard, an illiterate idiot, an outside, a glowworm, a proud fool, an arrant ass, ventris et inguinis mensipium. A slave to his lust and belly, salac libidine fortis. And as Salvianus observed of his countrymen the Aquitanes in France, sic et titulis primi fur, sic et vitius, as they were the first in rank so also in rottenness, and Cabinet du Roi, their own writer, distinctly of the rest. The nobles of Berry are most part lechers, they of Touraine thieves, they of Narbonne covetous, they of Guyenne coiners, they of Provence atheists, they of Rheims superstitious, they of Lyons treacherous, of Normandy proud, of Picardy insolent. And we may generally conclude, the greater men, the more vicious. In fine, as Aeneas Sylvius adds, they are most part miserable, sottish, and filthy fellows, like the walls of their houses, fair without, foul within. What dost thou vaunt of now? What dost thou gape and wonder at? Admire him for his brave apparel, horses, dogs, fine houses, manors, orchards, gardens, walks. Why? A fool may be possessor of this as well as he. And he that accounts him a better man, a nobleman for having of it, he is a fool himself. Now go and brag of thy gentility. This is it belike which makes the Turks at this day scorn nobility, and all those huffing bombast titles, which so much elevate their poles, except it be such as have got it at first, maintain it by some supereminent quality, or excellent worth. And for this cause, the Ragusian Commonwealth, Switzers, and the United Provinces, in all their aristocracies, or democratical monarchies, if I may so call them, exclude all these degrees of hereditary honors. And will admit of none to bear office, but such as are learned, like those Athenian Areopagites, wise, discreet, and well brought up. The Chinese observe the same customs, no man amongst them noble by birth, out of their philosophers and doctors they choose magistrates, their politic nobles are taken from such as be more liter nobiles virtuous noble. Nobilitas ut olim ab officio, non in natura, as in Israel of old, and their office was to defend and govern their country in war and peace, not to hawk, hunt, eat, drink, game alone, as too many do. Their loicii, mandarini, literati, licentiati, and such as have raised themselves by their worth, are their noblemen only, though fit to govern a state, and why then should any that is otherwise of worth be ashamed of his birth? Why should not he be as much respected that leaves a noble posterity, as he that hath had noble ancestors? Nay, why not more? For plures solum orientem we adore the sun rising most part. And how much better is it to say, ego mais majoribus virtut proluxi, I have outshone my ancestors in virtues, to boast himself of his virtues, than of his birth. Cathasbeus, Sultan of Egypt and Syria, was by his condition a slave, but for worth, valor, and manhood second to no king, and for that cause, as Jovius writes, elected emperor of the Mamelukes. That poor Spanish Pizarro for his valor made by Charles V Marquis of Anatillo, the Turkey Pashas are all such. Pertinax, Philippus Arabs, Maximinus, Probus, Aurelius, and, from common soldiers, became emperors, Cato, Cincinnatus, and consuls. Pius Secundus, Sixtus Quintus, Johann, Secundus, Nicholas Quintus, and popes. Socrates, Virgil, Horace, Libertino part natus. The kings of Denmark fetched their pedigree, as some say, from one Ulfo, that was the son of a bear. E tenuit casa sep vir magnus exit, many a worthy man comes out of a poor cottage. Hercules, Romulus, Alexander, by Olympia's confession, Themistocles, Jugurtha, King Arthur, William the Conqueror, Homer, Demosthenes, P. Lombard, P. Comester, Bartholus, Adrian the Fourth Pope, and bastards. And almost in every kingdom, the most ancient families have been at first princes' bastards, their worthiest captains, best wits, greatest scholars, bravest spirits in all our annals, have been base. Cardan, in his subtleties, gives a reason why they are most part better able than others in body and mind, and so, per consequens, more fortunate. Castruccius Castricanus, a poor child, found in the field, exposed to misery, became prince of Lucca and Senes in Italy, a most complete soldier and worthy captain. Machiavel compares him to Scipio or Alexander. And 'tis a wonderful thing, saith he, to him that shall consider of it, that all those, or the greatest part of them, that have done the bravest exploits here upon earth, and excelled the rest of the nobles of their time, have been still born in some abject, obscure place, or of base and obscure abject parents. A most memorable observation, Scaliger accounts it, eam non praeterundum, maximorum virorum plurasque patres ignorados, matris imputicus fuis. I could recite a great catalogue of them, every kingdom, every province will yield innumerable examples, and why then should baseness of birth be objected to any man? Who thinks worse of Tully for being Arpines, an upstart? Or Agathocles, that Cilician king, for being a potter's son? Iphicrates and Marius were meanly born. What wise man thinks better of any person for his nobility? As he said in Machiavel, omnes eadem paternati, Adam's sons, conceived all and born in sin, and we are by nature all as one, all alike. If you see us naked, let us wear theirs and they our clothes, and what is the difference? To speak truth, as Bayle did of P. Scalicius, I more esteem thy worth, learning, honesty, than thy nobility. Honor thee more that thou art a writer, a doctor of divinity, than Earl of the Huns, Baron of Scradine, or hast title to such and such provinces, and thou art more fortunate and great, so Jovius writes to Cosmo de' Medici, then Duke of Florence, for thy virtues, than for thy lovely wife, and happy children, friends, fortunes, or great duchy of Tuscany. So I account thee. And who doth not so indeed? Abdelaminus was a gardener, and yet by Alexander for his virtues made king of Syria. How much better is it to be born of mean parentage, and to excel in worth, to be morally noble, which is preferred before that natural nobility, by divines, philosophers, and politicians, to be learned, honest, discreet, well qualified, to be fit for any manner of employment, in country and commonwealth, war and peace, than to be degenerous Neoptolemy, as many brave nobles are, only wise because rich, otherwise idiots, illiterate, unfit for any manner of service. Eudauricus, Earl of Cilia, upbraided John Huniades with the baseness of his birth, but he replied, in te siliensis comitatus turpitor extinguitor, in me glorios bistracensis exoritor, thine earldom is consumed with riot. Mine begins with honor and renown. Thou hast had so many noble ancestors, what is that to thee? Vix ea nostra voco, when thou art a dizzard thyself, quat prodest, pontis, longo stemmate sensori. And I conclude, hast thou a sound body, and a good soul, good bringing up? Art thou virtuous, honest, learned, well qualified, religious, are thy conditions good? Thou art a true nobleman, perfectly noble, although born of Thersites, dum modo tu sis, eacity similis, non natus, sed factus, noble kappa alpha tau xiomicron kainu, for neither sword, nor fire, nor water, nor sickness, nor outward violence, nor the devil himself can take thy good parts from thee. Be not ashamed of thy birth then, thou art a gentleman all the world over, and shalt be honored, when as he, strip him of his fine clothes, dispossess him of his wealth, is a funge, which Polynices in his banishment found true by experience. Gentry was not esteemed, like a piece of coin in another country, that no man will take, and shall be contemned. Once more, though thou be a barbarian, born at Tontontiac, a villain, a slave, a Saldanian negro, or a rude Virginian in Dassamonquepec, he a French monsieur, a Spanish don, a seigneur of Italy, I care not how descended, of what family, of what order. Baron, count, prince, if thou be well qualified, and he not, but a degenerate Neoptolemus, I tell thee in a word, thou art a man, and he is a beast. Let no Terrae or upstart, insult at this which I have said, no worthy gentleman take offence. I speak it not to detract from such as are well deserving, truly virtuous and noble, I do much respect and honor true gentry and nobility. I was born of worshipful parents myself, in an ancient family, but I am a younger brother, it concerns me not, or had I been some great heir, richly endowed, so minded as I am, I should not have been elevated at all, but so esteemed of it. As of all other human happiness, honors, and they have their period, are brittle and inconstant. As he said of that great river Danube, it riseth from a small fountain, a little brook at first, sometimes broad, sometimes narrow, now slow, then swift, increased at last to an incredible greatness by the confluence of 60 navigable rivers. It vanisheth in conclusion, blesseth his name, and is suddenly swallowed up of the Euxine Sea. I may say of our greatest families, they were mean at first, augmented by rich marriages, purchases, offices, they continue for some ages. With some little alteration of circumstances, fortunes, places, and by some prodigal son, for some default, or for want of issue they are defaced in an instant, and their memory blotted out. So much in the meantime I do attribute to gentility, that if he be well descended, of worshipful or noble parentage, he will express it in his conditions. Nec enim Pharisees. Progenerant Aquili Columbus. And although the nobility of our times be much like our coins, more in number and value, but less in weight and goodness, with finer stamps, cuts, or outsides than of old. Yet if he retain those ancient characters of true gentry, he will be more affable, courteous, gently disposed, of fairer carriage, better temper, or a more magnanimous, heroical, and generous spirit, than that vulgus hominum. Those ordinary boors and peasants, ca addio improbi, agrestes, et inculti plurunc sunt, any dicam maliciosi, ut nemini ullum humanitatis officium prestant, any ipsi deo si advenerit, as one observes of them, a rude, brutish, uncivil, wild, a currish generation, cruel and malicious, incapable of discipline, and such as have scarce common sense. And it may be generally spoken of all, which Lemnius the physician said of his travel into England, the common people were silly, sullen, dogged clowns, sed mitior nobilitas, ad omni humanitatis officium paritissima. The gentlemen were courteous and civil. If it so fall out, as often it doth, that such peasants are preferred by Reason of their wealth, chance, error, and, or otherwise, yet as the cat in the fable, when she was turned to a fair maid, would play with mice. A cur will be a cur, a clown will be a clown, he will likely savour of the stock whence he came, and that innate rusticity can hardly be shaken off. Licet superbus ambulat pecunia. Fortuna non mutat genus. And though by their education such men may be better qualified, and more refined, yet there be many symptoms by which they may likely be descried. An affected fantastical carriage, a tailor-like spruceness, a peculiar garb in all their proceedings. Choicer than ordinary in his diet, and as Hierome well describes such a one to his Nepotian. An upstart born in a base cottage, that scarce at first had coarse bread to fill his hungry guts, must now feed on kickshaws and made dishes, will have all variety of flesh and fish, the best oysters, and a beggar's brat will be commonly more scornful, imperious, insulting, insolent, than another man of his rank, nothing so intolerable as a fortunate fool, as Tully found out long since out of his experience. Asperius nihil est humili cum surgit. In altum, set a beggar on horseback, and he will ride a gallop, and desavit in omnes. Dum esse posse putat, nec bellua severe ola est. Quam servi rabies in labura calla furentis. He forgets what he was, domineers, and many such other symptoms he hath, by which you may know him from a true gentleman. Many errors and obliquities are on both sides, noble, ignoble, factus, naughties. Yet still, in all callings, as some degenerate, some are well deserving, and most worthy of their honors. And as Busbequius said of Suleiman the Magnificent, he was tanto dignus imperio, worthy of that great empire. Many meanly descended are most worthy of their honor, politis nobiles, and well deserve it. Many of our nobility so born, which one said of Hephaestion, Ptolemaeus, Seleucus, Antigonus, and the rest of Alexander's followers. They were all worthy to be monarchs and generals of armies, deserve to be princes. And I am so far forth of Caecilius's mind, that they ought to be preferred, if capable, before others, as being nobly born, ingenuously brought up, and from their infancy trained to all manner of civility. For learning and virtue in a nobleman is more eminent, and, as a jewel set in gold is more precious, and much to be respected, such a man deserves better than others, and is as great an honor to his family as his noble family to him. In a word, many noblemen are an ornament to their order, many poor men's sons are singularly well endowed, most eminent, and well deserving for their worth, wisdom, learning, virtue, valor, integrity. Excellent members and pillars of a commonwealth. And therefore, to conclude that which I first intended, to be base by birth, meanly born, is no such disparagement. E sic demonstrator, quod erat demonstrandum. MEMB. 3. Against poverty and want, with such other adversities. One of the greatest miseries that can befall a man, in the world's esteem, is poverty or want, which makes men steal, bear false witness, swear, forswear, contend, murder and rebel, which breaketh sleep, and causeth death itself. Omicron delta nu pi epsilon nu alpha beta alpha rho tau epsilon rho omicron nu sigma tau phi omicron rho tau omicron nu, no burden, saith Menander, so intolerable as poverty, it makes men desperate, it erects and dejects, sensus honores, sensus emicidius, money makes, but poverty mars, and all this in the world's esteem, yet if considered aright, it is a great blessing in itself, a happy estate, and yields no cause of discontent, or that men should therefore account themselves vile, hated of God, forsaken, miserable, unfortunate. Christ himself was poor, born in a manger, and had not a house to hide his head in all his life, lest any man should make poverty a judgment of God, or an odious estate. And as he was himself, so he informed his apostles and disciples, they were all poor, prophets poor, apostles poor. Act 3, Silver and gold have I none. As sorrowing, saith Paul, and yet always rejoicing. As having nothing, and yet possessing all things. 1 Cor 6. 10. Your great philosophers have been voluntarily poor, not only Christians, but many others. Crates Thebanus was adored for a god in Athens, nobleman by birth, many servants he had, an honorable attendance, much wealth, many manors, fine apparel. But when he saw this, that all the wealth of the world was but brittle, uncertain, and no whit availing to live well, he flung his burden into the sea, and renounced his estate. Those Curii and Fabricii will be ever renowned for contempt of these fopperies, wherewith the world is so much affected. Amongst Christians I could reckon up many kings and queens, that have forsaken their crowns and fortunes, and wilfully abdicated themselves from these so much esteemed toys. Many that have refused honors, titles, and all this vain pomp and happiness, which others so ambitiously seek, and carefully study to compass and attain. Riches I deny not are God's good gifts, and blessings. And honor est and honoranti, honors are from God, both rewards of virtue, and fit to be sought after, sued for, and may well be possessed, yet no such great happiness in having, or misery in wanting of them. Danter cadem bonus, saith Austin, enicas mala estimet, males autem enicas nimis bona, good men have wealth that we should not think it evil, and bad men that they should not rely on or hold it so good. As the rain falls on both sorts, so are riches given to good and bad, said bonus in bonum, but they are good only to the godly. But compare both estates, for natural parts they are not unlike. And a beggar's child, as Cardan well observes, is no whit inferior to a prince's, most part better. And for those accidents of fortune, it will easily appear there is no such odds, no such extraordinary happiness in the one, or misery in the other. He is rich, wealthy, fat, what gets he by it? Pride, insolency, lust, ambition, cares, fears, suspicion, trouble, anger, emulation, and many filthy diseases of body and mind. He hath indeed variety of dishes, better fare, sweet wine, pleasant sauce, dainty music, gay clothes, lords it bravely out, and all that which Maecilius admired in Lucian. But with them he hath the gout, dropsies, apoplexies, palsies, stone, pox, rheums, catarrhs, crudities, oppilations, melancholy, and lust enters in, anger, ambition, according to Chrysostom, the sequel of riches is pride, riot, intemperance, arrogancy, fury, and all irrational courses. Turpi fregerunt secula luciu. Devitii moles. With their variety of dishes, many such maladies of body and mind get in, which the poor man knows not of. As Saturn and Lucian answered the discontented commonalty, which because of their neglected saturnal feasts in Rome, made a grievous complaint and exclamation against rich men, that they were much mistaken in supposing such happiness in riches. You see the best, said he, but you know not their several gripings and discontents, they are like painted walls, fair without, rotten within. Diseased, filthy, crazy, full of intemperance's effects, and who can reckon half? If you but knew their fears, cares, anguish of mind and vexation, to which they are subject, you would hereafter renounce all riches. Osi pateant pectora dividum. Quantus intus sublimis agit. Fortuna metus. Brucia coro. Pulsante freedom midier unde est. Oh, that their breasts were but conspicuous! How full of fear within, how furious! The narrow seas are not so boisterous. Yea, but he hath the world at will that is rich, the good things of the earth, suave est de magno tolera a servo, it is sweet to draw from a great heap, he is a happy man, adored like a god, a prince, every Man seeks to him, applauds, honors. Admires him. He hath honors indeed. Abundance of all things, but, as I said, withal, pride, lust, anger. Faction, emulation, fears, cares, suspicion enter with his wealth. For his intemperance he hath aches, crudities, gouts, and as fruits of his idleness, and fullness, lust, surfeiting and drunkenness, all manner of diseases, pecunious augiter improbitas, the wealthier, the more dishonest. He is exposed to hatred, envy, peril and treason, fear of death, degradation, and 'tis lubrica statio et proxima precipitio, and the higher he climbs, the greater is his fall. Celsi gravior casu. Decidentes, furiant summos. Fulgura montes, the lightning commonly sets on fire the highest towers, in the more eminent place he is, the more subject to fall. Rumpeter innumerus arbos uberrima pomes. Edi subito nimii precipitantur opes. As a tree that is heavy laden with fruit breaks her own boughs, with their own greatness they ruin themselves, which Joachimus Camerarius hath elegantly expressed in his 13 emblems sent one. Inapem esse copia facit. Their means is their misery, though they do apply themselves to the times. To lie, dissemble, call logue and flatter their lieges, obey, second his will. And commands as much as may be, yet too frequently they miscarry. They fat themselves like so many hogs, as Aeneas Sylvius observes, that when they are full fed, they may be devoured by their princes, as Seneca by Nero was served, Sejanus by Tiberius, and Haman by Ahasuerus, I resolve with Gregory. Potestas culminis, est tempestas mentis. E quo dignitas altier. Casus gravior, honor is a tempest, the higher they are elevated, the more grievously depressed. For the rest of his prerogatives which wealth affords, as he hath more his expenses are the greater. When goods increase, they are increased that eat them, and what good cometh to the owners, but the beholding thereof with the eyes? Ecclesiastes 4:10. Milia frumentitua triverit area centum. Non tus hinc capiat venter plus quam meus. An evil sickness, Solomon calls it, and reserved to them for an evil, 12 verse. They that will be rich fall into many fears and temptations, into many foolish and noisome lusts, which drown men in perdition. 1 Tim. 6:9, Gold and silver hath destroyed many, Eccles. 8:2. Divitia seculi sunt lacii diaboli, so writes Bernard, worldly wealth is the devil's bait, and as the moon when she is fuller of light is still farthest from the sun, the more wealth they have, the farther they are commonly from God. If I had said this of myself, rich men would have pulled me to pieces, but hear who saith, and who seconds it, an apostle, therefore St. James bids them weep and howl for the miseries that shall come upon them. Their gold shall rust and canker, and eat their flesh as fire, James v. 1, 2, 3. I may then boldly conclude with Theodoret, quodiuscunc divitius affluentum, and as often as ye shall see a man abounding in wealth, cagem is bibit eti serrano dormit in ostro, and not withal, I beseech you call him not happy, but esteem him unfortunate, because he hath many occasions offered to live unjustly. On the other side, a poor man is not miserable, if he be good, but therefore happy, that those evil occasions are taken from him. Non possidentem multa vocaveris. Rect beatum. Rectius occupat. Nomen bidi, cadeorum. Muneribus sapientur uti. Duramque caulet pauperium pati. Pajusque latho flagitium timit. He is not happy that is rich, and hath the world at will. But he that wisely can God's gifts possess and use them still, that suffers and with patience abides hard poverty, and chooseth rather for to die than do such villainy. Wherein now consists his happiness? What privileges hath he more than other men? Or rather what miseries, what cares and discontents hath he not more than other men? Non enim gazi, nec consolaris. Summavet lictor miseros tumultus. Mentis, e curas laquiata circum. Tecta voluntes. Nor treasures, nor majors officers remove the miserable tumults of the mind. Or cares that lie about, or fly above their high-roofed houses, with huge beams combined. 'Tis not his wealth can vindicate him, let him have Job's inventory, sint. Crisi et crassi licet, non hos pactolus aureas undus agens, eripiat unquum. E miserias, Croesus or rich Crassus cannot now command health, or get himself a stomach. His worship, as Apuleius describes him, in all his plenty and great provision, is forbidden to eat, or else hath no appetite, sick in bed, can take no rest, sore grieved with some chronic disease, contracted with full diet and ease, or troubled in mind, when as in the meantime all his household are merry, and the poorest servant that he keeps doth continually feast. 'Tis bracteata felicitas, as Seneca terms it, tin-foiled happiness, inflix felicitas, an unhappy kind of happiness, if it be happiness at all. His gold, guard, clattering of harness, and fortifications against outward enemies, cannot free him from inward fears and cares. Reverac metus hominum, curic sequices. Nec metuant fremitus armorum, aut feria tila. Audac turc inter regis, regumque potentis. Versanter, nec fulgurem reverenter aboro. Indeed men still attending fears and cares. Nor armors clashing, nor fierce weapons fears. With kings converse they boldly, and kings' peers. Fearing no flashing that from gold appears. Look how many servants he hath, and so many enemies he suspects, for liberty he entertains ambition, his pleasures are no pleasures, and that which is worst, he cannot be private or enjoy himself as other men do, his state is a servitude. A countryman may travel from kingdom to kingdom, province to province, city to city, and glut his eyes with delightful objects, hawk, hunt, and use those ordinary disports, without any notice taken, all which a prince or a great man cannot do. He keeps in for state, any majestatis dignitas eviliscat, as our China kings, of Borneo, and Tartarian Cams, those Orium and Scipia, are said to do, seldom or never seen abroad, ut major sit hominum erga se observantia. Which the Persian kings so precisely observed of old. A poor man takes more delight in an ordinary meal's meat, which he hath but seldom, than they do with all their exotic dainties and continual viands. Quip voluptatum. Commendat rarior usus, 'tis the rarity and necessity that makes a thing acceptable and pleasant. Darius, put to flight by Alexander, drank puddle water to quench his thirst, and it was pleasanter, he swore, than any wine or mead. All excess, as Epictetus argues, will cause a dislike, sweet will be sour, which made that temperate Epicurus sometimes voluntarily fast. But they being always accustomed to the same dishes, which are nastily dressed by slovenly cooks, that after their obscenities never wash their body hands, be they fish, flesh, compounded, made dishes, or whatsoever else, are therefore cloyed. Nectar's self grows loathsome to them, they are weary of all their fine palaces, they are to them but as so many prisons. A poor man drinks in a wooden dish, and eats his meat in wooden spoons, wooden platters, earthen vessels, and such homely stuff, the other in gold, silver, and precious stones, but with what success? In oro. Bibiter venenum, fear of poison in the one, security in the other. A poor Man is able to write, to speak his mind, to do his own business himself. Locupos mittit parasitum, saith Philostratus, a rich man employs a parasite, and as the major of a city, speaks by the town clerk, or by Mr. Recorder, when he cannot express himself. Nonius the senator hath a purple coat as stiff with jewels as his mind is full of vices. Rings on his fingers worth 20,000 sesterces, and Asparox the Persian king, an union in his ear worth 100 pounds weight of gold. Cleopatra hath whole boars and sheep served up to her table at once, drinks jewels dissolved, 40,000 sesterces in value. But to what end? Number tibi cum fauces urit cities, aurea queries. Pocula. Doth a man that is a dry desire to drink in gold? Doth not a cloth suit become him as well, and keep him as warm, as all their silks, satins, damasks, taffeties and tissues? Is not homespun cloth as great a preservative against cold, as a coat of Tartar lamb's wool, dyed in grain? Or a gown of giants' beards? Nero, saith Sueton, never put on one garment twice, and thou hast scarce one to put on. What's the difference? One sick, the other sound, such is the whole tenor of their lives, and that which is the consummation and upshot of all, death itself makes the greatest difference. One like a hen feeds on the dunghill all his days, but is served up at last to his lord's table, the other as a falcon is fed with partridge and pigeons, and carried on his master's fist, but when he dies, is flung to the muck-hill, and there lies. The rich man lives like Dives. Jovially here on earth, temulentus divitius, make the best of it, and boasts himself in the multitude of his riches, Psalm 49. 6:11. He thinks his house, called after his own name, shall continue forever. But he perisheth like a beast, verse 20. His way utters his folly, verse 13. Male parta, male dilabunter, like sheep they lie in the grave, verse 14. Puncto descendant ad infernum, they spend their days in wealth, and go suddenly down to hell, Job 21. 13. For all physicians and medicines. Enforcing nature, a swooning wife, family's complaints, friends' tears. Dirges, masses, manias, funerals, for all orations, counterfeit hired. Acclamations, eulogiums, epitaphs, hearses, heralds, black mourners. Solemnities, obelisks, and mausolean tombs, if he have them, at least he, like a hog, goes to hell with a guilty conscience. Propter hos dilatavit infernos os sum, and a poor man's curse. His memory stinks like the snuff of a candle when it is put out, scurrilous. Libels, and infamous obloquies accompany him. When as poor Lazarus is de Sacrarium, the temple of God, lives and dies in true devotion, hath no more attendants, but his own innocency, the heaven a tomb, desires to be dissolved, buried in his mother's lap. And hath a company of angels. Ready to convey his soul into Abraham's bosom, he leaves an everlasting and a sweet memory behind him. Crassus and Sylla are indeed still recorded, but not so much for their wealth as for their victories, Croesus for his end, Solomon for his wisdom. In a word, to get wealth is a great trouble. Anxiety to keep, grief to lose it. Quid dignum stolidus mentibus impresor. Ops, honores ambient. Eicum falsa gravi mole paravirent. Tum vera conoscant bona. But consider all those other unknown, concealed happinesses, which a poor man hath, I call them unknown, because they be not acknowledged in the world's esteem. Or so taken, O fortunatos nimium bona sisua norent, happy they are in the meantime if they would take notice of it, make use, or apply it to themselves. A poor man wise is better than a foolish king, Ecclesiastes 2:13, poverty is the way to heaven, the mistress of philosophy, the mother of religion, virtue, sobriety, sister of innocency, and an upright mind. How many such encomiums might I add out of the fathers, philosophers, orators? It troubles many that are poor, they account of it as a great plague, curse, a sign of God's hatred, ipsum silis, damned villainy itself, a disgrace, shame and reproach. But to whom, or why? If fortune hath envied me wealth, thieves have robbed me, my father have not left me such revenues as others have, that I am a younger brother, basely born, cui sine luce genus, surdunc parentum, nomen, of mean parentage, a dirt dauber's son. Am I therefore to be blamed? An eagle, a bull, a lion is not rejected for his poverty, and why should a man? 'Tis fortunae tellum, non culpi, fortune's fault, not mine. Good sir, I am a servant, to use Seneca's words, howsoever your poor friend. A servant, and yet your chamber fellow, and if you consider better of it, your fellow servant. I am thy drudge in the world's eyes, yet in God's sight peradventure thy better, my soul is more precious, and I dearer unto him. Etiam servi dies curi sunt, as Evangelus at large proves in Macrobius, the meanest servant is most precious in his sight. Thou art an epicure, I am a good Christian. Thou art many parasangs before me in means, favor, wealth, honor, Claudius's Narcissus, Nero's Massa, Domitian's Parthenius, a favorite, a golden slave. Thou coverest thy floors with marble, thy roofs with gold, thy walls with statues, fine pictures, curious hangings, and, what of all this? Calcas opes, and, what's all this to true happiness? I live and breathe under that glorious heaven, that august capital of nature, enjoy the brightness of stars, that clear light of sun and moon, those infinite creatures, plants, birds, beasts, fishes, herbs, all that sea and land afford. Far surpassing all that art and opulentia can give. I am free, and which Seneca said of Rome, culmen liberos texit, sub marmor et oro postea servitus habitavit, thou hast a mouthy cornu, plenty, pleasure, the world at will, I am despicable and poor. But a word overshot, a blow in collar, a game at tables, a loss at sea, a sudden fire, the prince's dislike, a little sickness, and, may make us equal in an instant. Howsoever take thy time, triumph and insult awhile, sinus equat, as Alphonsus said, death will equalize us all at last. I live sparingly, in the meantime, am clad homely, fare hardly, is this a reproach? Am I the worse for it? Am I contemptible for it? Am I to be reprehended? A learned man in Nevisanus was taken down for sitting amongst gentlemen, but he replied, my nobility is about the head, yours declines to the tail, and they were silent. Let them mock, scoff and revile, 'tis not thy scorn, but his that made thee so, he that mocketh the poor, reproacheth him that made him, Carovi 11:5, and he that rejoiceth at affliction, shall not be unpunished. For the rest, the poorer thou art, the happier thou art, dithier est, at non melior, saith Epictetus, he is richer, not better than thou art, not so free from lust, envy, hatred, ambition. Beatus il caprocul negotius. Paterna rura bobus exercit sui. Happy he, in that he is freed from the tumults of the world, he seeks no honors, gapes after no preferment, flatters not, envies not. Temperaceth not, but lives privately, and well contented with his estate. Nec spes cordavitas, nec curum passit inanum. Securus quo fata cadant. He is not troubled with state matters, whether kingdoms thrive better by succession or election, whether monarchies should be mixed, temperate, or absolute. The house of Ottomans and Austria is all one to him, he inquires. Not after colonies or new discoveries, whether Peter were at Rome, or Constantine's donation be of force. What comets or new stars signify? Whether the earth stand or move, there be a new world in the moon, or infinite worlds, and he is not touched with fear of invasions, factions or emulations. Felix Ilanimi, divisc simillimus ipsis. Quem non mordaci resplendens gloria fuco. Solicitat, non fastosi mala gaudia luxus. Sed tecidos sinit ire dies, e pauper cultu. Exigit innocui tranquilla silentia vitae. A happy soul, and like to God himself. Whom not vain glory macerates or strife. Or wicked joys of that proud swelling pelf. But leads a still, poor, and contented life. A secure, quiet, blissful state he hath, if he could acknowledge it. But here is the misery, that he will not take notice of it. He repines at rich men's wealth, brave hangings, dainty fare, as Simonides objected to. Hieron, he hath all the pleasures of the world, in lectis eburneus. Dormit, vinum fialis bibit, optimus unguentus delabuiter. He knows not the affliction of Joseph, stretching himself on ivory beds, and singing to the sound of the viol. And it troubles him that he hath not the like. There is a difference, he grumbles, between laplolly and pheasants, to tumble I, th straw and lie in a down bed, betwixt wine and water, a cottage and a palace. He hates nature, as Pliny characterized him. That she hath made him lower than a god, and is angry with the gods that any man goes before him. And although he hath received much, yet, as Seneca follows it, he thinks it an injury that he hath no more, and is so far from giving thanks for his tribuneship, that he complains he is not praetor, neither doth that please him. Except he may be consul. Why is he not a prince, why not a monarch, why not an emperor? Why should one man have so much more than his fellows, one have all, another nothing? Why should one man be a slave or drudge to another? One surfeit, another starve, one live at ease, another labor, without any hope of better fortune. Thus they grumble, mutter, and repine, not considering that inconstancy of human affairs, judicially conferring one condition with another, or well weighing their own present estate. What they are now, thou mayst shortly be. And what thou art they shall likely be. Expect a little. Compare future and times past with the present, see the event, and comfort thyself with it. It is as well to be discerned in commonwealths, cities, families, as in private men's estates. Italy was once lord of the world. Rome, the queen of cities, vaunted herself of 2 myriads of inhabitants, now that all-commanding country is possessed by petty princes. Rome a small village in respect. Greece of old the seat of civility. Mother of sciences and humanity, now forlorn, the nurse of barbarism, a den of thieves. Germany then, saith Tacitus, was incult and horrid, now full of magnificent cities, Athens, Corinth, Carthage, how flourishing cities, now buried in their own ruins. Corvorum, Ferrarum, Aprorum et Bestiarum. Lustra, like so many wildernesses, a receptacle of wild beasts. Venice a poor fisher town, Paris, London, small cottages in Caesar's time, now most noble emporiums. Valois, Plantagenet, and Scaliger, how fortunate families. How likely to continue. Now quite extinguished and rooted out. He stands aloft today, full of favor, wealth, honor, and prosperity, in the top of fortune's wheel, tomorrow in prison, worse than nothing, his son's a beggar. Thou art a poor servile drudge, foex populi, a very slave, thy son may come to be a prince, with Maximinus, Agathocles, and a senator, a general of an army. Thou standest bare to him now, workest for him, drudgest for him and his, takest an alms of him, stay but a little, and his next heir peradventure shall consume all with riot, be degraded, thou exalted, and he shall beg of thee Thou shalt be his most honorable patron, he thy devout servant, his posterity shall run, ride, and do as much for thine, as it was with Friscobald and Cromwell, it may be. For thee. Citizens devour country gentlemen, and settle in their seats. After 2 or 3 descents, they consume all in riot, it returns to the city again. Novis incola venit. Nam proprii telluris hiram natura, nec illum. Nec me, nec quenquam statuit. Nos expulat ille. Illum aut nequities, aut vafri insitia juris. Have we lived at a more frugal rate? Since this new stranger seized on our estate. Nature will no perpetual heir assign. Or make the farm his property or mine. He turned us out, but follies all his own. Or lawsuits and their knaveries yet unknown. Or, all his follies and his lawsuits past. Some long-lived heir shall turn him out at last. A lawyer buys out his poor client, after a while his client's posterity buy out him and his, so things go round, ebb and flow. Nunc ager umbrini sub nomini, nupero feli. Dictus erat, nulli proprius, sed sedit in usum. Nunc mihi, nunc aliis. The farm, once mine, now bears Umbrinus' name. The use alone, not property, we claim. Then be not with your present lot depressed. And meet the future with undaunted breast. As he said then, ager cujus, quod haves dominos. So say I of land. Houses, movables and money, mine today, his anon, whose tomorrow. In fine, as Machiavel observes, virtue and prosperity beget rest. Rest idleness, idleness riot, riot destruction from which we come again to good laws. Good laws engender virtuous actions, virtue, glory, and prosperity, and 'tis no dishonor then, as Guichardine adds, for a flourishing man, city, or state to come to ruin, nor infelicity to be subject to the law of nature. Ergo terrena calcanda, sitienda. Coelestia, therefore I say, scorn this transitory state, look up to heaven, think not what others are, but what thou art, qua part. Locatus es in re, and what thou shalt be, what thou mayst be. Do, I say. As Christ himself did, when he lived here on earth, imitate him as much as in thee lies. How many great Caesars, mighty monarchs, tetrarchs, dynasties, princes lived in his days, in what plenty, what delicacy, how bravely attended, what a deal of gold and silver, what treasure, how many sumptuous palaces had they. What provinces and cities, ample territories. Fields, rivers, fountains, parks, forests, lawns, woods, cells, and yet Christ had none of all this, he would have none of this, he voluntarily rejected all this, he could not be ignorant, he could not err in his choice, he contemned all this, he chose that which was safer, better, and more certain. And less to be repented, a mean estate, even poverty itself. And why dost thou then doubt to follow him, to imitate him, and his apostles, to imitate all good men, so do thou tread in his divine steps. And thou shalt not err eternally, as too many worldlings do, that run on in their own dissolute courses. To their confusion and ruin, thou shalt not do amiss. Whatsoever thy fortune is, be contented with it, trust in him, rely on him, refer thyself wholly to him. For know this, in conclusion, non est volentis nec currentis, sed miserentis Dei, 'tis not as men, but as God will. The Lord mocketh poor and mocketh rich, bringeth low, and exalteth. 1 Sam 2 ver. 7, 8, he lifteth the poor from the dust, and riseth the beggar from the dunghill, to set them amongst princes, and make them inherit the seat of glory. 'Tis all as he pleaseth, how, and when, and whom. He that appoints the end, though to us unknown, appoints the means. Likewise subordinate to the end. Yea, but their present estate crucifies and torments most mortal men, they have no such forecast, to see what may be, what shall likely be, but what is, though not wherefore, or from whom, hoc angit, their present misfortunes grind their souls. And an envious eye which they cast upon other men's prosperities, vis nunc pecus grandius uber habet, how rich, how fortunate, how happy is he. But in the meantime he doth not consider the other miseries, his infirmities of body and mind, that accompany his estate, but still reflects upon his own false conceived woes and wants, whereas if the matter were duly examined, he is in no distress at all, he hath no cause to complain. Tolli querelas. Pauper enim non est cui rerum suppati usus. Then cease complaining, friend, and learn to live. He is not poor to whom kind fortune grants, even with a frugal hand, what nature wants. He is not poor, he is not in need. Nature is content with bread and water, and he that can rest satisfied with that, may contend with Jupiter himself for happiness. In that golden age, somnos dedit umbra. Salubras, podum quoque lubricus amnis, the tree gave wholesome shade to sleep under, and the clear rivers drink. The Israelites drank water in the wilderness. Samson, David, Saul, Abraham's servant when he went for Isaac's wife, the Samaritan woman, and how many besides might I reckon up, Egypt, Palestine, whole countries in the Indies, that drank pure water all their lives. The Persian kings themselves drank no other drink than the water of Chaospes, that runs by Susa, which was carried in bottles after them, whithersoever they went. Jacob desired no more of God, but bread to eat, and clothes to put on in his journey. Gen 28. 20. Bene. Est cui Deus obtulit parca quat satis est manu, bread is enough, to strengthen the heart. And if you study philosophy aright, saith Moderensis, whatsoever is beyond this moderation, is not useful, but troublesome. Agellius, out of Euripides, accounts bread and water enough to satisfy nature, of which there is no surfeit, the rest is not a feast, but a riot. Hierome esteems him rich, that hath bread to eat, and a potent man that is not compelled to be a slave. Hunger is not ambitious, so that it have to eat, and thirst doth not prefer a cup of gold. It was no Epicurean speech of an epicure, he that is not satisfied with a little will never have enough, and very good counsel of him in the poet, O my son, mediocrity of means agrees best with men, too much is pernicious. Divicii grandes homini sunt vivere pars. Equo animo dat. And if thou canst be content, thou hast abundance, nihil est, nihil doest, thou hast little, thou wantest nothing. 'Tis all one to be hanged in a chain of gold, or in a rope, to be filled with dainties or coarser meat. Si ventri bene, si lateri, pedibusque tues, nil. Divicii poterunt regales adire magis. If belly, sides and feet be well at ease, a prince's treasure can thee no more please. Socrates in a fair, seeing so many things bought and sold, such a multitude of people convent to that purpose, exclaimed forthwith, O ye gods, what a sight of things do not I want. 'Tis thy want alone that keeps thee in health of body and mind, and that which thou persecutest and abhorrest as a feral plague is thy physician and chiefest friend, which makes thee a good man, a healthful, a sound, a virtuous, an honest and happy man. 4. When virtue came from heaven, as the poet feigns, rich men kicked her up. Wicked men abhorred her, courtiers scoffed at her, citizens hated her. And that she was thrust out of doors in every place, she came at Last to her sister Poverty, where she had found good entertainment. Poverty and virtue dwell together. O vitae tuta facultas. Pauperis, angustique lares, o munera non dum. Intellecta deum. How happy art thou if thou couldst be content. Godliness is a great gain. If a man can be content with that which he hath, 1 Tim. 6. 6, and all. True happiness is in a mean estate. I have a little wealth, as he said. Sed quas animus magnus facit, a kingdom in conceit. Nil amplius opto. My innate, nisi ut propria haec mihi munera faxis. I have enough and desire no more. Di bene fecerunt inopes me quod pusili. Fecerunt animi. 'Tis very well, and to my content. Vestem edi fortunam consinum. Podius quam laxum probo, let my fortune and my garments be both alike fit. For me. And which Sebastian Foscarinus, sometime Duke of Venice, caused to be engraven on his tomb in St. Mark's Church, Hear, O ye Venetians, and I will tell you which is the best thing in the world, to contemn it. I will engrave it in my heart, it shall be my whole study to contemn it. Let them take wealth, stercera stercus emet, so that I may have security, bene colatuit, bene vixit, though I live obscure. Yet I live clean and honest, and when as the lofty oak is blown down, the silky reed may stand. Let them take glory, for that's their misery, let them take honor, so that I may have heart's ease. Duc me o Jupiter et tu. Fatum, and lead me, O God, whither thou wilt, I am ready to follow. Command, I will obey. I do not envy at their wealth, titles, offices. Stet quicunc volet potens. Olli culmen lubrico. Me dulci saturet quis. Let me live quiet and at ease. Aramis fortas, as he comforted himself, quando illi non erunt, when they are dead and gone, and all their pomp vanished, our memory may flourish. Dant perens. Stemata non peritura musi. Let him be my lord, patron, baron, earl, and possess so many goodly castles. 'Tis well for me that I have a poor house, and a little wood, and a well by it, and his me consoler victurum suavius, acsi. Quester avis pater ac meus, petruusque fuissent. With which I feel myself more truly blessed than if my sires the questor's power possessed. I live, I thank God, as merrily as he, and triumph as much in this my mean estate, as if my father and uncle had been Lord Treasurer, or my Lord Mayor. He feeds of many dishes, I of one, ca Christum curit, non multum curit quam de preciosis cibis stercus conficiat, what care I of what stuff my excrements be made? He that lives according to nature cannot be poor, and he that exceeds can never have enough, totus non sufficit orbis, the whole world cannot give him content. A small thing that the righteous hath, is better than the riches of the ungodly, Sol. 37:19, and better is a poor morsel with quietness, than abundance with strife, Prov 17:7. Be content then, enjoy thyself, and as Chrysostom adviseth, be not angry for what thou hast not, but give God hearty thanks for what thou hast received. Si dat oluscula. Mensa minuscula. Pace referta. Nepete grandia. Latac prandia. Light repleta. But what wantest thou, to expostulate the matter? Or what hast thou not? Better than a rich man? Health, competent wealth, children, security, sleep, friends, liberty, diet, apparel, and what not, or at least mayst have, the means being so obvious, easy, and well known, for as he inculcated to himself Vitam quae facient beaturem. Jucundissa martialis, haec sunt. Residential non parta labor, sed relicta. Lis numquam, endc. I say again thou hast, or at least mayst have it, if thou wilt thyself. And that which I am sure he wants, a merry heart. Passing by a village in the territory of Milan, saithest he. Austin, I saw a poor beggar that had got belike his belly full of meat, jesting and merry. I sighed, and said to some of my friends that were then with me, what a deal of trouble, madness, pain and grief do we sustain and exaggerate unto ourselves, to get that secure happiness which this poor beggar hath prevented us of, and which we peradventure shall never have. For that which he hath now attained, with the begging of some small pieces of silver, a temporal happiness, and present heart's ease, I cannot compass with all my careful windings, and running in and out, and surely the beggar was very merry. But I was heavy. He was secure, but I timorous. And if any man should ask me now, whether I had rather be merry, or still so solicitous and sad, I should say, merry. If he should ask me again, whether I had rather be as I am, or as this beggar was, I should sure choose to be as I am, tortured still with cares and fears, but out of peevishness, and not out of truth. That which St. Austin said of himself here in this place, I may truly say to thee. Thou discontented wretch, thou covetous niggard, thou churl, thou ambitious and swelling toad, 'tis not want but peevishness which is the cause of thy woes. Settle thine affection, thou hast enough. Denique sit finis querendi, quoque habeas plus. Pauperium metuas minus, e finire laborum. Incipias, parto, quat aveba, utera. Make an end of scraping, purchasing this manor, this field, that house, for this and that child, thou hast enough for thyself and them. Quat petis hic est. Est ulubris, animus site non deficit equus. 'Tis at hand, at home already, which thou so earnestly seekest. But o si angulus isle. Proximus accidat, canunc denormat agellum. Oh, that I had but that one nook of ground, that field there, that pasture. O si venum argendi furs cas mihi monstrat. Oh, that I could but find a pot of money now, to purchase, and to build me a new house, to marry my daughter, place my son, and oh, if I might but live a while longer to see all things settled, some 2 or 3 years, I would pay my debts. Make all my reckonings even, but they are come and past, and thou hast more business than before. O madness, to think to settle that in thine old age, when thou hast more, which in thy youth thou canst not now compose having. But a little. Pyrrhus would first conquer Africa, and then Asia. Iti tum suaviter agira, and then live merrily and take his ease, but when Cineas the orator told him he might do that already, id jam posse fieri. Rested satisfied, condemning his own folly. Si parva licet componera. Magnes, thou mayst do the like, and therefore be composed in thy fortune. Thou hast enough, he that is wet in a bath, can be no more wet if he be flung into Tiber, or into the ocean itself, and if thou hadst all the world, or a solid mass of gold as big as the world, thou canst not have more than enough. Enjoy thyself at length, and that which thou hast, the mind is all. Be content, thou art not poor, but rich, and so much the richer as Censorinus well writ to Cerelius, quanto possura optas. Non quo plura possides, in wishing less, not having more. I say then, non agis opes, sed minu cupiditates, 'tis Epicurus' advice, add no more wealth, but diminish thy desires, and as Chrysostom well seconds him, si vis ditari, contemn divitias. That's true plenty, not to have, but not to want riches, non habere, sed non indigere, vera. Abundantia, 'tis more glory to contemn, than to possess, eden nihil agere. Est deorum, and to want nothing is divine. How many deaf, dumb, halt, lame, blind, miserable persons could I reckon up that are poor, and withal distressed, in imprisonment, banishment, galley slaves, condemned to the mines, quarries, to gyves, in dungeons, perpetual thraldom. Than all which thou art richer, thou art more happy, to whom thou art able to give an alms, a lord, in respect, a petty prince, be contented then I say. Repine and mutter no more, for thou art not poor indeed but in opinion. Yea, but this is very good counsel, and rightly applied to such as have it, and will not use it, that have a competency, that are able to work and get their living by the sweat of their brows, by their trade, that have something yet. He that hath birds, may catch birds. But what shall we do that are slaves by nature, impotent, and unable to help ourselves, mere beggars, that languish and pine away, that have no means at all, no hope of means, no trust of delivery, or of better success? As those old Britons complained to their lords and masters, the Romans oppressed by the Picts. Mare ad barbaros, barbari ad mare, the barbarians drove them to the sea drove them back to the barbarians. Our present misery compels us to cry out and howl. To make our moan to rich men, they turn us back with a scornful answer to our misfortune again, and will take no pity of us. They commonly overlook their poor friends in adversity. If they chance to meet them, they voluntarily forget and will take no notice of them. They cannot help us. Instead of comfort they threaten us, miscall, scoff at us, to aggravate our misery, give us bad language, or if they do give good words, what's that to relieve us? According to that of Thales, facile est aelios monera, who cannot give good counsel. 'Tis cheap, it costs them nothing. It is an easy matter when one's belly is full to declaim against fasting, Cassater est pleno laudat jejunia ventre, doth the wild ass bray when he hath grass, or loweth the ox when he hath fodder. Job 6. 5. Nec enim populo Romano quidquam potest esse licious, no man living so jocund, so merry as the people of Rome when they had plenty. But when they came to want, to be hunger-starved, neither shame, nor laws, nor arms, nor magistrates could keep them in obedience. Seneca pleadeth hard for poverty, and so did those lazy philosophers, but in the meantime he was rich, they had wherewithal to maintain themselves, but doth any poor man extol it? There are those, saith Bernard, that approve of a mean estate, but on that condition they never want themselves, and some again are meek so long as they may say or do what they list. But if occasion be offered, how far are they from all patience? I would to God, as he said, no man should commend poverty, but he that is poor, or he that so much admires it, would relieve, help, or ease others. Nunc esse nos audis, atque est divinus Apollo. Dic mihi, canummos non habet, unde petat. Now if thou hearst us, and art a good man, tell him that wants, to get means, if you can. But no man hears us, we are most miserably dejected, the scum of the world. Vix habet in nobis jam nova plaga locum. We can get no relief, no comfort, no succor, et nihil in vini quat mihi ferit opum. We have tried all means, yet find no remedy. No man living can express the anguish and bitterness of our souls, but we that endure it, we are distressed, forsaken, in torture of body and mind, in another hell, and what shall we do? When Crassus the Roman consul warred against the Parthians, after an unlucky battle fought, he fled away in the night, and left 4,000 men, sore, sick, and wounded in his tents, to the fury of the enemy, which, when the poor men perceived, clamoribus edi oiulatibus omnia complerunt, they made lamentable moan, and roared downright, as loud as Homer's Mars when he was hurt, which the noise of 10,000 men could not drown, and all for fear of present death. But our estate is far more tragical and miserable, much more to be deplored, and far greater cause have we to lament. The devil and the world persecute us, all good fortune hath forsaken us, we are left to the rage of beggary, cold, hunger, thirst, nastiness, sickness, irksomeness, to continue all torment, labor and pain, to derision and contempt. Bitter enemies all, and far worse than any death. Death alone we desire, death we seek, yet cannot have it, and what shall we do? Quot male furs, assues, fears bene, accustom thyself to it, and it will be tolerable at last. Yea, but I may not, I cannot, in me consumpsit. Vires fortuna nocendo, I am in the extremity of human adversity, and as a shadow leaves the body when the sun is gone, I am now left and lost, and quite forsaken of the world. Quid jacet in terra, non habet unde cadat. Comfort thyself with this yet, thou art at the worst, and before it be long, it will either overcome thee or thou it. If it be violent, it cannot endure. Aut solvetur, aut solvet, let the devil himself and all the plagues of Egypt come upon thee at once, ne tu sed malis, sed contra. Audentur ito, be of good courage, misery is virtue's whetstone. Serpens, cities, ardor, arini. Dulcia virtudi. As Cato told his soldiers marching in the deserts of Libya, thirst, heat, sands, serpents, were pleasant to a valiant man. Honorable enterprises are accompanied with dangers and damages, as experience evinceth, they will make the rest of thy life relish the better. But put case they continue. Thou art not so poor as thou wast born, and as some hold, much better to be pitied than envied. But be it so thou hast lost all, poor thou art. Dejected, in pain of body, grief of mind, thine enemies insult over thee. Thou art as bad as Job. Yet tell me, saith Chrysostom, was Job or the devil the greater conqueror? Surely Job, the devil had his goods, he sat on the muck hill and kept his good name, he lost his children, health, friends, but he kept his innocency. He lost his money, but he kept his confidence in God, which was better than any treasure. Do thou then as Job did, triumph as Job did, and be not molested as every fool is. Said. Qua ration potero? How shall this be done? Chrysostom answers, facile esse. Colum cogitaveris, with great facility, if thou shalt but meditate on heaven. Hannah wept sore, and troubled in mind, could not eat, but why weepest thou, said Elkanah her husband, and why eatest thou not? Why is thine heart troubled? Am not I better to thee than 10 sons? And she was quiet. Thou art here vexed in this world, but say to thyself, why art thou troubled, O my soul? Is not God better to thee than all temporalities, and momentary pleasures of the world? Be then pacified. And though thou beest now peradventure in extreme want, it may be 'tis for thy further good, to try thy patience, as it did Job's, and exercise thee in this life, trust in God, and rely upon him, and thou shalt be crowned in the end. What's this life to eternity? The world hath forsaken thee, thy friends and fortunes all are gone, yet know this, that the very hairs of thine head are numbered, that God is a spectator of all thy miseries, he sees thy wrongs, woes, and wants. 'Tis his goodwill and pleasure it should be so, and he knows better what is for thy good than thou thyself. His providence is over all, at all times, he hath set a guard of angels over us, and keeps us as the apple of his eye. P.S. 17:8. Some he doth exalt, prefer, bless with worldly riches, honors, offices, and preferments, as so many glistering stars he makes to shine. Above the rest, some he doth miraculously protect from thieves, incursions, sword, fire, and all violent mischances, and as the poet feigns of that Lycian Pandarus, Lycaon's son, when he shot at Menelaus the Grecian, with a strong arm, and deadly arrow, Pallas, as a good mother keeps flies from her child's face asleep, turned by the shaft, and made it hit on the buckle of his girdle. So some he solicitously defends, others he exposeth to danger, poverty, sickness, want, misery, he chastiseth and corrects, as to him seems best, in his deep, unsearchable and secret judgment, and all for our good. The tyrant took the city, saith Chrysostom, God did not hinder it, led them away captives, so God would have it. He bound them. God yielded to it, flung them into the furnace, God permitted it, heat the oven hotter, it was granted, and when the tyrant had done his worst, God showed his power, and the children's patience. He freed them, so can he thee, and can help in an instant, when it seems to him good. Rejoice not against me, O my enemy, for though I fall, I shall rise, when I sit in darkness, the Lord shall lighten me. Remember all those martyrs. What they have endured, the utmost that human rage and fury could invent. With what patience they have borne, with what willingness embraced it. Though he kill me, saith Job, I will trust in him. Justus inexpugnabilis, as Chrysostom holds, a just man is impregnable, and not to be overcome. The gout may hurt his hands, lameness his feet, convulsions may torture his joints, but not rectam mentem his soul is free. Nemp picus, rem lectos, argentum talas licet, in manicis, e competibus sivo tenius custode. Perhaps, you mean my cattle, money, movables or land. Then take them all. But, slave, if I command, a cruel jailer shall thy freedom seize. Take away his money, his treasure is in heaven, banish him his country, he is an inhabitant of that heavenly Jerusalem, cast him into bands, his conscience is free, kill his body, it shall rise again. He fights with a shadow that contends with an upright man, he will not be moved. Si fractus illabator orbis. Impavidum ferient ruini. Though heaven itself should fall on his head, he will not be offended. He is impenetrable, as an anvil hard, as constant as Job. Ipsi deus simul ac volet me solvato piner. A God shall set me free whene'er I please. Be thou such a one, let thy misery be what it will, what it can, with patience endure it. Thou mayst be restored as he was. Terris proscriptus. Ad colum propera, ab hominibus desertus, ad deum fugue. The poor shall not always be forgotten, the patient abiding of the meek shall not perish forever. Sol. X 18. Ver. 9. The Lord will be a refuge of the oppressed, and a defense in the time of trouble. Servus Epictetus, multa laudi corporis, iris. Pauper, at haec inter charus erat superis. Lame was Epictetus, and poor Iris. Yet to them both God was propitious. Lodovicus Vertimanus, that famous traveller, endured much misery, yet surely, saith Scaliger, he was vir Deo charus, in that he did escape so many dangers, God especially protected him, he was dear unto him modo. In gestate, tribulation. Convae deplorationis, and thou art now in the vale of misery, in poverty, in agony, in temptation, rest. Eternity, happiness, immortality, shall be thy reward, as Chrysostom pleads, if thou trust in God, and keep thine innocency. Non si male. Nunc, etiolum sic erit semper, a good hour may come upon a sudden. Expect a little. Yeah, but this expectation is it which tortures me in the meantime. Futura expectans presentibus angor, whilst the grass grows the horse starves, despair not, but hope well. Sperabat, tibi melius lux crestina ducit. Dum spira spera. Cheer up, I say, be not dismayed. Spes alit agricolas, he that sows in tears, shall reap in joy, Sol. Xvi, 7. See fortune me torment. Esperance me contente. Hope refresheth, as much as misery depresseth. Hard beginnings have many times prosperous events, and that may happen at last which never was yet. A desire accomplished delights the soul, Caro v 13. 19. Grata superveniat quae non sperabitur ora. Which makes enjoy my joys long wished at last. Welcome that hour shall come when hope is past. A lowering morning may turn to a fair afternoon, nub solit pulsa. Candidus ire dies. The hope that is deferred, is the fainting of the heart, but when the desire cometh, it is a tree of life, Caro v 13. 12. Suavissimum est voti compos fieri. Many men are both wretched and miserable at first, but afterwards most happy, and oftentimes it so falls out, as Machiavel relates of Cosmo de' Medici, that fortunate and renowned citizen of Europe, that all his youth was full of perplexity, danger, and misery, till 40 years were past, and then upon a sudden the sun of his honor broke out as through a cloud. Huniades was fetched out of prison, and Henry III of Portugal out of a poor monastery, to be crowned kings. Multa cadunt inter calicem supremaque labra. Many things happen between the cup and the lip. Beyond all hope and expectation many things fall out, and who knows what may happen. Non dum omnium dirum sols acciderant, as Philippus said, all the suns are not yet set, a day may come to make amends for all. Though my father and mother forsake me, yet the Lord will gather me up, Sol. 27. 10. Wait patiently on the Lord, and hope in him, Sol. 37, 7. Be strong, hope and trust in the Lord, and he will comfort thee, and give thee thine heart's desire, Sol. 27, 14. Sperit eti vosmet rebus servate secundis. Hope, and reserve yourself for prosperity. Fret not thyself because thou art poor, contemned, or not so well for the present as thou wouldst be, not respected as thou oughtest to be, by birth, place, worth. Or that which is a double corrosive, thou hast been happy, honorable, and rich, art now distressed and poor, a scorn of men, a burden to the world, irksome to thyself and others, thou hast lost all. Miserum est fuis, felicem. And as Boethius calls it, infelicissimum genus infortunii. This made Timon half mad with melancholy, to think of his former fortunes and present misfortunes. This alone makes many miserable wretches discontent. I confess it is a great misery to have been happy, the quintessence of infelicity, to have been honorable and rich. But yet easily to be endured, security succeeds, and to a judicious man a far better estate. The loss of thy goods and money is no loss. Thou hast lost them, they would otherwise have lost thee. If thy money be gone, thou art so much the lighter, and as Saint Hierome persuades Rusticus the monk, to forsake all and follow Christ, gold and silver are too heavy metals for him to carry that seeks heaven. Vel nos in mare proximum. Gemmas et lapides, aurum et inutile. Summi moderiam molli. Mitimus, cellarum si hene poenitet. Zeno the philosopher lost all his goods by shipwreck, he might like. Of it, fortune had done him a good turn, opsami, animam offer non. Potest, she can take away my means, but not my mind. He set her at defiance ever after, for she could not rob him that had not to lose, for he was able to contemn more than they could possess or desire. Alexander sent 100 talents of gold to Phocion of Athens for a present, because he heard he was a good man, but Phocion returned his talents back again. With a permit me in posturum virum bonum esse to be a good man still. Let me be as I am, non me aurum posco, nec me pretium, that Theban Crates flung of his own accord his money into the sea, abite nummi, ego. Vos mergam, any mergar, a vobis, I had rather drown you, than you should drown me. Can Stoics and Epicures thus contemn wealth, and shall not we that are Christians? It was mascula vox et preclara, a generous speech of Cauda in Sallust, many miseries have happened unto me at home, and in the wars abroad, of which by the help of God some I have endured, some I have repelled. And by mine own valor overcome, courage was never wanting to my designs, nor industry to my intents, prosperity or adversity could never alter my disposition. A wise man's mind, as Seneca holds, is like the state of the world above the moon, ever serene. Come then. What can come, befall what may befall, infractum invictum. Animum opponas, rebus angustis animosis ac fortis appar. Hor, od. 11. Lib 2. Hope and patience are two sovereign remedies for all, the surest reposals, the softest cushions to lean on in adversity. Durum sed levius fit patientia. Quicquid corrigere est nefas. What can't be cured must be endured. If it cannot be helped, or amended, make the best of it. Necessitatae esse accommodat, sapit, he is wise that suits himself to the time. As at a game at tables, so do by all such inevitable accidents. Ita vita est hominum quasi cum ludus tesseris. Si illud quat est maxime opus jacta non cadit. Illud quat cessidit forte, id arte ut corrigas. If thou canst not fling what thou wouldst, play thy cast as well as thou canst. Everything, saith Epictetus, hath two handles, the one to be held by, the other not, 'tis in our choice to take and leave whether we will, all which Simplicius as commentator hath illustrated by many examples, and 'tis in our power, as they say, to make or mar ourselves. Conform thyself then to thy present fortune, and cut thy coat according to thy cloth, ut quimus, quod iant, quando quod volumus non licet. Be contented with thy loss, state, and calling, whatsoever it is. And rest as well satisfied with thy present condition in this life. Este quod es. Quod sunt alii, sine quam labet esse. Quod non es, nollis, quod potus esse, velis. Be as thou art, and as they are, so let others be still, what is and may be covert. And as he that is invited to a feast eats what is set before him, and looks for no other, enjoy that thou hast, and ask no more of God than what he thinks fit to bestow upon thee. Non cuivis contingit adire. Corinthum, we may not be all gentlemen, all Catos, or Lalii, as Tully telleth us, all honorable, illustrious, and serene, all rich. But because mortal men want many things, therefore, saith Theodoret, hath God diversely distributed his gifts, wealth to one, skill to another, that rich men might encourage and set poor men at work. Poor men might learn several trades to the common good. As a piece of arras is composed of several parcels, some wrought of silk, some of gold, silver, crewel of diverse colors, all to serve for the exornation of the whole, music is made of diverse discords and keys, a total sum of many small numbers. So is a commonwealth of several unequal trades and callings. If all should be Crisi and Darii, all idle, all in fortunes equal, who should till the land? As Menenius Agrippa well satisfied the tumultuous rout of Rome, in his elegant apologue of the belly and the rest of the members. Who should build houses, make our several stuffs for raiments? We should all be starved for company, as poverty declared at large in Aristophanes' Plutus. And sue at last to be as we were at first. And therefore God hath appointed this inequality of states, orders, and degrees, a subordination, as in all other things. The earth yields nourishment to vegetables, sensible creatures feed on vegetables, both are substitutes to reasonable souls, and men are subject amongst themselves, and all to higher powers, so God would have it. All things then being rightly examined and duly considered as they ought, there is no such cause of so general discontent, 'tis not in the matter itself, but in our mind, as we moderate our passions and esteem of things. Nihil aliud necessarium ut sis miser, saith Cardan, quam ut te miserum credas, let thy fortune be what it will, 'tis thy mind alone that makes thee poor or rich, miserable or happy. Vidi ego, saith divine Seneca, in villa hilari et amina maestas, et media solitudine occupados. Non locus, sed animus facit ad tranquillitam. I have seen men miserably dejected in a pleasant village, and some again well occupied and at good ease in a solitary desert. 'Tis the mind not the place causeth tranquillity, and that gives true content. I will yet add a word or two for a corollary. Many rich men, I dare boldly say it, that lie on down beds, with delicacies pampered every day, in their well-furnished houses, live at less heart's ease, with more anguish, more bodily pain, and through their intemperance, more bitter hours, than many a prisoner or galley slave. Maecenas in pluma ec vigilat ac regulus in dolio, those poor starved Hollanders, whom Bart Eisen their captain left in Nova Zembla Anno 1596, or those 8 miserable Englishmen that were lately left behind, to winter in a stove in Greenland, in 77 degrees of lat. 1630, so pitifully forsaken, and forced to shift for themselves in a vast, dark, and desert place, to strive and struggle with hunger, cold, desperation, and death itself. 'Tis a patient and quiet mind, I say it again and again, gives true peace and content. So for all other things, they are, as old creams told us, as we use them. Parentes, patrium, amicos, genus, cognates, divitias. Haec perin sunt ac ilius animus ca ea possidet. Ca uti sit, ea bona, ca uditer non rect, mala. Parents, friends, fortunes, country, birth, alliance, and ebb and flow. With our conceit, please or displease, as we accept and construe them, or apply them to ourselves. Faber quisque fortunae sui, and in some sort I may truly say, prosperity and adversity are in our own hands. Nemo Leditor nisi asipso, and which Seneca confirms out of his judgment and experience. Every man's mind is stronger than fortune, and leads him to what side he will, a cause to himself each one is of his good or bad life. But will we, or nill we, make the worst of it, and suppose a man in the greatest extremity, 'tis a fortune which some indefinitely prefer before prosperity, of 2 extremes it is the best. Luxuriant animi rebus. Plurunc secundis, men in prosperity forget God and themselves. They are besotted with their wealth, as birds with henbane. Miserable if fortune forsake them. But more miserable if she tarry and overwhelm them, for when they come to be in great place, rich, they that were most temperate, sober, and discreet in their private fortunes, as Nero, Otho, Vitellius, Heliogabalus, optimi imperators nisi imperissent. Degenerate on a sudden into brute beasts, so prodigious in lust, such tyrannical oppressors, and they cannot moderate themselves, they become monsters, odious, harpies, what not. Cum triumphos, opes, honores adepti. Sunt, ad voluptatem et odium deinceps se convertunt, 'twas Cato's. Note, they cannot contain. For that cause belike. Utrapolis quicunc nocera volbat. Vestimenta dabit preciosa, beatus enim jam. Cum pulchris tunicis sumit nova concilia et spes. Dormiat in lusum scorto. Postponit honestum. Officium. Utrapolis when he would hurt a knave. Gave him gay clothes and wealth to make him brave. Because now rich he would quite change his mind. Keep whores, fly out, set honesty behind. On the other side, in adversity many mutter and repine, despair, and, both. Bad, I confess. Ut calcius olim. Si pedi major erit, subvertet, si minor, uret. As a shoe too big or too little, one pincheth, the other sets the foot awry, said e malus minimum. If adversity hath killed his 1,000, prosperity hath killed his 10,000, therefore adversity is to be preferred. Haec froino indiget, illa solatio, illa fallit, haec instruct, the one deceives, the other instructs, the one miserably happy, the other happily miserable. And therefore many philosophers have voluntarily sought adversity, and so much commended in their precepts. Demetrius, in Seneca, esteemed it a great infelicity, that in his lifetime he had no misfortune, miserum cui nihil unquam accidisset, adversi. Adversity then is not so heavily to be taken, and we ought not in such cases so much to macerate ourselves, there is no such odds in poverty and riches. To conclude in Hiram's words, I will ask our magnificos that build with marble, and bestow a whole manor on a thread, what difference between them and Paul the Eremite, that bare old man? They drink in jewels, he in his hand, he is poor and goes to heaven, they are rich and go to hell. MEMB 4. Against servitude, loss of liberty, imprisonment, banishment. Servitude, loss of liberty, imprisonment, are no such miseries as they are held to be. We are slaves and servants the best of us all, as we do reverence our masters, so do our masters their superiors, gentlemen serve nobles. And nobles subordinate to kings, omni sub regno gravior regnum, princes themselves are God's servants, regis in ipsos imperium est Jovis. They are subject to their own laws, and as the kings of China endure more than slavish imprisonment, to maintain their state and greatness, they never come abroad. Alexander was a slave to fear, Caesar of pride, Vespasian to his money, nihil enim refert, rerum sis servis in hominem, Heliogabalus to his gut, and so of the rest. Lovers are slaves to their mistresses, rich men to their gold, courtiers generally to lust and ambition, and all slaves to our affections, as Evangelus well discourseth in Macrobius, and Seneca the philosopher. Assiduum servitudem extremum et ineluctabilum he calls it, a continual slavery, to be so captivated by vices. And who is free? Why then dost thou repine? Satis est potens, Hiram saith, ca servire non cogitur. Thou carriest no burdens, thou art no prisoner, no drudge, and thousands want that liberty, those pleasures which thou hast. Thou art not sick, and what wouldst thou have? But nidamur invetidum, we must all eat of the forbidden fruit. Were we enjoined to go to such and such places, we would not willingly go, but being barred of our liberty, this alone torments our wandering soul that we may not go. A citizen of ours, Seth Cardan, was 60 years of age, and had never been forth of the walls of the city of Milan. The prince hearing of it, commanded him not to stir out, being now forbidden that which all his life he had neglected, he earnestly desired, and being denied, dolor confectus mortem, obiit, he died for grief. What I have said of servitude, I again say of imprisonment, we are all prisoners. What is our life but a prison? We are all imprisoned in an island. The world itself to some men is a prison, our narrow seas as so many ditches, and when they have compassed the globe of the earth, they would fain go see what is done in the moon. In Muscovy and many other northern parts, all over Scandia, they are imprisoned half the year in stoves, they dare not peep out for cold. At Aden in Arabia they are penned in all day long with that other extreme of heat, and keep their markets in the night. What is a ship but a prison? And so many cities are but as so many hives of bees, anthills. But that which thou abhorrest, many seek, women keep in all winter, and most part of summer, to preserve their beauties. Some for love of study, Demosthenes shaved his beard because he would cut off all occasions from going abroad. How many monks and friars, anchorites, abandon the world? Monachus in Herb, Piscus in Erido. Art in prison? Make right use of it, and mortify thyself, where may a man contemplate better than in solitariness, or study more than in quietness? Many worthy men have been imprisoned all their lives, and it hath been occasion of great honor and glory to them, much public good by their excellent meditation. Ptolemaeus king of Egypt, cum viribus attenuatis infirma valetudine laboret, miro descendi studio affectus, and now being taken with a grievous infirmity of body that he could not stir abroad, became Stratos scholar, fell hard to his book, and gave himself wholly to contemplation, and upon that occasion, as mine author adds, pulcherrimum regii opulentiae monumentum, and to his great honor built that renowned library at Alexandria, wherein were 40,000 volumes. Severinus Boethius never writ so elegantly as in prison, Paul so devoutly, for most of his epistles were dictated in his bands. Joseph, Seth Austin, got more credit in prison, than when he distributed corn, and was lord of Pharaoh's house. It brings many a lewd, riotous fellow home, many wandering rogues it settles, that would otherwise have been like raving tigers, ruined themselves and others. Banishment is no grievance at all, omni solum forti patria, and edi patria est ubicunque bene est, that's a man's country where he is well at ease. Many travel for pleasure to that city, saith Seneca, to which thou art banished, and what a part of the citizens are strangers born in other places. Incolentibus patria, 'tis their country that are born in it, and they would think themselves banished to go to the place which thou leavest, and from which thou art so loath to depart. 'Tis no disparagement to be a stranger, or so irksome to be an exile. The rain is a stranger to the earth, rivers to the sea, Jupiter in Egypt, the sun to us all. The soul is an alien to the body, a nightingale to the air, a swallow in a house, and Ganymede in heaven, an elephant at Rome, a phoenix in India, and such things commonly please us best, which are most strange and come the farthest off. Those old Hebrews esteemed the whole world Gentiles, the Greeks held all barbarians but themselves, our modern Italians account of us as dull Transalpines by way of reproach, they scorn thee and thy country which thou so much admirest. 'Tis a childish humor to hone after home, to be discontent at that which others seek, to prefer, as base islanders and Norwegians do, their own ragged island before Italy or Greece, the gardens of the world. There is a base nation in the north, saith Pliny, called Chauci, that live amongst rocks and sands by the seaside, feed on fish, drink water, and yet these base people account themselves slaves in respect, when they come to Rome. Ita est perfecto, as he concludes, multis fortuna parcit in ponam, so it is, fortune favors some to live at home, to their further punishment, 'tis want of judgment. All places are distant from heaven alike, the sun shines happily as warm in one city as in another, and to a wise man there is no difference of climes. Friends are everywhere to him that behaves himself well, and a prophet is not esteemed in his own country. Alexander, Caesar, Trajan, Adrian, were as so many land leapers, now in the east, now in the west, little at home, and Polus Venetus, Laud. Vertimanus, Pinzonus, Catamustus, Columbus, Americus Vespucius, Vascus Gama, Drake, Candish, Oliver and Nort, Scoutian, got all their honor by voluntary expeditions. But you say such men's travel is voluntary. We are compelled, and as malefactors must depart. Yet know this of Plato to be true, ultori Deo summa cura peregrinus est, God hath an especial care of strangers, and when he wants friends and allies, he shall deserve better and find more favor with God and men. Besides the pleasure of peregrination, variety of objects will make amends, and so many nobles, Tully, Aristides, Themistocles, Theseus, Codrus, and as have been banished, will give sufficient credit unto it. Read Pet. Alcyonius his 2 books of this subject. MEMB. V. Against sorrow for death of friends or otherwise, vain fear, and death and departure of friends are things generally grievous, omnium quae in humana vita contingant, luctus ec mors sunt acerbissima, the most austere and bitter accidents that can happen to a man in this life, in aeternum validissera. To part for ever, to forsake the world and all our friends, 'tis ultimum terribilium, the last and the greatest terror, most irksome and troublesome unto us, homo toties moritur, quoties amitit soas. And though we hope for a better life, eternal happiness, after these painful and miserable days, yet we cannot compose ourselves willingly to die. The remembrance of it is most grievous unto us, especially to such who are fortunate and rich, they start at the name of death, as a horse at a rotten post. Say what you can of that other world, Montezuma that Indian prince, bonum est esse hic, they had rather be here. Nay many generous spirits, and grave-stayed men otherwise, are so tender in this, that at the loss of a dear friend they will cry out, roar, and tear their hair, lamenting some months after, howling, O hone. As those Irish women and Greeks at their graves, commit many indecent actions, and almost go beside themselves. My dear father, my sweet husband, mine only brother's dead, to whom shall I make my moan? O me miserum! Cas dabit in lacrimas fontem, and what shall I do? Sed totum hoc studium luctu fraterna mihi mors. Absculit, he misero frater adempt mihi. My brother's death my study hath undone. Woe's me, alas my brother he is gone. Mazentius would not live after his son. Nunc vivo, nec ad hoc homines lucem relinquo. Sed linquam. And Pompey's wife cried out at the news of her husband's death. Terp mori post te solo non possi dolor. Violenta luctu et nescia tolerandi. As Tacitus of Agrippina, not able to moderate her passions. So when she heard her son was slain, she abruptly broke off her work, changed countenance and color, tore her hair, and fell a roaring downright. Subitus miseri color ossa reliquit. Excussae manibus radii, revolutate pensa. Evilat infelix e foeminio oiulatu. Sisicomum. Another would needs run upon the sword's point after Euryalus' departure. Figite me, si qua est pietas. In me omnia tela. Congesite o rutili. Oh let me die, some good man or other make an end of me. How did Achilles take on for Patroclus' departure? A black cloud of sorrows overshadowed him, saith Homer. Jacob rent his clothes, put sackcloth about his loins. Sorrowed for his son a long season, and could not be comforted, but would needs go down into the grave unto his son, Gen 37. 37. Many years after, the remembrance of such friends, of such accidents, is most grievous. Unto us, to see or hear of it, though it concern not ourselves but others. Scaliger saith of himself, that he never read Socrates' death, in Plato's Phaedon, but he wept. Austin shed tears when he read the destruction of Troy. But howsoever this passion of sorrow be violent, bitter, and seizeth familiarly on wise, valiant, discreet men, yet it may surely be withstood, it may be diverted. For what is there in this life, that it should be so dear unto us? Or that we should so much deplore the departure of a friend? The greatest pleasures are common society, to enjoy one another's presence, feasting, hawking, hunting, brooks, woods, hills, music, dancing, and all this is but vanity and loss of time, as I have sufficiently declared. Dum bibimus, dum certa, unguenta, puellas. Possumus, oberpit non intellectus inectus. Whilst we drink, prank ourselves, with wenches dally. Old age upon set unawares doth sally. As alchemists spend that small modicum they have to get gold, and never find it, we lose and neglect eternity, for a little momentary pleasure, which we cannot enjoy, nor shall ever attain to in this life. We abhor death, pain, and grief, all, yet we will do nothing of that which should vindicate us from, but rather voluntarily thrust ourselves upon it. The lascivious prefers his whore before his life, or good estate. An angry man his revenge, a parasite his gut, ambitious, honors, covetous, wealth. A thief his booty, a soldier his spoil, we abhor diseases, and yet we pull them upon us. We are never better or freer from cares than when we sleep. And yet, which we so much avoid and lament, death is but a perpetual sleep. And why should it, as Epicurus argues, so much affright us? When we are, death is not, but when death is, then we are not, our life is tedious and troublesome unto him that lives best. 'Tis a misery to be born, a pain to live, a trouble to die. Death makes an end of our miseries, and yet we cannot consider of it. A little before Socrates drank his portion of cicuta, he bid the citizens of Athens cheerfully farewell, and concluded his speech with this short sentence: my time is now come to be gone, I to my death, you to live on. But which of these is best, God alone knows. For there is no pleasure here but sorrow is annexed to it. Repentance follows it. If I feed liberally, I am likely sick or surfeit. If I live sparingly, my hunger and thirst is not allayed. I am well, neither full nor fasting. If I live honest, I burn in lust. If I take my pleasure, I tire and starve myself, and do injury to my body and soul. Of so small a quantity of mirth, how much sorrow! After so little pleasure, how great misery! 'Tis both ways troublesome to me, to rise and go to bed, to eat and provide my meat. Cares and contentions attend me all day long, fears and suspicions all my life. I am discontented, and why should I desire so much to live? But a happy death will make an end of all our woes and miseries. Omnibus una mais certa medila malis. Why shouldst not thou then say with old Simeon, since thou art so well affected, Lord, now let thy servant depart in peace, or with Paul, I desire to be dissolved, and to be with Christ? Beata mors quae ad beatum vitam additum. Apparit, 'tis a blessed hour that leads us to a blessed life, and blessed are they that die in the Lord. But life is sweet, and death is not so terrible in itself as the concomitants of it, a loathsome disease, pain, horror, and many times the manner of it, to be hanged, to be broken on the wheel, to be burned alive. Servetus the heretic, that suffered in Geneva, when he was brought to the stake, and saw the executioner come with fire in his hand, homo viso igni tam horrendum exclamavit, ut universum populum perturifesserit, roared so loud that he terrified the people. An old Stoic would have scorned this. It troubles some to be unburied, or so. Non te optima mater. Condet humi, patrio honorabit membra sepulchro. Elitibus lingere feris, id gurgite mersum. Unda ferit, Pisces que impasti vulnera lambent. Thy gentle parents shall not bury thee amongst thine ancestors entombed to be. But feral fowl thy carcass shall devour, or drowned core hungry fish maws shall scour. As Socrates told Crito, it concerns me not what is done with me when I am dead, facilis jactura sepulchri, I care not so long as I feel it not. Let them set mine head on the pike of Teneriffe, and my quarters in the four parts of the world, pacem licet in crus corvos, let wolves, or bears, devour me, calo tegitur ca non habet urnum, the canopy of heaven covers him that hath no tomb. So likewise for our friends, why should their departure so much trouble us? They are better as we hope, and for what then? Dost thou lament, as those do whom Paul taxed in his time, 1 Thess. 4:13. That have no hope. 'Tis fit there should be some solemnity. Sed sepulare dicit defunctum, pector 40. Constans, annunc diem fletcheri indulgence. Job's friends said not a word to him the first 7 days, but let sorrow and discontent take their course, themselves sitting sad and silent by him. When Jupiter himself wept for Sarpedon, what else did the poet insinuate? But that some sorrow is good. Cos matrem nisi mentis enops in funere nati. Flir vetat. Who can blame a tender mother if she weep for her children? Beside, as Plutarch holds, 'tis not in our power not to lament, indolentia non cuivis contingit, it takes away mercy and pity, not to be sad, 'tis a natural passion to weep for our friends, an irresistible passion to lament and grieve. I know not how, saith Seneca, but sometimes 'tis good to be miserable in misery, and for the most part all grief evacuates itself by tears. Est quidem flir voluptas. Expleter lacrimis egeraturque dolor. Yet after a day's mourning or two, comfort thyself for thy heaviness. Eccles 38:17. Non dicit defunctum ignevo questa prosca. 'Twas Germanicus' advice of old, that we should not dwell too long upon our passions, to be desperately sad, immoderate grievers, to let them tyrannize. There's indolentia, ours, a medium to be kept, we do not, saith Austin, forbid men to grieve, but to grieve overmuch. I forbid not a man to be angry, but I ask for what cause he is so. Not to be sad, but why is he sad? Not to fear, but wherefore is he afraid? I require a moderation as well as a just reason. The Romans and most civil commonwealths have set a time to such solemnities, they must not mourn after a set day, or if in a family a child be born, a daughter or son married, some state or honor be conferred, a brother be redeemed from his bands, a friend from his enemies, or the like, they must lament no more. And 'tis fit it should be so, to what end is all their funeral pomp? Complaints, and tears. When Socrates was dying, his friends Apollodorus and Crito, with some others, were weeping by him, which he perceiving, asked them what they meant, for that very cause he put all the women out of the room, upon which words of his they were abashed, and ceased from their tears. Lodovicus Cortesius, a rich lawyer of Padua, as Bernardinus Scardionius relates, commanded by his last will, and a great mulct if otherwise to his heir, that no funeral should be kept for him, no man should lament, but as at a wedding, music and minstrels to be provided. And instead of black mourners, he took order, that 12 virgins, clad in green should carry him to the church. His will and testament was accordingly performed, and he buried in St. Sophia's church. Tully was much grieved for his daughter Tulliola's death at first, until such time that he had confirmed his mind with some philosophical precepts. Then he began to triumph over fortune and grief, and for her reception into heaven to be much more joyed than before he was troubled for her loss. If a heathen man could so fortify himself from philosophy, what shall a Christian from divinity? Why dost thou so macerate thyself? 'Tis an Inevitable chance, the first statute in Magna Carta, an everlasting act. Of Parliament, all must die. Constat aetam appositumque leg est. Ut constet genitum nihil. It cannot be revoked, we are all mortal, and these all commanding gods end. Princes, die like men, involvit humil peritur eti celsum capit. Aquat sum is infima. O weak condition of human estate, Silvius exclaims, Ladislaus, king of Bohemia, 18 years of age, in the flower of his youth, so potent, rich, fortunate and happy, in the midst of all his friends, amongst so many physicians. Now ready to be married, in 36 hours sickened and died. We must so be gone sooner or later all, and as Calliopeus in the comedy took his leave of his spectators and auditors, vos velit et plaudite, Calliopeus recentui. Must we bid the world farewell, exit Calliopeus, and having now played our parts, forever be gone. Tombs and monuments have the like fate, data. Sunt ipsis quoque fata sepulchris, kingdoms, provinces, towns, and cities have their periods, and are consumed. In those flourishing times of Troy, Mycenae was the fairest city in Greece, Greciae cuncti imperitabat, but it, alas, and that Assyrian Nineveh are quite overthrown. The like fate hath that Egyptian and Boeotian Thebes, Delos, commune Greciae. Conciliabulum, the common council house of Greece, and Babylon, the greatest city that ever the sun shone on, hath now nothing but walls and rubbish left. Quid Pandionii restat nisi nomen Atheni? Thus Pausanias complained in his times. And where is Troy itself now? Persepolis, Carthage, Cyzicum, Sparta, Argos, and all those Grecian cities. Syracuse and Agrigentum, the fairest towns in Sicily, which had sometimes 700,000 inhabitants, are now decayed, the names of Hieron, Empedocles, and of those mighty numbers of people, only left one Anacharsis is remembered. Amongst the Scythians, the world itself must have an end, and every part of it. Quieteri igiter urb sunt mortals, as Peter Gillius concludes of Constantinople, haec sane quam diu erunt homines, futura mihi videtur immortalis. But 'tis not so, nor sight, nor strength, nor sea nor land, can vindicate a city, but it and all must vanish at last. And as to a traveller, great mountains seem plains afar off, at last are not discerned at all. Cities, men, monuments decay, nec solidize prodest sua machina. Terrace, the names are only left, those at length forgotten, and are involved in perpetual night. Returning out of Asia, when I sailed from Aegina toward Megara, I began, saith Servius Sulpicius, in a consolatory epistle of his to Tully, to view the country round about. Aegina was behind me, Megara before, Piraeus on the right hand, Corinth on the left, what flourishing towns heretofore, now prostrate and overwhelmed before mine eyes. I began to think with myself, alas, why are we men so much disquieted with the departure of a friend, whose life is much shorter, when so many goodly cities lie buried before us? Remember, O Servius, thou art a man. And with that I was much confirmed, and corrected myself. Correct then likewise, and comfort thyself in this, that we must necessarily die, and all die, that we shall rise again, as Tully held. Jucundiorque multo congressus noster futurus, quam in suavis eti acerbis digressus, our second meeting shall be much more pleasant than our departure was grievous. Ay, but he was my most dear and loving friend, my sole friend. Cos decide rio sit puter aut modus. Tam shari capitis. And who can blame my woe? Thou mayst be ashamed, I say with Seneca, to confess it, in such a tempest as this to have but one anchor, go seek another, and for his part thou dost him great injury to desire his longer life. Wilt Thou have him crazed and sickly still, like a tired traveller that comes weary to his inn, begin his journey afresh, or to be freed from his miseries. Thou hast more need rejoice that he is gone. Another complains of a most sweet wife, a young wife, nondum sustulerat flavum proserpina. Crinum, such a wife as no mortal man ever had, so good a wife, but she is now dead and gone, Lethioque jacet condita sarcophago. I reply to him in Seneca's words, if such a woman at least ever was to be had, he did either so find or make her. If he found her, he may as happily find another. If he made her, as Critobulus in Xenophon did by his, he may as good cheap inform another. E bona tam sequitur, quam bona prima fuit. He need not despair, so long as the same master is to be had. But was she good? Had she been so tired peradventure as that Ephesian widow in Petronius, by some swaggering soldier, she might not have held out. Many a man would have been willingly rid of his, before thou wast bound, now thou art free. And 'tis but a folly to love thy fetters though they be of gold. Come into a third place, ye shall have an aged father sighing for a son, a pretty child. Impube pectus quaeli vel impia. Molliret thracum pectora. He now lies asleep. Would make an impious Thracian weep. Or some fine daughter that died young, nondum experta novi gaudia prima. Tori. Or a forlorn son for his deceased father. But why? Prior exeat. Prior intravit, he came first, and he must go first. Tu frustra. Pius, Hugh, and C. What, wouldst thou have the laws of nature altered, and him to live always? Julius Caesar, Augustus, Alcibiades, Galen, Aristotle, lost their fathers young. And why on the other side shouldst thou so heavily take the death of thy little son? Number quia nec fato, merita nec mort peribat. Said miser ante diem. He died before his time, perhaps, not yet come to the solstice of his age. Yet was he not mortal. Hear that divine Epictetus, if thou covet thy wife, friends, children should live always, thou art a fool. He was a fine child indeed, dignus Apollinius lacrimus, a sweet, a loving, a fair, a witty child, of great hope, another Eteonius, whom Pindarus the poet and Aristides the rhetorician so much lament. But who can tell whether he would have been an honest man? He might have proved a thief, a rogue, a spendthrift, a disobedient son, vexed and galled thee more than all the world beside. He might have wrangled with thee and disagreed, or with his brothers, as Idiocles and Polynices, and broke thy heart. He is now gone to eternity, as another Ganymede, in the flower of his youth, as if he had risen, saith Plutarch, from the midst of a feast, before he was drunk. The longer he had lived, the worse he would have been, e quo vita longier. Ambrose thinks, culpa numerosier, more sinful, more to answer he would have had. If he was not, thou mayst be glad he is gone. If good, be glad thou hadst such a son. Or art thou sure he was good? It may be he was an hypocrite, as many are, and howsoever he spake thee fair. Peradventure he prayed, amongst the rest that Icaro Menippus heard at Jupiter's whispering place in Lucian, for his father's death, because he now kept him short. He was to inherit much goods, and many fair manors after his decease. Or put case he was very good, suppose the best, may not thy dead son expostulate with thee, as he did in the same Lucian? Why dost thou lament my death, or call me miserable that am much more happy than thyself? What misfortune is befallen me? Is it because I am not so bald, crooked, old, rotten, as thou art. What have I lost? Some of your good cheer, gay clothes, music, singing, dancing, kissing, merry meetings. Thalami Lubentias, and is that it? Is it not much better not to hunger at all than to eat, not to thirst than to drink to satisfy thirst, not to be cold than to put on clothes to drive away cold? You had more need. Rejoice that I am freed from diseases, agues, cares, anxieties, liver, love, covetousness, hatred, envy, malice, that I fear no more thieves, tyrants, enemies, as you do. Ad cinerum et manes credis curari. Sepultos? Do they concern us at all, think you, when we are once dead? Condole not others then overmuch, wish not or fear thy death. Summum nec ops diem nec metuas, 'tis to no purpose. Excessi e vitae erumnis facilis glubensk. Ne pejora ipsa mort dehinc vidium. I left this irksome life with all mine heart, lest worse than death should happen to my part. Cardinal Brundusinus caused this epitaph in Rome to be inscribed on his tomb, to show his willingness to die, and tax those that were so both to depart. Weep and howl no more then, 'tis to small purpose. And as Tully adviseth us in the like case, non quos amisimus, sed quantum ludra par. Sit cogitimus, think what we do, not whom we have lost. So David did, too. Psalm 22, while the child was yet alive, I fasted and wept. But being now dead, why should I fast? Can I bring him again? I shall go to him, but he cannot return to me. He that doth otherwise is an intemperate, a weak, a silly, an indiscreet man. Though Aristotle deny any part of intemperance. To be conversant about sorrow, I am of Seneca's mind, he that is wise is temperate, and he that is temperate is constant, free from passion. And he that is such a one, is without sorrow. As all wise men should be. The Thracians wept still when a child was born, feasted and made mirth when any man was buried, and so should we rather be glad for such as die well, that they are so happily freed from the miseries of this life. When Eteonius, that noble young Greek, was so generally lamented by his friends, Pindarus the poet feigns some god saying, Silete homines, non enim miser est, and be quiet good folks, this young man is not so miserable as you think. He is neither gone to Styx nor Acheron, said Gloriosus e senii expers heroes, he lives forever in the Elysian fields. He now enjoys that happiness which your great kings so earnestly seek, and wears that garland for which ye contend. If our present weakness is such, we cannot moderate our passions in this behalf, we must divert them by all means, by doing something else, thinking of another subject. The Italians most part sleep away care and grief, if it unseasonably seize upon them. Danes, Dutchmen, Polanders and Bohemians drink it down, our countrymen go to plays, do something or other, let it not transpose thee. Or by premeditation make such accidents familiar, as Ulysses that wept for his dog, but not for his wife, quod paratus esset animo affirmato, plut. De anim. Trank, accustom thyself, and harden beforehand by seeing other men's calamities, and applying them to thy present estate, previsum est. Levius quod fuit ante malum. I will conclude with Epictetus, if thou lovest a pot, remember 'tis but a pot thou lovest, and thou wilt not be troubled when 'tis broken. If thou lovest a son or wife, remember they were mortal, and thou wilt not be so impatient. And for false fears and all other fortuitous inconveniences, mischances, calamities, to resist and prepare ourselves, not to faint is best, stultum est timere quat. Vitari non potest, 'tis a folly to fear that which cannot be avoided. Or to be discouraged at all. Nam quisquis trepidus pavit vel optat. Abgessit clipium, locoque motus. Nectit qua valit trahi cate nam. For he that so faints or fears, and yields to his passion, flings away his own weapons, makes a cord to bind himself, and pulls a beam upon his own head. MEMB 6. Against envy, livor, emulation, hatred, ambition, self-love, and all other affections. Against those other passions and affections, there is no better remedy than as mariners when they go to sea, provide all things necessary to resist a tempest, to furnish ourselves with philosophical and divine precepts, other men's examples. Periculum ex aliis facere, sibi quat ex usu sit, to balance our hearts with love, charity, meekness, patience, and counterpoise those irregular motions of envy, livor, spleen, hatred, with their opposite virtues. As we bend a crooked staff another way, to oppose, sufferance to labor, patience to reproach, bounty to covetousness, fortitude to pusillanimity, meekness to anger, humility to pride, to examine ourselves for what cause we are so much disquieted. On what ground, what occasion, is it just or feigned? And then either to pacify ourselves by reason, to divert by some other object, contrary passion, or premeditation. Meditari secum opertet quo pacto adversam eram nam ferat, pericla, damna, exilia periger redian semper cogitet, aut filiae peccatum, aut uxoris mortem, aut morbum filii, communia esse haec, fieri passi, utne quid animo sit novum. To make them familiar, even all kind of calamities, that when they happen they may be less troublesome unto us. In secundis mediter, quo pacto feras adversa, or out of mature judgment to avoid the effect, or disannul the cause, as they do that are troubled with toothache, pull them quite out. Ut vivat castor, sibi testes amputat ipsi. Tu quoque sequa nocent, obgis, tutus eris. The beaver bites off stones to save the rest. Do thou the like with that thou art oppressed. Or as they that play at wasters, exercise themselves by a few cudgels how. To avoid an enemy's blows, let us arm ourselves against all such violent incursions, which may invade our minds. A little experience and practice will inure us to it. Vetula vulpes, as the proverb saith, lacio haud. Capiter, an old fox is not so easily taken in a snare. An old soldier in the world methinks should not be disquieted, but ready to receive all fortunes, encounters, and with that resolute captain, come what may come. To make answer. Non ollo laborum. O virgo nova me facies inopenac surgit. Omnia percipi ac animo mecum antiperegi. No labor comes at unawares to me. For I have long before cast what may be. Non hoc primum mea pectora vulnus. Censurunt, gravura tuli. The Commonwealth of Venice in their armory have this inscription. Happy is that city which in time of peace thinks of war, a fit motto for every man's private house. Happy is the man that provides for a future assault. But many times we complain, repine and mutter without a cause, we give way to passions we may resist, and will not. Socrates was bad by nature, envious, as he confessed to Zophius the physiognomer, accusing him of it, froward and lascivious, but as he was Socrates, he did correct and amend himself. Thou art malicious, envious, covetous, impatient, no doubt, and lascivious, yet as thou art a Christian, correct and moderate thyself. 'Tis something, I confess, and able to move any man, to see himself contemned, obscure, neglected, disgraced, undervalued, left behind. Some cannot endure it, no not Constant Lipsius, a man discreet. Otherwise, yet too weak and passionate in this, as his words express. Collegas olim, quos ego sine fremitu non intuiur, nuper terrae. Filios, nunc masonates eti Agrippas habeo. Summo jam monte petitos. But he was much to blame for it. To a wise staid man this is nothing, we cannot all be honored and rich, all Caesars, if we will be content, our present state is good, and in some men's opinion to be preferred. Let them go on. Get wealth, offices, titles, honors, preferments, and what they will. Themselves, by chance, fraud, imposture, simony, and indirect means, as too many do, by bribery, flattery, and parasitical insinuation. By impudence and time-serving, let them climb up to advancement in despite of virtue. Let them go before, cross me on every side, me non offendent modo non. In oculos incurrant, as he said, correcting his former error, they do not offend me. So long as they run not into mine eyes. I am inglorious and poor, composita paupertate, but I live secure and quiet, they are dignified, have great means, pomp, and state, they are glorious, but what have they with it? Envy, trouble, anxiety, as much labor to maintain their place with credit, as to get it at first. I am contented with my fortunes, spectator e longinquo, and love Neptunum procul a. Terra specter furentem, he is ambitious, and not satisfied with his, but what gets he by it? To have all his life laid open, his reproaches seen, not one of 1,000 but he hath done more worthy of dispraise and animadversion than commendation, no better means to help this than to be private. Let them run, ride, strive as so many fishes for a crumb, scrape, climb, catch, snatch, cozen, collogue, temporize and fleer, take all. Amongst them, wealth, honor, and get what they can. It offends me not. Me mea tellus. Lar secreto tutoque teget. I am well pleased with my fortunes, vivo et regno similista. Relinquens. I have learned, in what state soever I am, therewith to be contented, Philip, 4:11. Come what can come, I am prepared. Ne ferre magna and parva, ferre unis id idem. I am the same. I was once so mad to bustle abroad, and seek about for preferment, tire myself, and trouble all my friends, sed nihil labor tantus proficit non dum alios amicarum mors avoca, aliis ignotus sum, his invisus, alii large promittent. Intercedent illi mecum solicitae, hi vana spe lactant. Dum alios ambio, hos capto, illis initesco, itis perit, anni defluent, amici fatiganter, ego deferrer, edi jam, mundi thesis, humanac sater infidelitatis acquiesco. And so I say still. Although I may not deny, but that I have had some bountiful patrons, and noble benefactors, eni sim interim ingratus, and I do thankfully acknowledge it, I have received some kindness, quod Deus illis beneficium rependat, si non pro votis. Fortas pro meritus, more peradventure than I deserve, though not to my desire, more of them than I did expect, yet not of others to my desert. Neither am I ambitious or covetous, for this while, or a Sophinus to myself, what I have said, without prejudice or alteration shall stand. And now as a mired horse that struggles at first with all his might and main to get out, but when he sees no remedy, that his beating will not serve, lies still, I have labored in vain, rest satisfied, and if I may usurp that of Prudentius. In vini portum. Specie fortuna velit. Nil mihi vobiscum, ludite nunc alios. Mine havens found, fortune and hope adieu. Mock others now, for I have done with you. MEMB. 7. Against repulse, abuses, injuries, contempts, disgraces, contumelies, slanders, scoffs, and I may not yet conclude, think to appease passions, or quiet the mind, till such time as I have likewise removed some other of their more eminent and ordinary causes, which produce so grievous tortures and discontents, to divert all, I cannot hope. To point alone at some few of the chiefest, is that which I aim at, repulse. Repulse and disgrace are two main causes of discontent, but to an understanding man not so hardly to be taken. Caesar himself hath been denied, and when two stand equal in fortune, birth, and all other qualities alike, one of necessity must lose. Why shouldst thou take it so grievously? It hath a familiar thing for thee thyself to deny others. If every man might have what he would, we should all be deified, emperors, kings, princes. If whatsoever vain hope suggests, insatiable appetite affects, our preposterous judgment thinks fit were granted, we should have another chaos in an instant, a mere confusion. It is some satisfaction to him that is repelled, that dignities, honors, offices, are not always given by desert or worth, but for love, affinity, friendship, affection, great men's letters, or as commonly they are bought and sold. Honors in court are bestowed not according to men's virtues and good conditions, as an old courtier observes, but as every man hath means, or more potent friends, so he is preferred. With us in France, for so their own countryman relates, most part the matter is carried by favor and grace, he that can get a great man to be his mediator, runs away with all the preferment. Indignissimus plerunc prefertur, Vatinius Catoni, illaudatus laudatissimo. Servi dominanter, Acelli. Ornanter falloris, defalloranter equi. An illiterate fool sits in a man's seat, and the common people hold him learned, grave and wise. One professeth, Cardan well notes, 4,000 crowns, but he deserves not 10, whenas he that deserves 1,000 cannot get 10. Solarium non dat multi salem. As good horses draw in carts, as coaches. And oftentimes, which Machiavel seconds. Principes non sunt ca obi in sinem virtutum principitu digni sunt, he that is most worthy wants employment. He that hath skill to be a pilot wants a ship, and he that could govern a commonwealth, a world itself, a king in conceit, wants means to exercise his worth, hath not a poor office to manage. And yet all this while he is a better man that is fit to reign. Etsi carit regno, though he want a kingdom, than he that hath one, and knows not how to rule it. A lion serves not always his keeper, but oftentimes the keeper the lion. And as Polydore Virgil hath it, multi regis ut pupilli obi insitium non regunt sed regunter. Hieron of Syracuse was a brave king, but wanted a kingdom. Perseus of Macedon had nothing of a king, but the bare name and title, for he could not govern it. So great places are often ill bestowed, worthy persons unrespected. Many times, too, the servants have more means than the masters whom they serve. Which Epictetus counts an eyesore and inconvenient. But who can help it? It is an ordinary thing in these days to see a base impudent ass, illiterate, unworthy, insufficient, to be preferred before his betters. Because he can put himself forward, because he looks big, can bustle in the world, hath a fair outside, can temporize, call logue, insinuate, or hath good store of friends and money, whereas a more discreet, modest, and better deserving man shall lie hid or have a repulse. 'Twas so of old, and ever will be, and which Tiresias advised Ulysses in the poet, Accipi qua ration quis ditescera, and is still in use, lie, flatter, and dissemble, if not, as he concludes, ergo pauper eris. Then go like a beggar as thou art. Erasmus, Melanchthon, Lipsius, Budaeus. Cardan, lived and died poor. Gesner was a silly old man, baculo inixus. Amongst all those huffing cardinals, swelling bishops that flourished in his time, and rode on foot clothes. It is not honesty, learning, worth, wisdom, that prefers men, the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, but as the wise man said, chance, and sometimes a ridiculous chance. Casus plerumque ridiculus multos elevavit. 'Tis Fortune's doings, as they say, which made Brutus now dying exclaim, O misera virtus, ergo nihil quam verba iras, atque ego te tanquam rem. Exerspam, sed tu servibus fortuni. Believe it hereafter, O my friends. Virtue serves fortune. Yet be not discouraged, O my well-deserving spirits, with this which I have said. It may be otherwise, though seldom I confess, yet sometimes it is. But to your farther content, I'll tell you a tale. In Maronia Pia, or Maronia Felix, I know not whether, nor how long since, nor in what cathedral church, a fat prebend fell void. The carcass scarce cold, many suitors were up in an instant. The first had rich friends, a good purse, and he was resolved to outbid any man before he would lose it. Every man supposed he should carry it. The second was my Lord Bishop's chaplain, in whose gift it was, and he thought it his due to have it. The third was nobly born, and he meant to get it by his great parents, patrons, and allies. The fourth stood upon his worth. He had newly found out strange mysteries in chemistry, and other rare inventions, which he would detect to the public good. The fifth was a painful preacher, and he was commended by the whole parish where he dwelt. He had all their hands to his certificate. The sixth was the prebendary's son lately deceased. His father died in debt, for it, as they say, left a wife and many poor children. The seventh stood upon fair promises, which to him and his noble friends had been formerly made for the next place in his lordship's gift. The eighth pretended great losses, and what he had suffered for the church. What pains he had taken at home and abroad, and besides he brought noblemen's letters. The ninth had married a kinswoman, and he sent his wife to sue for him. The 10th was a foreign doctor, a late convert, and wanted means. The 11th would exchange for another. He did not like the former sight, could not agree with his neighbors and fellows upon any terms. He would be gone. The 12th and last was a suitor in conceit, a right honest, civil, sober man, an excellent scholar, and such a one as lived private in the university, but he had neither means nor money to compass it. Besides, he hated all such courses. He could not speak for himself, neither had he any friends to solicit his cause, and therefore made no suit, could not expect, neither did he hope for, or look after it. The good bishop amongst a jury of competitors thus perplexed, and not yet resolved what to do, or on whom to bestow it, at the last, of his own accord, mere motion, and bountiful nature, gave it freely to the university student. Altogether unknown to him but by fame. And to be brief, the academical scholar had the prebend sent him for a present. The news was no sooner published abroad, but all good students rejoiced, and were much cheered up with it, though some would not believe it. Others, as men amazed, said it was a miracle, but one amongst the rest thanked God for it, and said, Nunc juvat tandem studiosum esse, iti Deo integro cord servire. You have heard my tale, but alas it is but a tale, a mere fiction. 'Twas never so, never like to be, and so let it rest. Well, be it so then. They have wealth and honor, fortune and preferment, every man, there's no remedy, must scramble as he may, and shift as he can. Yet Cardan comforted himself with this, the star Famahant would make him immortal, and that after his decease his books should be found in ladies' studies. Dignum laudi vira musa vetat mori. But why shouldst thou take thy neglect, thy canvas so to heart? It may be thou art not fit. But a child that puts on his father's shoes, hat, headpiece, breastplate, breeches, or holds his spear, but is neither able to wield the one, or wear the other. So wouldst thou do by such an office, place, or magistracy. Thou art unfit, and what is dignity to an unworthy man, but, as Salvianus holds, a gold ring in a swine's snout. Thou art a brute. Like a bad actor, so Plutarch compares such men in a tragedy, Diadema. Fert, at vox non auditor, thou wouldst play a king's part, but actest a clown, speakest like an ass. Magna pedis feetinitique non viribus. Istis, and as James and John, the sons of Zebedee, did ask they knew not. What, nescis temerary nescis, thou dost, as another Sophinus, overween thyself. Thou art wise in thine own conceit, but in other more mature judgment altogether unfit to manage such a business. Or be it thou art more deserving than any of thy rank, God in his providence hath reserved thee for some other fortunes, sic superis visum. Thou art humble as thou art. It may be. Hadst thou been preferred, thou wouldst have forgotten God and thyself, insulted over others, contemned thy friends, been a block, a tyrant, or a demigod, sequiturque superbia formum, therefore. Saith Chrysostom. Good men do not always find grace and favor, lest they should be puffed up with turgent titles, grow insolent and proud. Injuries, abuses, are very offensive, and so much the more in that they think veterum ferendo invitam novum, by taking one they provoke another, but it is an erroneous opinion, for if that were true, there would be no end of abusing each other. Lis litem generat, 'tis much better with patience to bear, or quietly to put it up. If an ass kick me, saith Socrates, shall I strike him again? And when his wife Xantip struck and misused him, to some friends that would have had him strike her again, he replied, that he would not make them sport, or that they should stand by and say, Eia Socrates, Eia Xantip, as we do when dogs fight. Animate them the more by clapping of hands. Many men spend themselves, their goods, friends, fortunes, upon small quarrels, and sometimes other men's procurements, with much vexation of spirit and anguish of mind, all which with good advice, or mediation of friends, might have been happily composed, or if patience had taken place. Patience in such cases is a most sovereign remedy, to put up, conceal, or dissemble it, to forget and forgive, not 7, but 77 times, as often as he repents forgive him, Luke 17. 3. As our Saviour enjoins us, stricken, to turn the other side, as our Apostle persuades us, to recompense no man evil for evil, but as much as is possible to have peace with all men, not to avenge ourselves. And we shall heap burning coals upon our adversary's head. For if you put up wrong, as Chrysostom comments, you get the victory, he that lesseth his money, lesseth not the conquest in this our philosophy. If he contend with thee, submit thyself unto him first, yield to him. Durum et durum non facient murum, as the verb is, two refractory spirits will never agree, the only means to overcome is to relent, obsequio vinces. Euclid and Plutarch, when his brother had angered him, swore he would be revenged. But he gently replied, Let me not live if I do not make thee to love me again, upon which meek answer he was pacified. Flectiter obsequio curvatus ob arbor ramus. Frangis si vires experir tuas. A branch if easily bended yields to thee. Pull hard it breaks, the difference you see. The noble family of the Coloni in Rome, when they were expelled the city by that furious Alexander VI, gave the bending branch therefore as an impress, with this motto, Flecti potest, frangi non potest. To signify that he might break them by force, but so never make them stoop, for they fled in the midst of their hard usage to the kingdom of Naples, and were honorably entertained by Frederick the King, according to their callings. Gentleness in this case might have done much more, and let thine adversary be never so perverse, it may be by that means thou mayst win him. Favor et benevolentia etiam immanis animus mansuesit, soft words pacify Wrath, and the fiercest spirits are so soonest overcome. A generous lion will not hurt a beast that lies prostrate, nor an elephant an innocuous creature, but is infestus, a terror and scourge alone to such as are stubborn, and make resistance. It was the symbol of Emmanuel Philibert, Duke of Savoy, and he was not mistaken in it, for quo quisque est major, magus est placabilis ire. Iti facils motus mens generosa capit. A greater man is soonest pacified. A noble spirit quickly satisfied. It is reported by Galter Mapes, an old historiographer of ours, who lived 400 years since, that King Edward Senior, and Llewellyn Prince of Wales, being at an interview near Aust upon Severn, in Gloucestershire, and the prince sent for, refused to come to the king. He would needs go over to him. Which Llewellyn perceiving, went up to the arms in water, and embracing his boat, would have carried him out upon his shoulders, adding that his humility and wisdom had triumphed over his pride and folly. And thereupon he was reconciled unto him and did his homage. If thou canst not so win him, put it up, if thou beest a true Christian, a good divine, an imitator of Christ, for he was reviled and put it up, whipped and sought no revenge, thou wilt pray for thine enemies, and bless them that persecute thee. Be patient, meek, humble, and an honest man will not offer thee injury, probus non vult, if he were a brangling knave. 'Tis his fashion so to do, where his least heart is most tongue. Quo quisque stulture, eo magus insolecit, the more sottish he is, still the more insolent, do not answer a fool according to his folly. If he be thy superior, bear it by all means, grieve not at it, let him take his course. Anytus and Meletus may kill me, they cannot hurt me, as that generous Socrates made answer in like case. Mens immota Manet, though the body be torn in pieces with wild horses, broken on the wheel, pinched with fiery tongs, the soul cannot be distracted. 'Tis an ordinary thing for great men to vilify and insult, oppress, injure, tyrannize, to take what liberty they list, and who dare speak against. Miserum est ab eo lady, a quo non possis query, a miserable thing 'tis to be injured of him, from whom is no appeal, and not safe to write against him that can proscribe and punish a man at his pleasure, which Asinius Pollio was aware of when Octavianus provoked him. 'Tis hard I confess to be so injured, one of Chilo's 3 difficult things, to keep counsel, spend his time well, put up injuries, but be thou patient, and leave revenge unto the Lord. Vengeance is mine and I will repay, saith the Lord, I know the Lord, saith David, will avenge the afflicted and judge the poor. No man, as Plato farther adds, can so severely punish his adversary, as God will such as oppress miserable men. Iterum il rem judicatum judicat. Majorec mulcta mulctat. If there be any religion, any God, and that God be just, it shall be so, if thou believest the one, believe the other, erit, it shall be so. Nemesis comes after, Ciro said Sirios, stay but a little and thou shalt see God's just judgment overtake him. Raro antecedentum celestum. Deserit pedi pena claudo. Yet with sure steps, though lame and slow, vengeance o'ertakes the trembling villain's speed. Thou shalt perceive that verified of Samuel to Agag, 1 Sam 15:33. Thy sword hath made many women childless, so shall thy mother be childless. Amongst other women, it shall be done to them as they have done to others. Conradinus, that brave Suevian prince, came with a well-prepared army into The kingdom of Naples was taken prisoner by King Charles, and put to death. In the flower of his youth. A little after, Ultianum Conradini mortis. Pandulphus Colonutius Histori Neep. Lib 5, calls it, King Charles's own son, with 200 nobles, was so taken prisoner, and beheaded in like sort. Not in this only, but in all other offences, quo quisque peccat in eo puniator, they shall be punished in the same kind, in the same part, like nature, eye with or in the eye, head with or in the head. Persecution with persecution. Lust with effects of lust. Let them march on. With ensigns displayed, let drums beat on, trumpets sound taratantra, let them sack cities, take the spoil of countries, murder infants, deflower virgins, destroy, burn, persecute, and tyrannize. They shall be fully rewarded at last in the same measure, they and theirs, and that to their desert. Ad genrum sereris sine quidi te sanguine posse. Descendant regisi sicca mort tyranni. Few tyrants in their beds do die, but stabbed or maimed to hell they hie. Oftentimes too a base contemptible fellow is the instrument of God's justice to punish, to torture, and vex them, as an ichneumon doth a crocodile. They shall be recompensed according to the works of their hands. As Haman was hanged on the gallows he provided for Mordecai, they shall have sorrow of heart, and be destroyed from under the heaven. THRE 3. 64, 65, 66. Only be thou patient, vincit capitator, and in the end thou shalt be crowned. Yea, but 'tis a hard matter to do this, flesh and blood may not abide it, 'tis grave, grave. No, Chrysostom replies. Non est grave, O homo. 'Tis not so grievous, neither had God commanded it, if it had been so difficult. But how shall it be done? Easily, as he follows it, if thou shalt look to heaven, behold the beauty of it, and what God hath promised to such as put up injuries. But if thou resist and go about vim 6 repellera, as the custom of the world is, to right thyself, or hast given just cause of offence, 'tis no injury. Then but a condign punishment. Thou hast deserved as much, a te principium, in te recredit crimen quod a te fiut, peccasti, quies, as Ambrose expostulates with Cain, lib 3, de abiliti Cain. Dionysius of Syracuse, in his exile, was made to stand without door, patienter. Ferendum, fortas nos tail quid fecimus, cum in honore essimus, he wisely put it up, and laid the fault where it was, on his own pride and scorn, which in his prosperity he had formerly showed others. 'Tis Tully's axiom, fere ea molestissim homines non debent, quae ipsorum culpa. Contracta sunt, self-do, self-have, as the saying is, they may thank themselves. For he that doth wrong must look to be wronged again. Habet iti musca spleenum, e formici sua bills inest. The least fly hath a spleen, and a little bee a sting. An ass overwhelmed a thistlewarp's nest. The little bird pecked his galled back in revenge. And the humble bee in the fable flung down the eagle's eggs out of Jupiter's lap. Bracides, in Plutarch, put his hand into a mouse's nest and hurt her young ones, she bit him by the finger. I see now, saith he, there is no creature so contemptible, that will not be revenged. 'Tis lex talionis, and the nature of all things so to do, if thou wilt live quietly thyself, do no wrong to others. If any be done thee, put it up, with patience endure it, for this is thankworthy, saith our apostle, if any man for conscience towards God endure grief, and suffer wrong undeserved. For what praise is it, if when ye be buffeted for your faults, ye take it patiently? But if when you do well, ye suffer wrong, and take it patiently, there is thanks with God, for hereunto verily we are called. Kamala non fert. Ipsi sibi testis est per impatientiam quat bonus non est, he that cannot bear injuries, witnesseth against himself that he is no good man, as Gregory holds. 'Tis the nature of wicked men to do injuries, as it is the property of all honest men patiently to bear them. Improbitus. Nullo flectiter obsequio. The wolf in the emblem sucked the goat, so the shepherd would have it, but he kept nevertheless a wolf's nature. A knave will be a knave. Injury is on the other side a good man's footboy, his fidus acliates, and as a lackey follows him wheresoever he goes. Besides, misera est fortuna quae caret inimico, he is in a miserable estate that wants enemies. It is a thing not to be avoided, and therefore with more patience to be endured. Cato Censorius. That upright Cato of whom Paterculus gives that honorable eulogium, bene facit quod aliter facere non potuit, was 50 times indicted and accused by his fellow citizens, and as Ammianus well hath it. Cos. Erit innocens si clam vel palam accusas sufficiat. If it be sufficient to accuse a man openly or in private, who shall be free? If there were no other respect than that of Christianity, religion and the like, to induce men to be long-suffering and patient, yet methinks the nature of injury itself is sufficient to keep them quiet, the tumults, uproars, miseries, discontents, anguish, loss, dangers that attend upon it might restrain the calamities of contention, for as it is with ordinary gamesters, the gains go to the box, so falls it out to such as contend. The lawyers get all, and therefore if they would consider of it, aliena pericula cantos, other men's misfortunes in this kind, and common experience might detain them. The more they contend, the more they are involved in a labyrinth of woes, and the catastrophe is to consume one another, like the elephant and dragon's conflict in Pliny. The dragon got under the elephant's belly, and sucked his blood so long, till he fell down dead upon the dragon, and killed him with the fall, so both were ruined. 'Tis a hydra's head, contention. The more they strive, the more they may, and as Praxiteles did by his glass, when he saw a scurvy face in it, break it in pieces, but for that one he saw many more as bad in a moment, for one injury done they provoke another cum fonor, and 20 enemies for one. Nolli irriter crabrones, oppose not thyself to a multitude, but if thou hast received a wrong, wisely consider of it, and if thou canst possibly compose thyself with patience to bear it. This is the safest course, and thou shalt find greatest ease to be quiet. I say the same of scoffs, slanders, contumelies, obloquies, defamations, detractions, pasquilling libels, and the like, which may tend any way to our disgrace. 'Tis but opinion. If we could neglect, contemn, or with patience digest them, they would reflect on them that offered them at first. A wise citizen, I know not whence, had a scold to his wife. When she brawled, he played on his drum, and by that means mad her more, because she saw that he would not be moved. Diogenes in a crowd when one called him back, and told him how the boys laughed him to scorn, ego, inquit, non-rider, took no notice of it. Socrates was brought upon the stage by Aristophanes, and misused to his face, but he laughed as if it concerned him not, and as Aelian relates of him, whatsoever good or bad accident or fortune befell him going in or coming out, Socrates still kept the same countenance. Even so should a Christian do, as Hiram describes him, per infamiam et bonum famam grassari ad immortalitatem, march on through good and bad reports to immortality, not to be moved, for honesty is a sufficient reward, probitus sibi, premium. And in our times the sole recompense to do well, is, to do well, but naughtiness will punish itself at last, improbis ipsa nequitia supplicium. As the verb is. Ca bene fecerunt, illi sua facta sequenter. Ca male fecerunt, facta sequenter eos. They that do well, shall have reward at last. But they that ill, shall suffer for that's past. Yea, but I am ashamed, disgraced, dishonored, degraded, exploded, my notorious crimes and villainies are come to light, deprendi miserum est, my filthy lust, abominable oppression and avarice lies open, my good name's lost, my fortune's gone. I have been stigmatized, whipped at post, arraigned and condemned, I am a common obloquy, I have lost my ears, odious, execrable, abhorred of God and men. Be content, 'tis but a 9 days' wonder, and as one sorrow drives out another, one passion another, one cloud another, one rumor is expelled by another. Every day almost, come new news unto our ears, as how the sun was eclipsed, meteors seen in the air, monsters born, prodigies, how the Turks were overthrown in Persia, an earthquake in Helvetia, Calabria, Japan, or China, an inundation in Holland. A great plague in Constantinople, a fire at Prague, a dearth in Germany, such a man is made a lord, a bishop, another hanged, deposed, pressed to death, for some murder, treason, rape, theft, oppression. All which we do hear at first with a kind of admiration, detestation, consternation, but by and by they are buried in silence. Thy father's dead, thy brother robbed, wife runs mad, neighbor hath killed himself. 'Tis heavy, ghastly, fearful news at first, in every man's mouth, table talk, but after a while who speaks or thinks of it? It will be so with thee in thine offense, it will be forgotten in an instant, be it theft, rape, sodomy, murder, incest, treason, and thou art not the first offender, nor shalt not be the last. 'Tis no wonder, every hour such malefactors are called in question, nothing so common, quocunc in populo, quocunc sub ax. Comfort thyself, thou art not the sole man. If he that were guiltless himself should fling the first stone at thee, and he alone should accuse thee that were faultless, how many executioners, how many accusers wouldst thou have? If every man's sins were written in his forehead, and secret faults known, how many thousands would parallel, if not exceed thine offense? It may be the judge that gave sentence, the jury that condemned thee, the spectators that gazed on thee, deserved much more, and were far more guilty than thou thyself. But it is thine infelicity to be taken, to be made a public example of justice, to be a terror to the rest, yet should every man have his desert, thou wouldst peradventure be a saint in comparison, vexat censura Columbus, poor souls are punished. The great ones do 20,000 times worse, and are not so much as spoken of. Non redi excipitri tenditur nec milvio. Ca male facient nobis, illis ca nil facient tenditur. The net's not laid for kites or birds of prey. But for the harmless still our gins we lay. Be not dismayed then, humanum est errare, we are all sinners, daily and hourly subject to temptations, the best of us is a hypocrite, a grievous offender in God's sight, Noah, Lot, David, Peter, and how many mortal sins do we commit? Shall I say, be penitent, ask forgiveness, and make amends by the sequel of thy life, for that foul offense thou hast committed? Recover thy credit by some noble exploit, as Themistocles did, for he was a most debauched and vicious youth, said Juventi Macula's Preclaris Factis. Delevit, but made the world amends by brave exploits. At last become a new man, and seek to be reformed. He that runs away in a battle, as Demosthenes said, may fight again, and he that hath a fall may stand as upright as ever he did before. Nemo desperate meliora lapsus, a wicked liver may be reclaimed, and prove an honest man, he that is odious in present, hissed out, an exile, may be received again with all men's favors, and singular applause. So Tully was in Rome, Alcibiades in Athens. Let thy disgrace then be what it will, quod fit, infectum non potest esse, that which is past cannot be recalled, trouble not thyself, vex and grieve thyself no more, b. It obloquy, disgrace, and c. No better way, than to neglect, contemn, or seem not to regard it, to make no reckoning of it, ds rober arguit. Dicacetas, if thou be guiltless it concerns thee not. Irrita vaniloqui quid cura spicula lingui. Latrantem curat in alta Diana canum. Doth the moon care for the barking of a dog? They detract, scoff and rail. Saith one, and bark at me on every side, but I, like that Albanian dog sometimes given to Alexander for a present, vindico me abilis solo. Contemptu, I lie still and sleep, vindicate myself by contempt alone. Expers terroris Achilles armatus, as a tortoise in his shell. Virtut mea me involvo, or an urchin round, nil mora ictus. A lizard in chamomile, I decline their fury and am safe. Integritas virtusque sua munimine tuta. Non patet adversi morsibus invidii. Virtue and integrity are their own fence. Care not for envy or what comes from thence. Let them rail then, scoff, and slander, sapiens contumelia non efficiter. A wise man, Seneca thinks, is not moved, because he knows, contra sycophanti morsum non est remedium, there is no remedy for it, kings and princes, wise, grave, prudent, holy, good men, divine, are all so served alike. O Jana tergo quem nulla Syconia pinsit, antivorta, and postvorta, Jupiter's guardians, may not help in this case, they cannot protect. Moses had a Dathan, a Korath, David a Shimei, God himself is blasphemed, nondum felix essite nondum tuba deridet. It is an ordinary thing so to be misused. Regium est cum bene faciris male audire. The chiefest men and most understanding are so vilified, let him take his course. And as that lusty courser in Aesop, that contemned the poor ass, came by and by after with his bowels burst, a pack on his back, and was derided of the same ass, contemnenter abi is quos ipsi prius contempsir. Eti iridebunter abi is quos ipsi prius irasir, they shall be contemned and laughed to scorn of those whom they have formerly derided. Let them contemn, defame, or undervalue, insult, oppress, scoff, slander, abuse, wrong, curse and swear, feign and lie, do thou comfort thyself with a good conscience, in synagogue dias, when they have all done. A good conscience is a continual feast, innocency will vindicate itself, and which the poet gave out of Hercules, dies fruteri ratus, enjoy thyself. Though all the world be set against thee, contemn and say with him, elogium mihi prae, foribus. My posy is, not to be moved, that my palladium, my breastplate, my buckler, with which I ward all injuries, offences, lies, slanders. I lean upon that stake of modesty, so receive and break asunder all that foolish force of liver and spleen. And whosoever he is that shall observe these short instructions, without all question he shall much ease and benefit himself. In fine, if princes would do justice, judges be upright, clergymen truly devout, and so live as they teach, if great men would not be so insolent, if soldiers would quietly defend us, the poor would be patient, rich men would be liberal and humble, citizens honest, magistrates meek, superiors would give good example, subjects peaceable, young men would stand in awe, if parents would be kind to their children, and they again obedient to their parents. Brethren agree amongst themselves, enemies be reconciled, servants trusty to their masters, virgins chaste, wives modest, husbands would be loving and less jealous, if we could imitate Christ and his apostles, live after God's laws. These mischiefs would not so frequently happen amongst us. But being most part so irreconcilable as we are, perverse, proud, insolent, factious, and malicious, prone to contention, anger and revenge, of such fiery spirits, so captious, impious, irreligious, so opposite to virtue, void of grace. How should it otherwise be? Many men are very testy by nature, apt to mistake, apt to quarrel, apt to provoke and misinterpret to the worst everything that is said or done, and thereupon heap unto themselves a great deal of trouble and disquietness to others. Smatterers in other men's matters, talebearers, whisperers, liars, they cannot speak in season, or hold their tongues when they should. E suam partem idem tacer cum aliena est oratio, they will speak more than comes to their shares. In all companies, and by those bad courses accumulate much evil to their own souls, que contendit, sibi convitium facit, their life is a perpetual brawl, they snarl like so many dogs, with their wives, children, servants, neighbors, and all the rest of their friends, they can agree with nobody. But to such as are judicious, meek, submissive, and quiet, these matters are easily remedied, they will forbear upon all such occasions, neglect, contemn, or take no notice of them, dissemble, or wisely turn it off. If it be a natural impediment, as a red nose, squint eyes, crooked legs, or any such imperfection, infirmity, disgrace, reproach, the best way is to speak of it first thyself, and so thou shalt surely take away all occasions from others to jest at, or contemn, that they may perceive thee to be careless of it. Vatinius was wont to scoff at his own deformed feet, to prevent his enemies' obloquies and sarcasms in that kind. Or else by prevention, as Codes, king of Thrace, that brake a company of fine glasses presented to him, with his own hands, lest he should be overmuch moved when they were broken by chance. And sometimes again, so that it be discreetly and moderately done, it shall not be amiss to make resistance, to take down such a saucy companion, no better means to vindicate himself to purchase final peace, for he that suffers himself to be ridden, or through pusillanimity or sottishness will let every man baffle him, shall be a common laughing stock to flout at. As a cur that goes through a village, if he clap his tail between his legs, and run away, every cur will insult over him, but if he bristle up himself, and stand to it, give but a counter snarl, there's not a dog dares meddle with him, much is in a man's courage and discreet carriage of himself. Many other grievances there are, which happen to mortals in this life, from friends, wives, children, servants, masters, companions, neighbors, our own defaults, ignorance, errors, intemperance, indiscretion, infirmities, and many good remedies to mitigate and oppose them, many divine precepts to counterpoise our hearts, special antidotes both in scriptures and human authors, which, whoso will observe, shall purchase much ease and quietness unto himself. I will point out a few. Those prophetical, apostolical admonitions are well known to all. What Solomon, Siricides, our Saviour Christ himself hath said tending to this purpose, as, fear God, obey the prince, be sober and watch, pray continually, be angry but sin not, remember thy last, fashion not yourselves to this world, and apply yourselves to the times, strive not with a mighty man, recompense good for evil, let nothing be done through contention or vainglory, but with meekness of mind, every man esteeming of others better than himself, love one another. Or that epitome of the law and the prophets, which our Saviour inculcates, love God above all, thy neighbor as thyself, and, whatsoever you would that men should do unto you, so do unto them, which Alexander Severus writ in letters of gold, and used as a motto. Hiram commends to Salantia as an excellent way, amongst so many enticements and worldly provocations, to rectify her life. Out of human authors take these few cautions: know thyself. Be contented with thy lot. Trust not wealth, beauty, nor parasites, they will bring thee to destruction. Have peace with all men, war with vice. Be not idle. Look before you leap. Beware of had I wist. Honor thy parents, speak well of friends. Be temperate in 4 things, lingua, locis, oculis, e populus. Watch thine eye. Moderate thine expenses. Hear much, speak little, sustine et abstain. If thou sayest aught amiss in another, mend it in thyself. Keep thine own counsel, reveal not thy secrets, be silent in thine intentions. Give not ear to tale-tellers, babblers, be not scurrilous in conversation, jest without bitterness, give no man cause of offence, set thine house in order, take heed of suretyship. Fide et dith fide, as a fox on the ice, take heed whom you trust. Live not beyond thy means. Give cheerfully. Pay thy dues willingly. Be not a slave to thy money, omit not occasion, embrace opportunity, lose no time. Be humble to thy superiors, respective to thine equals, affable to all, but not familiar. Flatter no man. Lie not, dissemble not. Keep thy word and promise, be constant in a good resolution. Speak truth. Be not opinionative, maintain no factions. Lay no wagers, make no comparisons. Find no faults, meddle not with other men's matters. Admire not thyself. Be not proud or popular. Insult not. Fortunam reverenter have. Fear not that which cannot be avoided. Grieve not for that which cannot be recalled. Undervalue not thyself. Accuse no man, commend no man rashly. Go not to law without great cause. Strive not with a greater man. Cast not off an old friend, take heed of a reconciled enemy. If thou come as a guest, stay not too long. Be not unthankful. Be meek, merciful, and patient. Do good to all. Be not fond of fair words. Be not a neuter in a faction, moderate thy passions. Think no place without a witness. Admonish thy friend in secret, commend him in public. Keep good company. Love others to be beloved thyself. Alma tanquamos juris. Amicus tardo fias. Provide for a tempest. Noli irriter crabrones. Do not prostitute thy soul for gain. Make not a fool of thyself to make others merry. Marry not an old crony or a fool for money. Be not over solicitous or curious. Seek that which may be found. Seem not greater than thou art. Take thy pleasure soberly. Osimum and trito. Live merrily as thou canst. Take heed by other men's examples. Go as thou wouldst be met, sit as thou wouldst be found, yield to the time, follow the stream. Wilt thou live free from fears and cares? Live innocently, keep thyself upright, thou needest no other keeper, and look for more in Isocrates, Seneca, Plutarch, Epictetus, and for defect, consult with cheese trenchers and painted cloths. MEMB 8. Against melancholy itself. Every man, saith Seneca, thinks his own burthen the heaviest, and a melancholy man above all others complains most. Weariness of life, abhorring all company in light, fear, sorrow, suspicion, anguish of mind, bashfulness, and those other dread symptoms of body and mind, must needs aggravate this misery. Yet compared to other maladies, they are not so heinous as they be taken. For first, this disease is either in habit or disposition, curable or incurable. If new and in disposition, 'tis commonly pleasant, and it may be helped. If inveterate or a habit, yet they have lucida intervalla, sometimes well, and sometimes ill. Or if more continuate, as the Vigendes were to the Romans, 'tis hostis magis assiduus quam gravis, a more durable enemy than dangerous, and amongst many inconveniences, some comforts are annexed to it. First, it is not catching, and as Erasmus comforted himself, when he was grievously sick of the stone, though it was most troublesome, and an intolerable pain to him, yet it was no whit offensive to others, not loathsome to the spectators, ghastly. Fulsome, terrible, as plagues, apoplexies, leprosies, wounds, sores, tetters, pox, pestilent agues are, which either admit of no company, terrify or offend those that are present. In this malady, that which is wholly to themselves, and those symptoms not so dreadful, if they be compared to the opposite extremes. They are most part bashful, suspicious, solitary, and therefore no such ambitious, impudent intruders as some are, no sharkers, no coney catchers, no prowlers, no smell feasts, praters, panders, parasites, bawds, drunkards, whoremasters, necessity and defect compel them to be honest. As Michio told Demi in the comedy. Haec esse nec ego nec tu fecimus. Non sine digestas facere nos. If we be honest, 'twas poverty made us so. If we melancholy men be not as bad as he that is worst, 'tis our dame melancholy kept us so, non dirat. Voluntas sed facultas. Besides they are freed in this from many other infirmities. Solitariness makes them more apt to contemplate, suspicion wary, which is a necessary humor in these times. Nam pol que maxime cavit, is seep cauter captus est. He that takes most heed, is often circumvented, and overtaken. Fear and sorrow keep them temperate and sober, and free them from any dissolute acts, which jollity and boldness thrust men upon. They are therefore no sicarii, roaring boys, thieves or assassins. As they are soon dejected, so they are as soon, by soft words and good persuasions, reared. Wearisomeness of life makes them they are not so besotted on the transitory vain pleasures of the world. If they dote in one thing, they are wise and well understanding in most other. If it be inveterate, they are insensati, most part doting, or quite mad, insensible of any wrongs, ridiculous to others, but most happy and secure to themselves. Dotage is a state which many much magnify and commend, so is simplicity, and folly, as he said, sic hic furor o superi, sit mihi perpetuus. Some think fools and dizzards live the merriest lives, as Ajax in Sophocles, nihil scire vita jucundissima, 'tis the pleasantest life to know nothing, inners malorum remedium ignorantia, ignorance is a downright remedy of evils. These curious arts and laborious sciences, Galens, Tullys, Aristotles, Justinians, do but trouble the world. Some think, we might live better with that illiterate Virginian simplicity, and gross ignorance. Entire idiots do best, they are not macerated with cares, tormented with fears, and anxiety, as other wise men are, for as he said, if folly were a pain, you should hear them howl, roar, and cry out in every house, as you go by in the street. But they are most free, jocund, and merry, and in some countries, as amongst the Turks, honored for saints, and abundantly maintained out of the common stock. They are no dissemblers, liars, hypocrites, for fools and madmen tell commonly truth. In a word, as they are distressed, so are they pitied, which some hold better than to be envied, better to be sad than merry, better to be foolish and quiet, quam sapere et ringi, to be wise and still vexed. Better to be miserable than happy, of two extremes it is the best. Sect. 4. MEMB. I. Subsect. I. Of physic which cureth with medicines. After a long and tedious discourse of these 6 non-natural things and their several rectifications, all which are comprehended in diet, I am come now at last to pharmaceutis, or that kind of physic which cureth by medicines. Which apothecaries most part make, mingle, or sell in their shops. Many cavil at this kind of physic, and hold it unnecessary, unprofitable to this or any other disease, because those countries which use it least, live longest, and are best in health, as Hector Boethius relates of the Isles of Orcades. The people are still sound of body and mind, without any use of physic, they live commonly 120 years, and Ortelius in his itinerary of the inhabitants of the forest of Arden, they are very painful, long-lived, sound, and Martianus Capella, speaking of the Indians of his time, saith, they were, much like our western Indians now, bigger than ordinary men, bred coarsely, very long-lived, insomuch, that he that died at 100 years of age, went before his time, and Domianus Agos, Saxo Grammaticus, Albinus Bohemus, say the like of them that live in Norway, Lapland, Finnmark, Biarmia, Karelia, all over Scandia, and those northern countries, they are most healthful, and very long-lived. In which places there is no use at all of physic, the name of it is not once heard. Dithmarus Bleskenius in his accurate description of Iceland, 1607, makes mention, amongst other matters, of the inhabitants, and their manner of living, which is dried fish instead of bread, butter, cheese, and salt meats. Most part they drink water and whey, and yet without physic or physician, they live many of them 250 years. I find the same relation by Lerius, and some other writers, of Indians in America. Paulus Jovius in his description of Britain, and Levinus Lemnius, observe as much of this our island, that there was of old no use of physic amongst us, and but little at this day, except it be for a few nice idle citizens, surfeiting courtiers, and stall-fed gentlemen lubbers. The country people use kitchen physic, and common experience tells this, that they live freest from all manner of infirmities, that make least use of apothecaries' physic. Many are overthrown by preposterous use of it, and thereby get their bane, that might otherwise have escaped. Some think physicians kill as many as they save, and who can tell, quote the Myson egros autumno occidere uno. How many murders they make in a year, cabus impune licet hominem occidere, that may freely kill folks, and have a reward for it, and according to the Dutch proverb, a new physician must have a new churchyard, and who daily observes it not. Many that did ill under physicians' hands, have happily escaped, when they have been given over by them, left to God and nature, and themselves. 'Twas Pliny's dilemma of old, every disease is either curable or incurable, a man recovers of it or is killed by it, both ways physic is to be rejected. If it be deadly, it cannot be cured. If it may be helped, it requires no physician, nature will expel it of itself. Plato made it a great sign of an intemperate and corrupt commonwealth, where lawyers and physicians did abound. And the Romans distasted them so much that they were often banished out of their city, as Pliny and Celsus relate, for 600 years not admitted. It is no art at all, as some hold, no not worthy the name of a liberal science, nor law neither, as pet. And Canon Herius, a patrician of Rome and a great doctor himself, one of their own tribe, proves by 16 arguments, because it is mercenary as now used, base, and as fiddlers play for a reward. Juridicis, Medicis, Fisco, fas vivere rapto, 'tis a corrupt trade, no science, art, no profession, the beginning, practice, and progress of it, all is naught, full of imposture, uncertainty, and doth generally more harm than good. The devil himself was the first inventor of it, inventum est medici nemium, said Apollo, and what was Apollo, but the devil? The Greeks first made an art of it, and they were all deluded by Apollo's sons, priests, oracles. If we may believe Varro, Pliny, Columella, most of their best medicines were derived from his oracles. Aesculapius his son had his temples erected to his deity, and did many famous cures. But, as Lactantius holds, he was a magician, a mere impostor, and as his successors, Phaon, Podalirius, Melampius, Menecrates, another god, by charms, spells, and ministry of bad spirits, performed most of their cures. The first that ever wrote in physic to any purpose, was Hippocrates, and his disciple and commentator Galen, whom Scaliger calls Fimbrium Hippocratis. But as Cardan censures them, both immethodical and obscure, as all those old ones are, their precepts confused, their medicines obsolete, and now most part rejected. Those cures which they did, Paracelsus holds, were rather done out of their patients' confidence, and good opinion they had of them, than out of any skill of theirs, which was very small, he saith, they themselves idiots and infants. As are all their academical followers. The Arabians received it from the Greeks, and so the Latins, adding new precepts and medicines of their own, but so imperfect still, that through ignorance of professors, impostors, mountebanks, empirics, disagreeing of sectaries, which are as many almost as there be diseases, envy, covetousness, and the like, they do much harm amongst us. They are so different in their consultations, prescriptions, mistaking many times the party's constitution, disease, and causes of it, they give quite contrary physic. One saith this, another that, out of singularity or opposition, as he said of Adrian, multitudo medicorum principem interfecit, a multitude of physicians hath killed the emperor. Plus a medico quam a morbo periculi, more danger there is from the physician, than from the disease. Besides, there is much imposture and malice amongst them. All arts, saith Cardan, admit of cozening, physic, amongst the rest, doth appropriate it to herself. And tells a story of one Curtius, a physician in Venice, because he was a stranger, and practised amongst them, the rest of the physicians did still cross him in all his precepts. If he prescribed hot medicines they would prescribe cold, Mesendis pro calidis frigida, pro frigidis humida, pro purgantibus astringentia, binders for purgatives, omnia perturbabant. If the party miscarried, curtium damnabant, Curtius killed him, that disagreed from them, if he recovered, then they cured him themselves. Much emulation, imposture, malice, there is amongst them, if they be honest and mean well, yet a knave apothecary that administers the physic, and makes the medicine, may do infinite harm, by his old obsolete doses, adulterine drugs, bad mixtures. Quid pro quo, endc. See Fuchsius lib 1. Sect. 1, cap. 8, cordis dispensatory, and Brasivilas examen simple, endc. But it is their ignorance that doth more harm than rashness, their art is wholly conjectural, if it be an art, uncertain, imperfect, and got by killing of men, they are a kind of butchers, leeches, menslayers. Chirurgeons and apothecaries especially, that are indeed the physicians' hangmen, carnifices, and common executioners, though to say truth, physicians themselves come not far behind. For according to that facete epigram of Maximilianus Urentius, what's the difference? Chirurgicus medico quo differt. Silicet isto. Enicat hic sucis, enicat almanu. Carnifis hoc ambo tantum differe videnter. Tardius hae facient, quat facet alcedo. But I return to their skill. Many diseases they cannot cure at all, as apoplexy, epilepsy, stone, strangury, gout, tolera nodosum nescit. Medicina podagram, quartan agues, a common ague sometimes stumbles. Them all, they cannot so much as ease, they know not how to judge of it. If by pulses, that doctrine, some hold, is wholly superstitious, and I dare boldly say with Andrew de Death, that variety of pulses described by Galen, is neither observed nor understood of any. And for urine, that is meretrix medicorum, the most deceitful thing of all, as Forestus and some other physicians have proved at large, I say nothing of critic days, errors in indications, and the most rational of them, and skilful, are so often deceived, that as Tholosanus infers, I had rather believe and commit myself to a mere empiric, than to a mere doctor, and I cannot sufficiently commend that custom of the Babylonians, that have no professed physicians, but bring all their patients to the market to be cured, which Herodotus relates of the Egyptians, Strabo, Sardis, and Aubanus Bohemus of many other nations. And those that prescribed physic, amongst them, did not so arrogantly take upon them to cure all diseases, as our professors do. But some one, some another, as their skill and experience did serve. One cured the eyes, a second the teeth, a third the head, another the lower parts, and not for gain, but in charity, to do good, they made neither art, profession, nor trade of it, which in other places was accustomed, and therefore Cambyses and Xenophon told Cyrus, that to his thinking, physicians were like tailors and cobblers. The one mended our sick bodies, as the other did our clothes. But I will urge these cavilling and contumelious arguments no farther, lest some physician should mistake me, and deny me physic when I am sick. For my part, I am well persuaded of physic, I can distinguish the abuse from the use. In this and many other arts and sciences, aliud vinum, aliud ebrietas, wine and drunkenness are two distinct things. I acknowledge it a most noble and divine science, in so much that Apollo, Aesculapius, and the first founders of it, merito pro dies habitae, were worthily counted gods by succeeding ages, for the excellency of their invention. And whereas Apollo at Delos, Venus at Cyprus, Diana at Ephesus, and those other gods were confined and adored alone in some peculiar places, Aesculapius and his temple and altars. Everywhere, in Corinth, Lacedaemon, Athens, Thebes, Epidaurus, and Pausanias. Records, for the latitude of his art, deity, worth, and necessity. Withal, virtuous and wise men therefore I honor the name and calling, as I am enjoined to honor the physician for necessity's sake. The knowledge of the physician lifteth up his head, and in the sight of great men he shall be admired. The Lord hath created medicines of the earth, and he that is wise will not abhor them, Ecclesiastes 58:1. But of this noble subject, how many panegyrics are worthily written. For my part, as Sallust said of Carthage, praestat celeri, quam pauca dicera. I have said, yet one thing I will add, that this kind of physic is very moderately and advisedly to be used, upon good occasion, when the former of diet will not take place. And 'tis no other which I say, than that which Arnoldus prescribes in his 8 Aphoris. A discreet and goodly physician doth first endeavor to expel a disease by medicinal diet, then by pure medicine, and in his 9th, he that may be cured by diet, must not meddle with physic. So in 11 Aphoris. A modest and wise physician will never hasten to use medicines, but upon urgent necessity, and that sparingly too, because, as he adds in his 13 Aphoris, whosoever takes much physic in his youth, shall soon bewail it in his old age, purgative physic especially, which doth much debilitate nature. For which causes some physicians refrain from the use of purgatives, or else sparingly use them. Henricus. Errorus in a consultation for a melancholy person, would have him take as few purges as he could, because there be no such medicines, which do not steal away some of our strength, and rob the parts of our body, weaken nature, and cause that cachechemia, which Celsus and others observe, or ill digestion, and bad juice through all the parts of it. Galen himself confesseth, that purgative physic is contrary to nature, takes away some of our best spirits, and consumes the very substance of our bodies. But this, without question, is to be understood of such purges as are unseasonably or immoderately taken. They have their excellent use in this, as well as most other infirmities. Of alteratives and cordials no man doubts, be they simples or compounds. I will amongst that infinite variety of medicines, which I find in every pharmacopoeia, every physician, herbalist, and single out some of the chiefest. Subsect 2. Simples proper to melancholy, against exotic simples. Medicines properly applied to melancholy, are either simple or compound. Simples are alterative or purgative. Alteratives are such as correct, strengthen nature, alter, any way hinder or resist the disease, and they be herbs, stones, minerals, and all proper to this humor. For as there be diverse distinct infirmities continually vexing us. Nu omicron sigma omicron iota delta, nu theta rho pi omicron iota sigma iota phi mu rho eta delta, epsilon pi iota nu upsilon capital. Alpha upsilon tau mu a tau omicron iota phi omicron iota tau sigma iota kappa alpha kappa theta nu eta tau omicron sigma iota phi rho omicron upsilon sigma alpha iota. Sigma iota gamma, pi epsilon iota phi omega nu nu xi epsilon lambda epsilon tau omicron mu eta tau epsilon tau alpha zeta epsilon. Diseases steal both day and night on men. For Jupiter hath taken voice from them. So there be several remedies, as he saith, each disease a medicine. For every humor. And as some hold, every clime, every country, and more than that, every private place hath his proper remedies growing in it. Peculiar almost to the domineering and most frequent maladies of it, as one discourseth. Wormwood grows sparingly in Italy, because most Part there they be misaffected with hot diseases, but henbane, poppy, and such cold herbs, with us in Germany and Poland, great store of it in every waste. Baracellus horto geniali, and Baptista porta physiognomici. Lib 6. Cap. 23, give many instances and examples of it, and bring many other proofs. For that cause belike that learned Fuchsius of Nuremberg, when he came into a village, considered always what herbs did grow most frequently about it, and those he distilled in a silver alembic, making use of others amongst them as occasion served. I know that many are of opinion, our northern simples are weak, imperfect, not so well concocted, of such force, as those in the southern parts, not so fit to be used in physic, and will therefore fetch their drugs afar off, senna, cassia out of Egypt, rhubarb from Barbary, aloes from Socotra, turbith, agaric, mirabilines, hermodactyls, from the East Indies, tobacco from the West, and some as far as China, hellebore from the Anticyri, or that of Austria which bears the purple flower, which Matthiolus so much approves. And so of the rest. In the kingdom of Valencia, in Spain, Maginus commends 2 mountains, Mariola and Renagalosa, famous for simples. Leander Albertus, Baldus a mountain near the lake Benicus in the territory of Verona, to which all the herbalists in the country continually flock, Ortelius one in Apulia, Munster Mons Major in Istria, others. Montpellier in France. Prosper Altinus prefers Egyptian simples, Garcias of Horto Indian before the rest, another those of Italy, Crete, and many times. They are over-curious in this kind, whom Fuchsius taxeth, in Stit. L. 1. Section 1, Cap. 1. That think they do nothing, except they rake all over India, Arabia, Ethiopia for remedies, and fetch their physic from the 3 quarters of the world, and from beyond the Garamantes. Many an old wife or country woman doth often more good with a few known and common garden herbs, than our bombast physicians, with all their prodigious, sumptuous, far-fetched, rare, conjectural medicines. Without all question, if we have not these rare exotic simples, we hold that at home, which is in virtue equivalent unto them, ours will serve as well as theirs, if they be taken in proportionable quantity, fitted and qualified aright, if not much better, and more proper to our constitutions. But so, 'tis for the most part, as Pliny writes to Gallus, we are careless of that which is near us, and follow that which is afar off, to know which we will travel, and sail beyond the seas, wholly neglecting that which is under our eyes. Opium in Turkey doth scarce offend, with us in a small quantity it stupefies. Cicuta or hemlock is a strong poison in Greece, but with us it hath no such violent effects. I conclude with I. Voscius, who as he much inveighs against those exotic medicines, so he promiseth by our European, a full cure and absolute of all diseases. A capite ad calcem, nostrae regionis herbae nostris corporibus magis condicunt, our own simples agree best with us. It was a thing that Fernelius much labored in his French practice, to reduce all his cure to our proper and domestic physic. So did Janus Cornerius, and Martin Rolandus in Germany. T.B. with us, as appeareth by a treatise of his divulged in our tongue 1615, to prove the sufficiency of English medicines, to the cure of all manner of diseases. If our simples be not altogether of such force, or so apposite, it may be, if like industry were used, those far-fetched drugs would prosper as well with us, as in those countries whence now we have them, as well as cherries, artichokes, tobacco, and many such There have been diverse worthy physicians, which have tried excellent conclusions in this kind, and many diligent, painful apothecaries, as Gessner, Besseler, Gerard, and K. But amongst the rest those famous public gardens of Padua in Italy, Nuremberg in Germany, Leiden in Holland, Montpellier in France, and ours in Oxford. Now in Fieri. At the cost and charges for the Right Honourable the Lord Danvers Earl of Danby, are much to be commended, wherein all exotic plants almost are to be seen, and liberal allowance yearly made for their better maintenance, that young students may be the sooner informed in the knowledge of them, which as Fuchsius holds, is most necessary for that exquisite manner of curing, and as great a shame for a physician not to observe them, as for a workman not to know his axe, saw, square, or any other tool which he must of necessity use. Subsect 3. Alteratives, herbs, other vegetables, and k. Amongst these 800 simples, which Galeatus reckons up, lib 3. De Promis, Dr. Cap. 3, and many exquisite herbalists have written of, these few following alone I find appropriated to this humour, of which some be alteratives, which by a secret force, saith Renodius, and special quality expel future diseases, perfectly cure those which are, and many such incurable effects. This is as well observed in other plants, stones, minerals, and creatures, as in herbs, in other maladies as in this. How many things are related of a man's skull? What several virtues of corns in a horse leg, of a wolf's liver, and of diverse excrements of beasts, all good against several diseases? What extraordinary virtues are ascribed unto plants? Satyrium et eruca pinum erigunt, vitex edi nymphia semen extinguent, some herbs provoke lust, some again, as Agnus castus, water lily, quite extinguisheth seed, poppy causeth sleep, cabbage resisteth drunkenness, and that which is more to be admired, that such and such plants should have a peculiar virtue to such particular parts, as to the head aniseeds, full foot, betony, calamint, eyebright, lavender, bays, roses, rue, sage, marjoram, peony, and for the lungs calamint, licorice, enula campana, hyssop, horehound, water germander, and for the heart, borage, bugloss, saffron, balm, basil, rosemary, violet, roses, and for the stomach, wormwood, mints, betony, balm, centaury, sorrel, parslon. For the liver, darth spine or camopitis, germander, agrimony, fennel, endive, succory, liverwort, barberries. For the spleen, maidenhair, finger fern, daughter of thyme, hop, the rind of ash, betony. For the kidneys, grumel, parsley, saxifrage, plantain, mallow. For the womb, mugwort, pennyroyal, featherfew, savin, and for the joints, chamomile, St. John's wort, organ, rue, cowslips, centaury the less, and so to peculiar diseases. To this of melancholy you shall find a catalogue of herbs proper, and that in every part. See more in Wecker, Renodius, Heurnius lib 2. Cap. 19, and I will briefly speak of them, as first of alteratives, which Galen, in his third book of diseased parts, prefers before diminutives, and Trallianus brags, that he hath done more cures on melancholy men by moistening, than by purging of them, borage. In this catalogue, borage and bugloss may challenge the chiefest place, whether in substance, juice, roots, seeds, flowers, leaves, decoctions, distilled waters, extracts, oils, and, for such kind of herbs be diversely varied. Bugloss is hot and moist, and therefore worthily reckoned up amongst those herbs which expel melancholy, and exhilarate the heart. Galen, lib 6. Cap. 80, de simple. Med Dioscorides, lib 4. Cap. 123, Pliny much magnifies this plant. It may be diversely used, as in broth, in wine, in conserves, syrups, and it is an excellent cordial, and against this malady most frequently prescribed, a herb indeed of such sovereignty, that as Diodorus, lib 7. Bibl Plinius, lib 25. Cap. 2. Ed lib 21. Cap. 22, Plutarch, Sympos. Lib 1. Cap. 1, Dioscorides, lib 5. Cap. 40, Celius, lib 19. C. 3. Suppose it was that famous Nepenthes of Homer, which Polydiana, Thonis's wife, then king of Thebes in Egypt, sent Helena for a token, of such rare virtue, that if taken steeped in wine, if wife and children, father and mother, brother and sister, and all thy dearest friends should die before thy face, thou couldst not grieve or shed a tear for them. Casemel id pater amistum Nepenthes iacho. Hauserit, hic lacrimum, non si suavissima proles. C. Germanus ei charus, materque paterque. Oppitat, anti oculos ferro confasis atroci. Helena's commended bowl to exhilarate the heart, had no other ingredient, as most of our critics conjecture, than this of borage. Balm. Melissa balm hath an admirable virtue to alter melancholy, be it steeped in our ordinary drink, extracted, or otherwise taken. Cardan, lib 8. Much admires this herb. It heats and dries, saith Heurnius, in the 2nd degree, with a wonderful virtue comforts the heart, and purgeth all melancholy vapours from the spirits, Mattheol. In lib 3. Cap. 10, in Dioscoridum. Besides they ascribe other virtues to it, as to help concoction, to cleanse the brain, expel all careful thoughts, and anxious imaginations. The same words in effect are in Avicenna, Pliny, Simon Sethi, Fuchsius, Leobel, Delacampius, and every herbalist. Nothing better for him that is melancholy than to steep this and borage in his ordinary drink. Matthiolus, in his 5th book of medicinal epistles, reckons up scorzonera, not against poison only, falling sickness, and such as are vertiginous, but to this malady. The root of it taken by itself expels sorrow, causeth mirth and lightness of heart. Antonius Musa, that renowned physician to Caesar Augustus, in his book which he writ of the virtues of Betony, cap. 6. Wonderfully commends that herb, animus hominum eti corpora custodit, secure as Demeter reddit, it preserves both body and mind, from fears, cares, griefs, cures falling sickness, this and many other diseases, to whom Galen subscribes, lib 7. Simp. Med Dioscorides, lib 4. Cap. 1. Anc. Marigold is much approved against melancholy, and often used therefore in our ordinary broth, as good against this and many other diseases. Hop. Lupulus, hop, is a sovereign remedy. Fuchsius, cap. 58, plant. Hist. Much extols it, it purgeth all choler, and purifies the blood. Mattheol. Cap. 140, in 4. Dioscor. Wonders the physicians of his time made no more use of it, because it rarefies and cleanseth. We use it to this purpose in our ordinary beer, which before was thick and fulsome. Wormwood, centaury, pennyroyal, are likewise magnified and much prescribed, as I shall after show, especially in hypochondriac melancholy, daily to be used, sod in whey, and as Rufus Ephesias, Heredius relate, by breaking wind, helping concoction. Many melancholy men have been cured with the frequent use of them alone. And because the spleen and blood are often misaffected in melancholy, I may not omit endive, succory, dandelion, fumitory, and, which cleanse the blood, scalopendria, cuscuta, ceteraceae, mugwort, liverwort, ash, tamarisk, genist, maidenhair, and which must help and ease the spleen. To these I may add roses, violets, capers, featherfew, scordium, stechas, rosemary, rose solis, saffron, achium, sweet apples, wine, tobacco, sanders, and that Peruvian chamico, monstrosa facultate, and Lynch costius datura, and to such as are cold, the decoction of guaiacum, China sarsaparilla, sassafras, the flowers of Carduus benedictus, which I find much used by Montanus in his consultations, Julius Alexandrinus, Lelius, Aegubinus, and others. Bernardus Pinnatus prefers his herba solis, or Dutch sindaw, before all the rest in this disease, and will admit of no herb upon the earth to be comparable to it. It excels Homer's moly, cures this, falling sickness, and almost all other infirmities. The same Pinnatus speaks of an excellent balm out of Aponensis, which, taken to the quantity of 3 drops in a cup of wine, will cause a sudden alteration, drive away dumps, and cheer up the heart. Ant. Guianerius, in his Antidotary, hath many such. Jacobus de Dondis the Aggregator, repeats ambergris, nutmegs, and allspice amongst the rest. But that cannot be general. Amber and spice will make a hot brain mad, good for cold and moist. Garcias of Horto hath many Indian plants, whose virtues he much magnifies in this disease. Lemnius, in Stit. Cap. 58, admires rue, and commends it to have excellent virtue, to expel vain imaginations, devils, and to ease afflicted souls. Other things are much magnified by writers, as an old cock, a ram's head, a wolf's heart born or eaten, which Mercurialis approves, Prosper Altinus the water of Nilus. Gemesius all seawater, and at seasonable times to be seasick, goat's milk, whey, and Subsect. 4. Precious stones, metals, minerals, alteratives. Precious stones are diversely censured. Many explode the use of them or any minerals in physic, of whom Thomas Erastus is the chief, in his tract against Paracelsus, and in an epistle of his to Peter Menavius, that stones can work any wonders, let them believe that list. No man shall persuade me. For my part, I have found by experience there is no virtue in them. But Matthiolus, in his comment upon Dioscorides, is as profuse on the other side, in their commendation, so is Cardan, Renodeus, Alardus, Ruius, and Celius, Marbodius, and Matthiolus specifies in Coral, and Oswaldus Crollius, Basil. Citron. Prefers the salt of coral. Christoph. And Celius, Lib 3. Cap. 131, will have them to be as so many several medicines against melancholy, sorrow, fear, dullness, and the like. Renodeus admires them, besides they adorn kings' crowns, grace the fingers, enrich our household stuff, defend us from enchantments, preserve health, cure diseases, they drive away grief, cares, and exhilarate the mind. The particulars be these. Granatus, a precious stone so called, because it is like the kernels of a pomegranate, an imperfect kind of ruby, it comes from Calecut, if hung about the neck, or taken in drink, it much resisteth sorrow, and recreates the heart. The same properties I find ascribed to the hyacinth and topaz. They allay anger, grief, diminish madness, much delight and exhilarate the mind. If it be either carried about, or taken in a potion, it will increase wisdom, saith Cardan, expel fear, he brags that he hath cured many madmen with it, which, when they laid by the stone, were as mad again as ever they were at first. Petrus Byarus, Lib 2. Cap. 13, Veni Mecum, Fran. Ruius, Cap. 19, De Geminis, say as much of the chrysolite, a friend of wisdom, an enemy to folly. Pliny, Lib 37. Solinus, Cap. 52, Albertus de Lapide. Cardan. And Celius, Lib 3. Cap. 66. Highly magnifies the virtue of the beryl, it much avails to a good understanding, represseth vain conceits, evil thoughts, causeth mirth, and in the belly of a swallow there is a stone found called Caledonius, which if it be lapped in a fair cloth, and tied to the right arm, will cure lunatics, madmen, make them amiable and merry. There is a kind of onyx called a chalcedony, which hath the same qualities, avails much against fantastic illusions which proceed from melancholy, preserves the vigor and good estate of the whole body. The ebon stone, which goldsmiths use to sleeken their gold with, borne about or given to drink, hath the same properties, or not much unlike, Levinus Lemnius, in stitui. Ad vit. Cap. 58, amongst other jewels, makes mention of two more notable. Carbuncle and coral, which drive away childish fears, devils, overcome sorrow, and hung about the neck repress troublesome dreams, which properties almost Cardan gives to that green-colored emetris if it be carried about, or worn in a ring. Ruius to the diamond, Nicholas Cabius, a Jesuit of Ferrara, in the first book of his Magnetical Philosophy, cap. 3, speaking of the virtues of a lodestone, recites many several opinions. Some say that if it be taken in parcels inward, si cas per frustra vorit, juventutem restituet, it will, like viper's wine, restore one to his youth, and yet if carried about them, others will have it to cause melancholy, let experience determine. Mercurialis admires the emerald for its virtues in pacifying all affections of the mind, others the sapphire, which is, the fairest of all precious stones, of sky color, and a great enemy to black choler, frees the mind, men's manners, and Jacobus de Dondis, in his catalogue of simples, hath ambergris, os in cord survey, the bone in a stag's heart, monocerat's horn, bezoar's stone, of which elsewhere, it is found in the belly of a little beast in the East Indies. Brought into Europe by Hollanders, and our countrymen merchants. Renodius, cap. 22, lib 3. Dement. Med saith he saw two of these beasts alive, in the castle of the Lord of Vitry at Coubert, lapis lazuli and armenus, because they purge, shall be mentioned in their place. Of the rest in brief thus much I will add out of Cardan, Renodius, cap. 23, lib 3. Rondeletius, lib 1. De Testat. c. 15. And that almost all jewels and precious stones have excellent virtues, to pacify the affections of the mind, for which cause rich men so much covet to have them, and those smaller unions which are found in shells amongst the Persians and Indians. By the consent of all writers, are very cordial, and most part avail to the exhilaration of the heart. Minerals. Most men say as much of gold and some other minerals, as these have done of precious stones. Erastus still maintains the opposite part. Disput. In Paracelsum. Cap. 4, folios 196. He confesseth of gold, that it makes the heart merry, but in no other sense but as it is in a miser's chest at mihi plaudo simul ac nummos contemplor in arca, as he said in the poet, it so revives the spirits. And is an excellent recipe against melancholy. For gold and physic is a cordial. Therefore he loved gold in special. Aurum potable, he discommends and inveighs against it, by reason of the corrosive waters which are used in it, which argument our Dr. Gwyn urgeth against D. Antonius. Erastus concludes their philosophical stones and potable gold, and to be no better than poison, a mere imposture, a non-ens, dug out of that broody hill belike this golden stone is, ubi nascitur ridiculus muse. Paracelsus and his chemistical followers, as so many Promethei, will fetch fire from heaven, will cure all manner of diseases with minerals, accounting them the only physic on the other side. Paracelsus calls Galen, Hippocrates, and all their adherents, infants, idiots, sophisters, and apagsis istos ca vulcanias. Istis metamorphoses suggulent, insitiae sobals, supini pertinaceae alum nos. And not worthy the name of physicians, for want of these remedies, and brags that by them he can make a man live 160 years, or to the world's end. With their alexipharmacums, panaceas, mummias, unguentum armarium, and such magnetical cures. Lampas vitae eti mortis, balneum diani, balsamum. Electrum magico physicum, amuleta martialia, and what will not he and his followers effect? He brags, moreover, that he was primus medicorum, and did more famous cures than all the physicians in Europe besides, a Drop of his preparations should go farther than a dram, or ounce of. There's, those loathsome and fulsome filthy potions. Heteroclitical pills. So he calls them, horse medicines, ad quoram aspectum cyclops polyphemus. Ex horeserit. And though some condemn their skill and magnetical cures as tending to magical superstition, witchery, charms, and, yet they admire, stiffly vindicate nevertheless, and infinitely prefer them. But these are both in extremes, the middle sort approve of minerals, though not in so high a degree. Lemnius lib 3. Cap. 6, de occult. Nat. Mere. Commends gold. Inwardly and outwardly used, as in rings, excellent good in medicines. And such mixtures as are made for melancholy men, saith Wecker, Antid. Spec. Lib 1. To whom Renodius subscribes, Lib 2. Cap. 2, Ficinus, Lib 2. Cap. 19, Fernal. Meth. Med Lib 5. Cap. 21, De Cardiosis. Daniel. Sennertus, Lib 1. Part. 2, Cap. 9. Audernicus, Libavius, Quercetanus. Oswaldus Craulius, Euonymus, Rubius, and Matthiolus in the 4th book of his epistles, Andreas Obloan Epist. Ad Matthiolum, as commended and formerly used by Avicenna, Arnoldus, and many others, Matthiolus in the same place approves of potable gold, mercury, with many such chemical confections, and goes so far in approbation of them, that he holds no man can be an excellent physician that hath not some skill in chemistical distillations, and that chronic diseases can hardly be cured without mineral medicines. Look for antimony among purgers. Subsect. V. Compound alteratives, censure of compounds, and mixed physic. Pliny, Lib 24. C. 1. Bitterly taxeth all compound medicines, men's knavery, imposture, and captious wits, have invented those shops, in which every man's life is set to sale, and by came in those compositions and inexplicable mixtures, far-fetched out of India and Arabia. A medicine for a botch must be had as far as the Red Sea. And 'tis not without cause which he saith, for out of question they are much to blame in their compositions, whilst they make infinite variety of mixtures, as Fuchsius notes. They think they get themselves great credit, excel others, and to be more learned than the rest, because they make many variations. But he accounts them fools, and whilst they brag of their skill, and think to get themselves a name, they become ridiculous, betray their ignorance and error. A few simples well prepared and understood, are better than such a heap of nonsense, confused compounds, which are in apothecaries' shops ordinarily sold. In which many vain, superfluous, corrupt, exolete, things out of date are to be had, saith Cornerius, a company of barbarous names given to syrups, juleps, an unnecessary company of mixed medicines, rudis indigestic moles. Many times, as Agrippa taxeth, there is by this means, more danger from the medicine than from the disease, when they put together they know not what, or leave it to an illiterate apothecary to be made, they cause death and horror for health. Those old physicians had no such mixtures, a simple potion of hellebore in Hippocrates' time was the ordinary purge, and at this day, saith Matt. Riccius, in that flourishing commonwealth of China, their physicians give precepts quite opposite to ours, not unhappy in their physic. They use altogether roots, herbs, and simples in their medicines, and all their physic in a manner is comprehended in a herbal, no science, no school, no art, no degree, but like a trade, every man in private is instructed of his master. Cardan cracks that he can cure all diseases with water alone, as Hippocrates of old did most infirmities with one medicine. Let the best of our rational physicians demonstrate and give a sufficient reason for those intricate mixtures, why just so many simples in mithridate or treacle, why such and such quantity, may they not be reduced to half or a quarter? Frustra fit per plura, as the saying is, quat fieri potest per potiora, 300 simples in a julep, potion, or a little pill, to what end or purpose? I know not what Alkindus, Capivaccius, Montagna, and Simon Idover, the best of them all and most rational, have said in this kind, but neither he, they, nor any one of them, gives his reader, to my judgment, that satisfaction which he ought. Why so many simples? Rog. Bacon hath taxed many errors in his tract De Graduationibus, explained some things, but not cleared. Mercurialis in his book De Composite Medicine gives instance in hammock, and Phelonium Romanum, which hammock an Arabian, and Phelonius a Roman, long since composed, but crass as the rest. If they be so exact, as by him it seems they were, and those mixtures so perfect, why doth Fernelius alter the one, and why is the other obsolete? Cardan taxeth Galen for presuming out of his ambition to correct Theriacum Andromache, and we as justly may carp at all the rest. Galen's medicines are now exploded and rejected, what Nicholas Maripsa, Meju, Celsus, Scribanius, Actuarius, and Rid of old, are most part contemned. Malicius, Cordus, Wecker, Quercetin, Renodius, the Venetian, Florentine states have their several receipts, and magistrals, they of Nuremberg have theirs, and Augustana Pharmacopoeia, peculiar medicines to the meridian of the city, London hers. Every city, town, almost every private man hath his own mixtures, compositions, receipts, magistrals, precepts, as if he scorned antiquity, and all others in respect of himself. But each man must correct and alter to show his skill, every opinionative fellow must maintain his own paradox, be it what it will. Delirant regis, plectuntur civi, they dote, and in the meantime the poor patients pay for their new experiments, the commonalty rue it, thus others object, thus I may conceive out of the weakness of my apprehension. But to say truth, there is no such fault, no such ambition, no novelty, or ostentation, as some suppose. But as one answers, this of compound medicines, is a most noble and profitable invention found out, and brought into physic with great judgment, wisdom, counsel and discretion. Mixed diseases must have mixed remedies, and such simples are commonly mixed as have reference to the part affected, some to qualify, the rest to comfort, some one part, some another. Cardan and Brassivola both hold that nullum simplex medicamentum sine noxa, no simple medicine is without hurt or offense. And although Hippocrates, Erasistratus, Diocles of old, in the infancy of this art, were content with ordinary simples, yet now, saith Aetius, necessity compelleth to seek for new remedies, and to make compounds of simples. As well to correct their harms if cold, dry, hot, thick, thin, insipid, noisome to smell, to make them savory to the palate, pleasant to taste and take, and to preserve them for continuance, by admixture of sugar, honey. To make them last months and years for several uses. In such cases, compound medicines may be approved, and Arnoldus in his 18 aphorism, doth allow of it. If simples cannot, necessity compels us to use compounds. So for receipts and magistrals, dies diem docet, one day teacheth another, and they are as so many words or phrases, que nunc sunt in honore vocabula si volet usus, ebb and flow with the season, and as wits vary, so they may be infinitely varied. Quisque sum placidum quo capiator habet. Every man as he likes, so many men so many minds, and yet all tending to good purpose, though not the same way. As arts and sciences, so physic is still perfected amongst the rest. Ori muserum nutrices, and experience teacheth us every day many things which our predecessors knew not of. Nature is not a feat, as he saith, or so lavish, to bestow all her gifts upon an age, but hath reserved some for posterity, to show her power, that she is still the same, and not old or consumed. Birds and beasts can cure themselves by nature, naturi usuea plurunt cognoscent quae homines vix longo labor et doctrina assequuntur, but men must use much labor and industry to find it out. But I digress. Compound medicines are inwardly taken, or outwardly applied. Inwardly taken, be either liquid or solid, liquid, are fluid or consisting. Fluid, as wines and syrups. The wines ordinarily used to this disease are wormwood wine, tamarisk, and buglosatum, wine made of borage and bugloss, the composition of which is specified in Arnoldus Villanovanus, Lib Divinis, of borage, balm, bugloss, cinnamon, and highly commended for its virtues. It drives away leprosy, scabs, clears the blood, recreates the spirits, exhilarates the mind, purgeth the brain of those anxious black melancholy fumes, and cleanseth the whole body of that black humour by urine. To which I add, saith Villanovanus, that it will bring madmen, and such raging bedlamites as are tied in chains, to the use of their reason again. My conscience bears me witness, that I do not lie. I saw a grave matron helped by this means. She was so choleric, and so furious sometimes, that she was almost mad, and beside herself. She said, and did she knew not what, scolded, beat her maids, and was now ready to be bound till she drank of this borage wine, and by this excellent remedy was cured, which a poor foreigner, a silly beggar, taught her by chance. That came to crave an alms from door to door. The juice of borage, if it be clarified, and drunk in wine, will do as much, the roots sliced and steeped, and saith et Mizaldus, art. Med. Who cites this story verbatim out of Villanovanus, and so doth Magninus a physician of Milan, in his regimen of health. Such another excellent compound water I find in Rubius de Distill. Sect. 3. Which he highly magnifies out of Savonarola, for such as are solitary, dull, heavy or sad without a cause, or be troubled with trembling of heart. Other excellent compound waters for melancholy, he cites in the same place. If their melancholy be not inflamed, or their temperature over hot. Evonimus hath a precious aquavity to this purpose, for such as are cold. But he and most commend aurum potable, and every writer prescribes clarified whey, with borage, bugloss, endive, succory, and of goat's milk especially, some indefinitely at all times, some 30 days together in the spring, every morning fasting, a good draught. Syrups are very good, and often used to digest this humour in the heart, spleen, liver, and as syrup of borage. There is a famous syrup of borage highly commended by Laurentius to this purpose in his tract of melancholy, De Pulmis of King Sabor, now obsolete, of thyme and epithyme, hops, scolopendria, fumitory, maidenhair, Byzantine, and these are most used for preparatives to other physic, mixed with distilled waters of like nature, or in juleps otherwise, consisting, are conserves or confections. Conserves of borage, bugloss, balm, fumitory, succory, maidenhair, violets, roses, wormwood, and confections, treacle, mithridate, eclems, or linctures, and solid, as aromatical confections, hot, diambra, diamargaritum calidum, dianthus, diamoscum dulce, electuarium de gemmis laetificans galeni et racis, diagalenga, diaciminum dianissum, diatrian piperion, diazinziber, diacapers, diacinnamonum, cold. As diamargaritum frigidum, diacorali, diaridon abatis, diacodian, and as every pharmacopoeia will show you, with their tables or losings that are made out of them, with condits and the like. Outwardly used as occasion serves, as amulets, oils hot and cold, as of chamomile, stichados, violets, roses, almonds, poppy, nymphea, mandrake, and to be used after bathing, or to procure sleep. Ointments composed of the said species, oils and wax, and, as alabastridum populeum, some hot, some cold, to moisten, procure sleep and correct other accidents. Liniments are made of the same matter to the like purpose, and plasters of herbs, flowers, roots, and, with oils, and other liquors mixed and boiled together. Cataplasms, salves, or poultices made of green herbs, pounded, or sawed in water till they be soft, which are applied to the hypochondries, and other parts, when the body is empty. Cerotes are applied to several parts and frontals, to take away pain, grief, heat, procure sleep. fomentations or sponges, wet in some decoctions, and epithemata, or those moist medicines, laid on linen, to bathe and cool several parts misaffected. Saculi, or little bags of herbs, flowers, seeds, roots, and the like, applied to the head, heart, stomach, and odoraments, balls, perfumes, posies to smell to, all which have their several uses in melancholy, as shall be shown, when I treat of the cure of the distinct species by themselves. MEMB 2. Subsect I. Purging simples upward. Melanagoga, or melancholy purging medicines, are either simple or compound, and that gently, or violently, purging upward or downward. These following purge upward. Asarum or Asrabecca, which, as measures saith, is hot in the 2nd degree, and dry in the 3rd, it is commonly taken in wine, whey, or as with us, the juice of 2 or 3 leaves or more sometimes. Pounded in posset drink qualified with a little licorice, or aniseed, to avoid the fulsomeness of the taste, or as Diaserum Fernelii. Bracivilla in Catart reckons it up amongst those simples that only purge melancholy, and Ruelius confirms as much out of his experience, that it purgeth black choler, like hellebore itself. Galen, lib G. Simplic. And Matthiolus ascribe other virtues to it, and will have it purge other humours as well as this, laurel, by Heurnius's method, ad prax. Lib 2. Cap. 24, is put amongst the strong purgers of melancholy, it is hot and dry in the 4th degree. Dioscorides, lib 11. Cap. 114, adds other effects to it. Pliny sets down 15 berries in drink for a sufficient potion, it is commonly corrected with his opposites, cold and moist, as juice of endive, purslane, and is taken in a potion to 7 grains and a half. But this and Asrabecca, every gentlewoman in the country knows how to give, they are 2 common vomits, scilla, or sea onion, is hot and dry in the 3rd degree. Bracivilla in Catart. Out of measure, others, and his own experience, will have this simple to purge melancholy alone. It is an ordinary vomit, vinum soliticum mixed with rubel in a little white wine. White hellebore, which some call sneezing powder, a strong purger upward, which many reject, as being too violent, Measure and Averroes will not admit of it, by reason of danger of suffocation, great pain and trouble it puts the poor patient to. Saith Dodonaeus. Yet Galen, lib 6. Simple. Med and Dioscorides, cap. 145, allow of it. It was indeed terrible in former times, as Pliny notes, but now familiar, insomuch that many took it in those days, that were students, to quicken their wits, which Persius sat one. Objects to Axius the poet, elos axi ebria veratro. It helps melancholy, the falling sickness, madness, gout, and, but not to be taken of old men, youths, such as are weaklings, nice, or effeminate, troubled with headache, high-colored, or fear strangling, saith Dioscorides. Oribasius, an old physician, hath written very copiously, and approves of it, in such affections which can otherwise hardly be cured. Heurnius, lib 2. Prax. Med. De Vomitorius, will not have it used, but with great caution, by reason of its strength, and then when antimony will do no good, which caused Hermophilus to compare it to a stout captain, as Codroneus observes cap. 7. Comment. De Helop. That will see all his soldiers go before him and come post principia, like the bragging soldier, last himself, when other helps fail in inveterate melancholy, in a desperate case, this vomit is to be taken. And yet for all this, if it be well prepared, it may be securely given at first. Matthiolus brags, that he hath often, to the good of many, made use of it, and Heurnius, that he hath happily used it, prepared after his own prescript, and with good success. Christophorus a Vega, lib 3. C. 41, is of the same opinion, that it may be lawfully given, and our country gentlewomen find it by their common practice, that there is no such great danger in it. Dar. Turner, speaking of this plant in his Herbal, telleth us, that in his time it was an ordinary receipt among good wives, to give hellebore in powder to eyed wait, and he is not much against it. But they do commonly exceed, for who so bold as blind Bayard, and prescribe it by pennyworths, and such irrational ways, as I have heard myself market folks ask for it in an apothecary's shop, but with what success God knows. They smart often for their rash boldness and folly, break a vein, make their eyes ready to start out of their heads, or kill themselves. So that the fault is not in the physic, but in the rude and indiscreet handling of it. He that will know, therefore, when to use, how to prepare it aright, and in what dose, let him read Heurnius lib 2. Prax. Med Bracivilla de Catart. Godefridus Stygius the Emperor Rudolphus Physician, cap. 16, Matthiolus in Dioscor. And that excellent commentary of Baptista Cadroncus, which is in Star Omnium de Helop. Alb. Where we shall find great diversity of examples and receipts. Antimony or stibium, which our chemists so much magnify, is either taken in substance or infusion, and frequently prescribed in this disease. It helps all infirmities, saith Matthiolus, which proceed from black choler, falling sickness, and hypochondriacal passions. And for farther proof of his assertion, he gives several instances of such as have been freed with it, one of Andrew Gallus, a physician of Trent, that after many other essays, imputes the recovery of his health, next after God. To this remedy alone. Another of George Hantius, that in like sort, when other medicines failed, was by this restored to his former health, and which of his knowledge others have likewise tried, and by the help of this admirable medicine, been recovered. A third of a parish priest at Prague in Bohemia, that was so far gone with melancholy, that he doted, and spake he knew not what. But after he had taken 12 grains of stibium, as I myself saw, and can witness, for I was called to see this miraculous accident, he was purged of a deal of black choler, like little gobbets of flesh. And all his excrements were as black blood, a medicine fitter for a horse than a man, yet it did him so much good, that the next day he was perfectly cured. This very story of the Bohemian priest, Sckenkius relates verbatim, exoter. Experiment. Ad. Var. Morb. Cent 6. Observe. 6, with great approbation of it. Hercules de Saxonia calls it a profitable medicine, if it be taken after meat to 6 or 8 grains, of such as are apt to vomit. Rodericus of Fonseca the Spaniard, and late professor of Padua in Italy, extols it to this disease, Tom. 2, Consul. 85. So doth Laud. Mercatus de Inter. Morb. Cur. Lib 1. Cap. 17, with many others. Jacobus Gervinus a French physician, on the other side, Lib 2. De Venemis Confut. Explodes all this, and saith he took 3 grains only upon Matthiolus and some others' commendation, but it almost killed him, whereupon he concludes, antimony is rather poison than a medicine. Th. Erastus concurs with him in his opinion, and so doth Aelian Montaltus cap. 30 de Melon. But what do I talk, 'tis the subject of whole books, I might cite a century of authors pro and con. I will conclude with Zuinger, antimony is like Skanderbeg's sword, which is either good or bad, strong or weak, as the party is that prescribes, or useth it, a worthy medicine if it be rightly applied to a strong man, otherwise poison. For the preparing of it, look in Evonomi Thesaurus, Quercetin, Aswaldus Crollius, Basil. Chim. Basil. Valentius, and Tobacco, divine, rare, super excellent tobacco, which goes far beyond all the panaceas, potable gold, and philosophers' stones, a sovereign remedy to all diseases. A good vomit, I confess, a virtuous herb, if it be well qualified, opportunely taken, and medicinally used. But as it is commonly abused by most men, which take it as tinkers do ale, 'tis a plague, a mischief, a violent purger of goods, lands, health, hellish, devilish and damned tobacco, the ruin and overthrow of body and soul. Subsect. 2. Simples purging melancholy downward. Polypody and epithyme are, without all exceptions, gentle purgers of melancholy. Dioscorides will have them void phlegm, but Brassivilla out of his experience avareth, that they purge this humour. They are used in decoction, infusion, and simple, mixed, and mirabilanes, all 5 kinds, are happily prescribed against melancholy and quartan agues. Brassivilla speaks out of 1,000 experiences, he gave them in pills, decoctions, and look for peculiar receipts in him, stoichas, fumitory, dodder, herb mercury, roots of capers, genista or broom, pennyroyal and half-boiled cabbage. I find in this catalogue of purgers of black collar, Oregon, featherfew, ammoniac salt, saltpetre. But these are very gentle, Olympus, dragon root, centauri, dittany, Colludia, which Fuchsius cap. 168 and others take for senna, but most distinguish. Senna is in the middle of violent and gentle purgers downward, hot in the 2nd degree, dry in the 1st. Brassivilla calls it a wonderful herb against melancholy. It scours the blood, lightens the spirits, shakes off sorrow, a most profitable medicine, as Dodonaeus terms it, invented by the Arabians, and not heard of before. It is taken diverse ways, in powder, infusion, but most commonly in the infusion, with ginger, or some cordial flowers added to correct it. Actuarius commends it sodden in broth, with an old cock, or in whey, which is the common conveyor of all such things as purge black choler, or steeped in wine, which Heurnius accounts sufficient, without any farther correction. Aloes by most is said to purge choler, but Aurelianus lib 2. C. 6. De Morb. Cron. Arculanus cap. 6, in 9. Rhasis Julius Alexandrinus, consul. 185, Scolts. Crato consul 189. Scolts. Prescribe it to this disease. As good for the stomach and to open the hemorrhoids, out of Meju, Rhasis, Serapio, Avicenna, Menardus EP lib 1. Epist. 1. Opposeth it, aloes, doth not open the veins, or move the hemorrhoids, which Leonhardus Fuchsius paradox. Lib 1. Likewise affirms, but Brassivilla and Dodonaeus defend Meju out of their experience. Let Valesius end the controversy. Lapis armenus and lazuli are much magnified by Alexander lib 1. Cap. 16. Avicenna, Aetius, and Actuarius, if they be well washed, that the water be no more colored, 50 times some say. That good Alexander, saith Guianarus, put such confidence in this one medicine, that he thought all melancholy passions might be cured by it, and I for my part have oftentimes happily used it, and was never deceived in the operation of it. The like may be said of lapis lazuli, though it be somewhat weaker than the other. Garcias ab Horto, Hist. Lib 1. Cap. 65, relates, that the physicians of the Moors familiarly prescribe it to all melancholy passions, and Matthiolus EP lib 3. Brags of that happy success which he still had in the administration of it. Nicholas Maripsa puts it amongst the best remedies, sect. 1, cap. 12, in Antidotus. And if this will not serve, saith Rhasis, then there remains nothing but lapis armenus and hellebore itself. Valescus and Jason Pratensis much commend pulvis hali, which is made of it. James Damison. 2, cap. 12, Hercules de Saxonia, and speaks well of it. Crato will not approve this, it and both hellebores, he saith, are no better than poison. Victor Trincavelius, lib 2. Cap. 14, found it in his experience, to be very noisome, to trouble the stomach, and hurt their bodies that take it overmuch. Black hellebore, that most renowned plant, and famous purger of melancholy, which all antiquity so much used and admired, was first found out by Melampodius a shepherd, as Pliny records, lib 25. Cap. 5. Who, seeing it to purge his goats when they raved, practiced it upon Elige and Colleen, King Pretus' daughters, that ruled in Arcadia, near the fountain Clitorius, and restored them to their former health. In Hippocrates' time it was an only request, insomuch that he writ a book of it, a fragment of which remains yet. Theophrastus, Galen, Pliny, Caelius Aurelianus, as ancient as Galen, lib 1, cap. 6, Aretus lib 1. cap. 5, Oribasius lib 7. collect. A famous Greek, Aetius Ser. 3, cap. 112 and 113 p. Giganita, Galen's Ape, lib 7. cap. 4, Actuarius, Trallianus lib 5. cap. 15, Cornelius Celsus only remaining of the Old Latins, lib 3. cap. 23, Extol and admire this excellent plant. And it was generally so much esteemed of the ancients for this disease amongst the rest, that they sent all such as were crazed, or that doted, to the Anticyri, or to Phocis in Achaia, to be purged, where this plant was in abundance to be had. In Strabo's time it was an ordinary voyage, navigat Anticyras, a common proverb among the Greeks and Latins, to bid a dizzard or a mad man go take hellebore. As in Lucian, Menippus to Tantalus, Tantale Decipus, helleboro epito tibi opus est, ec sane miraco, thou art out of thy little wit, O Tantalus, and must needs drink hellebore, and that without mixture. Aristophanes in Vespis, drink hellebore, and Harpax in the Comoedian, told Simo and Ballio, two doting fellows, that they had need to be purged with this plant. When that proud Menocrates Zeta Epsilon, had writ an arrogant letter to Philip of Macedon, he sent back no other answer but this, Consulo tibi ut ad Anticyrum te conferas, noting thereby that he was crazed, ac gelbor indigir. Had much need of a good purge. Lilius Geraldus saith, that Hercules, after all his mad pranks upon his wife and children, was perfectly cured by a purge of hellebore, which an Anticyrian administered unto him. They that were sound commonly took it to quicken their wits, as Ennis of old, canon nisi potus ad arma, proselyte dicenda, and as our poets drink sack to improve their inventions, I find it so registered by Agellius lib 17, cap. 15. Chamides the academic, when he was to write against Zeno the Stoic, purged himself with hellebore first, which Petronius puts upon Chrysippus. In such esteem it continued for many ages, till at length Mesu and some other Arabians began to reject and reprehend it, upon whose authority for many following lustres, it was much debased and quite out of request. Held to be poison and no medicine. And is still oppugned to this day by Crato and some junior physicians. Their reasons are, because Aristotle L1, the plant. C3, said, henbane and hellebore were poison. And Alexander Aphrodisius, in the preface of his Problems, gave out, that, speaking of hellebore, quails fed on that which was poison to men. Galen. L6. Epid. Com. 5. Text. 35. Confirms as much, Constantine the Emperor in his Geoponics, attributes no other virtue to it, than to kill mice and rats, flies and moldwarps, and so Mazaldus, Nicander of old, Gervinus, Skenkius, and some other Neoterics that have written of poisons, speak of hellebore in a chief place. Nicholas Leonicus hath a story of Solon, that besieging, I know not what city, steeped hellebore in a spring of water, which by pipes was conveyed into the middle of the town, and so either poisoned, or else made them so feeble and weak by purging, that they were not able to bear arms. Notwithstanding all these cavils and objections, most of our late writers do much approve of it. Gariopontus lib 1, cap. 13, Cadroncus com. de Helop. Fallopius lib de med purg. Simple. Cap. 69, Ed consul. 15, Trincavelii, Montanus 239. Frisomelica consul. 14, Hercules de Saxonia, so that it be opportunely given. Jacobus de Dondis, Ag. Amatus, Lucet. Cent 66. Godef. Stygius cap. 13, Hilarius, and all our herbalists subscribe. Fernelius Meth. Med lib 5, cap. 16. Confesseth it to be a terrible purge and hard to take, yet well given to strong men, and such as have able bodies. P. Forestus and Capivaccius forbid it to be taken in substance, but allow it in decoction or infusion, both which ways P. Menavius approves above all others, Epist. 231. Scoltzii, Jacanus in 9. Rhasis, commends a receipt of his own preparing, Panatus another of his chemically prepared, Evonimus another. Hildesheim Spissel. 2. De Mel. Hath many examples how it should be used, with diversity of receipts. Huenius lib 7, Prax. Med cap. 14, calls it an innocent medicine howsoever, if it be well prepared. The root of it is only in use, which may be kept many years, and by some given in substance, as by Fallopius and Brassivilla amongst the rest, who brags that he was the first that restored it again to its use. And tells a story how he cured one Melatasta, a madman, that was thought to be possessed, in the Duke of Ferrara's court, with one purge of black hellebore in substance, the receipt is there to be seen. His excrements were like ink, he perfectly healed at once. Vitus Vitius, a Dutch physician, will not admit of it in substance, to whom most subscribe, but as before, in the decoction, infusion, or which is all in all, in the extract, which he prefers before the rest, and calls suave medicamentum. A sweet medicine, an easy, that may be securely given to women, children, and weaklings. Baracellus, Horto Geniali, terms it maximi prastantia medicamentum, a medicine of great worth and note. Quercetin in his Spager Far, and many others, tell wonders of the extract. Paracelsus, above all the rest, is the greatest admirer of this plant. And especially the extract, he calls it theriacum, terrestre balsamum, another treacle, a terrestrial balm, in star omnium, all in all, the sole and last refuge to cure this malady, the gout, epilepsy, leprosy, and if this will not help, no physic in the world can but mineral, it is the upshot of all. Matthiolus laughs at those that accept against it, and though some abhor it out of the authority of measure, and dare not adventure to prescribe it, yet I, saith he, have happily used it 600 times without offence. And communicated it to divers worthy physicians, who have given me great thanks for it. Look for receipts, dose, preparation, and other cautions concerning this simple, in him, Brassivilla, Paracelsus, Cadroncus, and the rest. Subsect. 3. Compound purgers. Compound medicines which purge melancholy, are either taken in the superior or inferior parts, superior at mouth or nostrils. At the mouth swallowed or not swallowed, if swallowed liquid or solid, liquid, as compound wine of hellebore, scilla or sea onion, senna, vinum solidicum, helleboratum, which Quercetin so much applauds, for melancholy in madness. Either inwardly taken, or outwardly applied to the head, with little pieces of linen dipped warm in it. Oxymol. Solidicum, Syrupus Helebritus major and minor in Quercetin, and Syrupus genisti for hypochondriacal melancholy in the same author, compound syrup of succory, of fumitory, polypody, and Huenius his purging cockbroth. Some except against these syrups, as appears by Eudalrinus Leonoras his epistle to Matthiolus, as most pernicious, and that out of Hippocrates, cocta movera, e medicari, non cruda, no raw things to be used in physic. But this in the following epistle is exploded and soundly confuted by Matthiolus. Many juleps, potions, receipts, are composed of these, as you shall find in Hildesheim Spissel. 2. Huenius lib 2, cap. 14. George Skenkius idel med prax. And solid purges are confections, electuaries, pills by themselves, or compound with others, as de lapide laziolo, armino, pill. Indi, of fumitory, and confection of hammock, which though most approve, Solnander Sector 5, Consul. 22. Bitterly inveighs against, so doth Rondeletius Pharmacop. Officina, Fernelius and others, Giacenna, Diapolypodium, Diacassia, Diacatholicon, Wecker's Electuary de Epithemo, Ptolemy's Hierologadium, of which divers receipts are daily made. Aetius 22. 23, commends Hiram Ruffy. Trincavelius Consul. 12, lib 4, approves of Hiera, non, inquit, invenio melius medicamentum, I find no better medicine, he saith. Heurnius adds pill. Aggregate. Pills de Epithemo. Pill. Ind. Measure describes in the Florentine Antidotary, Piluli sine cabus esse nalo, Piluli, coccyx, cum helleboro, pill. Arabici, Fietida, de quinque generibus mirabalanorum, and more proper to melancholy, not excluding in the meantime, turbith, manna, rhubarb, agaric, elescaphe, and which are not so proper to this humor. For, as Montaltus holds cap. 30. And Montanus cholera etiam purganda, quat atri, sit pabulum, choler is to be purged because it feeds the other, and some are of an opinion, as Erasistratus and Asclepiades maintained of old, against whom Galen disputes, that no physic doth purge one humour alone, but all alike or what is next. Most therefore in their receipts and magistrals which are coined here, make a mixture of several simples and compounds to purge all humours in general as well as this. Some rather use potions than pills to purge this humour, because that as Heurnius and Crato observe, hic succus a sicco remedio agra trahiter, this juice is not so easily drawn by dry remedies, and as Montanus adviseth 25 cons. All drying medicines are to be repelled, as aloe, hiera, and all pills whatsoever, because the disease is dry of itself. That I might here insert many receipts of prescribed potions, bowls, and the doses of these, but that they are common in every good physician, and that I am loath to incur the censure of Forestus, lib 3, cap. 6. De Urinis, against those that divulge and publish medicines in their mother tongue, and lest I should give occasion thereby to some ignorant reader to practice on himself, without the consent of a good physician. Such as are not swallowed, but only kept in the mouth, are gargarisms used commonly after a purge, when the body is soluble and loose. Or apophlegmatisms, masticatories, to be held and chewed in the mouth, which are gentle, as hyssop, origan, pennyroyal, thyme, mustard, strong, as pellitory, pepper, ginger, and such as are taken into the nostrils, arena are liquid or dry, juice of pimpernel, onions, and castor, pepper, white hellebore, and to these you may add odoraments, perfumes, and suffumigations, and taken into the inferior parts are clysters strong or weak, suppositories of Castilian soap, honey boiled to a consistence, or stronger of scammony, hellebore, and these are all used, and prescribed to this malady upon several occasions, as shall be shown in its place. MEMB. 3. Chirurgical remedies. In letting of blood 3 main circumstances are to be considered, who, how much, when. That is, that it be done to such a one as may endure it, or to whom it may belong, that he be of a competent age, not too young, nor too old, over weak, fat, or lean, sore laboured, but to such as have need, are full of bad blood, noxious humours, and may be eased by it. The quantity depends upon the party's habit of body, as he is strong or weak, full or empty, may spare more or less. In the morning is the fittest time, some doubt whether it be best fasting, or full, whether the moon's motion or aspect of planets be to be observed. Some affirm, some deny, some grant in acute, but not in chronic diseases, whether before or after physic. 'Tis Heurnius' aphorism a phlebotomia auspicandum esse curationem, non a pharmacia, you must begin with bloodletting and not physic. Some accept this peculiar malady. But what do I? Horatius Augenius, a physician of Padua, hath lately writ 17 books of this subject, Jobertus, and particular kinds of bloodletting in use are 3. First is that opening a vein in the arm with a sharp knife, or in the head, knees, or any other parts, as shall be thought fit. Cupping glasses with or without scarification, ossissum confiscant, saith Fernelius, they work presently, and are applied to several parts, to divert humors, aches, winds, and horseleeches are much used in melancholy, applied especially to the hemorrhoids. Horatius Augenius, lib 10, cap. 10, Platerus de mentis alienat. Cap. 3, Altimeris, Piso, and many others, prefer them before any evacuations in this kind. Cauteries, or searing with hot irons, combustions, borings, lancings, which, because they are terrible, dropax and sinapismus are invented by plasters to raise blisters, and eating medicines of pitch, mustard seed, and the like. Issues still to be kept open, made as the former, and applied in and to several parts, have their use here on divers occasions, as shall be shown. Sect. V. MB. I. Subsect. I. Particular cure of the three several kinds, of head melancholy. The general cures thus briefly examined and discussed, it remains now to apply these medicines to the three particular species or kinds, that, according to the several parts affected, each man may tell in some sort how to help or ease himself. I will treat of head melancholy first, in which, as in all other good cures, we must begin with diet, as a matter of most moment, able oftentimes of itself to work this effect. I have read, saith Laurentius, cap. 8, de Melanch. That in old diseases which have gotten the upper hand or a habit, the manner of living is to more purpose, than whatsoever can be drawn out of the most precious boxes of the apothecaries. This diet, as I have said, is not only in choice of meat and drink, but of all those other non-natural things. Let air be clear and moist most part, diet moistening, of good juice, easy of digestion, and not windy, drink clear, and well brewed, not too strong, nor too small. Make a melancholy man fat, as Rhasis saith, and thou hast finished the cure. Exercise not too remiss, nor too violent. Sleep a little more than ordinary. Excrements daily to be voided by art or nature, and which Fernelius enjoins his patient, Consul. 44. Above the rest, to avoid all passions and perturbations of the mind. Let him not be alone or idle, in any kind of melancholy, but still accompanied with such friends and familiars he most affects, neatly dressed, washed and combed, according to his ability at least, in clean sweet linen, spruce, handsome, decent, and good apparel. For nothing sooner dejects a man than want, squalor, and nastiness, foul, or old clothes out of fashion. Concerning the medicinal part, he that will satisfy himself at large, in this precedent of diet, and see all at once the whole cure and manner of it in every distinct species, let him consult with Gordonius, Valescus, with Prosper Calenius, lib. De atrobile ad card cesium, Laurentius, cap. 8, 89, de Mela. Alien Montaltus, de Mel. Cap. 26, 27. 28, 29. 30, Donat. Abaltomari, cap. 7, Artis med Hercules de Saxonia, in Panth. Cap. 7, Et tract. Aegis peculiar. De Melon. Per Bolzetum, edit. Venetius 1620, cap. 17, 18. 19, Savonarola, rub. 82, tract. 8, cap. 1, Skenkius, in prax. Curate. Idelmed Hurnius, cap. 12, de Morb. Victorius Faventius, pract. Magn. Eti Emper. Hildesheim, Spissel. 2, de Man. Eti Mel. Fell. Plater, Stockerus, Brule. P. Bavarus, Forestus, Fuchsius, Capivaccius, Rondoletius, Jason Pratensis, Sullust. Salvian. De Reamed. Lib 2, cap. 1, Jacanus, in 9. Rhasis, Laud. Mercatus, de Inter. Morb. Cur. Lib 1, cap. 17, Alexin. Messaria, pract. Med lib 1, cap. 21, demel. Piso. Hilarious, and that have culled out of those old Greeks, Arabians, and Latins, whatsoever is observable or fit to be used. Or let him read those counsels and consultations of Hugo Sinensis, Consul. 13, E14. Reinoris Solnander, Consul. 6, Sector 1, E Consul. 3, Sector 3. Crato, Consul. 16, Lib 1. Montanus 20. 22, and his following counsels, Laelius of Fontagubinus, consult. 44, 69. 77, 125. 129, 142. Fernelius, Consul. 44, 45. 46, July. Caesar Claudinus, Mercurialis, Frambesarius, Sennertus, and wherein he shall find particular receipts, the whole method, preparatives, purgers, correctors, averters, cordials in great variety in abundance, out of which, because every man cannot attend to read or peruse them, I will collect for the benefit of the reader, some few more notable medicines. Subsect. 2. Bloodletting. Phlebotomy is promiscuously used before and after physic, commonly before, and upon occasion is often reiterated, if there be any need at least of it. For Galen, and many others, make a doubt of bleeding at all in this kind of head melancholy. If the malady, saith Piso, cap. 23, and Altimeris, cap. 7, Fuchsius, cap. 33. Shall proceed primarily from the misaffected brain, the patient in such case shall not need at all to bleed, except the blood otherwise abound, the veins be full, inflamed blood, and the party ready to run mad. In immaterial melancholy, which especially comes from a cold distemperature of spirits, Hercules de Saxonia, cap. 17, will not admit of phlebotomy, Laurentius, cap. 9, approves it out of the authority of the Arabians. But as Meju, Rhasis, Alexander appoint, especially in the head, to open the veins of the forehead, nose and ears is good. They commonly set cupping glasses on the party's shoulders, having first scarified the place, they apply horseleeches on the head, and in all melancholy diseases, whether essential or accidental, they cause the hemorrhoids to be opened. Having the 11th aphorism of the 6th book of Hippocrates for their ground and warrant, which saith, that in melancholy and mad men, the varicose tumor or hemorrhoids appearing doth heal the same. Valescus prescribes bloodletting in all 3 kinds, whom Sallust. Salvian follows. If the blood abound, which is discerned by the fullness of the veins, his precedent diet, the party's laughter, age, and begin with the median or middle vein of the arm. If the blood be ruddy and clear, stop it, but if black in the spring time, or a good season, or thick, let it run, according to the party's strength, and some 8 or 12 days after, open the head vein, and the veins in the forehead. Or provoke it out of the nostrils, or cupping glasses, and Trallianus allows of this, if there have been any suppression or stopping of blood at nose, or hemorrhoids, or women's months, then to open a vein in the head or about the ankles. Yet he doth hardly approve of this course, if melancholy be situated in the head alone, or in any other dotage, except it primarily proceed from blood, or that the malady be increased by it. For bloodletting refrigerates and dries up, except the body be very full of blood, and a kind of ruddiness in the face. Therefore I conclude with Arrhetius, before you let blood, deliberate of it, and well consider all circumstances belonging to it. Subsect. 3. Preparatives and purgers. After bloodletting we must proceed to other medicines. First prepare, and then purge, auge stabulum purger, make the body clean before we hope to do any good. Walter Bruhl would have a practitioner begin first with a clyster of his, which he prescribes before bloodletting, the common sort, as Mercurialis, Montaltus cap. 30, and proceed from lenitives to preparatives, and so to purgers. Lenitives are well known, electuarium lenitivum, diaphenicum diacatholicum, and Preparatives are usually syrups of borage, bugloss, apples, fumitory, thyme and epithyme, with double as much of the same decoction or distilled water, or of the waters of bugloss, balm, hops, endive, scolopendry, fumitory, and or these sodden in whey, which must be reiterated and used for many days together. Purges come last, which must not be used at all, if the malady may be otherwise helped, because they weaken nature and dry so much, and in giving of them, we must begin with the gentlest first. Some forbid all hot medicines, as Alexander, and Salvianus, and Ne insaniores infiant, hot medicines increase the disease, by drying too much. Purge downward rather than upward, use potions rather than pills, and when you begin physic, persevere and continue in a course, for as one observes, movere eti non edusera in omnibus malum est. To stir up the humour, as one purge commonly doth, and not to prosecute, doth more harm than good. They must continue in a course of physic, yet not so that they tire and oppress nature, danda quis naturae, they must now and then remit, and let nature have some rest. The most gentle purges to begin with, are senna, cassia, epithyme, mirabiliania, catholicon. If these prevail not, we may proceed to stronger, as the confection of hammock, pill. Indi, fumitorii, de asaeret, of lapis armenus and lazuli, diasenna. Or if pills be too dry, some prescribe both hellebores in the last place, amongst the rest aretus, because this disease will resist a gentle medicine. Laurentius and Hercules de Saxonia would have antimony tried last, if the party be strong, and it warily given. Trincavelius prefers hierologodium, to whom Francis Alexander in his Apol. Rad 5. Subscribes, a very good medicine they account it. But Crato in a counsel of his, for the Duke of Bavaria's chancellor, wholly rejects it that I find a vast chaos of medicines, a confusion of receipts and magistrals, amongst writers, appropriated to this disease, some of the chiefest I will rehearse. To be seasick first is very good at seasonable times. Helleborismus Mathioli, with which he vaunts and boasts he did so many several cures, I never gave it, saith he, but after once or twice, by the help of God, they were happily cured. The manner of making it he sets down at large in his third book of Epist to George Henctius a physician. Walter Bruhl, and Heurnius, make mention of it with great approbation. So doth Sckenkius in his memorable cures, and experimental medicines, cn 6. Obser. 37, that famous helleborism of Montanus, which he so often repeats in his consultations and counsels, as 28. Pro. Melon. Sacerdote, e consul. 148. Pro hypochondriaco, and cracks, to be a most sovereign remedy for all melancholy persons, which he hath often given without offence, and found by long experience and observations to be such. Quercetin prefers a syrup of hellebore in his Spagirica Pharmac. And hellebore's extract cap. 5. Of his invention likewise, a most safe medicine and not unfit to be given children, before all remedies whatsoever. Paracelsus, in his book of black hellebore, admits this medicine, but as it is prepared by him. It is most certain, saith he, that the virtue of this herb is great, and admirable in effect, and little differing from balm itself. And he that knows well how to make use of it, hath more art than all their books contain, or all the doctors in Germany can show. Aelianus Montaltus in his exquisite work de Morb. Capitis, cap. 31, de Mel. Sets a special receipt of his own, which, in his practice, he fortunately used, because it is but short I will set it down. Syrupi de pomis ij, aqui borag. Theage. Elabori nigri per noctem infusi in ligatura 6 vel 8 gr. Main facta. Colatura exhibe. Other receipts of the same to this purpose you shall find in him. Valescus. Admires pulvis Halley, and Jason Pratensis after him, the confection of which our new London Pharmacopoeia hath lately revived. Put case. Saith he, all other medicines fail, by the help of God this alone shall do. and 'tis a crowned medicine which must be kept in secret. Epithemi sumunc. Lapidus lazuli, agaricii ana ij. Scamnonii. J. Caryophyllorem numero, 20 pulverizenture. Omnia, eti ipsius pulveris scrup. 4. Singulus septimonis acimat. To these I may add Arnoldi vinum buglossalum, or borage wine before mentioned, which Mizaldus calls vinum mirabile, a wonderful wine, and Stockerus vouchsafes to repeat verbatim amongst other receipts. Rubius his compound water out of Savonarola. Pinetus his balm, Cardens pulvis hyacinthi, with which, in his book De Curis Admirandis, he boasts that he had cured many melancholy persons in 8 days, which Sckenkius puts amongst his observable medicines. Altimeris his syrup, with which he calls God so solemnly to witness, he hath in his kind done many excellent cures, and which Sckenkius sent 7. Observe. 80, mentioneth, Daniel Sennertus lib 1. Part 2, cap. 12, so much commends. Rolandus admirable water for melancholy, which sent 2. Cap. 96, he names spiritum vitae aureum, panaceum, what not, and his absolute medicine of 50 eggs, curate. Empire. Sent 1. Cur. 5, to be taken 3 in a morning, with a powder of his. Faventinus prac. Emperor. Doubles this number of eggs, and will have 101 to be taken by 3 and 3 in like sort, which Sallust Salvian approves to read. Medlib 2. C. 1. With some of the same powder, till all be spent, a most excellent remedy for all melancholy in mad men. Epithemi, thymi, ana drachmas duas, sacchari albi uncium. Unam, crossi grana tria, cinnamomi drachmam unam, mis, fiat. Pulvis. All these yet are nothing to those chemical preparatives of aqua. Caledonia, quintessence of hellebore, salts, extracts, distillations. Oils, aurum potable, and Dr. Anthony in his book De Oro Potab. Edit. 1600, is all in all for it. And though all the schools of Galenists, with a wicked and unthankful pride and scorn, detest it in their practice, yet in more grievous diseases, when their vegetals will do no good, they are compelled to seek the help of minerals. Though they use them rashly, unprofitably, slackly, and to no purpose. Reninus, a Dutch chemist, in his book De Sale e Putio Emergent, takes upon him to apologize for Anthony, and sets light by all that speak against him. But what do I meddle with this great controversy, which is the subject of many volumes? Let Paracelsus, Quercetin, Crollius, and the brethren of the Rosy Cross, defend themselves as they may. Crato, Erastus, and the Galenists. Appun Paracelsus, he brags on the other side, he did more famous cures by this means, than all the Galenists in Europe, and calls himself a monarch. Galen, Hippocrates, infants, illiterate, and as Thessalus of old railed against those ancient Asclepiadian writers, he condemns others. Insults, triumphs, overcomes all antiquity, saith Galen as if he spake to him, declares himself a conqueror, and crowns his own doings. 1. Drop of their chemical preparatives shall do more good than all their fulsome potions. Erastus, and the rest of the Galenists vilify them on the other side, as heretics in physic. Paracelsus did that in physic, which Luther in divinity. A drunken rogue he was, a base fellow, a magician, he had the devil for his master, devils his familiar companions. And what he did, was done by the help of the devil. Thus they contend and rail, and every mart write books pro and con, etiat huc sub judice lease est, let them agree as they will, I proceed. Subsect 4. Averters. Averters and purgers must go together, as tending all to the same purpose, to divert this rebellious humor, and turn it another way. In this range, clysters and suppositories challenge a chief place, to draw this humor from the brain and heart, to the more ignoble parts. Some would have them still used a few days between, and those to be made with the boiled seeds of anise, fennel, and bastard saffron, hops, thyme, epithyme, mallows, fumitory, bugloss, polypody, senna, diacene, hammock, cassia, diacatholicon. Hierologodium, oil of violets, sweet almonds, and For without question, a clyster opportunely used, cannot choose in this, as most other maladies, but to do very much good. Clysteries nutrient, sometimes clysters nourish, as they may be prepared, as I was informed not long since by a learned lecture of our natural philosophy reader, which he handled by way of discourse, out of some other noted physicians. Such things as provoke urine most commend, but not sweat. Trincavelius Consul. 16, Cap. 1, in head melancholy forbids it. P. Byerus and others approve frictions of the outward parts, and to bathe them with warm water. Instead of ordinary frictions, Cardan prescribes rubbing with nettles till they blister the skin, which likewise Bessardus Vicentinus so much magnifies. Sneezing, masticatories, and nasals are generally received. Montaltus c. 34. Hildesheim Spissel. 3. Folios 136 and 238. Gives several receipts of all three. Hercules de Saxonia relates of an empiric in Venice, that had a strong water to purge by the mouth and nostrils, which he still used in head melancholy, and would sell for no gold. To open months and hemorrhoids is very good physic, if they have been formerly stopped. Faventinus would have them opened with horseleeches, so would Hercle. De Sax Julius Alexandrinus Consul. 185. Scoltzii thinks aloes fitter, most approve horseleeches in this case, to be applied to the forehead, nostrils, and other places. Montaltus cap. 29, out of Alexander and others, prescribes, cupping glasses, and issues in the left thigh. Aretus lib. 7, cap. 5, Paulus Regalinus, Silvius will have them without scarification, applied to the shoulders and back, thighs and feet. Montaltus cap. 34, bids open an issue in the arm, or hinder part of the head. Piso enjoins ligatures, frictions, suppositories, and cupping glasses, still without scarification, and the rest, cauteries and hot irons are to be used, in the suture of the crown, and the seared or ulcerated place suffered to run a good while. 'Tis not amiss to bore the skull with an instrument, to let out the fuliginous vapors. Salus. Salvianus de Re Medic. Lib 2. Cap. 1. Because this humor hardly yields to other physic, would have the leg cauterized, or the left leg, below the knee, and the head bored in 2 or 3 places, for that it much avails to the exhalation of the vapors. I saw, saith he, a melancholy man at Rome, that by no remedies could be healed, but when by chance he was wounded in the head, and the skull broken, he was excellently cured. Another, to the admiration of the beholders, breaking his head with a fall from on high, was instantly recovered of his dotage. Gordonius cap. 13, part. 2, would have these cauteries tried last, when no other physic will serve. The head to be shaved and bored to let out fumes, which without doubt will do much good. I saw a melancholy man wounded in the head with a sword, his brainpan broken. So long as the wound was open he was well, but when his wound was healed, his dotage returned again. But Alexander Messaria, a professor in Padua, lib 1. Pract. Med. cap. 21, de Melanchol. Will allow no cauteries at all, 'tis too stiff a humor and too thick as he holds, to be so evaporated. Guianerius c. 8. Tract. 15. Cured a nobleman in Savoy, by boring alone, leaving the whole open a month together, by means of which, after 2 years' melancholy and madness, he was delivered. All approve of this remedy in the suture of the crown. But Arculanus would have the cautery to be made with gold. In many other parts, these cauteries are prescribed for melancholy men, as in the thighs, mercurialis consul. 86, arms, legs. Idem consul. 6, and 19. And 25. Montanus 86. Rodericus a Fonseca Tom. 2, Cusult. 84, pro hypochond. Coxa dextra, and, but most in the head, if other physic will do no good. Subsect. V. Alteratives and cordials, corroborating, resolving the relics, and mending the temperament. Because this humor is so malign of itself, and so hard to be removed, the relics are to be cleansed, by alteratives, cordials, and such means, the temper is to be altered and amended. With such things as fortify and strengthen the heart and brain, which are commonly both affected in this malady, and do mutually misaffect one another, which are still to be given every other day, or some few days inserted after a purge. Or like physic, as occasion serves, and are of such force, that many times they help alone, and as Arnoldus holds in his aphorisms, are to be preferred before all other medicines, in what kind soever. Amongst this number of cordials and alteratives, I do not find a more present remedy, than a cup of wine or strong drink, if it be soberly and opportunely used. It makes a man bold, hardy, courageous, whetteth the wit, if moderately taken, and as Plutarch saith, Swmp. 7, Quast. 12. It makes those which are otherwise dull, to exhale and evaporate like frankincense, or quicken, Xenophon adds, as oil doth fire. A famous cordial, Matthiolus in Dioscoritum calls it, an excellent nutriment to refresh the body, it makes a good color, a flourishing age, helps concoction, fortifies the stomach, takes away obstructions, provokes urine, drives out excrements. Procures sleep, clears the blood, expels wind and cold poisons, attenuates, concocts, dissipates all thick vapors, and fuliginous humors. And that which is all in all to my purpose, it takes away fear and sorrow. Curas edices dissipat evius. It glads the heart of man, Sol. Civ 15. Hilaritatis dulce seminarium. Helena's bowl, the sole nectar of the gods, or that true Nepenthes in Homer, which puts away care and grief, as Oribasius 5. Collect, cap. 7, and some others will, was not else but a cup of good wine. It makes the mind of the king and of the fatherless both one, of the bond and freeman, poor and rich. It turneth all his thoughts to joy and mirth, makes him remember no sorrow or debt, but enricheth his heart, and makes him speak by talents, Esdras 3. 19, 20, 21. It gives life itself, spirits, wit, and for which cause the ancients called Bacchus, liber patera liberando, and sacrificed to Bacchus and Pallas still upon an altar. Wine measurably drunk, and in time, brings gladness and cheerfulness of mind, it cheereth God and men, Judges 9. 13. Laetitii Bacchus dater, it makes an old wife dance, and such as are in misery to forget evil, and be merry. Bacchus eti afflictus requiem mortalibus affert. Crura licet duro compit vincta forent. Wine makes a troubled soul to rest, though feet with fetters be oppressed. Demetrius in Plutarch, when he fell into Seleucus's hands, and was prisoner in Syria, spent his time with dice and drink that he might so ease his discontented mind, and avoid those continual cogitations of his present condition wherewith he was tormented. Therefore Solomon, Prov 31. 6. Bids, wine be given to him that is ready to perish, and to him that hath grief of heart, let him drink that he forget his poverty, and remember his misery no more. Solicitus animis onus eximit, it easeth a burdened soul, nothing speedier, nothing better. Which the prophet Zechariah perceived, when he said, that in the time of Meshes, they of Ephraim should be glad, and their heart should rejoice as through wine. All which makes me very well approve of that pretty description of a feast in Bartholomew's Anglicus, when grace was said, their hands washed, and the Guests sufficiently exhilarated, with good discourse, sweet music, dainty fare. Exhilarationis gratia, pocula iterum ac iterum offerunter, as a corollary to conclude the feast, and continue their mirth, a grace cup came in to cheer their hearts, and they drank healths to one another again and again. Which as I, Fredericus Madanesius, Crit. Christ. Lib 2. Cap. 5, 6. And 7, was an old custom in all ages in every commonwealth, so as they be not enforced, bibera per violent I am, but as in that royal feast of Ahasuerus, which lasted 180 days, without compulsion they drank by order. In golden vessels. When and what they would themselves. This of drink is a most easy and parable remedy, a common, a cheap, still ready against fear, sorrow, and such troublesome thoughts, that molest the mind, as brimstone. With fire, the spirits on a sudden are enlightened by it. No better physic, saith Rhasis, for a melancholy man, and he that can keep company, and carouse, needs no other medicines, 'tis enough. His countryman Avicenna, 31. Doc. 2, Cap. 8. Proceeds farther yet, and will have him that is troubled in mind, or melancholy, not to drink only, but now and then to be drunk, excellent good physic it is for this and many other diseases. Magninus Reg San. Part 3, c. 31. Will have them to be so once a month at least, and gives his reasons for it, because it scours the body by vomit, urine, sweat, of all manner of superfluities, and keeps it clean. Of the same mind is Seneca the philosopher, in his book De Tranquil. Lib 1. c. 15. Non nunquam ut in aliis morbis ad ebrietatem usque veniendum curas deprimit, tristitii mediter, it is good sometimes to be drunk, it helps sorrow, depresseth cares, and so concludes this tract. With a cup of wine, halves, serene carissime, quae ad, tranquillitam anime, pertinent. But these are epicureal tenets, tending to looseness of life, luxury and atheism, maintained alone by some heathens, dissolute Arabians, profane Christians, and are exploded by Rabbi Moses, Tract 4. Giulio, Placentius, Lib 1. Cap. 8. Valescus de Taranta, and most accurately ventilated by Jo. Silvaticus, a late writer and physician of Milan, Med. Cont. Cap. 14, where you shall find this tenet copiously confuted. Howsoever you say, if this be true, that wine and strong drink have such virtue to expel fear and sorrow, and to exhilarate the mind, ever hereafter let's drink and be merry. Prom reconditum, lide strenua, cicubum. Capaciores pure huc afer syphos. Eti chia vina aut lesbia. Come, lusty Lida, fills a cup of sack. And, sirrah drawer, bigger pots we lack. And Scio wines that have so good a smack. I say with him in a Gellius, let us maintain the vigor of our souls with a moderate cup of wine, nodis in usum laetitii. Syphus, and drink to refresh our mind, if there be any cold sorrow in it, or torpid bashfulness, let's wash it all away. Nunc vino pellite. Curas, so saith Horace, so saith Anacreon. Mu epsilon theta omicron nu tau alpha gamma alpha rho mu epsilon kappa epsilon sigma theta alpha iota. Pi omicron lambda kappa rho epsilon iota sigma sigma omicron nu theta alpha nu tau alpha. Let's drive down care with a cup of wine, and so say I too, though I drink none myself, for all this may be done, so that it be modestly, soberly, opportunely used, so that they be not drunk with wine, wherein is excess. which our apostle forewarns. For as Chrysostom well comments on that place, ad laetitiam datum est vinum, non ad ebrietatem. 'Tis for mirth wine, but not for madness, and will you know where, when, and how that is to be understood? Vis disir ubi bonum sit vinum? Audi. Quid dicat scriptura, hear the scriptures, give wine to them that are in sorrow, or as Paul bid Timothy drink wine for his stomach's sake, for concoction, health, or some such honest occasion. Otherwise, as Pliny telleth us, if singular moderation be not had, nothing so pernicious, 'tis mere vinegar, blandest demon, poison itself. But here a more fearful doom, Habac. 2:15 and 16. Woe be to him that makes his neighbor drunk, shameful spewing shall be upon his glory. Let not good fellows triumph therefore, saith Matthiolus, that I have so much commended. Wine, if it be immoderately taken, instead of making glad, it confounds both body and soul, it makes a giddy head, a sorrowful heart. And 'twas well said of the poet of old, wine causeth mirth and grief, nothing so good for some, so bad for others, especially as one observes. Ca causa calida male habent, that are hot or inflamed. And so of spices, they alone, as I have showed, cause head melancholy themselves. They must not use wine as an ordinary drink, or in their diet. But to determine with Laurentius, c. 8. The melon wine is bad for madmen, and such as are troubled with heat in their inner parts or brains, but to melancholy, which is cold, as most is, wine, soberly used, may be very good. I may say the same of the decoction of China roots, sassafras, sarsaparilla, guaiacum, China, sethmanardus, makes a good color in the face, takes away melancholy, and all infirmities proceeding from cold. Even so sarsaparilla provokes sweat mightily, guaiacum dries, Claudinus, consult. 89, and 46. Montanus, Capivaccius, consult. 188, Scoltzii, make frequent and good use of guaiacum and China, so that the liver be not incensed, good for such as are cold, as most melancholy men are, but by no means to be mentioned in hot. The Turks have a drink called coffee, for they use no wine, so named of a berry as black as soot, and as bitter, like that black drink which was in use amongst the Lacedaemonians, and perhaps the same, which they sip still of. And sup as warm as they can suffer. They spend much time in those coffee-houses, which are somewhat like our alehouses or taverns, and there they sit chatting and drinking to drive away the time, and to be merry together, because they find by experience that kind of drink, so used, helpeth digestion, and procureth alacrity. Some of them take opium to this purpose, borage, balm, saffron, gold, I have spoken of, Montaltus, c. 23. Commend scorzonera roots condite. Garcius ab Horto, plant. Hist. Lib 2. Cap. 25. Makes mention of an herb called datura, which, if it be eaten for 24 hours following, takes away all sense of grief, makes them inclined to laughter and mirth, and another called bauge, like in effect to opium, which puts them for a time into a kind of ecstasy, and makes them gently to laugh. One of the Roman emperors had a seed, which he did ordinarily eat to exhilarate himself. Christophorus Aerus prefers bezoar stone, and the confection of alkermes, before other cordials, and amber in some cases. Alkermes comforts the inner parts. And bezoar stone hath an especial virtue against all melancholy affections, it refresheth the heart, and corroborates the whole body. Amber provokes urine, helps the body, breaks wind, and after a purge, 3 or 4 grains of bezoar stone, and 3 grains of ambergris, drunk or taken in borage or bugloss water, in which gold hot hath been quenched, will do much good. And the purge shall diminish less, the heart so refreshed, of the strength and substance of the body. Confect. Alkermes Esset Lap. Bezer. J. Succini albi subtilis. Pulverisat. J. Cum syrup, de. Court. Citri, fiat electuarium. To Bezoar stone most subscribe, Menardus, and many others, it takes away sadness, and makes him merry that useth it. I have seen some that have been much diseased with faintness, swooning, and melancholy, that taking the weight of 3 grains of this stone, in the water of oxdung, have been cured. Garcias of Horto brags how many desperate cures he hath done upon melancholy men by this alone, when all physicians had forsaken them. But Alkermes many except against. In some cases it may help, if it be good. And of the best, such as that of Montpellier in France, which Iodicus Sincerus, Itinerario Gallii, so much magnifies, and would have no traveller omit to see it made. But it is not so general a medicine as the other. Fernelius, Consul. 49, suspects Alkermes, by reason of its heat. Nothing, saith he, sooner exasperates this disease, than the use of hot working meats and medicines, and would have them for that cause warily taken. I conclude, therefore, of this and all other medicines, as Thucydides of the plague at Athens, no remedy could be prescribed for it. Nam quat uni profute, hoc aliis erat exitio, there is no Catholic medicine to be had, that which helps one is pernicious to another. Diamargaritum frigidum, diambra, diaboraginatum, electuarium laetificans galeni et racis, de gemmis, dianthos, diamoscum dulce et amrum, electuarium conciliatoris, syrup. Sidoniorum de pomes, conserves of roses, violets, fumitory, enula campana, satyrion, lemons, orange pills, condite, and have their good use. Diamosci dulcis et amari ana jj. Diabuglossati, diaboriginati, sacchari violacei ana j. Miss cum. Sirupo de pomes. Every physician is full of such receipts, one only I will add for the rareness of it, which I find recorded by many learned authors, as an approved medicine against dotage, head melancholy, and such diseases of the brain. Take a ram's head that never meddled with an ewe, cut off at a blow, and the horns only take away, boil it well, skin and wool together. After it is well sawed, take out the brains, and put these spices to it: cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, mace, cloves, anna esset, mingle the powder of these spices with it, and heat them in a platter upon a chafing dish of coals together, stirring them well, that they do not burn. Take heed it be not overmuch dried, or drier than a calf's brains ready to be eaten. Keep it so prepared, and for 3 days give it the patient, fasting, so that he fast 2 hours after it. It may be eaten with bread in an egg or broth, or any way, so it be taken. For 14 days let him use this diet, drink no wine, and Gessner, Hist. Animal. Lib 1. Pag. 917. Characterius, Pract. 13, in niche. Demetri. Pag. 129, Iatro. Wittenberg. Edit. Tubing. Pag. 62, mention this medicine, though with some variation, he that list may try it, and many such odoraments to smell to, of rosewater, violet flowers, balm, rose cakes, vinegar, and do much recreate the brains and spirits, according to Solomon. Pero v. 27. 9. They rejoice the heart, and as some say, nourish. 'Tis a question commonly controverted in our schools, an odor's nutrient, let Ficinus, lib 2. Cap. 18, decide it. Many arguments he brings to prove it, as of Democritus, that lived by the smell of bread alone, applied to his nostrils, for some few days, when for old age he could eat no meat. Ferrerius, lib 2. Meth. Speaks of an excellent confection of his making, of wine, saffron, and which he prescribed to dull, weak, feeble, and dying men to smell to, and by it to have done very much good, ec fir profuse olfactu, e potu, as if he had given them drink. Our noble and learned Lord Verulam, in his book De Vita et Mort, commends, therefore, all such cold smells as any way serve to refrigerate the spirits. Montanus, Consul. 31, prescribes a form which he would have his melancholy patient never to have out of his hands. If you will have them spagirically prepared, look in Oswaldus Crollius, Basil. Chymica. Irrigations of the head shaven, of the flowers of water lilies, lettuce, violets, chamomile, wild mallows, wether's head, and must be used many mornings together. Montaigne. Consul. 31, would have the head so washed once a week. Laelius of Fontugubinus consult. 44, for an Italian count, troubled with head melancholy, repeats many medicines which he tried, but 2 alone which did the cure. Use of whey made of goat's milk, with the extract of hellebore, and irrigations of the head with water lilies, lettuce, violets, chamomile, and, upon the suture of the crown. Piso commends a ram's lungs applied hot to the forepart of the head, or a young lamb divided in the back, exenterated, and, all acknowledge the chief cure in moistening throughout. Some, saith Laurentius, use powders and caps to the brain. But forasmuch as such aromatical things are hot and dry, they must be sparingly administered. Unto the heart we may do well to apply bags, epithems, ointments, of which Laurentius, c. 9. De Melun gives examples. Bruhl prescribes an epithem for the heart, of bugloss, borage, water lily, violet waters, sweet wine, balm leaves, nutmegs, cloves, and, for the belly, make a fomentation of oil, in which the seeds of cumin, rue, carrots, dill, have been boiled. Baths are of wonderful great force in this malady, much admired by Galen, Aetius, Rhasis, and, of sweet water, in which is boiled the leaves of mallows, roses, violets, water lilies, wether's head, flowers of bugloss, chamomile, melilot, and Guianer, cap. 8, tract. 15, would have them used twice a day, and when they came forth of the baths, their backbones to be anointed with oil of almonds, violets, nymphea, fresh capon grease, and amulets and things to be borne about, I find prescribed, taxed by some, approved by Renodius, Platerus, amuleta inquit non negligenda, and others, look for them in Mizaldus, Porta, Albertus, and Basardus Viscontinus, and Philos. Commends Hypericon, or St. John's wort gathered on a Friday in the hour of Jupiter, when it comes to his effectual operation, that is about the full moon in July. So gathered and borne, or hung about the neck, it mightily helps this affection, and drives away all fantastical spirits. Philes, a Greek author that flourished in the time of Michael Palaeologus, writes that a sheep or kid skin, whom a wolf worried, hedus inhumani raptus ab or lupi, ought not at all to be worn about a man. Because it causeth palpitation of the heart, not for any fear, but a secret virtue which amulets have. A ring made of the hoof of an ass's right 4 foot carried about, and I say with Renodius, they are not altogether to be rejected. Peony doth cure epilepsy, precious stones most diseases. A wolf's dung borne with one helps the colic, a spider an ague, and being in the country in the vacation time not many years since, at Lindley in Leicestershire, my father's house, I first observed this amulet of a spider in a nutshell lapped in silk, and so applied for an ague by my mother, whom, although I knew to have excellent skill in chirurgery, sore eyes, aches, and such experimental medicines, as all the country where she dwelt can witness, to have done many famous and good cures upon divers poor folks, that were otherwise destitute of help, yet among all other experiments. This methought was most absurd and ridiculous, I could see no warrant for it. Quid arania cum febri? For what antipathy? Till at length rambling amongst authors, as often I do, I found this very medicine in Dioscorides, approved by Matthiolus, repeated by Alderovandus, cap. De arania, lib. De insectis, I began to have a better opinion of it, and to give more credit to amulets, when I saw it in some parties answer to experience. Some medicines are to be exploded, that consist of words, characters, spells, and charms, which can do no good at all, but out of a strong conceit, as Pomponius proves, or the devil's policy, who is the first founder and teacher of them. Subsect 6. Correctors of accidents to procure sleep. Against fearful dreams, redness, and when you have used all good means and helps of alteratives, averters, diminutives, yet there will be still certain accidents to be corrected and amended, as waking, fearful dreams, flushing in the face to some ruddiness, and waking, by reason of their continual cares, fears, sorrows, dry brains, is a symptom that much crucifies melancholy men, and must therefore be speedily helped, and sleep by all means procured. Which sometimes is a sufficient remedy of itself without any other physic. Sckenkius, in his Observations, hath an example of a woman that was so cured. The means to procure it, are inward or outward. Inwardly taken, are simples, or compounds. Simples, as poppy, nymphea, violets, roses, lettuce, mandrake, henbane, nightshade or solanum, saffron, hempseed, nutmegs, willows, with their seeds, juice, decoctions, distilled waters, and compounds are syrups, or opiates, syrup of poppy, violets, verbasco, which are commonly taken with distilled waters. Diacodii j, Dioscordii s et aqui lactuci. Igus mista fiat potio ad horum somni semenda. Requis Nicolai, Phelonium Romanum, Trifera magna, Piluli, de Synoglossa, Dioscordium, Laudanum Paracelsi, Opium, are in use, and country folks commonly make a posset of hemp seed, which Fuchsius in his Herbals so much discommends. Yet I have seen the good effect, and it may be used where better medicines are not to be had. Laudanum Paracelsi is prescribed in 2 or 3 grains, with a dram of Dioscordium, which Oswald Crollius commends. Opium itself is most part used outwardly, to smell to in a ball, though commonly so taken by the Turks to the same quantity for a cordial, and at Goa in the Indies, the dose 40 or 50 grains. Rolandus calls Requiem Nicolai ultimum refugium, the last refuge, but of this and the rest look for peculiar receipts in Victorius Faventinus, cap. De Frenzy. Hurnius cap. De Mania. Hildesheim Spissel. 4. De Somno et Vigil. And outwardly used, as oil of nutmegs by extraction, or expression with rosewater to anoint the temples, oils of poppy, nennuphar, mandrake, purslane, violets, all to the same purpose. Montan. Consul. 24 and 25. Much commends odoraments of opium, vinegar, and rosewater. Laurentius cap. 9. Prescribes pomanders and nodules, see the receipts in him, Cadronchus wormwood to smell to. Unguentum alabastratum, populeum are used to anoint the temples, nostrils, or if they be too weak, they mix saffron and opium. Take a grain or 2 of opium, and dissolve it with 3 or 4 drops of rosewater in a spoon, and after mingle with it as much unguentum populeum as a nut, use it as before, or else take half a dram of opium, unguentum populeum, oil of nennuphar. Rosewater, rose vinegar, of each half an ounce, with as much virgin wax as a nut, anoint your temples with some of it, ad horum somni. Sacks of wormwood, mandrake, henbane, roses made like pillows and laid under the patient's head, are mentioned by Cardan and Mizaldus, to anoint the soles of the feet with the fat of a dormouse, the teeth with ear wax of a dog, swine's gall. Hare's ears, charms, and frontlets are well known to every good wife, rosewater and vinegar, with a little woman's milk, and nutmegs grated upon a rose cake applied to both temples. For an emplaster, take of castoreum a dram and a half, of opium half a scruple, mixed both together with a little water of life, make 2 small plasters thereof, and apply them to the temples. Roland is sent 1. Cur. 17, sent 3. Cur. 94. Prescribes epithets and lotions of the head, with the decoction of flowers of nymphea, violet leaves, mandrake roots, henbane, white poppy. Herc. De Saxonia, Stilicidia, or droppings, and lotions of the feet do much avail of the said herbs. By these means, saith Laurentius, I think you may procure sleep to the most melancholy man in the world. Some use horseleeches behind the ears, and apply opium to the place. Byerus lib 2. c. 13. Sets down some remedies against fearful dreams, and such as walk and talk in their sleep. Baptista Porta Mag. Nat. L. 2. c. 6. To procure pleasant dreams and quiet rest, would have you take hippoglossa, or the herb horsetongue, balm, to use them or their distilled waters after supper, and such men must not eat beans, peas, garlic, onions, cabbage, venison, hare, use black wines, or any meat hard of digestion at supper, or lie on their backs, and rusticus puter, bashfulness, flushing in the face, high color, ruddiness, are common grievances, which much torture many melancholy men, when they meet a man, or come in company of their betters, strangers, after a meal. Or if they drink a cup of wine or strong drink, they are as red and fleet, and sweat as if they had been at a mayor's feast. Praesertim esse metus accessorit, it exceeds, they think every man observes. Takes notice of it, and fear alone will affect it, suspicion without any other cause. Skenkius observe. Med lib 1. Speaks of a waiting gentlewoman in the Duke of Savoy's court, that was so much offended with it, that she kneeled down to him, and offered Byerus, a physician, all that she had to be cured of it. And 'tis most true, that Antony Lodovicus saith in his book De Pudor, bashfulness either hurts or helps, such men I am sure it hurts. If it proceed from suspicion or fear, Felix Plater prescribes no other remedy but to reject and contemn it. Id populus curat silicet, as a worthy physician in our town said to a friend of mine in like case, complaining without a cause. Suppose one look red, what matter is it, make light of it, who observes it? If it trouble at or after meals, as Jobertus observes med pract. L. 1, c. 7, after a little exercise or stirring, for many are then hot and red in the face, or if they do nothing at all, especially women. He would have them let blood in both arms, first one, then another, 2 or 3 days between, if blood abound. To use frictions of the other parts, feet especially, and washing of them, because of that consent which is between the head and the feet. And withal to refrigerate the face, by washing it often with rose, violet, nenuphar, lettuce, lovage waters, and the like, but the best of all is that lac virginale or strained liquor of liturgy. It is diversely prepared, by Jobertus thus, Lithar. Argent. UNC. J. Cerussi candidissimi, JJJ. Caffuri, JJ. Dissolvanter aquarum solani, lactuci, et nenuphoris ana UNC. JJJ. Acidi vini albi. UNC. JJ. Aliquat horas residit, Dane transmittitor per filt. Aqua servitor in vase vitrio, acea bis ter facies quadati iroriter. Quercetin spadger. Far cap. 6. Commends the water of frog spawn for ruddiness in the face. Crato Consul. 283. Scoltzii would fain have them use all summer the condite flowers of succory, strawberry water, roses, cupping glasses are good for the time. Consul. 285, E 286. And to defecate impure blood with the infusion of senna, savory, balm water. Hilarius knew one cured alone with the use of succory boiled, and drunk for 5 months, every morning in the summer. It is good overnight to anoint the face with hare's blood, and in the morning to wash it with strawberry and cowslip water. the juice of distilled lemons, juice of cucumbers, or to use the seeds of melons, or kernels of peaches beaten small. Or the roots of aran, and mixed with wheat bran to bake it in an oven, and to crumble it in strawberry water, or to put fresh cheese curds to a red face. If it trouble them at meal times that flushing, as oft it doth, with sweating or the like, they must avoid all violent passions and actions, as laughing, and strong drink, and drink very little, 1 draught, saith Crado, and that about the midst of their meal, avoid at all times indurate salt, and especially spice and windy meat. Crado prescribes the condite fruit of wild rose, to a nobleman his patient, to be taken before dinner or supper, to the quantity of a chestnut. It is made of sugar, as that of quinces. The decoction of the roots of sow thistle before meat, by the same author is much approved. To eat of a baked apple some advice, or of a preserved quince, cumin seed prepared with meat instead of salt, to keep down fumes, not to study or to be intentive after meals. Nucleorum persic. Seminis melanum ana unc. Esset aqui fergrorum lij. Miss, Utater Main. To apply cupping glasses to the shoulders is very good. For the other kind of ruddiness which is settled in the face with pimples, and because it pertains not to my subject, I will not meddle with it. I refer you to Crado's Counsels, Arnoldus lib 1. Brevier. Cap. 39, 1. Roland, Peter Forestus de Fuco, lib 31. Obser. 2, to Platerus, Mercurialis, Ulmus, Rondeletius, Hurnius, Menatus, and others that have written largely of it. Those other grievances and symptoms of headache, palpitation of heart, vertigo deliquium, and which trouble many melancholy men, because they are copiously handled apart in every physician, I do voluntarily omit. MEMB. 2. Cure of melancholy over all the body. Where the melancholy blood possesseth the whole body with the brain, it is best to begin with bloodletting. The Greeks prescribe the median or middle vein to be opened, and so much blood to be taken away as the patient may well spare, and the cut that is made must be wide enough. The Arabians hold it fittest to be taken from that arm on which side there is more pain and heaviness in the head. If black blood issue forth, bleed on. If it be clear and good, let it be instantly suppressed, because the malice of melancholy is much corrected by the goodness of the blood. If the party's strength will not admit much evacuation in this kind at once, it must be essayed again and again. If it may not be conveniently taken from the arm, it must be taken from the knees and ankles. Especially to such men or women whose hemorrhoids or months have been stopped. If the malady continue, it is not amiss to evacuate in a part in the forehead, and to virgins in the ankles, who are melancholy for love matters. So to widows that are much grieved and troubled with sorrow and cares, for bad blood flows in the heart, and so crucifies the mind. The hemorrhoids are to be opened with an instrument or horseleeches, and see more in Montaltus, cap. 29. Sckenkius hath an example of one that was cured by an accidental wound in his thigh, much bleeding freed him from melancholy. Diet, diminutives, alteratives, cordials, correctors as before, intermixed as occasion serves, all their study must be to make a melancholy man fat, and then the cure is ended. Diuretics, or medicines to procure urine, are prescribed by some in this kind, hot and cold, hot where the heat of the liver doth not forbid, cold where the heat of the liver is very great. Amongst hot are parsley roots, lovage, fennel, and cold, melon seeds, and, with whey of goat's milk, which is the common conveyor. To purge and purify the blood, use sow thistle, succory, senna, endive, carduus benedictus, dandelion, hop, maidenhair, fumitory, bugloss, borage, and with their juice, decoctions, distilled waters, syrups, and oswaldus, craulius, basil chrym. Much admires salt of corals in this case, and Aetius, tetrabib. Ser. 2, cap. 114. Hiram Archigenes, which is an excellent medicine to purify the blood, for all melancholy affections, falling sickness, none to be compared to it. MEMB. 3. Subsect. I. Cure of hypochondriacal melancholy. In this cure, as in the rest, is especially required the rectification of those 6 non-natural things above all, as good diet, which Montanus, Consul 27. enjoins a French nobleman, to have an especial care of it, without which all other remedies are in vain. Bloodletting is not to be used, except the patient's body be very full of blood, and that it be derived from the liver and spleen to the stomach and his vessels, then to draw it back, to cut the inner vein of either arm, some say the salvatella. And if the malady be continuate, to open a vein in the forehead. Preparatives and alteratives may be used as before, saving that there must be respect had as well to the liver, spleen, stomach, hypochondries, as to the heart and brain. To comfort the stomach and inner parts against wind and obstructions, by Arrhetius, Galen, Aetius, Aurelianus, and many latter writers, are still prescribed the decoctions of wormwood, centaury, pennyroyal, betony sodden in whey, and daily drunk. Many have been cured by this medicine alone. Prosper Altinus and some others as much magnify the water of Nile against this malady, an especial good remedy for windy melancholy. For which reason belike Ptolemaeus Philadelphus, when he married his daughter Berenice to the king of Assyria, as Celsus, lib 2. records, Magnes impensis nili aquam afferi jussit, to his great charge caused the water of Nile to be carried with her, and gave command, that during her life she should use no other drink. I find those that commend use of apples, in splenetic and this kind of melancholy, lamb's wool some call it, which howsoever approved, must certainly be corrected of cold rawness and wind. Cadroncus in his book De Sale Absyn magnifies the oil and salt of wormwood above all other remedies, which works better and speedier than any simple whatsoever, and much to be preferred before all those fulsome decoctions and infusions, which must offend by reason of their quantity. This alone in a small measure taken, expels wind, and that most forcibly, moves urine, clean set the stomach of all gross humours, crudities, helps appetite, and Arnoldus hath a wormwood wine which he would have used, which every pharmacopoeia speaks of. Diminutives and purges may be taken as before, of hiera, manna, cassia, which Montanus Consul 230. For an Italian abbot, in this kind prefers before all other simples, and these must be often used, still abstaining from those which are more violent, lest they do exasperate the stomach, and the mischief by that means be increased. Though in some physicians I find very strong purgers, hellebore itself prescribed in this affection. If it long continue, vomits may be taken after meat, or otherwise gently procured with warm water, oxymel, and, now and then, Fuchsius Cap. 33. Prescribes hellebore, but still take heed in this malady, which I have often warned, of hot medicines, because, as Salvianus adds, drought follows heat, which increaseth the disease, and yet Baptista Sylvaticus Controve 32. Forbids cold medicines, because they increase obstructions and other bad symptoms. But this varies as the parties do, and 'tis not easy to determine which to use. The stomach most part in this infirmity is cold, the liver hot. Scarce therefore, which Montanus insinuates Consul 229, for the Earl of Manfort, can you help the one and not hurt the other? Much discretion must be used, take no physic at all, he concludes, without great need. Laelius Egubinus Consul. For an hypochondriacal German prince, used many medicines, but it was after signified to him in letters, that the decoction of China and sassafras, and salt of sassafras wrought him an incredible good. In his 108 consult, he used as happily the same remedies. This to a third might have been poison, by overheating his liver and blood. For the other parts look for remedies in Savonarola, Gordonius, Massaria, Mercatus, Johnson, and one for the spleen, amongst many other, I will not omit, cited by Hildesheim, Spissel 2, prescribed by Matt. Flaccus, and out of the authority of Benevenius. Antony Benevenius in a hypochondriacal passion, cured an exceeding great swelling of the spleen with capers alone, a meat befitting that infirmity, and frequent use of the water of a smith's forge. By this physic he helped a sick man, whom all other physicians had forsaken, that for 7 years had been splenetic. And of such force is this water, that those creatures as drink of it, have commonly little or no spleen. See more excellent medicines for the spleen in him and Laud. Mercatus, who is a great magnifier of this medicine. This Caleb's preapparatus, or steel drink, is much likewise commended to this disease by Daniel Sennertus L. 1. Part 2, Cap. 12. And admired by J. Caesar Claudinus Respons. 29. He calls steel the proper alexipharmacum of this malady, and much magnifies it. Look for receipts in them. Averters must be used to the liver and spleen, and to scour the mesorrhaeic veins, and they are either too open or provoke urine. You can open no place better than the hemorrhoids, which if by horseleeches they be made to flow, there may be again such an excellent remedy, as Plater holds. Sallust. Salvian will admit no other phlebotomy but this. And by his experience in an hospital which he kept, he found all mad and melancholy men worse for other bloodletting. Laurentius Cap. 15, calls this of horseleeches a sure remedy to empty the spleen and mesorrhaeic membrane. Only Montanus Consul. 241. Is against it. To other men, saith he, this opening of the hemorrhoids seems to be a profitable remedy. For my part one do not approve of it, because it draws away the thinnest blood, and leaves the thickest behind. Aetius, Vitus Vitius, Mercurialis, Fuchsius, recommend diuretics, or such things as provoke urine, as aniseeds, dill, fennel, germander, ground pine, sodden in water, or drunk in powder, and yet P. Byerus is against them, and so is Hilarius. All melancholy men, saith he, must avoid such things as provoke urine, because by them the subtle or thinnest is evacuated, the thicker matter remains. Clysters are in good request. Trincavelius lib 3. Cap. 38. For a young nobleman, esteems of them in the first place, and Hercules de Saxonia Panth. Lib 1. Cap. 16, is a great approver of them. I have found, saith he, by experience, that many hypochondriacal melancholy men have been cured by the sole use of clysters. Receipts are to be had in him. Besides those fomentations, irrigations, inunctions, odoraments, prescribed for the head, there must be the like used for the liver, spleen, stomach, hypochondries, and in crudity, saith Piso, 'tis good to bind the stomach hard, to hinder wind, and to help concoction that of inward medicines I need not speak, use the same cordials as before. In this kind of melancholy, some prescribe treacle in winter, especially before or after purges, or in the spring, as Avicenna, Trincavelius Mithridate, Montaltus peony seed, unicorn's horn, os de cord cervi, and amongst topics or outward medicines, none are more precious than baths, but of them I have spoken. Fomentations to the hypochondries are very good, of wine and water in which are sodden southernwood, melilot, epithyme, mugwort, senna, polypody, as also cerotes, plaisters, liniments, ointments for the spleen, liver, and hypochondries. Of which look for examples in Laurentius, Jobertus lib. 3, c. Carré. Med Montanus Consul. 231, Montaltus Cap. 33, Hercules de Saxonia, Faventinus. And so of epithets, digestive powders, bags, oils, Octavius Horatianus lib 2. c. 5. Prescribes cholastic cataplasms, or dry purging medicines. Piso dropaces of pitch, and oil of rue, applied at certain times to the stomach, to the metaphrene, or part of the back which is over against the heart, Aetius Synepisms, Montaltus Cap. 35. Would have the thighs to be cauterized, Mercurialis prescribes beneath the knees, Laelius Egubenus Consul. 77. For a hypochondriacal Dutchman, will have the cautery made in the right thigh, and so Montanus Consul. 55. The same Montanus Consul. 34. Approves of issues in the arms or hinder part of the head. Bernardus Paternus in Hildesheim Spissel 2. Would have issues made in both the thighs, Laud. Mercatus prescribes them near the spleen, aut pro ventriculi regimen, or in either of the thighs. Ligatures, frictions, and cupping glasses above or about the belly, without scarification, which Felix Platerus so much approves, may be used as before. Subsect 2. Correctors to expel wind. Against costiveness, and in this kind of melancholy one of the most offensive symptoms is wind, which, as in the other species, so in this, hath great need to be corrected and expelled. The medicines to expel it are either inwardly taken, or outwardly. Inwardly to expel wind, are simples or compounds. Simples are herbs, roots, and as galanga, gentian, angelica, enula, calamus aromaticus, valerian, zeodote, iris, condite ginger, aristoloche, cyclaminus, china, ditander, pennyroyal, rue, calamint, bayberries, and bay leaves, betony, rosemary, hyssop, sabine, centauri, mint. Chamomile, stechas, agnus castus, broom flowers, oregon, orange pills, and spices, as saffron, cinnamon, bezoar stone, myrrh, mace, nutmegs, pepper, cloves, ginger, seeds of anise, fennel, amni, carry, nettle, rue, and juniper berries, grana paradisii. Compounds, dianisum, diagalanga, diaseminum, diacalaminth, electuarium de bacchis lori, benedicta laxativa, pulvis ad status. Antid. Florent. Pulvis carminativus, aromaticum rosatum, treacle, mithridate and This one caution of Galter Brule is to be observed in the administering of these hot medicines and dry, that whilst they covet to expel wind, they do not inflame the blood, and increase the disease. Sometimes, as he saith, medicines must more decline to heat, sometimes more to cold, as the circumstances require, and as the parties are inclined to heat or cold. Outwardly taken to expel winds, are oils, as of chamomile, rue, bays, and fomentations of the hypochondries, with the decoctions of dill, pennyroyal, rue, bay leaves, cumin, and bags of chamomile flowers, aniseed, cumin, bays, rue, wormwood, ointments of the oil of spikenard, wormwood, rue, and Aretius prescribes cataplasms of chamomile flowers, fennel, aniseeds, cumin, rosemary, wormwood leaves, and cupping glasses applied to the hypochondries, without scarification, do wonderfully resolve wind. Fernelius Consul. 43. Much approves of them at the lower end of the belly, Laud. Mercatus calls them a powerful remedy, and testifies moreover out of his own knowledge, how many he hath seen suddenly eased by them. Julius Caesar Claudinus responds. Med Resp 33. Admires these cupping glasses, which he calls out of Galen, a kind of enchantment, they cause such present help. Empirics have a myriad of medicines, as to swallow a bullet of lead, and, which I voluntarily omit. Amatus Lusitanus, sent for. Curate. 54. For a hypochondriacal person, that was extremely tormented with wind, prescribes a strange remedy. Put a pair of bellows end into a clyster pipe, and applying it into the fundament, open the bowels, so draw forth the wind, natura non admittit vacuum. He vaunts he was the first invented this remedy, and by means of it speedily eased a melancholy man. Of the cure of this flatuous melancholy, read more in Fienus de Flatibus, cap. 26, Oedipassim alias. Against headache, vertigo, vapors which ascend forth of the stomach to molest the head, read Hercules de Saxonia, and others. If costiveness offend in this, or any other of the three species, it is to be corrected with suppositories, clysters or lenitives, powder of senna, condite prunes, and elect. Lenit, e succo rosar. Anna J. Miss. Take as much as a nutmeg at a time, half an hour before dinner or supper, or pill. Masticin. J. In 6 pills, a pill or 2 at a time. See more in Montaigne. Consul. 229, Hildesheim Spissel. 2, p.